Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to PGL's Wallachia 2024. Of course, Season 1 of this MLP Dota and John Fire joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another fantastic day of Dota 2 ahead of us. How the hell do you feel?
Feeling great. We had some good series up yesterday. And remember, this is the Swiss system for the group stage. I believe all teams are allowed up to 2 losses. Once you hit your third strike, you're out. So every series counts. And of course, if you win, that determines your next opponent. If you lose, that determines where you are, yada, yada, yada. It's a Swiss system. It goes all over the place. So you never know who you're going to get until the end of the day. And we've got quite the series lined up for us today. It should be a fun time here ahead, Mike.
It sure should be. Of course, we've got Azure Ray once again against MOUZ, which is the organization's back in Dota 2. Very, very good to see. Jonathan, obviously, they've filled in a new roster. And can't wait to see exactly how they do perform today. We do, of course, have some results from yesterday that we can look at, and that might give us an indication of what exactly could happen today. And here we go. Of course, Azure Ray did get 2-1 by Nouns in a very epic series that you and I were casting. Xtreme versus Boom went 2-0 Xtreme's way. Liquid 2-0's G2IG, and Gaimin Gladiators 2-0's Secret here on the B stream. So there you go, John. A lot of 2-0s. Of course, you and I got the 2-1 that lasted a very, very long time, but was definitely worth it. And hopefully we get a few more 2-1s today.
Yeah, hopefully it does drag on a little bit longer. We do have our results from the primary stream yesterday as well. You can take a look. Aurora did mention 2-1 MOUZ, which is why we've got MOUZ all around. And a whole bunch of 2-0s. BetBoom versus Shopify 2-0. Spirit versus VP 2-0. And Falcons versus Heroic going 2-0 as well. So it's been a little bit less dragged out in these series. We'll see if we get more 2-1 today. Hopefully we do, as, you know, the Swiss system theoretically starts to make things more competitive as it goes on, right? Like, you have winners versus winners, losers for losers, theoretically around the same position in power. And we do have our overall standings. Again, all of the people with one series win are in a safe zone. Remember, the bottom 8 are eliminated after the group. So 1 loss already puts you in the firing line. Again, 3 strikes, you're out.
Yeah, definitely a very scary position to be in if you are on the right side of the screen. And well, we'll see if things do change. Of course, I imagine things probably will change a little bit here in the standings as we do go in today. Again, we do have Azure Ray against MOUZ Esports. Both teams did lose yesterday, which is why they're playing up against each other. Both got 2-1 by their respective opponents yesterday. I don't know as well going into this matchup. We're going to have a look at the schedule before we talk about it. But of course, Azure Ray against MOUZ, Shopify Rebellion against Virtus.pro, Heroic against Boom, and of course G2IG against Secret later on. Jonathan, this series in particular, Azure Ray versus MOUZ Esports. I mean, what do you think? Do you have a favorite going into this matchup?
I would put Azure Ray as the favorite. Almost the same story as yesterday, but I think MOUZ is a little less proven. They've not made it into any major lands as frequently as, say, Azure Ray has. There's been a little bit more up and down for them in the qualifiers. They've struggled a little bit in some smaller third-party tournaments as well. So it's been a little bit rocky for the MOUZ boys, which is a shame because they're probably our only source of Southeast Asians outside of Aurora right now. You've got Force, you've got Narman. So it's not been too well for them since they went to Europe.
Yeah, it is what it is, Jonathan. I'm sure they'll improve as time does go on. Again, both these teams did end up losing yesterday 2-1, so hopefully we can see another 3-game series between these two teams, and hopefully one of these teams can leave happy today. I'm sure one of them will leave happy today. Jonathan, one will be very sad.
Yeah, I mean, the loser here goes 0-2 in the series, and again, you're just 1 strike away. You need to find constant wins to climb out of that position in the Swiss system. So there's a lot of pressure for all of the teams here in the B stream, as I do believe we're getting all the 0-1 matchups. So it's the higher stakes. It's, again, 2 strikes left, and then you're out of the Swiss system. You're out of Wallachia, and you're out of that $1 million prize pool.
And that's what we love, Jonathan, you and I. We love seeing the teams getting knocked out. We don't care for the teams that are doing well. We want to see the teams that are suffering a little bit. That's where all the fun happens. And this is what's going to happen, I'm sure, in this series. There's a bit of suffering.
That is for sure. We already had a little bit of lobby chatter there from MOUZ. I was asking, for some reason, Narman and Force took me off their friend list. They leave Southeast Asia, they take me off their friend list, and Narman has the gall to say, cheer for us in the cast. I'm like, he took me off the friend list, man. Narman.
And they added you straight away.
Yeah.
They added you right back.
Yeah, it's like, oh, whoops. I forgot.
Yeah, I bet. How embarrassing. How embarrassing, Narman. How embarrassing. I mean, they leave the region and suddenly they don't care about us anymore, John. But they never added me, to be fair. They haven't even talked to me. So there you go. I think they must be confused. They think you're the play-by-play or something. It's always John. It's never Mike.
It's the initials, MLP. It's just they just think you're something else, They think you're into some stuff, Mike. It's not my fault.
Yeah.
We talked about this when we worked together. We talked about it.
We did talk about it. We do have a draft game for game 1 underway now. We could probably have a look at that, of course, Azure Ray against MOUZ. See what they do get rid of here. We, of course, have the Chen and Disruptor being removed already by Azure Ray. Conquer Slaughter being removed by MOUZ, which we did see a lot of Slaughter being picked up yesterday. So not too surprised to see that removed. I think already had a very good Conquer game in game number 3 of their series yesterday, almost allowing the comeback for his team. So respect for them to ban that out. See what else they get rid of here. They'll get rid of the IO as well. You and I keep kind of talking about the Enchantress that just keeps being allowed, and no team really seems to care about it anymore.
Yeah, we only saw it once yesterday. I believe that was from Boom, and it didn't fare the best. I'm a little bit surprised that some of the bigger offlaners keep getting left in the pool. Stuff like Doom used to be first phase ban, Timbersaw Centaur. All of these heroes were picked 4 to 3 times. All of them have a 100% win rate from day 1. And surprisingly as well, Sniper's in that statistic as well. 3 games, 100% win rate. There you go. There's the Centaur.
Yeah, this offlane is a very strong kind of pick here for Azure Ray. Of course, Mel's going straight for the Keeper of the Light. Do you assume a support coddle, John? I mean, obviously we know the flex is there with the mid coddle, and obviously if you have a great mid coddle player, it does tend to pop off pretty hard.
Yeah, I know Supreme likes his coddle mid. I know that's something MOUZ has run several times, and I think that's the position where coddle feels best. Mind you, it's a dire side coddle. You don't have access to your camps as easy. And it's still there, but it's a little bit easier to contest and roam into for the opposite side for Azure Ray, so it might be a little bit more challenging. But that tempo coddle does provide is still highly valuable. And again, in most mid matchup, it doesn't really lose out. I think you get a lot of value from just opening with it and seeing how far you can push it. But I would think and assume that this is just straight up the mid. They are banning to protect, taking care of the Pango, take care of the Shadow Demon save as well. I love that Azure Ray respect banned the Witch Doctor, which we did see a lot coming out from Bengen. And he managed to get that working well in their 1 win against Aurora. So take away a little bit of a key tool. Here comes the Hoodwink once more. So you've got the Centaur Hoodwink, really strong lane to play with. You've got easy stun setup. You've got a lot of damage flying out in that lane. He'll go with a Primal Beast on MOUZ. So keeping up with a little bit of that flex. This could be Supreme's hero. This could be Force's hero on the off lane. And they go into the Tiny as well, which we know Norman loves to play. We've seen him play this throughout pretty much his entire career when watching him in CA. And the Tiny has worked out very well in the games that we have seen it in Boss 4.
Tiny always makes a reappearance in the meta every single time. It feels like just the toss is just too powerful of a utility spell here from the Tiny. Because I do love where these drafts are going, by the way, John. Both highly aggressive drafts so far, which is what we like to see. We prefer not to see the slow farming kind of game if we could. See if Azure Ray does keep up the aggression. So far, of course, their offlane is sorted. Maybe to pick up position 5 here. Gyrocopter wasn't banned out, by the way. Gyro, a position 1 we saw a lot of yesterday, just seemingly a priority for most teams.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we see more teams start to pick up that Marcy that Sin-Q was running. Mind you, he was the only one that played Marcy all day yesterday. He did give it 100% win rate, but that was probably just Sin-Q going crazy. I wouldn't mind it, though. Maybe in this game as a Pons 5, not ideal, but down the line, more teams should look at that Marcy. I just like seeing Marcy. When it gets to BKB, it just feels crazy, but probably not a consideration here. What else? Like the Enchantress you mentioned earlier is still there, although again, not a hyper priority. They'll go with the Lifestealer first. So now you've got a really good lane up against the Primal Beast if you're expecting it off lane for Force. You just rip right through the Primal Beast. You don't care for his magical damage early with your Rage once you hit like level 3, level 4. So it's very manageable. And they go straight into the Venomancer as well from Azure Ray. That is such a toxic lane to play into. Lifestealer Veno. All the slowest in the world with Lifestealer chasing you down. If he hits the orb upgrade time, the chase down just happens so quickly. There's not much Primal Beast can do. This is such an annoying lane for Force. And it does feel like he's going to have to play that off-lane Primal Beast. This is not going to be a comfy time for him.
But it probably won't be. It could be a very awkward time here for MOUZ. We'll see how they do respond, as they are going to go for the Luna pickup. So we do finally get the Lifestealer versus the Luna that I think we were talking about a lot of yesterday. It does finally come out here from both these sides. It's a pretty standard position 1. popular position ones at the moment. See how they finish things off. Of course, both sides are somewhat lacking a mid lane. Of course, MOUZ, they do have the flex with the mid keeper if they so wish. Azure Ray certainly lacking a mid lane of their own at the moment. They'll get rid of the TA on MOUZ's end of things.
Azure Ray's turn to ban.
And it seems though Azure Ray, they do kind of assume it's probably going to be the mid coddle coming up based off the Bane ban we just saw.
I think that makes sense. Running coddle support with a Luna just doesn't sound ideal. Maybe with a Prime Beast you could make it work, but then Tiny Luna, Tiny 5 being started with form is not ideal either. You're just kind of forced to just play it mid and run again that off-lane Prime Beast here for Force, which again isn't lined up for the best of times already. I do like the Azure Ray bans, just taking care of supports that are fairly annoying, like stuff that goes through Rage for the Lifestealer. Hookshot can be annoying, the isolation from the cogs. So you're freeing up the game here for low to just do what he wants. Again, his lane setup is really good just with Veno. I don't know if you're really fully threatened by Coddle. There's so many mids left in the pool. Stuff like Zeus, Lina, Wap still there for Azure Ray to pick up. But they have a lot they can look for Ori here. You can't really ban all of that out from MOUZ. What's your main concern against this Coddle? Zeus might be annoying, or Lina. I think either or. But doesn't feel great, even if you ban those out. Like, again, Coddle still has a decent time. Overall, it's just a matter of plugging the holes in your own draft here.
Yeah. It might just be about evening out the lane. I mean, you kind of already mentioned the lane up, and it's probably a pretty safe bet for Ori to go for if he just wants to kind of equalize the lane and just go into the mid game. You did see a bit of Lina yesterday as well. Didn't look too bad. I'm now still thinking about this final banner. It's hard to know what you're really concerned about because Keeper mid doesn't really lose too often. We might add. I mean, you did kind of bring up the fact that they are going to be on the Dire side, which is a slight disadvantage for the Keeper compared to Radiant. MOUZ, oh, hold on, they go for a Pugna pickup. What are you thinking here, Jonathan?
I mean, I like the push pace MOUZ has. They can shove out lanes really hard, go for these objectives real quick, even with some early activity out from Ulnit, if you want to join in on that Luna and get things happening for them. We did see Norman play the Pugna. I like this answer from Azure Ray straight in the Storm. There is nothing to really lock in that Storm outside of perhaps just the Pulverize. You're talking about very small stunts out with the Luna Avalanche, which isn't the most reliable to land onto something like the Storm. It's going to be a little bit rocky. I'm worried about how much Ori can get out. His laning phase shouldn't be that great, to be fair. Supreme should still have the better end of that lane overall. But like once the Storm is ready, once the Storm has, say, a quick Kaya or a quick Orchid, depending what he feels like he needs this game, Ori should just be able to dictate how this game goes. You have a great vehicle for the Lifestealer. You've got a bailout with a Centaur, with Stampede, just in case you're out of mana. You have a lot of ways to cover for the Storm, even though you don't have ways of popping up his mana. And for MOUZ, I'm not too sure. I'm just really concerned about like the mid-game spike that Ori will get. Like once the Storm's online, it's going to be a bit rough for MOUZ. They have to play to their early game here on MOUZ. They have this really strong presence with Prime Beast Tiny. They've got some good toss back with Trample kind of plays, which can be a little bit silly with the Onslaught back. But there's some pressure here that Force can apply. Even though it's onto a Lifestealer, it's not the ideal, but early levels in Rage aren't ideal either for the Lifestealer in lane. I would lean towards Azure Ray's draft. I think the tempo from MOUZ is very specific. If they don't manage to slow down this 20-minute timer that Ori's going to be looking for and that they're going to play together as a team on Azure Ray, then I think MOUZ is running at risk of getting run down, basically, with a lack of control here.
Well, that's fair. I guess my only concern for Azure Ray is maybe the laning stage, right? Like for the mid lane, I want to say, right? Because Ori on the Storm versus the Coddle, we'll have to see how it does go. Of course, game one is now officially underway, so we don't need to really guess anything. We can just go ahead and go right into it and see what does happen. Kind of like you said, though, the mid-game timing of Azure Ray does look very scary, but I think MOUZ does have the kind of draft that can fight back. It could be an absolute bloodbath of the game, in fact, when you look at both these drafts, as they are running right into each other already. Supreme trying to get deep enough to get that Observer Ward on the high ground of the Radiant, but doesn't quite get there. Ori trying to do the exact same thing, but we'll hand over the ward to FY to take care of it. But it'll be interesting to see how Ori does deal with the mid lane here. Like, after the laning stage, probably going to be no issues, but during the laning stage could be a little bit annoying for this.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit... It's going to be a bit of a nuisance for Ori early on. Like, they have to capitalize on that for Supreme. He has to get this really strong timing on the urn into the Spirit Vessel and kind of just try to run from there. If that timing's met a lot quicker, like say you managed to get a rotation in as well at the 4-minute rune, I think that's pretty big, even before the power runes, just capitalize on the storm just not being able to escape. You can kind of have a good time here on MOUZ, just kind of focus sights onto Ori. Azure Ray has set up quite nicely though. Early wards to watch on this top jungle and across the river. They can back up Ori quite nicely in case rotation does come in. Or get some good chip damage on Narman too.
I mean, Narman's just dead, I think, here. They've got the Ghoul Frenzy, plus it slows out from the Veno. I mean, Narman trying his best to run out of here, but he's gone. First blood to go the way of low, and that is arguably the worst-case scenario for MOUZ to start this game.
And that's not a good note for MOUZ to kick off on. A bit of a boost for low, a bit of faster timing on his initial racer into phase boots. Can feel nice and quick for him. At the very least, I guess it's better than like the mids getting free first blood. Like Ori getting a little bit of a faster bottle could help him in the rougher part of this lane that we're watching. And Supreme should have a pretty decent time. Get some good taunt shots onto Ori. You can't really leverage your static remnant or the electric vortex double overload kind of play at level 3 up against a range matchup like that. So again, Supreme should have probably the best lane of everyone here. Good snipe from the Courier though to at least take care of that Orb of Venom, which would make it even more hellish for Force to play that lane. But again, Low's already kind of set up. A minute delay into Orb of Venom, not that big of a deal, considering that he'd want to soak into 2-3 anyway before getting extra aggressive on the Lifestealer.
And certainly so, at least nothing kind of making up for the first blood he gave away. You know, kind of denying that goal for the next minute. Looks like he's going to go for a creep pull as well down this bottom lane, just understanding that the lane is very challenging for Force Heal and the Primal Beast. I mean, you are up against Venom and Lifestealer. It's not going to be fun even at level 1. So Narman's going to go for the pull away, because we are going to have a slight contest here from Xian Ming, but it isn't going to amount to too much. Also go ahead and take the creep wave off Narman's hands. And this is basically what I think you're going to be doing for the next few minutes here for MOUZ. It's kind of impossible to lane against Lifestealer Venom. I would say it's too melee here.
Yeah, it's just way too punishing from the side of Azure Ray. They're both just going to have to soak up as best as they can, which hurts Norman the most because he's going to have to sacrifice all of that to Force. Like, he's not going to be able to play as greedy on the Tiny that, you know, a lot of Tinies do need. A little bit more trading back and forth on mid. Again, Supreme is having an excellent time, but at the very least isn't able to snowball too hard. They did block the camp as well, right by that tier 1. So Supreme doesn't have that backup to kind of just build up with the Illuminate. That's holding him back from really hitting some insane timings on the Kotal. Still, Ori doing a decent enough job of just trying to equalize this lane, and as hard as this is for him, is doing a pretty decent job of just keeping up. Last lane we haven't really looked at is up top. You do have Olnet and Bengen, although they are trying down bot here. Just a bit.
I was looking at mid lane again. Supreme's being so annoying. Like, he just keeps going up and down, not letting Ori get to the water room. Ori finally manages to pick one up, and Supreme's really just abusing the movement speed difference between the two. Because he does have the brown boots already, so Ori really had to work very hard to get that water rune for himself, but he does eventually get it.
Gets to rune, and he does manage to at least drag the creep wave under his tower so he can safely try to CS. Again, considering the lane being 2 CS behind with just 3 denies ahead on Supreme, not the worst thing in the world for Ori. Could be a lot worse. They have at least, again, covered that medium camp as well by the tier 1 there. Prevent Supreme from catching on too much. No rotations in just yet into the 4-minute water rune. Maybe the first power runes when it starts to come up. And that's where some of the concerns from bot lane start to pour out, right? Like where the lower levels of Narman can cause some issues. Still, again, top lane that we haven't really talked about too much. You've got Olnet and Bengen on the Luna and the Pugna up against Bach on that Centaur, along with FY in the Hoodwink. In this lane, pretty straightforward to play for Azure Ray. Luna up against Centaur is not the best for Luna. You are pretty much almost like a melee range here. You're in the firing range of the Hoof Stomp and Double Edge. Once you've got a few more levels, maybe level 3 to 4 here, you can start to pressure quite hard onto Olnet. Bengen can only do so much to save. And every single time he tries to harass, of course, it's going to shove that wave in just a little bit more as well.
Absolutely. Fox doing a great job here up at that top lane for sure. Onan's trying to get aggressive now with Bengun, but it's a bit too challenging here against Centaur, and he'll just stout himself up. Perfectly fine. Props to Ori as well, looking back at that mid lane. 22-2 in terms of CS, actually overtaking Supreme on the Keeper of the Light. So, you say what you will, but Ori, he has managed to really equalize the lane very, very nicely. And should be able to retreat to the jungle relatively soon and just farm up there instead if he really wants to. A good news here if you are an Azure Ray fan, because all the lanes have gone very well for them.
It's all lining up. Again, the slight leads for Supreme isn't snowballing as hard with the block camp. No one's gotten to de-ward it just yet. Supreme just finds it now. At the very least, he does have his Ring. So one rotation later, he could start to play. They are making aggressive plays on Xianming.
Yeah, Xianming in trouble. Lowe's going to intervene, but they do manage to pick up the Venomancer kill. So a nice pickup. I believe that was a toss-back setup from Narman for T1 Tower, so a nice, easy setup for Force. But certainly a very important kill, considering the bottom lane is going a little bit slowly here for now.
It's certainly not the pacing you'd want. Again, Narman's still stuck at level 2, just being zoned out, forced to give Force pretty much everything in that lane. Just all that solo EXP, all that solo farm, considering there's very little to go around. Does give the opportunity for Xianming to bottle top up Ori. Again, can manage that lane a little bit better. No sentry still on that one camp. So again, farming pace for Supreme. Held back a little bit. I'm a little bit surprised they're not going to be dragging as many people into the 6-minute marker. They're about 20 seconds away. Xianming is ready. They have the vision to cover the wards. It does feel like it's pretty big to deny that off from Ori. Still, Supreme's setting his sights down bot. No one's there. And again, there were wards to watch at. So Azure Ray sees this movement perfectly clear.
Yeah, real shame as well. The sentry ward down at bottom lane was right out of range of the observer ward from the Radiant. So, of course, Supreme rotating with the urn up, trying to get those initial urn charges, but is going to be denied those urn charges, which is, again, a pretty big deal for the keep. We've seen games where mid-coddles just never get urn charges for the first, say, 10-15 minutes, and it completely stops the game for them. If they can't get the charges, their game is just dead. The Supreme has to try to find a way to get these charges going. He'll head down bottom again, but that ward is still standing there. He's going to run right into it in a moment, and that's it. They know he's there. There's no way they're going to die. Like, Lowe cannot die here. He knows the keeper's around.
No. It's just really good vision coverage. They use the space really well in the Azure Ray, or he starts shoving in mid, cutting the wave. They've got, again, a very free lane for bot up top. 39 to 10.
Xianming, he gets a little bit excited. He kind of messes around with the plague wards and Force. Onslaughts from a mile away and secures the kill for his coddle. And there's your charges. A bit of an awkward error there, I think, from Xianming, because now you've got the urn charges ready to go, and Supreme, he's starting roaming.
TP's up top, not going to find the opportunity just yet up here. A bit surprising. They had the vision coverage to know that everyone is hanging around there. And they had the opportunity to just play it safe, pull back a little bit more. This opening now for the MOUZ is the start. Spirit Vessel only about 500 gold away as well for Supreme. That upgrade is going to cause some havoc here, especially onto someone like, say, Bach, or even the Lifestealer if Rage is down. Just cutting off some of that regen in the middle does make it a lot tougher for them to sustain through some longer engagements. Let's see, Ori's still trying to sneak around. He did manage to take the D-Ward. Does want to start maybe playing around with Xianming hanging in the area. But the commitment is here from MOUZ. Narman, Bengen, and Supreme just hanging mid for that next power rune.
Oh, it's a regen too. That's very nice. He's going to jump in immediately onto Supreme, but there is a lot of heroes here from MOUZ. Or even Force with the TP does cancel eventually. MOUZ just having 3 surrounding Supreme, ensuring he cannot die. But, of course, Ori now just going to abuse the regeneration rune and just take stats. That's a perfect rune for him. He didn't even need it. He already had a good lane as it was.
Yeah, now he just gets to build up way faster. He's going into the Kaya first, so looking for a little bit of sustain. And wants to drag out the man a little bit more and get a little bit more chip damage as well. In every jump in, they will find Xianming.
Bit of an issue again. Force is going to have the easiest alley-oop of his life. Xianming is going to die. A nice pick up there for Narman now. Supreme actually did come in range to get the urn charge as well, so happy days for him. Xianming always kind of playing around that cliff area, just trying to abuse the plague wards, but again does get caught with his pants down.
Some really good punishment out from MOUZ. Not the biggest kill, but all of these kills early on are super important for them to find They're going to be trying to build off the back of that. They do have the Spirit Vessel on hand now. For Supreme, flying out on the Courier. So that full upgrade should make easy work of some of these cores here. They will find Force, but do they have enough with just the 2 supports? Looks like they will try.
Crack. Fourth. He will be okay.
Oh. I hear the claw sound as well. I'm pretty sure that's just coming out from Force himself. So they are just kind of trying to bully him out. He's still fairly happy. Again, he's had a slower lane, but he's had some kills coming out. It's been just extra slow all over the place. And side of Azure Ray are in a pretty good position right now. 1-3 TK up. Behind them kills, but again, they've worked these lanes out really well. They are trying on mid.
That's a big pick-off. Yeah. Very, very nice one for MOUZ. You are a MOUZ Esports fan, and or you're not going to be too happy with that death, but it's still fine. He's second in net worth right now, still sitting pretty happy. MOUZ, though, going to smoke up and try to make something happen along with that kill as they will head up top. Look towards Bark on the Centaur. So Soulmine is out. Bark going to be slowed up with the Spirit Vessel being applied. Narman trying to go for the Avalanche, but the Stampede was there just in the nick of time, and now well, the turnaround was going to happen as already did TP in, but they decide better on.
It's a little bit too deep. No one else is in the area outside of the storm. They need the backup of the supports here to breathe.
Why?
Why?
There's a lot of danger. They missed the initial Illuminate. Ori, he's going to zip in. FY does go down, and now the Avalanche! Oh, Ori tries to make something happen, but Narman with the Avalanche toss does make it very, very hard, and he gives his life away again.
Just another pickup here for MOUZ. Again, this is the timing they need to play around. This is when they're really strong with his Cottle pickup, maximizing out that Spirit Vessel, trying to punish out maybe the slowness of Azure Ray once more. We've seen this a couple of times from this lineup where they're shooting for more like a 20-25 minute timing, early, like a mid-game spike into a late-game kind of scale. And MOUZ are just playing tempo. They haven't quite capitalized on any opportunity to take towers just yet, which is the next step that we need to see them take. They've got Chakra plus Nether Blast, making short work of any objective is not going to take too long. Off the back of a pick-off into a shove. So just kind of need to get that going for themselves here if they find a chance. The only hero really suffering has been Force, but again, Primal Beast is a very self-sufficient hero. It doesn't need that many items. It really just needs a lot of EXP. And he's at level 8, a pretty decent spot considering the slowness of his lane. Already at least has his Soul Ring and Phase Boots to help run down and isn't too far off from the full Veil. So some good timing still being met here by the side of MOUZ. But Azure Ray, again, they're not really under pressure to play that fast themselves. So as long as they minimize these losses, get that continuous build-up on Bach and on Low, and sometimes connect with Ori now that he has Kaya, you are still set for a fairly free time. Again, Bach's lane has been left alone for so long. He's got the blink up. Low has been AFK farming down bot as well, working his way into the Radiance. And it doesn't feel like they have any good contest for that just yet. They are dragging more heroes down bot, but Low has not been caught out here. It might just be Chan Ming again.
Yeah, I mean, Low has had a very free game so far, just farming absolutely freely. They are going to try and pressure the bottom tier 1 tower now. Low is going to reveal himself underneath the creep wave. The Supreme is around, but it's very challenging to actually secure a kill when the Low has Rage available at any moment. Very hard to initiate and actually lock him down long enough, I think. MOUZ, maybe not seeing the opportunity. They will retreat just for a little bit. You do have Olnett and Narman also connecting to their team down to the bottom lane. You've got the Veil up as well on Force, so perhaps they want to try and abuse this little spike on the Primal. Of course, they do want that tier 1 tower to open up this section of the map a little bit here for their own carry. And it seems though as though Azure Ray probably will just let it go, where there's just no real point in defending.
Yeah, I mean, it served its purpose for long enough. You are expecting this lineup on MOUZ to push. There's no need to overcommit too much, although Chan Ming again.
Gets caught out. Narman, he's got the Spidey senses were tingling for this Venomancer, and be another easy kill onto the Veno. Supreme will secure that one. They'll get the tier 1 bottom tower. Nice and clean here from MOUZ Esports. And it's just back to farm. In fact, now Olnit is at the top of the net worth board, so happy days.
And that's just to be expected for the Luna with levels. With Moonglaves, clear through these camps a lot easier. He's had a lot of free space up top. Almost the same kind of space that Bach was receiving, just AFK farming the lanes. They did manage to clear mid here in the meantime. Ori does manage to keep those creep waves shoved out. He does manage to find probably a more favorable tower trade, setting up for this forward vision they've planted. Still have the sneaky ward by the large camp in that top jungle as well.
Thought they might have a crack at Bach top lane, but they decide better of it. Narman and Supreme instead going through the twin gates to head down towards the bottom lane. Low is farming the bottom area, but he is well and truly quite far away from MOUZ at the moment. The Force may just run into him, and will. But it'll just force him away from this area. It's not going to be a big jump in of any sort. He is kind of by himself at the moment here, Force. I do appreciate MOUZ starting to really take control of the map. They do not want to allow Low to free farm wherever the hell he wants. Of course, you do have a lifesteal plus a storm plus a centaur, so it is kind of greedy right now as every core just wants to hit creeps. And MOUZ trying their absolute best to make the map a lot smaller against Azure Ray.
Yeah, Azure Ray still has a good readout. They're playing on the opposite side. They've got wards basically now acting as defensive wards to farm up top. They are under pretty good coverage to just play this game. MOUZ are hugging down bot as well, trying to pressure. They are starting to get some pushback with Bengen and that maxed out Nether Blast, which is again a strength of this lineup, just how quickly they can do low committal pushes, just like this with just one hero. So they are starting to open up that map more. It just doesn't feel like Azure is really losing out, although, FY.
In danger, FY. He's going to have some help incoming. Force will just blow him up with the onslaught, but here comes the cavalry. In fact, they won't jump in. They see too many heroes from MOUZ. It's just not worth the jump. Even Bengen now showing up as well with his team. Olnit's not even far off. He's quite nearby his team as well. Ori could be in a spot of danger if he does get caught.
They have the Orchid.
Would be able to quite reach him in time, I don't think. Oh, they do. Supreme gets him. Stampede's going to allow Ori to get away though, but Force, he does jump in. Missing out on the onslaught, however. Low's going to go right onto Bengen. They'll try after the Pugna first. Meanwhile, Buck is dropping very, very low on the Centaur. Buck is gone. So is Ori. Low is trying to run. Low should be okay, but the chase continues. He's going to infest onto Tianming. Tianming gets caught though. Tianming's down. The silence is out. Low's been caught to boot. 4 down for the side of Azure Ray. They do at least take down Narman on the way out, but it's still a horrible fight for Azure Ray and a great fight for MOUZ.
I like the disengage coming out there from Bach, the Stampede to bail out Ori. But then Low comes running back in, uses the rage. They've got BKB Pierce, but at least Pulverize. And that forces Ori back in to use the Vortex to stop that, but he wasn't in a healthy position. They take that fight without any of their magic resistance up as well. They've been farming up for 2 Eternal Shrouds. One on Bach, one on Ori. Neither one is up yet. And all of that magical damage that you're pumping out right now in MOUZ is just ripping the side of Azure Ray apart. They need to wait for some of these items. Very forced fight from Azure Ray. It did feel like they were looking for an opportunity back in, knowing that the commitment was there for the first Orchid, but it's just a little bit too much magical damage right now. Not enough sustain, not enough durability coming out on Azure Ray, and they are punished severely for it. It also feels like for Azure Ray, they play best if they can play off the back of Bach initiating along with Ori, instead of the counter initiation. They were playing from the low ground. They were playing into almost the vision control area of MOUZ. They have been hugging this area for a long time. They managed to finally make it pay off, forcing Azure Ray to take a fight they can't hope to win. And this should lead to another just steady siege. And with Bengen around, it doesn't take that much to just chip away at these tier 2 towers.
Absolutely not. MOUZ doing a fantastic job thus far in this game. One is Narman again, jumps in. Ori gets caught. Narman. I mean, Narman has just been so good this game. Now, even Force jumping in to take the sharpshooter, ensuring Narman has no chance of dying. But man, I'll tell you what, considering the start Narman had, considering the fact that he's basically been starved this game, this man has had so much impact.
It's something we see with all the Tinies. All they need is that blink and they can start to make magic happen. Narman, of course, a very prolific Tiny player, as we've seen in his time in Southeast Asia. Doing great work with, after a very slow lane, even Forest, right? Like he was bullied out for a long time. He only had like phase boots, soul ring for that much time. He has the veil up. He's very close to his own. Eternal Shroud, which again, that's something they've been waiting for here on the side of Azure Ray. Just going to be that much harder to shove Force off. 3-13, 3K lead for MOUZ. Oh, another one.
Yeah, they got another. The Tianming getting caught out again in the mid lane. Supreme able to secure that kill. With the way this game is going, I mean, MOUZ are just well and truly in complete control of this game one. You kind of ask yourself how Azure Ray come back in this one. It's just so much tempo right now from the dire end.
It's a little bit surprising they keep trying to walk into this bot jungle, right? Like, and they keep playing in this position beneath their tier 2 down bot, which has always been spotted out by Norman. Feels like they had the right idea earlier on, play across the river, farm on the other side of the map, set your wards up there as defensive wards rather than offensive wards, and just hug the area across the river up top. I think that was the safest bet for them. They lose control of that area now, especially with their tier 1 set to fall with Ulnut showing up. And the key timings for MOUZ are still to line up. The timings we're looking for from Azure Ray. Yes, they've got Radiance and low. Oh, they catch one. And they find a nice little Pugna, but it feels like this timing for Azure Ray is not going to be as terrifying, especially considering how far ahead Ulnut is. He's got his Manta, he's going straight for the BKB. There's not going to be as much threat coming out on him, and once the Luna scales up, with all of the sustain you get with your Moonglaze active, it can be a little bit hard when some lifesteal is in that equation as well.
Here come MOUZ though, John. They want revenge. Ori has no idea. Force is right nearby and they've got him. They have got him. A slight second he could have responded with, but it won't matter. He gets caught out. Ori will go down once again, this time to Narman. Game only gets harder and harder now as that bottom T2 tower just about to fall, and it seems as though MOUZ should have their way with it. I'm looking for a little bit more in that Radiant jungle, seeing if there's any stragglers left. But it does appear they really just want to secure the bottom tier 2.
Yeah, it's not going to take too long with Bengen. Again, this kind of highlights the build as well for Ori, right? He rushed for the Kaya into the Eternal Shroud. With the Orchid that you'd expect to come out from Supreme, no ults, no real defensive item. He's going back for the Kaya Sange for some stat resist. It doesn't feel like that's going to be enough. I don't think stat resist, at least last I checked, it doesn't properly resist Pulverize for whatever reason as a channeled stun. So you're still going to have that hard hold available on Force anyhow. It does feel like they need something defensive for Ori to actually play his game. We'll see if that Sange helps out with the Kai Sange, but again, MOUZ, they're eating away on this map. Free Siege coming out with Bengen. There's no one to really punish the Pugna. Like, they punch him once or twice, but they don't have that steady jump. It has to be from Bach. Bach is still farming up as well. He's been taking all of the safe farm up top instead of taking that risk down bottom mid. And it's just making it so awkward for Ori and for Low to kind of try to scale up.
Yeah, I think they're prioritizing the Lotus Orb build up here on Bach, and of course FY is, in fact it was Tianming trying to get it. So you do have Tianming with the Lotus Orb now. That's one way to get rid of that silence. There'll be another one coming out on Bach, and I think Azure Ray just kind of recognized that the itemization here is just much more important with those Lotus Orbs than anything else at the moment. At the very least, Low is still hitting creeps to boot, so you're kind of happy with the Lifestealer. Of course, Ori is kind of the one getting shafted here on the Storm. But it is what it is. Like, you've got to get these Lotus Orbs up. There's no two ways about it. They'll smoke up here on Azure Ray. They'll try to head through the Radiant jungle and see if they can find a decent fight. Problem is, though, MOUZ has also smoked up around this area. Force is going to move his way in, trying to find himself a target. Though nobody will stick around from Azure Ray. They will all retreat. Lines being drawn through to the mid lane. Here comes Ulnut. Smoke's still not broken on this Luna, but they will see Low there for a second. Avalanche is out. They will miss out, though. Low, he's going to turn right back around. Narman is the big target on the Tiny, though Narman is actually surviving throughout all of this, just being healed up by the Illuminate of Supreme. Nobody is really going down. It just makes these fights so hard, because Supreme just sets up the Illuminates in a way that you can't really avoid them. Ori dips away. TP is there. He should be all right. Narman did not have Blink available at the time to blink in an Avalanche.
It's rough going for Azure Ray. They forced the Stampede to just get out. Rage pop early as well by Low, but no real easy targets to go for. He had to go back for BKB on the Lifestealer as well, just to have that double debuff immunity, which is pretty big here, but it does mean you're kind of lacking little bit more damage on Life Stealer than you'd want. Gonna go back for the Kai Sanj as well.
Nauman again going to find himself a nice free target. Bark's going to try and jump in here though. Bark, I'm not sure about that. They don't have many teammates around yet. Ori is incoming, but they'll have to let FY go. There is no saving the Hoodwink this time. Props to FY, by the way, John. He's going straight for the Gleipnir build-up, so not messing around. Understands he does need to creep skip as much as humanly possible here in this game one. Will not mess around with any support items. But my god, I mean, it's a long way to go for Azure Ray to try and turn this game.
That it is. MOUZ is just understanding how strong they are in the earlier portions of the game, just completely shutting down the side of Azure Ray and just playing their offense a lot better. I expected maybe a little bit more, honestly, from Azure Ray down bot. Like Lo and Chanming, the Venomancer, and the Lifestealer. Chanming just giving out a couple of kills too many. Kind of maximize that lane. It still provides a way back in for MOUZ. 3k advantage for MOUZ, not the biggest in the world at 25 minutes in, but it is a lot on Olnet. This Luna is just becoming a force to be reckoned with. Has the Phylactery up, has the BKB going next for the Conda, of course, into Roshan as well. And this one's going to go very quickly. Azure Ray should have an idea that something's happening there. It's not falling that as fast as you'd expect. Let's see if the smoke lines up for anything.
Now, MOUZ are going to back their way out. They'll be patient. Bark, he's the one looking to move in. A long wrap around through the twin gate. Around the Roshan pit he goes. A lot of patience from both sides. The Plague Wards will give it a lot of vision as Bark. Oh, he may have found Supreme. They don't see him yet, but pings are coming out. Bark seems to know that the Keeper is there. They need to blow this man up. The thing is, he has a BKB up now, and Supreme, he's going to see him. The BKB is there in time. They could not blow up the Keeper. Low now, he's in a very awkward position. They'll just hold him down and just smash him with force. Oh, it was a nice idea, but they didn't see the BKB. Tianming also caught, tossed away onto FY. He's down. I love the idea from Vark, but they had no idea Supreme had the BKB ready.
It was too fragmented as well from Azure Ray, right? Like they're flanking on the right side, and Bach, along with Low, are already all the way managing to run behind that Roche pit. The scan spotted them out as well from MOUZ, that allowed them to take this more defensive position in the tree line and cut off that movement from Azure Ray. Just a difficult game for them to rotate in. Great read from MOUZ, and have themselves access to that first Roche quite nicely. 4-19, 7k lead up for MOUZ. And for the side of Azure Ray, it's just falling further and further behind. Your concern as this game goes on is just even trying to match the Luna. You're not even close to that. You're still behind Supreme in almost all of your cores. You're going to need a little bit more. Feels like we need to be able to see Ori and Bach kind of set up these fights together for Azure Ray, as it does feel like the initiation's been fragmented. It's been Bach alone, or it's been Ori being caught out alone. We need to see them work as a unit. That smoke could have been the play, but again, they were just too far apart. The scan just cut right through between them.
That it certainly did. Well, Oln's alone at the top lane. His team is trying to connect. Azure Ray not going to mess around with the Luna right now. She does have Aegis up, of course. BKB once again available for Olnth. Now, as they understand how powerful they are, they're going to try and go... Oh, Narman!
Oh.
Jumps in again. Osback is there. He found Bark with that one, though. Bark is a bit too tanky, and Narman's the one going down, though the heal is going to come in. They're trying to keep him alive, but no. Narman is down. Problem is, Ori might be going down with him. Ori still trying to survive, but he will drop. Low in the meantime, trying to save the situation, but needs to get the hell out of there. But they are going to smoke up. They'll try to reinitiate. Bengen's healing up force. They'll try to reset with all the hills coming in. FY will hold down all that. In goes Buck, trying to blow up the Luna, but the hills again. The hills are keeping everyone alive. Buck is gone. It's just too much. Life Drain plus the Illuminate. It's so much healing coming in. Olnet's still not dying. He still has the Aegis up. They won't get the T2 tower at least. I suppose the big positive here for Azure Ray, but that's about it.
It's a rough go for Azure Ray. Just feels like none of these fights are... They're not able to start any of these fights. They're only able to punish Norman, but that's still MOUZ opening up the engagement instead of Azure Ray. They're just not able to jump in, and they need to. Their counter initiation just doesn't feel as strong on the side of Azure Ray. They need to take care of all of that regen in the back, blow up Beng and try to isolate Supreme somehow, which is easier said than done. They have access onto the high ground now with a lot of time left on that Aegis. No outer towers left here for Azure Ray.
Oh, Narman. Oh, Narman. Narman's playing volleyball with the side of Azure Ray here, John. FY being caught as well. FY getting completely annihilated by Ulnit and Supreme. Bark is trying to hold back Force in the meantime. Low jumps in. Low loses half his HP and jumps right back out. Narman. Oh, he's found another. My goodness. Narman, have some mercy. Give him a break, Narman. They've had enough, sir.
I mean, he can't stop, you know. Narman, he's a machine once he starts getting going. And he does manage to get it going. Looking for the high five from Force, but that's just Force being Force. He's starting to feel himself. You know when Force starts to feel himself. When Nico starts dropping some of that, and the GG is called from Azure Ray. MOUZ is a spectacular early game performance, playing off the back of the sustain. Again, considering all of the things that happened in this game, it did feel like Ori was finding himself a better lane than you'd expect. But the side lanes went a lot worse for Azure Ray than they'd want to, especially Chanming and Low's lane. The Venomancer Lifestealer didn't really slow down Force that badly.
Yeah,
they did slow down Narman a little bit. Sure, the level spikes were a little bit slower. The Blink still came out in time because Chanming was in the firing line. Like, they had all this vision, and they would still get the gank in the Veno.
Yeah, that was my problem, right? I think that's where things went really wrong. He rotated twice. The second time, you think to yourself, oh, Supreme's going to waste his time again. Doesn't get the urn charge. But no, Tianming, for some reason, shows up, reveals his position, Force onslaughts immediately, understanding the range he has, because he's played the hero about 1 billion times now. And from that point on, you give him the urn charges, and Supreme just starts popping off and controlling the whole map. Ends up with 8-0-14 for a scoreline on the Keeper of the Light. Obviously, we can't go on without talking about Narman as well, Jonathan. My goodness, this tiny. How many setups did we have from Narman?
All of them. He did so much work right outside vision. He'd spot out anyone that would just try to push out the lanes by the tier 2s. It felt like nowhere was safe. This fight was the one that was so split up. They were all kind of wrapping around here into the right side of Roshan, whereas Bach was already right by the pit behind. And again, the scan cut them off. They were isolated completely. Really good read from MOUZ. And it just felt like Azure Ray could not play any game. Like, they couldn't initiate on their own terms. It was Narman jumping onto them first with a backup of Force, and they played with confidence on MOUZ, whereas Azure Ray just felt like they weren't ready. This also could go back to a little bit of that item build. Ori went for the Kai, which is natural for the Storm, then went straight for Eternal Shroud instead of anything that's like a harder defense, maybe a U-ult, maybe even a BKB. They were relying on like Lotus Orb plays to remove the Orchid, but that was just way too much pressure when they're all scattered apart and how these fights break out. It's just too much for them to try to work into. On top of the pressure on Ori to try to jump the backline, he can't do that independently without the Lotus protection on him, which is from his backline supports, which are way too far away.
Yeah, a very difficult game, obviously. With the draft they had, they tried their absolute best to secure enough farm on all 3 cores, but there was just too much that was required once MOUZ were online. And again, I do feel like it really does go all the way back to the mid-keeper of the Light, and of course Narman just popping off completely here on the Tiny. We'll see the scoreline here for all sides, and as you can see, I mean, when you're playing against mid-keeper, you really cannot afford to give those initial. Once he gets those, his game is started. You have to deny them all. Nevertheless, that is game 1. Azure Ray, of course, have a secondary chance to try and drag this out to a game number 3. I think maybe you've got to revisit the draft a little bit, though I don't really know what you changed. I don't think it was a bad draft. I just think it was almost a matter of just not respecting how quickly MOUZ's draft will come online if you give them a couple of conditions.
Yeah, I'd say maybe something a bit more active for Tianming. It felt like the Venomancer, we weren't getting that much value from the Vision game. It did land him First Blood, but beyond that, it just felt like a non-factor. So I want something more with more impact for Tianming. Let's see if they adjust that in the draft next time around. For Supreme does take the cake here for our MVP, the Shield of the Week. 8-0-14 on the Coddle. I mean, he had a perfect time, and that's him with his camps blocked.
Yeah,
his medium camp was blocked by the tier 1. They were doing a great job of just keeping him in check in that mid matchup. Didn't matter once he got to his charges.
It was a great performance here from all the boys on MOUZ. Of course, we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Azure Ray and MOUZ Esports. See you soon.
I'm never chasing a sound. I'm trying to chase an emotion. And it happens to be with sound. You know, when a chef cooks for you, he's trying to do it with obviously presentation and taste and all that. For me, it's really capturing an emotion with sound. And when you do it with the right equipment, then something special happens. We here at Burst, we want to be the best at everything. We have the best monitors, we have the best drum kits, the best amps, and naturally we had to have the best mics. And I remember walking around and thinking, man, I like this song. I wonder what it is, because I curate the playlist and I didn't remember putting the song on, right? And I look over and it's a band playing. I'm like, oh my God, it sounds like a record. And I go up to Steve and I'm like, man, that sounds so good. And I noticed that he was using Earthworks and I was like, oh, okay. Hearing those drums was incredible. I had never heard it in here.
There's a spiritual thing that happens when you get a whole bunch of human beings together in one room. And the artist is using that energy, and that energy helps to inspire them to keep going. One of the first things I notice about these microphones is they're solid, they're rock solid. You can tell they're just high quality when you pick them up. And so then you plug them in and you throw up the channel and it's like, oh my God. Because the articulation is so consistent across the entire frequency range, it doesn't have to be loud to be in the mix. I have so much confidence in what I'm getting is accurate and what's happening is accurate. I don't have to use any of the RAM in my head up on, oh, do I have to compensate for this or compensate for that? No, I can put that energy to creativity.
When Earthworks talk about a fast microphone, they're alluding to the capsule in the microphone moving really fast. How fast it reacts is going to determine just how accurate it is, how fast that capsule can move in response to the signal that it's presented with. So the faster the better. You know, the quality these microphones are putting out is something that, you know, needs to be heard. It's really great.
Once you use these, you just simply can't go back to anything else.
My name is Manny Mariquin.
My name is Steve McGuire.
My name is Kevin Madigan.
And I'm here to talk about Earthworks.
We've got MOUZ coming into PGL Wallachia here, and it's a golden opportunity for you guys because you didn't expect to be here, but does it feel great to be here?
Yeah, it's amazing. We got here by the fluke, but we are hoping to show that we deserve to be here.
You were also playing in the European Pro League, which you gave up your playoff spot you had there. Now, for sure, this is a bigger event, I guess more important for you guys to come to here. But do you feel like right now this is something where you have a chance to show the best level of MOUZ against top teams?
Yeah, for sure. We will try to prove that we deserve to be here. And the EPL, yeah, we were not, like, we have a philosophy of like playing everything for the practice, but we were not able to finish it, so we needed to forfeit the matches.
What is the mentality like for you guys?
I guess we kind of go with like no expectation, or the only expectation is to like show what we know, what we learn in the practice, what we learned before, like about the concepts and stuff.
Do you have any pressure, do you feel, when you come to an event like this, or does it still feel like normal, like any other event?
I mean, for me, it's like a first big LAN, so there is definitely like something new, some kind of pressure, but I'm enjoying it so far. Everything is great.
And does it change anything for you with that pressure because you're on trial? Does it feel like, okay, I really need to do well here?
I'm not really trying to think about it that much. I already like feel like part of the team, right? I have been with the boys for like almost 3 months already. We are grinding, so I don't really like think about it that way.
Okay, that's good then. So you feel at home?
Yeah.
Nice, that's positive because it's also interesting with your team. You have 3 players that play together, then 2 players on trial, right, trying to work their way in. Do you feel like you are quite together, you're meshing well?
Yeah, for sure. I think we have a good chemistry, like good vibes. It's nice.
Okay, and do you think that maybe some other teams might underestimate you here?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's possible. We are definitely going in like underdogs, right? Because we didn't even qualify. So I think for sure.
And do you think that can be a benefit to you? Do you think that's something you can use to your advantage?
Yeah, possibly.
Do you feel like so many top teams here that you guys feel like you could be like an upset team, that you can catch them off guard or play something that they maybe don't expect or play in a different way to what you would feel?
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible that I think we are definitely capable of like beating them if we are like on a good day, or if we just manage to play what we learn. I think we are definitely capable of beating like most of the teams or any team here.
And to do that, right, there's obviously, we look at teams, they have strengths and weaknesses. What do you feel like is the thing MOUZ are missing right now as a team?
Consistency, I guess.
Okay.
We are trying to work on that mostly, just to be consistent what we know.
Is there any other teams you look at or that you're told to learn from, or look at the style, anything like that?
I guess it would be Falcons, since they are winning the most, they are just the best. So you always want to learn from the best, what you can use as well.
And try and pull that into your game,
Yeah.
right? Try and do that. And for you personally, you said obviously first big event for you. Do you feel any sort of nerves?
A bit, because it's like something new. Everything is new, but I'm like looking forward to just playing the Dota.
That's what it's about, playing the Dota and hopefully enjoying the Dota and hopefully getting some wins. Well, Xtreme, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you also.
Good luck going into the tournament. Make the most of this opportunity ahead of you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for game number 2 between MOUZ and, of course, Azure Ray. And it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. If you weren't tuning into game number 1, of course, MOUZ made it look kind of easy. I'm going to be frank, Jonathan. Their draft is completely taking off after, say, the 10-15 minute mark. Azure Ray maybe need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what the hell went wrong. What are you thinking, John? What do we need to see changed up here from Azure Ray?
I'd like to get maybe a better 5 for Qianming. It felt like they couldn't really maximize the Venomancer outside of that first blood chase. Right, like the lane, it wasn't as dominant as you'd expect for low. They weren't applying as much pressure. They were playing really smart in MOUZ, to be fair. But the impact of the Venom wasn't really felt. Not in the vision game from the wards. It felt a little bit weird from Qianming as well, feeding away the kill for the first few charges of Supreme, and then it just kind of snowballed from there.
Yeah, it certainly did. That was the thing with the bottom lane as well. Like, you had Veno Lifestealer. It's a lane that can't really lose against 2 melee heroes. Of course, Narman did do very well with getting the pools off and denying them that advantage they did have with that duo, but it almost felt like it should have been stopped, right? Like, those pools shouldn't have been as easy as they looked for Narman, I would assume, against the Veno. Nevertheless, that's in the past, Jonathan. We're in the present. We can go into Game 2's draft here between Azure Ray and MOUZ, see exactly what they do intend to change up. One thing they are not changing, though, is their bans. At least for now, they do ban out the Chen and the Disruptor once again on Azure Ray. MOUZ, they do go ahead and ban out the Kunkka. And I kind of asked the question, do you ban the Tiny, do you ban the Keep?
Azure Ray's turn to ban.
I'd say you'd ban probably the Tiny. I feel like the Keeper is somewhat manageable. The Tiny, it has been really strong. Yeah, there you go. Azure Ray do ban out the Keeper instead. So you still have this option for Narman, which, again, it's probably one of Narman's best heroes along with, like, Earth Spirit, right? If you think about Narman as that 4, those are probably 2 of his best heroes. Maybe you could toss Marauder or Wind Ranger in there as well, as if I recall him playing that quite a fair bit. We shall see what they do develop here. MOUZ does have first pick overall, so they could gun for a Primal Beast opener this time around. I don't think it's too bad. Again, some flex between Supreme and Force. See what the priority is on the bans. Doesn't feel like there's anything major. Maybe the Centaur from back, or something like the Doom, which Azure Ray could go back to as well. It's been a fairly strong offlane. Worried about any of those openings. I guess Pangalier's left in the pool. They ignore it. They ban out the Slaughter instead. Take up the Primal Beast. There you go. Yeah, nice and safe. A little bit of flex between Supreme and Force. Really strong hero. Doesn't need too much farm. Works great in either lane, and I just like seeing it, especially when Force gets to play it, because I feel like it fits his personality for some reason.
Well, the question is now, do Azure Ray just take Tiny? We know how great FY does play Tiny. We saw him almost making a very epic comeback yesterday in game number 3. I think if you are Azure Ray, there's no harm in just taking Tiny right now. The hero has just proven to be very, very strong in the current meta. They'll get the Clockwork instead, though, which obviously does very well against the Primal Beast. Makes the Primal Beast's life very, very hard, up until perhaps you get the BKB up. Thing is as well, I might add, the thing I like about the way Force does play the offlane, comparatively to other teams, Force does not play greedy offlane. He makes the space creating kind of offlane happen, which is comparatively to, say, a team like Shopify, who like to play a very
Azure
greedy bunch of
Ray's
side lanes.
turn
They
to
usually
ban.
sacrifice their mid game, their mid laners game. I kind of appreciate the MOUZ. They have an offlane like Force who doesn't need farm, and he's not interested in farming too long either.
Yeah, I think that's specifically tied into his Primal Beast. I feel like when you used to watch Force on like his time in Polaris in particular,
10
he'd
seconds
play stuff like
remaining.
Doom and he would farm for like 30 minutes. You know, just some
That
context for
sounds fine.
Clea Force. But yeah, I don't know. There's something about Primal Beast that I think speaks to him as a person. For some reason, it's very much him. It's his personality. You've met Force. We've hung out with him, especially in Japan. It's kind of like him. I don't know why. I can't explain it. Also,
He's
shout out
amazing.
to Norman chewing away on the camera. I love seeing our Southeast Asian players eat on cam because certainly you got to get a bite in every single time. Heck, if any of these guys could have Pincet at the table, I'm sure they would.
Yeah, disgusting keyboards here from our SDA players for sure. Very oily keycaps, I'm sure, from Narman and Force. But the ban out of the gyrocopter, Azure Ray not wanting to see that coming out. Of course, MOUZ, they do get rid of the clinks. And Azure Ray, they'll have priority for the second pick. It should be a Tianming clockwork. We've seen Tianming
5
do some
seconds
great work
remaining.
when it comes to this position 5 clock. Do you want to just take techies, play the full information game that we saw the other day as well, right? Like Rocket Player plus the mines can be very hard to play against because you just have infinite
Dire
vision.
team pick.
Yeah, I think that works out really well for Azure. If they wanted, now they'll go into Crystal Maiden instead. So this should be an FY clockwork, which is a little bit of a treat. And Chan Ming on the Crystal Maiden. Every time you say techies with an Azure Ray game, I kind of get concerned, Mike. So I'm somewhat glad we're not getting at just yet.
10
And
seconds
save that for
remaining.
game 3 if ever Azure Ray
Yeah, I
play
suppose
the
so.
slow game.
5
So
seconds
I do
remaining.
like this support duo of Crystal Maiden Clockwork. It's highly aggressive. It can rotate onto mid if that's a priority this time around. It ties in really well to create some good area denial with the cogs and the freezing field. And it just empowers your side lanes really well. So I like this coming out from Azure Ray. I think it works out quite nicely. It's pretty tough for Primal Beast up against both. Like the Frostbite is not going to be fun for Force. The Battery Assault Cogs is not fun for Force on the Primal Beast. So you have some really good ways of stopping that momentum from the Primal Beast just opening up these fights. Curious to see what MOUZ builds off the back of this. Like they did ban out the Bach Timbersaw. They took care of the Slaughter as well for potential mid lane matchups. Straight into the Shadow Demon along with the pickup of the Witch Doctor. So we do get that bangin' special. And they did win that one match up against Aurora with the Witch Doctor. And I'm still a big Witch Doctor fan. You know, it got nerfed pretty hard with like no 100% evasion pierce anymore. Its damage got dropped into that ward. But this hero is a pain in the ass in lane. Like there's no two ways about it. This hero is a complete nuisance in lane. Just a blood grenade and maledict and you're going to lose half your HP already. Forced to get regen. It's fun to harass out like that.
That's one way to put it, John. Azure Ray, some cores to be picked up. I kind of wonder, do they want to go for something like the low life stealer again? Right? As bad as it kind of looked last game, it's a good lane with the Crystal Maiden. Definitely a very strong lane if Azure Ray wanted to go back for that. It is against the Primal Beast once again, so it does seem like an advantageous matchup for Azure Ray to go for if they so wish. We'll have to wait and see. Azure Ray, they'll have a bit of a think about it. Oh!
Ooh.
Enigma is going to be picked up here for Azure Ray, and that should be Bach in the offlane.
I like that. There's no easy answer for MOUZ to kind of block off a BKB rush for Bach down the line. So there's a lot you can just get done here. It's not like you can pulverize the Enigma while the Black Hole's running. You have to find a very specific angle. You kind of need more cast range, which is not something Primal Beast tends to find, to kind of get that consistently to pierce through spell immunity. So Bach does have the option to just go like Blink BKB instead of the usual Aura build-up. You could still go for the Aura build-up. I don't think it hurts too much. Some regen up against the Witch Doctor, some magic protection with a pipe perhaps down the line up against the Shadow Demon and Primal Beast also helps. So you have a lot of ways to kind of decide what to do here for Bach. Wondering what they tie in though. Like we've got her off lane. They could gun for the safe lane pick is probably the safest. Save Ori for last. I still like that idea of Light Stealer. You've got the vehicle and Clockwork. We'll go with the Zeus instead. So they've got the Zeus mid for Ori, and we've seen the typical build up. Normally, what Manta, Shard, Phylactery, Conda sort of build up nowadays on Zeus. Although it is still flexible enough, you could go for a Kai Sanj instead. Focus on your magical nuking. Maybe get the Ags. I like this tie-in for Azure Ray. There's some pseudo-global presence, right? With Thunder God's Rat and the range you have with Hookshot, you just need maybe a follow-through on your safe lane, perhaps, but you can get some easy ganks going onto the Shadow Demon and Witch Doctor. So it does align for a lot more pressure from Azure Ray. MOUZ, though, do get to pick up the Bristle back, and that should be our Ulnet safe lane Bristle now. If not Force offlane, but it does, I believe every time MOUZ has picked this up, it has been on Ulnet. And he has played it recently, within the last week, I believe, in a different tournament. And this Bristle, the Bristleback Witch Doctor lane, that is hell on Earth. That is not fun.
It's a very good Bristle game as well. Like, you've got no counters towards it. It's going to be a tough one, I think, to try and control this Bristle back up. And of course, MOUZ are looking to play a very quick game again by the looks of it. Naturally, you do have the stacking from the Shadow Demon as well, which the Bristleback is going to really enjoy taking. Azure Ray, I'm kind of looking for a few answers for him here, John. I just do not see how they're going to control this Bristleback up until, say, a Spirit Vessel comes out from either Bark or FY. I think it has to be Bark this game to pick it up quickly.
5 seconds
And even then,
remaining.
it's still going to be a very challenging lane for him if this is indeed a Position 1 Bristleback. We shall see what Azure Ray do about it, but now you kind of ask the question, what Position 1 do you look for? Because now Lifestealer has been banned by MOUZ. You do not have that option.
Yeah, you don't have the option for the Razor as well to just kind of make use of Bristleback wanting to run in. You know, they ban out the Viper themselves on Azure Ray, which felt like maybe an easy break, but honestly, Viper versus Bristleback, it doesn't feel like the best solution overall, I want to say. It does feel a little bit lackluster as the game drags
10
on, perhaps.
seconds remaining.
What do you have left for Azure Ray? What do you have left for low? Doesn't feel like you have too many left.
I think you have options like Drow if you want. I think you could, although it has not been popular at all, you have options like Ursa, which I think works pretty well with the CM in lane, but again, Ursa has not been picked up at all. Apart from that, I'm kind of...
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it could be a pretty tough pick for low here, I think.
They could still go for something like Luna, but Luna into Shadow Demon can feel pretty awkward just giving some Luna
You
Lucian.
have the time. Just don't have time to farm. It's kind of the issue though, right? Like, no matter what you pick, I don't think you have time to farm.
No.
It's kind of why I went for the Ursa. The Ursa kind of recommendation. But again, the hero has been somewhat dead.
Yeah, maybe something like Troll. We've seen a little bit of Troll or Jug. They can play moderately fast with the right item build. Something like Maelstrom in either one. You could go with Diffusal as well. It can kind of play quick, but it just doesn't imbue me with confidence. Both of them can also go Silver Edge if they really need to break Ulnet here. I know there's no easy answer to cover the bases for Azure Ray again. Although, again, looking at their lanes, like Enigma Clockwork is a pretty decent lane. Crystal Maiden +1 is always kind of good. I do worry more for the Enigma lane for Bach. I think Enigma, even though it's Enigma Clockwork, into a Bristleback, it does feel like the Eidolons are going to be free food. They ban out the Alk on MOUZ's end, preventing, again, a little bit of a higher tempo safe lane. They've got a lot of room for this pickup now for Supreme. I mean, they know it's going to be a Zeus. They should just give Force the Primal Beast at this point. Again, they could try to
10
flex.
seconds remaining.
You've also got Weaver. If you wanted to go down the
5
Weaver route, it
seconds
could be...
remaining.
Again, I'm kind of reaching for straws here.
Azure
Grasping for
Ray's
straws
turn
rather.
to pick Templar
Now, they're going to go for a TA
Ooh.
pickup. So this draft is very, very quick. This is going to be a real problem once you hit the mid-game. I do not know if Azure Ray have the control they require. They will go for a Void pickup, so they are going to just go straight for the Faceless Void, try to make that work. I mean, this draft from MOUZ, it does look very intimidating. Like, once you get past that laning stage into the 15-20 minute mark, they are just going to be running at you. Especially if you allow the stacks to be taken that should be set up here from our Shadow Demon of Naaman. It could be pretty problematic.
Yeah, it feels like Azure Ray's hope is dragging it into late game. Black Hole plus Chrono.
Yeah.
The ultimate teamfight control. You've got scaling damage with your Zeus. But riding out the 15 to 20 minute mark that you mentioned, it feels like it's going to be rather challenging. I don't see Bach connecting that often with like Ori or Low. Low as well. It feels almost like they have to play around these early cooldowns. Like the initial cooldown of Black Hole, find an early kill once you hit 6.
seconds
Use
remaining.
Chrono on even just the supports, build off of that, and rinse and repeat every time it's available. But the tempo from MOUZ, there's no waiting.
Yeah.
You don't even need to wait for Death Ward. It's not even necessary from Bengen here. Just have Force connect with Ulnet or Force connect with Supreme and you're happy. And they're going to be ready really early. Like the timings for TA, lane into Zeus is not the worst thing in the world. You can kind of try to bully with Meld, just play with Refraction, hold the lane, farm up. You have your camps on Dire's side that I don't expect Azure Ray to prioritize blocking early on. Now, there are the stacks that you mentioned from Narman. Like, once you have a couple of initial items on Supreme and Ulnet, they should just connect. It's such great synergy for TA and Bristleback with a minus armor game. All of these heroes can just melt if they're caught off guard.
It's going to be a very interesting game too. Again, Azure Ray kind of backs against the wall here. Definitely want to try and force us to a game 3. We are in a Swiss format. You really cannot afford to take too many losses if you want to give yourself a chance at that top 8 to get through to the playoffs. We shall see how Azure Ray does it. I mean, you and I, we're both sitting here with little faith for their draft, which, quite frankly, probably is a good thing for Azure Ray. Let's be honest, Jonathan. It's probably good news for them if we're doubting their draft.
Yeah, and again, if they do drag this on to a, say, 40 to 60 minute
late game, they win.
Yeah, they should win. I can't say with confidence anymore that anyone will win. I think we've had a lot of curses that way, but they should win. If it does drag on that long, we'll see. A lot of teamfight potential again, and I'm very curious what Bach does decide to do with his offlane Enigma. And we've seen some Enigma players go back to like Blink BKB. We've seen them go back for Arcane Boots Mech, into Guardian Greaves, going for the old Aura build. I think either one works quite nicely. There's also an argument for maybe something like a Shivas if your team really needs it. The build-up is comfy enough for Bach as well, or the Dominator that we've seen a couple times before in some earlier qualifiers this year. All of that still stands. But it's really just the 15 to 20 minute mark really is the concern here for Azure Ray. I don't expect MOUZ to slow down at all in comparison to game 1 here.
Absolutely not, as Low and Supreme try to give high fives to each other, but Bengen does intervene and gets a few right clicks in. Very rude of Bengen. Hopefully the Void won't mind too much. He'll just passively heal up as they are actually going to go for a 5-man smoke. The level 1 timing of Azure Ray definitely seems a little bit, perhaps a little bit more potent here with the clockwork. And the CM, of course, they'll rotate through the mid-river up towards the Dire jungle. MOUZ are being very careful. They'll just hang by their tier 1 tower at the moment in the mid lane. And you would love to get off to a nice start by getting a first blood here as Azure Ray. They will hang around on the high ground of that Dire jungle, hoping somebody does come back with the bounty. Ulnet, he's thinking about it, but he knows something's wrong, or maybe he doesn't. He'll run right into them. Bengen's going to try and be there to help out, but Ulnet is dropping a little bit too fast and will go down as even Bengen has to start with Voodoo Restoration now. It is what it is. First blood will go the way of Ori. A perfect start for Azure Ray.
That's exactly what they need to do. Try to bully out in these first few levels. They're level 1. It's a lot more impressive. And it does take some time for the Bristleback to ramp up in lane as well. So Ulnet's going to have to wait a little bit longer to really get rolling there on the Bristle. Taking a look at that mid matchup just a little bit here. Supreme up against Ori on the TA versus Zeus. Yeah, first level or 2 is not going to feel too great for Supreme. By level 3, would say level 2 Refraction. Should hold steady, should be able to just farm up with no issues. Ori going to have to cop a couple of Side Blade strikes as well, which does not feel great for the Zeus. Not the most durable hero on the mid lane. Supreme shouldn't be having as rough of a time. And should be able to line up those melt strikes quite nicely on a ranged hero. And be able to manage that quite well, as we're seeing initially already. The side lanes this time around for the side of Azure Ray. I mean, Low should have a better time in just farming. The offensive capability of Faceless Void plus CM, not as great. And there's like time dilation early value that you can try to apply, but it does feel like Force and Narman should have themselves a better time now on bot. Again, we talked about Force not having the best starts last time. On a decent start, that timer we're looking for from MOUZ just gets up there that much quicker.
That it absolutely does. There is no doubt that that Force and Narman should have a much better laning stage than they did last game around. At least an easier laning stage. Of course, the other side lane, top lane, you've got Falcon FY against Bengen and Ulnet. This is another lane that does feel like it should go pretty smoothly for the side of MOUZ. So FY can make it a little bit hard here on the clockwork, but ultimately I think when you're up against the Bristleback, chances are you are going to be fine.
Yeah, it's just going to be a little bit more annoying for Bach. It's not going to be as easy for him to play with his Eidolons for sure. But you have some good aggression. If you can isolate out with a Malefice into just the Cogs Battery Assault, it's not going to take too long to melt someone like Bengen down. Even Ulnet, pre-level 3, level 4, Bristleback is somewhat manageable here. So FY.
FY will move in. We'll try to abuse Ulnet early on. Eidolons will be there. Ulnet, he does have the Voodoo Restoration from Bengen. In fact, no, FY is the one in danger. Blood Grenade does land, but they will not have the follow-up damage, I do not believe, to kill off FY. So he will be just fine. already a lot of action at the top lane. You can see both sides trying to establish dominance at this top lane, but it does seem like ultimately Olnit is going to have the better time.
And he is. Again, hard to leverage. The Eidolons just farm up here for Bach and FY. Whenever he does make that play, as long as Olnit gets some flash mana out, it's always a risk of just getting turned around with a Quill Spray. Bangin also holding onto a Mango to force feed onto Olnit. Did force feed one earlier on. They've got the Lotus control as well. You're feeling pretty happy here on the Bristle. Overall, though, all the lanes for Azure Ray looking pretty sharp. At the released Ori's, but everything else for the side of MOUZ is still going strong. Like Supreme down mid, matching Ori, Olnit having a better time, way better time than Low in comparison at bot. And that's, again, kind of to be expected in this kind of draft. Like the laning phase does feel a lot stronger for MOUZ. They are doing a great job of just maximizing, getting that start they'd want on all of their heroes. My main concern is just how much Supreme can get. Right, like level 4 TA now, 2 Refraction, 2 Side Blades. Not going to be under any kill threat from Ori. Rune control is massively important for Azure here as well.
A lot of damage coming out FY. He found a very nice cogs. Problem is now they're trying to turn on FY, and Olnit is getting healed up. FY! Oh, he's trying to play on the edge, but he will go down. The stick charges will make it impossible to finish Olnit off. Banging with that level 2 Voodoo Restoration, making it very hard to actually get the damage off.
Again, it's that risk, right? You isolate Olnit. There's a lot of sustain coming out. I do like that Bengen's just going for a 1-2 build. No Maldic, not necessary when you're with a Bristle back in lane. All you have to do is survive and pump out those good Quill Sprays out. And again, you're having a great time. They are starting to apply a little bit of pressure onto Force, but...
Bottom lane, Jianming gonna find himself in danger. Couple Shadow Poison stacks, but not quite enough. Now Force the one in danger. Low will turn. Force, heal up just a little bit. One more hit, the uproar. Oh, Low, he's got it. Like Narman now. Needs to run. The chase is on. Low should have him. Frostbite will be there. Narman trying to juke out as best as humanly possible. Actually takes down Tianming on the way out. But a double kill for Low is certainly going to feel very well worth it for Azure Ray.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see for Azure Ray. Getting some punishment out onto Forest. That time dilation when the full commitment is out from Forest. Just so painful for the Primal Beast as well. Can't really chase down with Trample. Can't try to bail out. He's very reliant on trying to spam his spells in like moderate duration fights. Not as easy to find out up against the Face's Void. Still, that does give some room out for the much more important lanes to just do what they want. Like Supreme's not under pressure. They're tied into keeping out Crystal Maiden bot. He's able to clear out his camps. He's able to get some rune control, underwater runes. They can start to contest as well. For the power runes initially, Narman's kind of close by in the area. And
Ori. Well, Narman, Frostbite should be there. Ori will happily take a kill for himself. Tianming will take it for him. Ori could have taken that with the Thunder God's Wrath, but decides better on.
yeah, a little bit overkill. Again, Norman trying to scout out to set up for these 6-minute runes. Does get punished. Supreme left alone to try to contest. Is he going to get lucky? Oh, he does. Gets the regen rune, denied away from Ori, which he would have loved to keep playing that lane. And I feel like despite the losses you're taking with some of these support trades, with maybe the bot lane, you know, kind of repeating from game one, your wins from top and mid are that much bigger. Right? This TA going to have a good timing into Dragonlance or Blink Rush, if that's the way Supreme wants to play. You've got free space for Olnit to work onto a very fast Ags with no real answers early on. You do have bot going back for the Spirit Vessel, so you do have some ways of slowing down some of that regen early on at the very least, but it does feel like you're still in a good position here for MOUZ, although it's not as bad for Azure as you'd expect.
Absolutely not. Azure Ray doing a pretty splendid job so far throughout this laning stage. Cannot complain whatsoever.
FY?
Now FY does get caught. We'll go down to Olnit. So a very nice pick off here for the position 1 Bristleback. They might do well in lanes, but the issue is going to be, again, the mid-game time. Like, once Olnit and their TA are ready to go, that's when you're really going to be tested as Azure Ray as to whether you can hold these guys back. Mind you, with all these big spells that you do have in the Black Hole and the Chrono, you know, one good Black Hole, one good Chrono could put a complete stop to the tempo that MOUZ will be trying to set through the mid-game. But that is if you land those spells.
Yeah, it's a pretty big if. And mind you, you do have decent setup to try to get multiple heroes in. You can kind of start off with your CM with a Frostbite first, or go for the hookshot from FY down the line. There are ways to kind of line that up for low. And again, you have some good damage to throw into either controlled spells. Got the Zeus with a lot to pump out. Even a Crystal Maiden. Freezing Field's going to make a big difference, whether or not it's available in some of these fights. Force isolated a bit here.
Certainly he is. Tries to go for the onslaught, but immediately it is cancelled off by the frostbite. You pop the uproar, but you've got the chrono from low. He is not messing around. He just wants to kill. And Tianming will take it. That's all right.
And a kill, it's a kill. You're happy enough to get something off the chrono, even though it does go to a support. That does give room as well for Ori to just grab up his haste rune. Wrong spot there for Supreme, so the Zeus can get some play in. Does spot out the stacks being built up by Narman. They could contest a little bit here. Not much the lone Shadow Demon can really do to hold us off, but not going to hard commit either. That's going to force Supreme to just get clearing earlier than he'd probably like to, along with Force here. But at least the gold doesn't bleed out. So you have some catch-up form coming out for the two cores. You still have this free space for Ulnit. Bach, despite having free space of his own, and already having that Urn up. Again, saving for the Spirit Vessel. No charges yet on the Urn either. And they can't really try to hope to kill a Bristleback. It's just such a massive challenge. You've got level 5 up for Bengen and Swal. 1-2-1, pocketing that next skill point. Whether or not he needs to heal or can go for Maldic or the stun. Into the level 6, it is a pretty scary timing. Like, MOUZ are still lined up for that really big spike. But, you know, Azure Ray are doing a good job of just holding on. Phylactery not too far off for Ori. You've got the Maelstrom coming out for low.
They might have been quiet there for a second, but Colin thinks better of it. Who's going to show up top lane? It seems like they want to try. FY's messing around here with Bengen and Ultimate. They'll land a stun. FY's still being chased down, but Ori is right behind them. They'll go for the Witch Doctor first, I think. FY dropping lower, but he comes back with the Black Hole available. They'll take down Bengen, but Ori, he's been left behind. Oh no. And Buck saw it too. Buck's like, no, I don't want any of this. This is not the fight.
That was a really awkward force there. They were just basically fighting over an Obs Ward in the deny. And Bengen still finds that denied, by the way. So it does deny the gold away. They get the freebie kill. They were both hesitating to kind of go for that ward. And the punishment is good. MOUZ going to be very happy with picking up that kill. With Ulnit kind of grabbing at least one of them as well. Again, this Ag's timing on the Bristle is going to be sickeningly fast. Even just into the Voodoo Mask, it's going to be so hard to try to find a way to stop that. At least Spirit Vessel is done on Bach, so you have some ways to mitigate that. They are starting to group up down bot onto Force.
Find him, Tianming. Sets up with the frostbite. Low does have chrono up if he wants to commit, and I think you may have to. They'll pulverize up the void. Low get the chrono. He's gonna find two with that one, finding Narman on the tail end though. Here comes Supreme to try and help out, and they're gonna aim down Ori on the Zeus. They want the big target immediately. Meanwhile, Low, has he been left behind? Bengen, they'll chase down Ori. They take him down now onto Tianming. They'll find another. Low at least gets his way out, but it's costing too much. They keep losing Ori on the Zeus. I don't think it's worth.
No, it's not worth. Again, you get something going with a chrono, but you're sacrificing a little bit too much. You are giving space to Bach. He is getting room to get his blink going. Maybe at that point you can truly go for the 5-man and start to give a little bit more spacing out for Ori. But they're not done. I mean, Ultimate does not care. He knows chrono's down now as well, so he is free to do what he wants. Your one tower set to fall down bot. You're at a good point now for Supreme. Off this tower is going to have the blink money. But the TA can start to get super active now with the Dragonlance up and the blink. And once that Deso is up, Roche is going to be a big threat. Heck, even before the Deso is up, it does feel like you could gun for it if you want to run in with Ulnit. It's a couple of stacks of Nasal Goo and a couple of Melds. Roche will still fall fast. Not time to respond to this shove up top as well. They're not able to fully commit on the side of Azure Ray. It does feel like you are getting a lot for Bach, but you kind of want to see presence from this Enigma soon. Again, waiting for the blink isn't too bad, but even just using the Spirit Vessel will make a world of difference.
They'll try Bengen down at bottom lane, though. Bengen's healing up quite fast with that Voodoo Restoration, just proving to be an absolute menace here on the Witch Doctor. They'll finally get him. Bash, thank you very much. Low will take the kill. Mind you as well, earlier on, we did actually see the Courier of Ulnit being lost. That was his Agged components being lost in that Courier, but he didn't have the point booster anyway, so Courier's back up in 40 seconds. He'll have the point booster by then. And then you've got a big problem because the Aghanim Scepter's now going to be available on the Bristleback. And, well, John, that Ag's really... I really hate playing against this Aghanim Bristleback.
I like it. It's such a funny little Ags. I mean, I have a friend that just loves spamming it, and it's hilarious. It's also funny because when you force staff, it just acts a little bit weird. It's a funny little thing because of the direction he faces, so there's some fun things you can do, but it's not going to be fun for Azure Ray. Again, at the least, they've got the Spirit Vessel, but we haven't seen that impact just yet from Bach. And not until the Blink, maybe even just the Blink BKB to really feel confident in coming in. All the space in the world for MOUZ to hit the spike. They've got the Blink on Supreme.
Force. Catches low. Not much else to it. Force is just being a bit of a menace here. Just wants to establish dominance.
Yes, Force does.
Make cost. FY's around. Hookshot is available. He is within range to land if he does want to try, and it's right on the mark. Very nice from FY. Low has Chrono, but we've seen this before. Right by the T1 bottom tower. He will not commit. Force is still a little bit too tanky, especially when Bengen's around with the Voodoo Restoration. I think Azure Ray obviously just want to continue playing the slow game. No rush here. They just want to drag this out as long as humanly possible. But now with the Ags up on Olnet, I think this might be around the time that MOUZ want to go.
Yeah, they should be set to make things happen. Again, that lines up with Supreme having this Blink. He is going for the Shard first. And once he does have that short 15-minute mark, the silence should, again, really simplify how these fights break out here for the side of MOUZ. Still Azure Ray looking for something off the back of the smoke that's still running. They still have that Chrono ready on low. If they catch both Force and Bengen in the Chrono, this could be an easy time.
Or he's got an Arcane Rune bottled up as well, so it could be a very strong fight if they do get that big Chrono. Or he could dish out just so much damage with that Arcane Rune. Force is there, misses. Actually, Force does not get stunned. Low, he'll go for a Chrono. They're still going to try for the
healing's there.
Coming, do they have the damage? Force, he is down, but Low, how does he get out now?
Oh my God.
He's been perma-stunned there for a moment. He'll still run. The Time Walk was there, but Low just cannot get away. Oh, he's going to try. Time Walk again, TP out. Do they have a stun? They do not. Low is all right. Completely calculated. No sweating here from Low.
That was a close call. They get the big kill they'd want off the back of that Chrono. And Low's just more than happy to use Chrono back off. Force a huge response out from MOUZ. That's time where they're not farming. They're not able to get any trade back, so they're not able to keep that build-up they'd want. I'm a little bit surprised that it did still end up catching Bengen in back. I feel like the Witch Doctor, again, is just outside of that Chrono. Manages to pop the cask. Very different story. Just missing out a couple of ticks of damage. But again, that's an opening Azure Ray definitely needed to find. And that does keep them in the game. Equalizing 1k net worth lead for MOUZ. Doesn't amount to too much. Supreme still in the lead. But Force is the sacrificial lamb now in terms of net worth. Right at the bottom. Again, the Primal Beast doesn't need much. He is the one getting all the pressure. It's not the Bristle or the TA, which are the bigger targets for Azure Ray to run for. They're just not able to spot them out.
Ori, he's not going to be able to TP in time. Disruption was there from Narman. Ori's in the middle of nowhere right now. No Heavenly Jump available. He is down. Another massive kickoff here for MOUZ. They immediately TP up towards the top lane, trying to chase down Bark. They'll get the sticky, rather the Vicious Nasal Goo onto Bark. Bark being slowed up completely, but they miss all of the quills. Still, they continue the chase. Keep in mind, Black Hole and Blink is up on Bark if he has the chance. They'll go for the fight. FY, that's a very nice cogs, but where's the follow-up to it? I don't see it yet, FY. He's going to go down low, trying to move in. So is Bark, but Bark gets caught. Bark gets caught. Bark is down. Oh, they were so grouped up too, but they just didn't have the numbers. There was just no point to Black Hole.
Oh, Azure Ray just streamed in. One by one, MOUZ was there on Force. And the response from Azure Ray just a little bit too slow. Fragmented coming in there. Couldn't find a good target to hookshot there for FY. With Olnet taking that forward point on the Bristle, knowing that that's not the target to isolate. And they fully commit with a freezing field very early on, thinking that Bach could get the blink angle. It's just such an awkward angle. MOUZ, off the back of that exchange now, 5k up, 90-11. You're reaching that point where this Bristle is just going to be so hard to contain. I mean, with the Ags it already is, but with a Bloodstone on top, I don't think the Spirit Vessel is going to be enough, especially once he gets the BKB on top.
Chrono has been committed. They have got Force in that Chrono. Force trying to find a way out of this one, but cannot. He is gone. Still, they continue the fight. Olna taking down Ori very easily as now they find Bark on the Enigma. And Bark, he is not being left alone. He will go down to the Meld Strike off Supreme. Tianming not looking too safe either. Will be chased here by Narman. Eventually should just be dead. He'll continue to run, continue to buy a bit of space, but Narman will be able to secure the kill. And this is the second team fight. We've seen the exact same thing. Just Bark is not able to stay out of vision. Someone's always finding this Enigma. They are not allowing the counterplay here from the Enigma whatsoever. And I don't know what you do about it. I mean, maybe Bark just has to buy smoke for himself and just stay a mile away.
Feels like that has to be the play. FY, going to be fed to Allnet. Will hookshot away at least. But you can see just the threat of the Bristleback really coming into play now. You just don't have any breathing room when this guy is online with Yags. It's a bit of a nightmarish experience. They are still clumped around mid, but Supreme is more than willing to jump in.
Supreme. And he does have the illusion rune, so we'll be able to just take off the Spirit Vessel and we'll be okay to back off. As now Force. Force has the full pipe of Inside Up. He's feeling very tanky with his team. Making life very hard for Ori, of course. Mo will get spotted by Force. Force will force him away from the large camp, and that'll be about it. And I think Force in this Primal Beast, it's a real problem. Like, he's always in a very face-forward position, always finding the Enigma every single team fight. Just so tanky as well with the pipe up. FY, in the meantime, top lane now being chased down by Allnet. Allnet has slowed him up quite a lot here in FY. I do not believe can survive that damage output. That is insane.
You gotta love that Bristleback gameplay. All the buttons in the world.
Oh, Bark.
Oh no. Oh god.
He feed into the...
Yeah. Nah.
Allnet lets him know about it. You know, it's one thing to make a mistake, but Allnet will rub salt into the wound.
Oh yeah, he's feeling himself. I mean, I don't know if he should be feeling himself that hard when you're playing Bristleback, but you know what? Let the guy have it. He's having fun. And yeah, he's definitely... Anyone that willingly plays Bristleback safe lane is... Bristleback in general and goes for this build, you're kind of deranged. Because it is a very deranged... It's so easy. I mean, not that it's easy, but you know, it's very simple. Very simple gameplay, but it's so hard to beat down. Needs some coordination, and it's just tough right now for Azure Ray to find that coordination.
Yeah.
Bach is working himself towards the Ags, so you will have that pull and the equivalent percent-based HP damage, which is always nice. It's just that it's a million miles away for you to find that full Ags. I'm surprised he's not going for BKB. I feel like that would help with the confidence in coming in. That will only force to try to pierce through with a Pulverize. MOUZ going for a smoke play.
Find a goof back on Tianming. Tianming trying to get his way out. Will be fine. They do not have the TP cancel. I think going back to the item build of Buck, I think he just realizes he literally needs to make that game-saving play, right? Like with the Aghanim Scepter Black Hole, it can change everything. Oh, Ori! He would have felt the wind on the backside there as he got out. My goodness, that was a bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, instantly TP's out as well once he's across that gate. They will give out Roshan, and this is a key time. You've got the amp damage room for Supreme bottled up. You've got all the minus armor in the world with the meld and the goo. This is not going to take long from MOUZ. Azure Ray theoretically could fight there. They just aren't in that position. Scan will give it away, and it's just too fast. That is going to be a nice Aegis for Supreme. Play with confidence now to look for bigger fights. Grouping up for top.
Certainly are. They say Bark again. Bark, how do you get out of this one? Oh, the rock throw!
Oh my god!
Nobody ever expects the rock throw. They say don't throw stones at glass houses, but I'll tell you, Force could not give a crap.
Yeah, I remember when Primal Beast first got his Shard Ags, and it was actually Force we were watching while he was on Polaris, and he loved that rock throw. He kept landing all those rock throws, and well, he lands them again right when it's needed, going straight for the blink. Next on our Primal Beast, just have that straightforward initiation, not like they're lacking it right now in MOUZ. The side of Azure Ray, we need to see this big team fight come out. No, it's been good pickoffs for the Chrono. We haven't seen a black hole from Bach. at all.
No.
And it's just been such a tough time to find that angle. But again, like you were talking about the benefits of the Ags, like that pull and the HP burn is great, but it feels like if you can't even get the black hole, I don't know if the Ags helps. He does switch for the BKB. So at the least he can pop BKB, get 1 or 2 man black hole, play off the back of that. That's where things can start to get interesting for Azure Ray, especially in the high ground. In a very confined area, MOUZ could struggle to find an angle in.
The OK Ori will run the right way to avoid the trap. I don't think it's bugged. Oh, hold on a minute, Supreme. Look at a blow up Tianming. Oh, he's got it too. Nothing you can do about that. Tianming getting the TA treatment. Meanwhile, Force rushing right in, trying to find Bach. Does get the pulverize. Ori trying to help, but can do nothing but watch. Watch his teammate die. As Ulnet now looking to dive tier 3 towers. We'll think better of it, but I'll tell you, John, I like the chemistry on this team. And MOUZ, this is an interesting roster. I think it was Immortal Faith who fielded this. It feels like an Immortal Faith kind of roster. I like it.
Yeah, it's certainly working out well now. Again, they had a little bit of a rocky time in some of their online tournaments, a rocky time in the qualifiers, but day 2 here in Wallachia, 1 series down, they are showing up. And that's the kind of rally we need to see coming out from them. I love that move from Force. You know, he jumps in, he gets the gem on top of that as well to compensate. Gets the prize he's really looking for. Chrono ready for low.
Gotta do something. Bug's coming up in a moment. They've got a Chrono right now, I think, but low has no chance. Oh boy. Now with him down for 45, I mean, you could try to back off at 20. I mean, look at Ori. He just does no damage.
No.
That's with the phylactery up. It's just with the pipe available, with the cloak on Ulnet, he's taking nothing.
No. There's no output. They're relying way too much on this magical output. There's no physical at all on low just yet. Doesn't even have like the 20 talent to boost his DPS in the Chrono. Rax will just get taken. They can't go Megas with a tier 2 standing bot at the least. You might as well have to come back for that later. Maybe the smoke pays off.
Feels like they can go tier 4 towers if they really want to. The way this game's gone. Luckily for them, Low is coming back here on Azure Ray, so the fight that they need to see needs to happen right now, I think, because MOUZ are not backing off. FY is looking to set up. This is the kind of thing, right? You need someone to set the distraction, and it does feel like it has to be FY to make the jump in and find a way to group them up in those cogs and set up the fight that way. We'll see if they can make it work. Ulnet, he's still healing up through all of this. But with the Voodoo Restoration, he's just not dying. And Force,
not again.
He's jumped in with the pulver. Oh, I can't even finish the sentence. I really can't. Low is gone again. Oh, what do you do, John? What are you meant to do here? Oh, it's literally just teasing.
No, they call it.
Get him out of here. This is a masterclass on how to play a draft like this, I think, from MOUZ.
Yeah, they have a good read on what they want to do. They open up for that Primal Beast this time. They get very strong lanes coming out. Like, just the support duo pickup of Shadow Demon Witch Doctor, I think, was already really impressive. Then they have the synergy with TA Bristleback. They have this really good tempo to play around. Whereas for Azure Ray, again, we've seen this from them time and time again. Their drafts tend to be balanced for a longer game. They go for Enigma. They go for Faces Void. They go for the scaling, this big team fight. It doesn't even get to come out. Like, we did see them try to set up. Props to FY and Chanming. I think they were trying to play as a unit together into their, like, Cogs battery assault with freezing field. And it was effective early on, but we just didn't see that impact from Bach. Again, it's not Bach's fault. It was a hard game for the Enigma.
Yeah.
The positioning, the game reads from MOUZ were insane.
You can see it here. This is the one type fight where I think they could have turned it, but Force made it impossible. Look at this. Bach has a moment where he can jump back in. He thinks about it, and Force, he is actually going to just jump the Enigma, I believe, if I remember correctly, and there you go. He had a moment to go for that black hole. He may have waited half a second too long. Force makes it impossible.
And it's such a difficult time. They needed so much more in Azure Ray. The mid matchup, I think, for Ori was also, again, rough. PA handles that matchup quite nicely once Refraction's up. And you saw that level 4 spike 202. And you can't really do much on the Zeus. There wasn't any pressure coming onto mid as well. They couldn't leave their side lanes with how well MOUZ were playing. There's just no opportunity for Bach to play with Black Hole. Normally, it tends to be that we see like Faces Void's not willing to chrono, but Low was very willing to find those pickoffs. It was too staggered coming out from Azure Ray. Some of those moments, they come in one by one, streaming into MOUZ when they're on the aggressive. and they're just not able to initiate the way they'd want to. They're not able to use that chrono, use the black hole in a meaningful way. And again, for MOUZ, they had no cooldowns to wait for at all. They just could keep going and going and going, and there was just no answer from Azure Ray. All of their cores were just a little bit too slow. They could have played maybe a little bit more with Ori, again, with that burst damage that the Zeus does have on hand, but the opportunity just never presents itself. A fantastic performance out from MOUZ. Their map movement, their understanding of their power spikes, just perfection in this game and in this series in general.
It's a very strong performance here from MOUZ in this series. A very quick 2-0 from their end of things. And you can see the scoreline. Really, nobody really suffering, apart from Force, who went 0-5 and 8. But this is what we keep saying. Force doesn't need a good KDA. Force doesn't need farm. Force just wants to see the world burn. Right? He just wants absolute chaos in games, and that's exactly what he did. Again, props to MOUZ. I like this roster, Jonathan. You know, good chemistry. I had my doubts at first. I thought maybe there'd be a couple communication issues, but maybe a bit of difference in gameplay or the way they want to draft, but apparently not. Apparently they are well and truly playing as a unit, and I like what I'm seeing. I think this team's got a bright future ahead.
That they do. Again, it's been a little bit of a struggle for them in other tournaments outside, but I think all of that time spent cooking has managed to stitch this team together. We do have Bengen as our MVP. I love that. The Witch Doctor gets the trophy. He was clutch. I loved his skill build, prioritizing the heal. Just gave Olnet that little extra room to find those wins in the laning phase, and it made all the difference in the world there.
It certainly did. I felt quite bad for FY. He was just trying so hard to make the plays happen, but every single time, it's just this voodoo restoration makes it impossible to actually kill anyone. And well, shout out to Bengen. I mean, obviously a fantastic performance from the position 5 of MOUZ. And well, with that, MOUZ, they do end up getting a 2-0, which means they probably will be relatively safe and give themselves a decent opportunity getting to that top 8 position. And of course, Jonathan, we have another series coming up rather soon as well. So I believe we will be heading to a very short break. But right after our break, we'll be back with another series here for PGL's Wallachia 2024. We'll see you all again very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to our second series of the day between Virtus.pro and Shopify Rebellion here for Wallachia Season 1. And it's MLP Dota and Fire once again. Jonathan, welcome back. So we've got two brand new teams on hand, ready to go. Of course, both these teams sadly did lose their series yesterday. So we have a pretty interesting matchup because both teams are very desperate to get their first win on the board here for the group stages. But before all that, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great. The last series we watched was a fantastic one, a great showing from MOUZ. This one, I'm a little bit curious what happens. You know, you've got Shopify Rebellion with two stand-ins. Of course, you've got Sumail in along with GH. A lot of experience behind that, a lot of synergy with RTZ and Sumail from before. So it's going to be interesting to see. But again, the first series they played wasn't the best. VP and their series up against Team Spirit, it actually looked pretty good for them to start off with. They were doing great, but a couple of things fell short. So this is going to be interesting. I think Shopify Rebellion, again, with this lineup, there's a lot of hope. I'm sure there's a lot of fanfare as well in this team right now with these two specific stand-ins they've picked up for themselves. They have a lot to prove, right? Like, Shopify Rebellion, feels like we always say this every time. For this lineup, there's always a lot to prove. And unfortunately, every time we've casted it, it's not been the best.
That's one way to put it, Jonathan. It certainly has been a bit of a rough time for Shopify Rebellion. And of course, they are going to be up against a Virtus.pro roster that looks very, very strong as well. Of course, Virtus.pro not having the best start to their group stage, but looking to reset here today. I can't indefinitely say who would be the favorites going into this match, Jonathan. I imagine it should be quite a close match between these two, at least hopefully a close match. Again, both sides going to be desperate for a victory here in this series to give themselves an opportunity at top 8 and the playoffs here at Wallachia. I don't know, John. I'm just hoping for a nice close match between these two teams, but do you have a favorite? Do you think one team's stronger than the other?
I would say, considering what I saw from VP yesterday, I would actually say competitive up against Team Spirit. Mind you, Team Spirit, maybe not in their finest form as well. They didn't look the most pleased when they did win that out, but VP was very close to forcing game 3 from what I saw. Just a couple of missed moments. I think the Mars pickup was pretty difficult for them to connect with. Like, it felt like Notice missed a couple of really key spears in that last game that I was watching with them. So I'm curious to see. I feel like that's something that you can easily, reset from coming into your next day. And again, there's a lot of pressure, but I feel like that pressure is just amplified in Shopify, right? Again, this is all the teams that went 0-1 so far in the Swiss. And you only have 2 strikes left. 2 strikes left before you're out.
Jonathan, prediction before we do head off to the draft. Do we see a first phase Peng from Shopify Rebellion? Yes, we do.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if Virtus.pro ban it out or whether they will.
Yeah, if it's not banned, it's there.
But would you ban it? Like, if you know it's a guaranteed Pango mid, you would not ban it.
No, you first phase ban or first phase Bloodseeker that we saw yesterday. So I don't think you care. I really don't think you care.
Which is something the CIS teams really do enjoy, is heroes like Bane, which does now get banned out by Shopify. Props to them. Bloodseeker, probably another one you probably want to get rid of if you are just going to go ahead and first phase Pango here for Sumail. We'll see what happens. I mean, it's problematic for me because if we can tell you that it's going to be a first pick Pango, then I think it's maybe not worth the first pick Pango.
It's very funny too because that was exactly what Yopaj was playing when he was still there.
Yeah, don't remember.
It feels like the player doesn't really influence that first pick too much. Again, that's all we saw yesterday. Sumail was like first phase, first pick Pango. I wouldn't be too surprised. Again, Virtus.pro leaves it alone. Will Shopify ban a Bloodseeker? I mean, it's like you ban Bloodseeker, you leave Centaur, you leave Batrider, you leave Doom, you leave Timbersaw. There's a lot of good answers there for the side of Virtus.pro if you just go down that route. And you could just pick up Grimstroke anyway. Like, it doesn't even matter.
It's kind of the thing. Like, we talked about this before. Shopify, they love having greedy side lanes and usually having a very kind of sacrificial style of mid. You've got Sumail here, John. Are you really going to give him that sacrificial mid?
They banned the
Bloodseeker. Here comes the Pango. Here it comes.
No!
And look at Sumail's face. Look at him. Look at him. He just can't believe what he's seeing. He's like, again? Are you kidding me?
Third time's the charm.
Do you know who I am? You're picking Pango for the king.
Third time's the charm. Let's see the Grimstroke coming out here for VP if you're really concerned with the Pango. Honestly, I don't know if you even care for it that much. But again, Winter Wyvern, Grimstroke are probably your best bets to just have something to stop Pangolier. Even a Primal Beast from BKB could work. They go with the Centaur instead as a high priority. So you've got a really strong offlane now for Noticed. You've got the Hoodwink that's still available. You've got the Rubik that's still available. A lot.
EH is in the spam mode already, John. Headset is off. He can't believe it. I left Big for this.
Turn to ban.
Well, you know, at least he's on LAN. I know what I'm saying.
Take it easy, huh? Take it easy. There's low blows, Jonathan, and there's that. Take it easy.
Let's see. Oh no. I have a rough feeling Shopify might look for maybe a support Kotl. I feel like we just haven't seen support Kotl, but Kotl Pangolier is a really decent combo. You want to kind of tie that in. Just again, we haven't seen that much of the support Keeper of the Light coming out too often. Maybe you could consider something like the Hoodwink yourself. You could take the Grimstroke yourself in Shopify, but they don't have first pick coming into this next phase. See what VP will want to ban out. Now, Shopify do take care of the TA and the techies. They're removing some tools to kind of scout around. Removing one of the mid matchups that can be rather annoying for the Pango, but it feels like you have so many mid matchups here for Virtus.pro now to toss on, right? Like there's a lot that you can look for now for Squadix. There's Zeus, there's Lina, there's Quap, there's Leshrac even that can come out. There's Primal Beast. Again, that's been left in the pool if you just want to go full tank here for the side of Virtus.pro. Any of those work, and I know it's the Pango opener. It just feels like it's been very figured out in terms of drafting now.
It feels that way. We'll see what Shopify have got. Let's not judge it too quickly here, John. Maybe they've got some magic. Of course, again, their backs are against the wall. They need a win here. One ban to go from Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro's Shopify Rebellion.
Get rid of the end. Right into the Shadow Demon, which we have been seeing a lot of. Shadow Demon proving to be very potent at the moment. Obviously, a very good lane with the Centaur if they want to run the pause for Shadow Demon, and he allows you to get those stacks going as well, which have been very popular in the current meta. Shopify Rebellion, they will go straight into the Tusk themselves and into the Hoodwink, which has been another very popular support as of late. Virtus.pro, you've got stacks to be made. You can't go for TA because that was banned out. What other heroes would you like to see here, John?
There's a Bristleback option, right, that we just saw in the last game that could work out. Was Olnet playing it, but I'm sure it kind of fits in with what VP would want to do here with Kiritich as well. So that's definitely an option. It's still rather open, I think. With a Shadow Demon, like you have Shadow Demon Centaur as a lane already. That already feels like a pain in the ass to deal with for the side of Shopify on their own safe lane. A Hoodwink 5 can kind of help the cause just a bit, but the damage Virtus.pro can do is still pretty high. I'm more concerned about what kind of 5 they take. It does feel like when you do have like Shadow Demon as your 4, you kind of want a 5 that can kind of add on a little bit more control, if not AoE control. Coming in here, like some like a CM could feel good. Again, Winter Wyvern's an option. Grimstroke's an option if you want to stop the Pangolier down the line. But pretty decent in the lane as well. And they'll go for the Luna pickup first into the Skyrat Mage. So I like this coming out from VP. It's a lot of early aggression. This early synergy Sky has with Luna in lane, with the silence as well, and the early level in Lucent Beam, it's a lot of output, especially considering you have that Ancient Seal, and then you get your Conda. I think a lot of these heroes will get blown up. That's not something we see too often, but it's a lot of damage from the Luna, just from that one spell.
It is certainly a lot of damage. Could be a very dominant lane from the safe lane of Virtus.pro if they are indeed going to run that. The Shopify Rebellion looking to respond with their own core now. More than likely the off lane of Saberlight. We did see the MOUZ come out earlier. Obviously, you kind of already pointed this out, but it did not look great. The options Shopify do have on hand. Going back to Virtus.pro's draft, I mean, you can already see the stacks kind of being taken here by the Luna, but you could also double up and go Leshrac, right? Because against the Pango it does well. Obviously, you can take the very early stacks and just stack even more for Luna. I think Lesh is a decent choice if Virtus.pro want to be a little bit greedier.
Shopify Rebellion.
If it's not banned out by Shopify in the next pick, they will go for the Enigma on Shopify. I mean, you're making that sound, but Enigma Tusk lane is pretty good, right? It's a decent lane to play into the Luna. Again, the Eidolons might not feel the best, but Luna early glaives aren't that massive of a threat anyway. You do have some answers for the Enigma with Black Hole, right? Like you've got the Ancient Seal as mentioned, you've got Disruption. So it's not going to be as easy for Saberlight to kind of play focusing on Black Hole without a BKB. He's going to need a BKB fast if he wants that. Maybe go more for the Dominator Overlord or the Guardian Greaves kind of build up on the Enigma instead. I think the lane should be okay. It's not... I don't expect Virtus.pro to get run down, but you find someone out of position there, the Tusk Enigma should be able to get some good punishment in. And again, it gives you some needed team fight to tie in with a Pangolier.
10
right?
seconds remaining.
You have that Black Hole. Once it's safe for Saberlight to play, you
5
have some push
seconds
coming out with the Enigma as well. So you do have some answers coming out here for Shopify. But yeah, I get why you kind of groaned like, I mean, we just saw the Enigma. And in a bad game, you can't even get the Black Hole off.
It's kind of my issue, right? Because you have a Shadow Demon and a Skywrath Mage, both of which can cancel the Black Hole very easily up until you have BKB up. We saw this literally last game with Bart, right? Like, it's if you have time to get, say, past the 25-30 minute mark, you have the Blink BKB up, sure. Enigma's a real powerhouse. Before that, I have a bit of a question mark on top of my head right now, John.
Yeah. What? They'll end up picking for Arteezy safely now. I mean, there's a lot to ban out for VP. They are digging deeply into reserve time with a few seconds left. Are they actually just going to leave it blank? No, okay. I thought they were going to do some deep meme hood. Just leave it blank for the last two bans. We haven't seen that kind of memery in a long time. No. Take care of the Sven. Are you worried about Morphling? No, Morphling's already gone. What else? Their Lifestealer has been one of those bans as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Into a Centaur lane, it can be annoying. I guess that's a safe ban
5 seconds remaining.
for the side of Virtus.pro. I mean, there's like the Illusion
Shopify
games as well, still up there for Arteezy. Yeah, it'll take care of Lifestealer instead. So you'll leave options like the Naga here for Artura, which he did play yesterday. A couple of cheeky picks, I guess. Maybe I don't think you want to go Terrorblade into a Skywrath Mage, to be fair. But that is there as well. Maybe a CK
remaining.
for Shopify Rebellion. Like a CK Hoodwink lane doesn't sound too bad.
5
Some
seconds
decent
remaining.
tempo.
I mean, I kind of like the Naga here, just because you can creep skip a lot. You can make it very hard to actually push high ground. With Naga, obviously the song is great setup as well for a big Rolling Thunder plus Black Hole. It allows you to kind of pick off the supports on the backside if you do set up with the song. I wouldn't mind a Naga Siren to finish things off. Obviously, it does feel very greedy, but it does fit the bill because you are trying to play a longer game, I think, a Shopify Rebellion here.
Yeah.
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
So get rid of the Ember. You want to choose here for Arteezy.
I'm a little bit curious about Shopify's bans. Like, they prioritize Ember ban over something like the Lesh Zeus,
10
which is more
seconds
common up against the
remaining.
Pango. A little bit interesting.
5
I feel like
seconds
you have a lot of
remaining.
choices for VP to close out that mid choice now. I mean, again, like Leshrac, if you go Naga, Leshrac's like an easy answer.
Right.
It does feel like they're setting up for it with the Ember ban to an extent, but the Lesher Zeus is still a threat. Like Zeus with Shard, the usual Manta Shard build, can still kind of make work of those illusions as well.
20 seconds left for Shopify to make this choice. They're going C. There you
Okay.
go. That was the other alternative you kind of gave earlier. I still think that's fine as well. I think it's a nice pos one, not too greedy. You can kind of get going early. You can go the Ags build up as well if you want to be a real pain in the butt. You can still creep skip as well with the illusions. I think it's quite a nice finish here for Shopify. I do like that bit.
Yeah, I like the tempo that the
5
CK does
seconds
provide to them.
remaining.
I think that does work out quite nicely for the side of Shopify. The lane of Hoodwink CK as well is pretty painful.
Now select
Virtus.pro
your
will go with a
heroes.
puck, so that's their way of kind of locking in the Pango and getting some much-needed team fight. I will admit, I do like VP's draft a lot more. I think you've got Luna Shadow Demon, for one thing, that we didn't even talk about. You have the natural push that comes out from that, being high pressure. You've got the Skyrat plus puck, which is already really painful as well. Antares has the Skyrat, the Arcana as well. That is sick. So already, I think VP, just it. They've got that great Arcana. Why not?
All right. There we go. Thank you for selling it, Jonathan. That will be very happy with that sell. Did you buy the Arcana yet, John?
Not yet.
Oh.
The discount flashes in my face, Mike. I've got the coins, but not the real life coins. Buy it out. I want both of them, you know? I need both of them. I just don't have a real life coin. I don't know. Some issue.
Consider getting a job, John.
I thought I had one.
Probably not after this cast, Jonathan. Probably not after this cast. Get into game number 1 very soon here between Virtus.pro and Shopify Rebellion. Jonathan, again, either side really needs a win. You do need to get those wins. It's a Swiss format. You don't have many chances. 3 strikes and you're out. This will be the second strike for one of these teams. Game number 1 should be underway rather soon, and it should be a very fun game, I'd say, with the drafts we have on hand. We can critique the drafts as much as we want, Jonathan, but it should be, at the very least, an action-packed game.
That it should be, and I'm expecting a lot of action coming out from both sides, especially in the lanes. They do have some, again, pretty strong laners to show off. You've got a really good lane for GH on the Tusk, along with Saberlight and the Enigma. They can't play around with that. We do have an instant pause, which we haven't had in a while. So we do get to relax a little bit more and have some fun, but this should be a lot of fun. I am very curious how well Shopify reset after you. A 2-0 is not the best feeling in the world. Again, 2 strikes are out, lots of pressure coming in. You've got Sunil and GH standing in because of your question mark support coming in. I think that's been announced, along with Yopaj, of course, not being coming in. So, these issues.
Yeah, these issues indeed. So it is nice to see them. And GH Sunil kind of joining the roster here for this tournament is going to be a bit of fun for sure. And I'm sure they're looking to show off just a little bit here in the series up against Virtus.pro, as we are going to have the unpause. So we can go into game number 1. Finally, these idiot casters started the game.
Look at that Sky Arcana. Whoa. Whoa.
I can't come. Look, it's a nice Arcana, but I don't play this hero, Jonathan, so I'm not going to give it any positive. No positive
so
feedback
cool.
from me.
Oh, I can't wait till the alternative styles unlock. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I want it. And I like the Venge as well. Oh, if only we had a Venge Sky. Oh, wouldn't that be great?
We might have a level 1 team fight, John. Something even better, I think. Kidrak, gotta be cautious. Does break the smoke. Will go for the run and is going to be okay. This attempt from VP, barely missing out on the attempt onto Kidrak's life. People are going to try and sneak up and get a ward in the mid lane. Does get away with it with his smoke just about to expire. While we're talking about Arcanas, by the way, John, can I just add, there was an Earth Spirit set in the vote.
Wow.
The cache vote or whatever it's called. I know it's not going to make it, but if you are listening, please upvote it. We need something for our Earth Spirit players.
Wow. Amazing. Earth Spirit.
Shut up.
What a hero.
You want another lion set? Is that what you want?
I actually would like the complete line or line Immortals to be released, like the one last part. What do you mean trash hero? You just had so much fun with a line Medusa. You finally understand the joys of the drain. Okay? Finally convinced you. It took you how many years since that change? Well, not years. It's been months. How many months?
Get it together, Jonathan. Game 1. 2 for 2 on the boundary runes, I do believe. Nice little even start here between both sides. Of course, we will start with the mid lane as per usual. Samel's going to be on the Pangolier against the Puck of Squadix. What are you thinking about this lane? It feels like it could go very evenly between these two. Probably more of an outplay matchup. You could probably give a slight advantage to Squadix.
Yeah, it's going to be slightly Puck favored, but it's not something that Pangolier loses out on. You do have good range harassment, though, for Squadix lined up, but it's much more consistent shoving from Sumail. First 2 levels are going to feel pretty all right. By the time you hit level 3, 4, it's just going to equalize for the most part with, again, a little bit more for Squadix. Level 6 is going to be key here, and rune control, of course, but the faster 6 for Squadix, for example, cutting off Sumail from looking for a roll as he levels into 6 could make or break a rotation onto the mid lane. And you do have quite a lot of options here for VP on the rotation, especially if Antares gets the room to come out on that Sky. That is the threat onto Sumail. Just a lot of instant control that can catch the Pango off guard and just ruin its path to taking these fights. See how much Sumail can get out. For now, Squadix again having a decent time, but
very low down at that bottom lane. FNG about to drop, barely able to get away. But there's that Tusk Enigma combination you talked about, John. Obviously very potent, and that's without tag team, so that was just the shards into the idol.
Just so much output. And again, you're not going for early glaives, or at least very early glaives with Heritage. Just forcing FNG to play on low HP. And I like this from the side of Shopify. They read the aggression that they can pump out here in the first 2-3 levels. It isn't really slowing down Heritage, to be fair. So overall, as the Luna, you don't mind too much. You are cut off from some creep, but that's to be expected. You're not really under pressure. Like, she still has full tango, she has reach in on her side. The key thing is Saberlight is able to ride up to maybe a little bit of faster timing onto the boots, onto Tranks, and sustain himself better in that lane. Maybe provide an opening for GH to consider his own mid movement down the line.
Top lane, a lot of damage being dealt towards Antares. Hitrack being very annoying on that hoodwink. Bottom lane seems to be where all the action is. Just so much damage with these Eidolons out from Saberlight. Saberlight, of course, very, very good on the micro. Kind of switching between both heroes, but the VP kind of forced to just try and take those Eidolons out. But of course, Saberlight will just respawn them before they do die. Well, going back to mid, Sumail and Aquatics are both very, very close. As Notice top lane almost goes down, but not quite. Barely survived, barely able to get his way out. Hirak doing a fantastic job as always, is harassing these guys away from his carry. And easy to salve up and be just fine.
Salve is unbroken. Notice doesn't have that flash regen on hand. There's a lot of power here for the CK, of course. Like, the Centaur just doesn't have that armor to really withstand a couple of lucky Chaos Strikes. And once the Reality Rift is up, that just makes matters even worse. Very low armor lane for VP to play into. They have to be cautious, because the chain stuns out from Shopify could lead to a very fast kill once you have that level 2 Chaos Strike up with the Reality Rift at around your level 4 spike.
I was saying earlier as well, Sumail and Squadix are very even in that mid lane.
Jeez.
19 versus 18 in terms of the CS score. Top lane again, you saw Antares getting very low, unable to really get close. Kind of thing with Skyrath, though, very low base armor against a hero like Hoodwink is not going to feel very good. Meanwhile, bottom, they've got a nice tag team on FNG, and FNG is gone. The Saberlight and GH able to abuse that combination, finally killing the kill onto FNG. And it should only get better from here, from this bottom lane.
It's just so much output to play with for Shopify. They're doing the right thing, applying all the pressure they can onto Kiritic, keeping that lane constantly shoved in, so Kiritic can't even dig into the camps as his levels go up. And they are securing that strong start for Saberlight, which we've seen to be a really important part for when Shopify does get going. Right? Like, it's a lot of action coming out from that off lane. And again, this does give GH some room to consider making some movements onto mid, perhaps by the 6-minute power rune. Saberlight's pretty secure in his lane now. He's got the Tranks up. He can just play regen and juggle around the Eidolons with no big kill threat coming out from Kiritic and FNG. Could just be free to help the other lanes. The mid lane has been going pretty well now for Squadix, so a little bit of assistance for Sumail would be nice, but it's not like a massive lead. The power rune will determine a lot, though. And whoever does get that initial control here, and just having that start down bot does help the possibility for mid later on.
Pretty sick swashbuckle dodge there from Squadix. Want to be aggressive, don't care. Sumail trying to be as aggressive as humanly possible right now. Squadix trying to really give it back to him. See both mid laners trying their absolute best to outplay each other. Still very close to the CS board as well. Squadix does now overtake by 5 CS. Meanwhile, top lane, Arteezy getting chased down a little bit on the tail end of that initiation onto Notice, but we'll be able to back his way out, no problem. Does not have a creep wave to farm, however, sadly. But Arteezy has had a very good lane. 27-2 on the CS. Compare that to the 22-4 of the Luna. You are sitting very pretty as they're going to jump again onto Notice. Hirak, he has a bushwhack available. He'd rather go for the Acorn shot though, and Notice he is going to be able to get out. Try to go for the bonus damage on the Acorn shot instead, and barely misses out on the kill.
I can assign you.
Just so punishing for Notice though. He is still, again, finding some decent CS. And as long as they manage to ride through this rougher part of the lane, they're wasting mana on the side of Shopify without finding these kills. Some movement down mid. Arcane? Ooh.
This is the bushwhack, so Sumail does not get his Arcane rune. A little bit unfortunate, because had he got that, I believe that would have been a kill onto Antares, but sometimes the bushwhack, it's a little bit hard to land, especially with those tree lines. And at the very least, nobody will die on either side. Still 0-1 Shopify's way.
They've been doing a good job of holding off on the aggression on both ends. Does feel like you are finding a little bit more in lanes coming out for side of VP, just a little bit, mainly on Squadix. This puck is going off to a free start. Fortunate without the power rune, her rotation is a little bit harder to line up, but it could set his eyes down bot. No bounty rune to pick up though, so not quite enough mana to play. I am rather interested in seeing at what point we do see Antares going for the Ancient Seal. I feel like it has to be a 1-2-1 for sure.
Okay. Can he get the Wisdom? He has Disruption, but Kidrak is going to be there to intervene, and they will not allow it. DH will be able to pick up the Wisdom Rune, no problem. FNG, can he get a deny off? Yes, no, he cannot. GH has got it. Nice little pick up there from Shopify and heads up play to really ensure they do not get their Wisdom Rune stolen.
Still does end up being a 1-for-1, and Taurus at least manages to take the other one safely for the side of VP, so not too big of a loss. The sacrifice of the Shadow Demon it's a pretty big boon for GH to find. Hits level 5 in the Tusk. Just needs to soak a little bit more into the 6, can start hunting in that jungle, but all the spells he has. Good forward wards here being dropped by the side of Shopify as well. Keep that pressure. Kirtich is not the safest even this far into his jungle. DH knows that this Luna is going to be around somewhere. Also gets another forward ward. So they're ready for the punish. They're setting up for a quick push on that bot tier 1 with the Eidolon army and no one to clear out. Free objective for Saberlight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Saberlight will go ahead and take that tier 1 tower. Power runes are going to spawn up top, so a little bit unlucky there for Samel. Squadix will be able to take an Invis rune for himself. Meanwhile, Saberlight, you can see him already trying to abuse that vision that GH did put down and try to hunt down Kiritich. He's got Black Hole available, and he knows Kiritich is going to farm that bot wave. He's got the Eidolons there, but it doesn't feel like he's too confident. Even the courier now from the Luna going right over Saberlight there for a moment. Saberlight's going to reveal his position. He does end up TPing into the mid lane where their fight is breaking out. Samel is going to be fine. GH in the meantime, not going to dive in, not past that tier 1 tower. He'll just be happy that Samel survives. Back down towards the bottom lane, Kitrak. You're on FNG and Kiritich, Saberlight there as well, but as much as they are trying to set up onto this Luna, they are not finding the angle they're looking. Meanwhile, top lane, notice, almost goes down to boot to Arteezy, but does make it out.
Yeah, he does have a little bit more arm to play with. Slow towards mid.
Back to Squadix. Squadix will be able to just juke out the snowball. GH is throwing his shards out to defensively get away, but a nice pushback from Kitrak going to set up extremely nicely onto FNG. Problem is the Stampede. He's going to allow them to run away. And still nobody dying. Just everyone getting so darn low, but nobody quite going down.
I'd say the space you're getting out here for Arteezy is pretty massive though. He's got a nice lead over Kiritich. Kiritich is still not the safest down bot. These forward wards Shopify has dropped are doing so much for the pressure here.
They want this guy so bad, but they've gone too deep. The TPs are incoming. Can they really set up here? They've got the silence out onto the Enigma. Saberlight is gone. They'll get FNG for their trouble, but now the chase is on with the Dream Call locking down GH. GH still okay as Samel is right behind him, ready to protect. But not a worthwhile trade whatsoever for Shopify. They'll give up their offlane for support.
A nice pickup for the side of VP. I think the bigger thing for Shopify is that they don't lose their wards. No one's still dewarding here. No one has a clue that this is allowing Shopify to play so far forward. GH is just constantly watching Kiritich. Although,
GH just soaking XP, trying to steal some CS away if he can. Meanwhile, Samel actually going to take down Antares in the mid lane. So a nice little pickup there for the Pengali. Going to allow him to get a little bit closer now to that diffusal blade he's looking for. Bottom lane, FNG forced to be around Kiritich and finally finds that Observer Ward. It feels like the damage has kind of already been done here to the Luna. Like, you see how low the net worth of Kiritich is. Even just the levels, he's just still sitting at level 7. It's not a great feel.
not what you want to see on that carry Luna. Does at least have some stacks to go back to. Notice did get work started on that early, but was some farm at the very least coming out for Kiritich. The Mask of Madness not too far off now for the Luna, so the farming pace can kick in. But Arteezy, in comparison, again, has been left alone. Shopify Rebellion finding that strong laning start, which honestly is what we've seen from Shopify every single time you and I manage to get a game to cast from them. Like, their laning phase is impeccable. We'll see if they can translate that in a strong mid and early late game here. But the foundations have been set. You've got the drums up in Saberlight. He's going for the blink next. He does still have a lot to worry about in that Ancient Seal and the Disruption. But as long as VP aren't willing to connect together as a team just yet, even just a solo pick-off with the blink timing from Saberlight is still massive. And he is getting free space bot. Like, everyone in Shopify just has so much room to farm. No one on VP willing to threaten. This timing from Notice has to really line up into something here.
Perfect setup here onto FNG. Props to GH. GH's warding has been very, very good. Like, he has had this bottom side of the map on lockdown. Nobody is allowed to farm that area. And I think it really does go back to a player like GH just making so much space in the lanes. allowing this 3-core lineup to be just greedier than they should be. Karun has spawned up. It is going to be baited here by Squad. Xtreme Core locking down Samel, but there is cavalry incoming. Now the Snowball is going to save Samel. Antares, he's being chased down by the Snowball. Samel with the Swashbuckle, they will take him down. Antares is gone. Samel will survive. And I was just speaking about how much impact GH has had already. Another great save.
Managing to be at the right spot at the right time. The scan also spotting out VP, camping that rune, does allow the side of Shopify to just collapse in force, get that punishment. 1-6, 3k lead out for Shopify.
How annoying they are. Look how annoying the support duo is on Shopify. Like, they are not leaving Kiritich alone.
No.
He just can't hit any creeps.
Now, every single time that he was haunted down bot, he's still haunted in the triangle. I mean, all the space is actually just going to Noticed. He hasn't really shown up in any of these engagements. He's been free farming up top. He's got his Veil up. He is going straight for the Blink, has that. This needs to pay off for the side of VP. Having this initiation on hand, the follow through from Squadix has to amount to something, because this is where all their investment has gone into. It's time for that investment to pay off and buy that space for Kiritich to scale. We'll see if the smoke amounts to much. No Stampede, still 20 seconds away, but this could be nice if they catch Saberlight and GH.
Problem is, GH is in position to break the smoke and save Saberlight's life, and there you go. He breaks the smoke of Antares, and they are not feeling safe any longer. Because there is plenty of counterplay. You've got a Blink Black Hole available on Saberlight whenever he wants it. Here comes the cavalry, Shopify. They'll bring in Kitrak. They want the fight. They're almost daring VP to come at them. Maybe a bit of psychological warfare as well, because you've had so much good vision from Shopify, and VP know that. They must assume they're probably under vision again. Power runes about to spawn up. Squadix is sticking around. It will be a double damage. They do jump in immediately. Squadix has to be very, very careful. Notice with a 2-man stun. He's found Samel. He's found Saberlight. But where's the follow-up? Oh, they've all run. They've left Notice to die. Poor old Notice, he sets up a perfect fight, but there's just no follow-up to it. I think they were just too afraid of the black hole coming out.
And that is kind of nuts. They dropped the Dream Coil. They managed to get the setup for Notice to make a big play off the back of, but they show so much respect to Saberlight. Now they can smoke up, look for the follow-up fight with the black hole ready. Be dangerous for the side of VP. Kiritich?
Oh, not Kiritich. Arteezy, look at him just chasing him down, bullying him. Kiritich has no play either. He has no Eclipse, nothing to do but die, as GH will take his life, and even the Wisdom Rune. Why the hell not?
This is not a good game for VP. We were expecting a little bit more with what they could do, and knowing that, they were expecting that Pango first pick. Doesn't feel like they've been able to play around that timing. You had a pretty decent lane for Squadix overall. You gave a lot of free space to Notice. The follow-up just not being there is a massive issue. They need to connect with these supports. It's been a lot of their damage does hinge on Antares right now, but it doesn't feel like they're able to capitalize on that. Like, we've seen some close kills, some engagements almost landing them kills, just not enough follow-through because Notice is not there. Now that they have Notice, they're retreating. Like, it's giving so many opportunities away to Shopify instead. 1-8, 6k lead, free farm for Arteezy to male #1 in net worth. Not too far off from the Ag, just about 1,100 gold away. For Arteezy's part, Orchid flying out, Bloodtorn not too far off now as well. Like, all of these key timings are coming in, and you have no answers. They need to find this, at least pick off. Like, they need to play with pick off. Even just Centaur Sky, go hunting. They need to find something.
Fight for Kidrak. Samel is right around the corner, but he will not bother intervening. See Kidrak just drop. That was a 4-man rotation to make that happen, in fairness. VP probably feeling a little bit desperate to get some kills on the board. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion just casually farming. No real pressure applied. Arteezy does need to find his own way out now, as they are heading down towards the south, but with GH around, he's feeling quite safe, and GH has got the blink up. You're always going to have that Blink Snowball save if you need it. Ultimately, VP, they will not even be able to think about taking down Arteezy. He is just fine.
Managed to smoke out to reposition as well for Shopify. Could look to re-engage on the other side of the map. Lines are drawn back to Kiritich. Like you said earlier, they've been haunting this Luna.
They just know exactly where he is
man.
Every single time.
And these wards are so good. This vision right above the tier 2.
Kitrak and GH again have been doing a fantastic job with these wards. Oh, now a scan as well.
Oh my god.
A scan as well. Oh boy. Yeah. Well, they sort of try and save with the disruption. They cannot. Kiritic is gone. Now the black hole as well, catching out 3 of them. See you later. An ultra kill for Arteezy. Tips out for Saberlight. Oh, they are making it look a little bit too easy, Jonathan.
That they are. VP, it doesn't feel like they're able to do anything they want here. I mean, Shopify are doing everything right. Great vision, great scans, great game sense, great understanding as to what VP is trying to do. But it's just this collapse in laning phase that somewhat baffles me, right? Like, the early presence of Kiritic is taken away, and there's not much they could do about the Eidolon spam, to be fair. But the fact that Notice took so long to join in, they'll find one more.
And Partis will go down. But it really is all about the vision. Like, every single fight, Shopify has the vision advantage. Even that last fight, the ward placed on the high ground straight away, B wards come out against VP, and there's just nothing you can do anymore. Easiest black hole of Saberlight's life.
Just straightforward.
Could get caught out. Arteezy's looking to see if he can get within range for the rift. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Shopify Rebellion looking to perhaps set up and see if they can find Kiritic again. Kiritic, you can see feeling very uncomfortable on the map. Is going to run right back towards his base. Notice going to show up, but the immediate jump in. No hesitation from Saberlight. No hesitation from GH. And Notice, well, he is on Notice. He's gone.
Yeah, just
Kiritic, he literally cannot go anywhere. The whole map is locked down. Kiritic has no space.
no. They've warded all the entrances to the jungle. The only access point they have is the bot jungle, Virtus south in that lane, but even then, it's just so limited. I don't know what you do now if you're on VP. It feels like, again, the call is for pickoffs, but maybe even just a smoke to de-ward at this point is all you can really hope for and try to reel back some control. Shopify is smothering them out. There's no space to farm. We'll go smoke now as the supports. They do have 1 D-ward on Antares. They can take care of some of that vision, but not all of it. They'll drag Notice along too. And that burst potential with Sky and CK and Centaur is still there, but
GH is just making it impossible. Antares is gone. Charts out, catches FNG there for a moment. They want Notice, who is forced to stampede away, but Samel just chases him down, eventually gives up on it. But every smoke they try, it just gets shut down completely by Shopify Rebellion.
it's just there's no movement they can do. They're just in the right spot for Shopify. They're reading this game so well. For VP, I don't know if this gets easier on the high ground for them. Like, you need so much more farm on Kiritic. You need some scaling out Squadix as well. And none of that is just presenting itself. They're all on the course 2 to 3k behind in comparison to the Shopify cores.
Cardos, don't do it, sir. Don't do it. Oh, yeah. He showed. What can you do? In case there were any doubts that they were waiting in the mid lane, now there are none.
Yeah. Hey, at least that Skywrath Mage Arcana looks good. Dying with style. There's that.
I disagree with you on that, John.
I'm looking for some positives.
Tormentor now to be taken here by Arteezy and GH.
This is actually such a perfect game for Shopify. The tier 1s were never taken from VP. All tier 1s still stand.
GH actually a tanky target, and now Saberlight. Black hole out. He's caught FNG. GH is still running. GH has made it. No, and even Squadix goes down to Arteezy. I mean, my goodness. Yeah, you know, I hate saying this, John, but it might be time to call. It's not even close.
No, I'd agree with you. I think it's just going to take too much time for your Luna to go back up. Like, the Mantis up for Kiritic now, that doesn't solve all your issues. Going for the Shard, BKB, all defensive, no damage coming out. Does feel like you're going to want your Conda. There's a weird consideration for Ag's refresh as well, just to try to nuke someone down. I mean, they're doing a great job with Notice just cutting creep waves up top, preventing any sort of push for the moment. But you have the safety net for Shopify to consider Roshan. They've got the output. DKB for Artur is not too far off now.
So Mel's just going to go for a quick solo pick up onto FNG. Can he get it? They will go for the purge. Disruption is out. Simel still messing around. Does actually get some more hits off. Still going. TP away. Oh, he tried to go stylish. He tried to be stylish about it. I respect that, Simel. Obviously not willing to give up his life for the kill. Does get away. Doesn't quite get the kill, but doesn't matter. It sends a message.
Yeah, the attempt is pretty sick from Sumail. VP.
Well, there you go. Hits him eventually.
It's stylish. That does give some room out for VP. You know, they did cross back to the river for Shopify. A good scan, though, to spot out the smoke from VP. They still need to try to find something off the back of this. They're running in the right direction, but it's a smoke and smoke now.
Certainly is. And again, there's a lot of vision here for Shopify. This is not the area they want to fight in VP. Antada's already caught out. Arteezy right in onto the Centaur, takes down Notice. Heritage is running, but they catch him out to boot. He's forced to fight back. But there is zero chance of fighting back here against Shopify Rebellion. I hate to sound like a broken record, but it is just consistently fights under Shopify vision. Every single time.
Again, the game sense, the scan to prep the side of Shopify to get their own smoke out. They get in position, smoke breaks under vision on that jungle area as well. 3-21. Trying to grasp for straws on what the condition is. So, hyper farm on Luna. If this game drags on with no high ground progress, you get something like your Yules, maybe a BKB squad, which doesn't feel great, but could help. If not, something to build up into the Ags on Puck, try to scale. Could be one way. They are going to find Roshan for free here on the side of Shopify. Secondary life ready to go for Artur. I do not know what you can do now in VP. I think the full Shivas isn't up yet for Notice. He is going for the BKB of his own. I don't know, it just feels like they missed this timing where they could have collapsed on mid earlier. They could have played around like the Ancient Seal, look for kills. Weren't able to do so, weren't able to really leave their side lanes that often. And Shopify just capitalized. I like seeing this from Shopify though, props to them. This is normally the time where the game slows extremely down for Shopify. That's what we've seen from them in past tournaments. They're keeping up the pace now. When they get the Aegis, they could look to set up onto high ground after a pickoff. They're working the map, they're taking everything away from the side of VP. And they're scaling up nicely. BKB up for Saberlight, BKB Black Hole ready. Nothing to threaten that. Everything's there.
Right, a masterclass here from Shopify Rebellion, that's for sure. 20k advantage now. They can press the advantage even further.
They just need one more kill, Mike. One more kill.
Oh, there it is. The ever-evasive 3-2-2. Spotix. He's okay. Samel doesn't think so, though. Samel trying for a bit of a swash, does not connect. Grouping back up around that Radiant Triangle, it seems here is Shopify Rebellion. Arteezy looking to move in. He's by himself. He might still go, though. He's got a BKB and Aegis up. He'll just jump right into three of them. Disruption will stop him from going too much further, but Arteezy's not done yet. He'll continue charging right towards VP, forcing the stampede. I mean, what are you meant to do? You know you can't fight him at the moment. He's way too strong.
They need to hold on here, VP. Try to drag it out. Try to find some space.
Here it is. I think they saw him.
Uh-oh.
I think they know the Luna's there.
Uh-oh.
The H is having a gander. Heritage will avoid him by going east and north. Looks like he'll be okay. There's no vision around that area, but there is a courier coming in from GH. Heritage, still okay. So he'll be fine to just farm that area of the map. But mid lane, there's a bit of a problem. They are pushing tier 3 towers at the moment. They'll try onto Arteezy, but he literally takes no damage. He'll move on to Notice now. Squadix will TP in to try and help out. Meanwhile, Antares at the backside is being destroyed by Samel, but he will barely make it out with his life intact. Everyone's fine. Nobody dies. Age is still intact. And I think Shopify, they'll keep going because you've got a black hole available. The Saberlight unable to land the black hole in time onto the puck. They'll just continue controlling the map. There's no need to rush high ground.
No. They have Aegis for so much longer. Still 2 minutes left for Arteezy. No pressure here. They're making it hard to find the 22nd kill side of Shopify. VP doing a good job of dodging out and trying to regain some farm. At least Kiritic is matching Saberlights for him now, so that is some bit of good news. You got the... Oh. Okay.
That's what happens when you try to de-ward in this game. Bottom lane, GH setting up another. Notice. He's going to try to get the hell away from GH, but GH is still just chasing him down. Notice can make a TP play away. GH has Blink up again. He wishes to commit, but instead he'll TP up towards top lane. Squadix is maybe just going to be the target here as they do dump the puck immediately. Snowball there to lock him down as well. Can they get a black hole? No, they cannot. Not yet. Squadix, he'll hold on to the high ground. He'll jaunt away. Meanwhile, mid lane, Antares is getting deleted by Arteezy, but does manage to walk just barely. But my goodness, I mean, just everywhere across the map you look, somebody is dying from VP.
Not a good time for VP. Their high ground hold just isn't particularly amazing. They don't really have tight team fight there outside of maybe just a gigantic hoof stomp into a Dream Coil and hope for the best from the Eclipse. They will at least find a tier 1 tower now. Top does fall. That's the first tower going the way of VP in 28 minutes. That's some progress.
We also got the 3-2-2 drop.
Yeah, we got it a while ago. We're talking on.
Oh,
after the kill.
Shut up. Notice. Dump is there. Oh, boy.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Walrus Punch is available for DH, and Arteezy takes another.
I mean, Notice is doing what he can, just cutting these creep waves, stalling for time. Same thing from Kiritic using the illusions, just cut through top. They are holding on. They've dropped the lead down from 20 to 18k. They're reeling some space back in. Just a matter of needing maybe 10 to 15 more minutes of this. I mean, we were talking about this a while ago, but this is normally the time as well where Shopify do slow down. They need to find that high ground. Aegis is going to expire, so you're going to need to shoot for next Roshan. Or, like a massive teamfight win.
So we're going to try now. I mean, Arteezy is very close to having the full heart of Tarrasque, just about 500 gold away. Aegis does now expire. You do not have that secondary line. Mind you, Arteezy has not died once this game, so chances are he doesn't really need it anyway. The T3 bottom tower going down pretty freely here to Shopify. Very hard to know how you're going to initiate as VP, because Saberlight is just waiting in the way for a black hole. Seems like there's just so many spells to worry about here for VP. They're trying to creep skip the best they can, but Squadix misses out on the creep wave, so the push does just continue here from Shopify Rebellion. They'll force the glyph. Keep in mind, there's no T2 towers available, so they can actually go for Megas if they're feeling very, very confident. They'll probably just get away with this bottom ranks. I'm not sure if they'll try to pressure too much more. And they will.
Yeah, play it smart. They know their waves are shoved in. There's been cuts out from Squadix and Kiritic. You need to repair their lanes. Maybe get some punishment out if they can find the right heroes. But one rack's advantage up for Shopify. A nice, very calculated game coming out from them. And the side of VP, again, just doing what they can to stall for time. Get this Parasma up on Squadix, maybe gun for the Ags afterwards. Get the damage flowing out from Kiritic with the build up into the Honda. You could still play. It just needs so much more time. Squadix, again, just constantly going between tier 1, tier 2, cutting off everything he can. Making it a little bit of a nightmare to consider the additional push for Shopify, but Roshan's coming up in about a minute. We'll see that timer. They could just gun for that instead. And they have a lot of coverage on Shopify. VP backs are against the wall. They do have some good forward defensive wards at least. They can punish an overextension out from Shopify and just dodge out these fights.
Lose Korea with the Mystic Staff for Squadix as well. That's a bit of a shame. They've had the full Parasma, but not so much anymore. They're going to try for a smoke rotation. They'll see Arteezy. Keep in mind, he has a BKB, but no Aegis. Problem is, the whole side is behind. FNG, he's going to find out the hard way. Unfortunate.
Yeah, just too far forward. Smoke play was scanned out earlier as well when they were standing on the triangle in the rear area. So this rotation might not pan out too much. They could get a nice rear angle here with Squadix. It does look like they might just use this to get some deeper wards in, and they will try to cut across the map. High ground opportunity does present itself now, though, for the side of Shopify. With Hart and Arteezy, not much is really stopping them here.
No, just gotta be very careful. Even with the BKB pop, GH will not jump in for a walrus punch, but it won't really matter. You haven't got the BKB available now on the Centaur. Well, notice he's trying his best to slow this down, but he's the one to drop. They're still trying to creep skip the top lane, but the T3 tower's already gone. Where's the backdoor protection? It's still not kicked in. Meanwhile, they have caught another target, and that is Untarded. Backdoor protection will kick in at the very least.
And then all the creep cutting starting to pay off for the side of VP, only losing a tier 3. So it's a laborious process for Shopify to start to really apply that pressure onto the high ground. VP doing what they can quite effectively, at least, to stall for time. And again, this is the strength of having a puck. This is the strength of having a Luna. You can just kind of stall quite well by cutting these creep waves. Very low commitment out from them as well. Shopify, Roshan is up. Could go for that safer play and maybe consider a wider team fight into the high ground. Shall see. And they do have control of the map. They've managed to repair mid and top to an extent.
Oh boy, bottom lane, Kiritich has been caught. Saberlight with zero hesitation. They'll at least get a disruption off to save Kiritich for a little bit longer. Can he survive? It's pretty chaotic here in this team fight as he's completely surrounded and he is gone. They go for more now. Into the mid-racks they go. Squadix can do basically nothing. They'll buy back on Kiritich. They'll try one last time to salvage this game. Arteezy, of course, just going to focus on the mid-racks. No interest at all in forcing the fight here. Buyback from Antares to boot. There goes the jump in. Notice he's going to try. They're onto the CK. GH will jump into intervene. A very nice snowball as well. Will save from the Mystic Flare. Arteezy still taking a lot of damage, but has the BKB up. He's going to be just fine to walk away as Squadix jumping in again. Might be in a little bit of danger. FNG is going to go down. For more. They've got Kiritich. That is a dieback. That is it.
Whew. I mean, Shopify looking to be in top form. You know, we were having a little bit of fun in the draft. You know, it's like first base Pango coming out again. But the one thing with Shopify that you have to remember from all the past tournaments we've seen them play in, their first 10 to 15 minutes are amazing. This time, they maintain that momentum throughout the entire game. Great vision being dropped, a great understanding of where VP was going every single time. If not the ward spotting them, then the scans taking care of that every single time. And I know, like, this is Shopify, I feel like, at their best potential, right? Yeah. Where they have this really good early game, they keep that momentum into the mid game, and they build off of it so well. It feels like they're shot calling today. It feels like they have this really great understanding as a team as to what they have to do, in comparison to before, where it just looked a little bit lost after winning laning phase.
It's really tough. And you're seeing the highlights here, like Kiritich just not having a game at all. The big black hole from Saberlight catching 3 targets, setting up an ultra kill for Arteezy. It was a very, very, very challenging game for VP. And what's kind of like you said, top performance here from Shopify Rebellion. I mean, Arteezy goes unkilled, Summel goes unkilled. 11-0 for Summel, 9-0 for Arteezy. Everyone playing fantastic. I think you really have to highlight the support plays as well from GH and Kitrak. Like we went over and over and over again throughout that game one, but just the ward and vision gameplay that we saw, they were just never blind. No. Shopify, they just basically had map hacks. That's what it felt like.
Certainly felt that way. I have to, again, give props to how well Shopify bounced back after yesterday. I felt like VP, they looked to be in pretty decent form up against Team Spirit. It was fairly close in their last match. Just, I know, Shopify came ready, came fully reset. They come out with this great understanding of what VP do. And again, this is the full potential of having that kind of opener with Pango, right? You pick the Pango, you waste bans on it, sure. But it just allows you to draft around very uniquely, especially for Saberlight in the offlane, having that Enigma pickup and just managing to play with that. Not having the clear on the supports to take care of the early Eidolons just made it so tough for VP. The scoreline at the end, when we see the scoreboard here, 3-33.
Yeah.
Like, that is a vicious game from Shopify Rebellion. That sends a strong message for them coming into the second game. 3-3-0-3. Like, how often do you see that, Mike? We haven't seen that in a long time.
It has been a long time. And again, the Pango pick, as much as we memed it, I mean, if Samel goes 11-0-16, it's not a meme anymore. That is a great pick to be had. Samel really showing off here on his mid Pango. And, oh my goodness, I mean, this is the Shopify Rebellion I think everyone's been kind of waiting to see here in Wallachia. And of course, this is only their second series. Let me be fair to them, Jonathan, but it's good to see them bouncing back. Of course, Samel is going to be the MVP of the match, and so he deserves it. Jonathan, what a performance from the man.
Spectacular time, great time in the mid. Really stylish as well, especially with that move he tried to make to kind of kill off FNG. Didn't quite line up. I love the titles we have for the MVP, by the way, like Blade of Justice. Like, it's all so poetic. And that was a poetic bounce in form for Shopify. Let's see if they can maintain that into Game 3 for VP. I feel like they need a reset. Something went wrong with their understanding of what to do with their draft, because there was some good aggression that could have lined up. There was some strong synergy there. They just couldn't connect it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to the fact that the laning stage was just so dominant from Shopify Rebellion, and just no gameplay after the lanes. We'll see what they do. Of course, Game 2 will be coming up after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Virtus.pro, Shopify Rebellion, game number 2. We'll see you soon.
PGL Wallachia Season 1. We've got Shopify Rebellion here, and we've got Mr. Saberlight, who gave me so many good interviews before, which is why I chose you again for this one, because I can rely on you. So how are you doing, my man?
I'm great, super excited to be here. Like, so far we've got to the hotel and everything, and the setup for the tournament seems like super fun. So yeah, I'm glad to be here. I'm excited for what's to come.
We're definitely being treated very well, and we're going to be enjoying some great Dota for sure. But first of all, have to understand what is happening with your team right now, because we see that you've got 2 stand-ins coming in, Sumail and GH, both from the same team as well. But how did it come together? Why did it come together? Why are you in this situation right now?
Okay, so after Birmingham, we felt like there needed to be some change, since like we did okay in the previous tournament, but as a whole, I feel like we needed to regain some trust in the team, that we can actually like win and stuff.
How, or do you even know how the Dota looks right now? Have you had time to scrim? Have you had time to play and understand what you're going to be doing?
Unfortunately not, but that's okay. That's okay. You know, we start cooking as the tournament starts. That's the secret. I mean, right now we'll have like 1 day of scrims, and then, you know, the Swiss stage. So we'll try some things during the Swiss stage. Surely we will not like get knocked out there. And then, you know, after Swiss stage, we'll already be a proper team. We played together for like a few days, so at that point we'll be unstoppable.
I like it. Okay, very confident as well as always. But I want to look at it from also the perspective, you say, okay, don't have the scrim time in there, but you're talking together, so you have an understanding of how you want to play, right? The theory behind how this should look?
I would say so. It's also, we're playing on the same patch for a very long time now, so the meta is like very figured out, I would say. We're all, I mean, I feel like everybody's kind of playing the same heroes, because there have been like, what, like 3 tournaments on the same patch. So there isn't much left to be discovered, I would say. I mean, there are probably some things, but yeah. So the main thing is just being on the same page and executing on like a person level, but also on a team level.
Yeah. And what does all of this do to how you view your chances for this event?
Well, since we're playing with stand-ins and we didn't have much time to prepare, we're kind of going into it like, let's just do the best that we can. You know, we play against like a lot of very experienced teams that did have the practice and that they are in like full rosters. Yeah. So, you know, once we meet them, it's like, what can you do? But at the same time, I think the potential of our team is very high. So honestly, I think it just kind of depends how it clicks.
What I'm feeling from you, okay, you're always confident, but it seems very positive still. You seem like you've got a good idea of what you guys are going to want to do, and it's just finding it out across the journey. So what do you feel like your overall final thoughts are for like before we get to see you in the game? What do you want to say to everyone out there?
That I appreciate everybody rooting for us and staying with us for this entire season. And I mean, you know, you'll just have to wait and see see what we cook up with, because I promise you it's gonna be good.
That's what you always do, and I know you will deliver on it as well. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Good to see you, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming into PGL Wallachia, I've got Virtus.pro's FNG with me here. Nice to meet you, man.
Hey.
How are you?
Good, good. You?
I'm very good, thank you very much for asking. Now, you just told me you had a boot camp, you have a new player come in. Is there a lot of positives coming from this boot camp?
Well, I don't want to lie and say like, oh, it'll destroy everything changed. Nothing really changed. It's like new player, you have some fresh air, as usually people say. Just play new heroes, see how it goes, see how communication goes, and just, you know, love the new ideas that he is bringing, and we'll just see how it goes.
Now, you guys came through the Eastern European qualifier, but it certainly wasn't an easy route for you guys. Were you satisfied with it? Obviously, you qualified, it's the positive, but would you say that you performed less good than you expected?
Well, it's more about the not only this qualifier, but we played, I believe, 4 or 5 qualifiers that man, and it wasn't good because one qualifier we won, second qualifier we lost, third qualifier we lost, I believe, and then we won this qualifier. So it went up and down, and in the end, we are happy that we qualified, but it still shows that we lack stability and maybe even like some, you know, some skill, because games should be or like could be always easy.
Yeah.
But then it depends on your skill level and your opponent's skill level, and then the momentum, right? One day you can come destroy any team, second day you don't know how to hit creeps. It happens. I cannot say we were super happy, but of course the result is we qualified, and we should be proud of that at least.
I also read another interview with you that basically said that very little is changing for you globally as a team, right? But you said that you have better and faster in terms of the team processes. So what exactly does that mean? What do you see?
Well, I would say, for example, at TI we played against the best teams who like practiced a lot prior to TI, right? And it was also easier for us to improve because of that. So, for example, when you play a regional qualifier, usually you, like, or at least our region, scrim against some EU teams. But a lot of EU teams, they don't scrim. For example, I don't remember last time I played against Liquid, Secret, or another teams. Maybe they don't want to scrim us. I don't know. Maybe we have 2 noobs for them. But you see what I mean, you know? You come to TI, you play good teams, they're in good form, and it helps you to improve a lot. But this time, it was like kind of similar to DPC seasons. Like, yeah, we play some scrims, but can I say they're like super good? I don't know.
How do you look at your time on Virtus.pro, right? You've been on here now for over a year. How do you feel about your own progression and just where you're at?
If you look at me 1 year ago, or like maybe 2 years ago, I definitely become better at like wording, maybe communicating, etc., etc. But what I care is more about the work we do as a team.
Yeah.
For example, preparation to this event. If it was bad, obviously the result will suck because our skill level is not that high. You know, for example, Falcons. You know, when they play bad, you know they can still play good. They just need time because they already proved they can play good. For me, I didn't prove anything, you know.
Yeah.
So that's what I wanna, you know, break this wall.
Well, hopefully this is the event you can do it in. Thank you very much for your insight, man, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to game 2 here between Shopify Rebellion and Virtus.pro. And John, I mean, you just heard from FNG. He sounded like there's some issues going on. Nobody wants to scrim the boys, and you know, sometimes just, you know, the team is unable to bounce back in some bad games. So hopefully they get it together here in this game 2 against Shopify Rebellion, because that first game, 33-3, not a very close match.
No, it was pretty one-sided in Shopify's favor. It didn't feel like Virtus.pro were able to really play their game at all. And they had a draft that felt like it could have snowballed a little bit harder, right? You go for a Skyrat, you want to go for kills. We didn't see those kills come out at all. It felt like Antares couldn't leave that lane with notice for a long time to head down to mid. And that just took a lot of the value away from that Skyrat pick, which felt like it should have been able to apply pressure onto that Pango of Sumail a lot earlier. So a lot of things lining up. You have to give props to Shopify as well, right? Like the vision game was on point. That constant pressure onto Kiritich at the bot, with an early forward vision they planted. All the wards were on point. All the scans, every single time VP was missing, was on point as well. But they've done their homework here on Shopify quite nicely. We'll just have to see if VP can shake that off and bounce back in. Because again, you only get 3 strikes in this Swiss system. There'll only be 1 strike down. Shopify, don't change anything. Just go straight into the Pango. This time VP will get to pick up the TA. So that should be our Squadix hero on mid. TA versus Pango. Pretty decent lane. First level, maybe not so. First 2 levels might not be the best for TA, but by level 3, should be pretty balanced for Squadix to kind of do what he wants, and it does provide a little bit more tempo and a stronger win condition from mid here for VP.
Shopify Rebellion.
We'll see if they can kind of make this one work. Of course, I mean the Pango again. If you're going to go 11-0-6 in a game, game number 1, I can't blame them for going right back to it. I believe that's actually the 4th Pango first pick in a row here for Shopify so far in Wallachia Season 1. Shopify Rebellion. 1 more ban to go before we can see the final ban of Virtus.pro before we can get back into the pick phase. Sadly, John, as you can see, the faces of Virtus.pro, they do not look very happy. Hopefully there's a mental reset that's happened, but no smiles on the faces of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really fault them for feeling pretty rough about, after that last game. But there was a lot of introspection in this short break in between. We'll see again if some learnings came in from that last match. Again, I do like the shift up here for the TA mid.
10 seconds
for
remaining.
Squadix, I think, again, that can scale really hard for them. The matchup, again, is pretty decent up against the Pango once the first 2 levels are done. See what else comes out. Maybe they come out with stronger counters as well. You do see Bane and Bloodseeker being banned out by Shopify in that first phase, so no direct counters, but Grimstroke, Winter Wyvern are still options if you really are concerned with a Rolling Boulder, Rolling Thunder. So you do have that on hand for VP. Chelsea taking their time on their bans as well. They do take care of the Disruptor early on, the Io Chen, very common bans so far, and the Naga, which in RTZ has been playing a couple of times now, or at least yesterday did play once. Wondering what else is the priority here. Could take care of the Hoodwink again if they wanted to. It's still a fairly annoying support play up against. There's the Ench option, which again hasn't been as common. It is still up there.
Have to think about it. I mean, a lot of respect being placed on the supports here with these bans. I think the Hoodwink was a very nice pick from Shopify first game around. I mean, obviously, Hoodwink has been a very meta support as of late. Very, very strong laning presence from the hero. And would not blame Virtus.pro for just going ahead and getting rid of it right now. They will continue thinking about it, however. But do you like the TA versus the Pango matchup at the very least? Like, it should be TA favored again, but
Like, first 2 levels are a little bit rough, but by level 3, it's definitely a lot better for the TA. Dire side, so triangle stacks are a little bit more important for VP. Would like to see them capitalize on that. Maybe go back for the Shadow Demon again. Wouldn't mind it for a second game. But I don't know if they have the confidence for it. They are really taking their time for this last ban. We'll take care of the Ench. So, again, that option's taken away as we were talking about. What's a pickup? And just something that can stack for the TA feels great. And Shadow Demon's not too bad. Didn't quite work out last time for FNG, but I think there were a lot more things wrong than the Shadow Demon pickup last game as well.
5 seconds
so
remaining.
much reserve time here, Virtus.pro. 21 seconds left after that second ban phase. Okay, we'll go into the Mirana. Now, what's the setup for the Mirana is the question. Generally, you don't want to just have a Mirana on its own. Shopify Rebellion, they'll go into their own pick phase now.
Still fairly open for Shopify. I think for VP with a Mirana, it does line up for something like a Kiritich Sven. That could be one way to go, to just have lane setup as well. Stormhammer into Arrow is something we've seen multiple times. I think it's been one of the best lanes to play with a Mirana. You could flex it onto off lane, then go for something like Centaur Mirana as well. Could be one way to go. Pouring Noticed if he wants that. So pretty open for VP. Kind of trying to figure out what you want to do. When we're on it, can stack pretty nicely as well if it's 4. Just dip back, go back into the lane. And pretty mobile support to kind of get that done early on for the side of VP. Shopify, again, it's really open with a Pango pickup. They can kind of figure out what they want to do. Tusk is still an option if they want it. They'll go to Batrider instead, which it used to be way more popular, right? Like, it was always a first phase ban, especially in the qualifier games we watched. It hasn't been prioritized as much in the main event of Wallachia, but it still does a lot of work from pause 4. Like, if you manage to farm up into that blink timing, you can do a lot of work. I would love to see if that's something GH wants to play here. We haven't seen really core Batrider, but it does give you a way of burning through TA Refraction a little bit faster as well, on top of the Pango Swash. So, might not be an issue down the line how durable Squadix can be in this match. And they go for the Hoodwink again.
I like it. I mean, it's just two nice supports here against a hero like TA, who's just going to have her Refraction burnt right through. The Virtus.pro perhaps looking for their own support pickup here to follow up. Still thinking about what position 1 they might be looking at here.
10 seconds
with
remaining.
the TA. I mean, TA is generally the carry you're going to have from the mid lane anyway, so you want something that can maybe set a little bit of a tempo and doesn't need too much farm. Could see something weird like an Alchemist come out. We do tend to see that a lot with TA pickups.
I wouldn't mind something like the Bristleback again if they read that tech. I think TA Bristle is just so strong. The synergy is great.
Rebellion.
Really good front line for you. We'll go to Centaur Rubik first. So, it does look like we will get the Mirana 5 coming out here perhaps, which still isn't too bad. I think you can do some work again. Mirana Sven is the option now if you really want to maximize that early arrow in lane. Could be the way to go, but normally Mirana 5 without stun setup, you're just arrowing range creep, arrowing camps, getting some EXP, harassing out the 4. I don't mind that either way for VP. This is a very stable lineup for them. They have some good disengage. I would like to see Notice take some earlier activity. He was trying, just felt like there was no one to connect with. This time around, if you do have a decent time on Squadix on TA, like you get this timing on Dragonlance Blink, you should be able to connect and you should be able to burst some heroes down. So it's just that tempo we're looking for from VP. And this lineup is a little bit easier to find that tempo on.
We go here for Saberlight. He will not have the Enigma option this time around. You still have options like the MOUZ. Obviously, we kind of talked about this during Game 1, but the MOUZ has not been looking amazing. But we know Saberlight does enjoy the hero quite a lot. They are indeed going to go for the Sven instead for Arteezy first. They'll leave the Saberlight hero for last.
I like that. They steal it away from VP as well. So now they can't go with the Sven Mirana on their own lane. Covers their bases nicely. Like a Sven Hoodwink lane is pretty strong. Double stuns. Lots of rundown potential. Sven laning into Centaur is pretty nice as well. Just go for the cleave build, 1-3-1, and you're pretty happy. Free harassment onto the Centaur without really expending too much. You don't mind matching into Centaur at all, even as a melee hero. Almost something like Life Stealer, but more farm-oriented for the Sven. This shapes up nicely for Shopify. Just having Warcry as well to kind of mitigate the TA's burst potential is massive. They have a lot to play with for Shopify's end. VP just banning out some more annoying offlanes, DK, along with Viper being taken care of, Shopify taking care of the big safe laners, faces Void gone. You do have options like Life Stealer still in the pool, Luna's in the pool as well, I suppose. You want to go back for that for Kiritic.
5 seconds remaining.
The Bristle is still there as well. I just don't know if you... I mean, it's still good, especially with a Centaur for engage, disengage. But that leaves like a massive hole. Like, Shopify could just pick up Timbersaw and then bait you to try to pick that up. They ban out the Sniper here on VB just in case there's flex on the TA sig. You'll go with a Razor pickup as well. So you have all the answers in the world. You have Razor into TA. You just remove all their damage output. You have great presence on the off lane. I like this coming out from Shopify. Like the Razor, as long as it has a decent time in lane, it's going to be able to get its timings, going to be able to apply that pressure. Sure, it's Razor into Centaur, like you might assume Stampede saves you every time from Static Blink, but you do have Batrider, you have so many stuns to catch. As long as you combine that with a Razor, it's not an issue.
It certainly feels like a very strong draft here for Shopify Rebellion. The Virtus.pro. How are they going to finish this their own draft off? 5 seconds of reserve time left to think about it. And they do go for the lifesteal. Going back for a bit of a safe lane here. Against the Razor could be a little bit problematic, but we'll have to wait and see what Virtus.pro does get up to here in this game number 2. Of course, their backs are against the wall. It is a best-of-3 series, but they need to pull off this game 2 victory to try and force it to that game number 3. I mean, judging by how Shopify looked in game 1, with this kind of draft, they are looking pretty.
And they do a shakeup as well. They do run Sumail Razor with Saberlight on the Pango. So that lane for the TA is now not as straightforward. Losing a lot of your damage there to Sumail is not going to feel fun. Granted, Sumail doesn't have the best ways to clear out Refraction, but Static Link still does an auto attack anyway, so you're still going to burn through slowly while stealing some damage there. I like the shift up for Shopify. Having Saberlight in the Pango up against the Lifestealer lane it's all right. It's not the best, but it shouldn't be run down either by Kiritic. And I like the pacing from Shopify. Like, they have a lot of armor to kind of deal with Lifestealer and TA down the line with a Warcry and the free shards. You have this teamfight threat with GH and the Batrider. If he gets a good blink timing, going to have a lot to play for. I think for VP, they need to be able to connect with Notice. I think that's the big thing, because you've got 2 farming cores again on TA and Lifestealer, right? Like, you're not going to be expecting Kiritic to go for Infest Bombs with Notice early on or Infest Bombs with Squadix early on. It has to be the Centaur with the supports, or the Centaur with at least 1 support, and this TA with a quick blink Dragonlance timing it. Depending on how that lane goes, that timing might not be that great here for Squadix.
Yeah, I think the laning is going to be the big emphasis here for Virtus.pro. Obviously, they've got a very strong mid-game timing with their own draft, but can you win out the lanes and allow the space required for these cores to get online is the question we all have in our minds, and we'll find out very, very soon, because Game 2 is now officially underway. Shopify Rebellion, I mean, last game around completely dominated all lanes, so we will see if VP kind of make it work the other way now. It's a good luck, have fun does come out from Noticed. Tips out for Saberlight already. You know, I'd love to see a game 3 between these two. At the very least, hopefully a closer game 2 on our hands. Squadix is going to be noticed here by Sumail. He's unable to get the wards down, sadly, but will be just fine. Seems like Shopify are prepping for a bit of a team fight already. Wards in the dire triangle. Not going to see anyone. They knew somebody was around thanks to that Watcher being taken. Hang around the high ground, hoping for perhaps a target to show themselves down at that bottom lane, but it seems as though VP are going to hang out top.
Yeah, I don't think you want to tempt it with a level 1. Again, lots of control on Shopify. Lots of rundown potential early on. Could argue the same for VP, but a little bit more reliable for Shopify. Let's see. Already have the early vision being dropped by both sides. A little bit more reach from Shopify, but nice forward reach anyway with the early cliff ward here from the side of VP.
Hang about the bounty rune. Sablelight's going to show up. Don't really want to mess around with Kiritic here, so they'll leave the bounty be. This is still going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway, so a nice even start between these two teams. As usual, we can start off with the mid lane, where you are going to see Squadix on the TA up against the Razor of Sumail. Sure, you don't have the refraction burn, but you certainly are going to have a difficult time if the static link does drag out long enough. And we'll see how Squadix does try to deal with this style of lane, but Sumail should have an inherited advantage.
Yeah, it's not going to be too tough for the Razor. Every single time static link is up, Squadix really can't do anything in that lane. No damage to deal with. Sumail should just be able to control the lane quite nicely. Again, once you have refraction, it's a little bit better, but doesn't really save you from just losing all your damage anyway. Sumail should just have a grand old time on mid, which is where, again, that flex with the Pangolier really comes in handy here, as that Pango versus TA matchup would have been a lot worse for Sumail. They come out with a very winning matchup this time around. We'll see if Squadix can find a way to deal with it. Rune control is not too important for either side, but Sumail is lining up for the bottle, and so is Squadix for the sustain. No early blocks on the camp. So actually, they do get an early block on the triangle from Shopify's end, so they'll cut off some of that stacking economy as well. That will put a dent. It's going to take a while for them to check up on that. It's going to be a long time until they can kind of set up for that recovery on the TA here on VP's end.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you're looking down at bottom lane as well. GH and Artesia gets Untades noticed. A nice flame break already out from GH with the blood grenade to slow Untades down, and this could be first blood already. Untades, he'll pop the Fairy Fire, trying to survive, and notice with the double stun will barely allow the Rubik a way out. But already the aggression from Shopify, trying to establish dominance down at this bottom lane.
Yeah, I like that read coming up from Shopify. They know how strong this Batrider can be as a support. Batrider and a Sven lane is actually so scary. You just need a stun, and you have the repositioning with Flame Grave. You've got the magical damage to eat through. Noticed very early on. It is very mana intense, though.
First blood gonna go the way of Kiridich, Saberlight. Not able to quite get away from the lifesteal. And meanwhile, back down at bottom lane, GH now dropping low, but it's gonna be okay to back their way out. VP, though, a fantastic start with the first blood to go the way of Kiridich.
And that's the one lane that's probably not going to go that well for the side of Shopify. Pangolier up against the Lifestealer. This current hero. Well, a lot of HP on a hero to go up against the Lifestealer. There's a lot of damage that can be done. But that's the one lane that VP should be looking to hurt as much as possible.
It's so hard, this matchup for the TA. Like, he's still fighting CS, but Samel, every single time that static picks off cooldown, he just moves right in onto Squadix and just takes so much damage away. Very, very hard laning stage for Squadix at the moment.
Just the nature of the matchup, and again, that's the beauty of Shopify's draft and switching things around with Pangolier. I mean, they saw the Pango, they instantly picked up TA first phase, just use that as a counter bait. They do isolate Antares.
They certainly do, and he's looking like he's got no way out. He'll try to use the tree line, but GH has got him. Right click will be there to finish off the kill. They'll finally pick up that pesky Rubik. Happy days for Shopify down at this bottom lane. TT is getting away with another free farming style of lane. Then again, though, so is Notice. Notice is farming pretty well.
That he is. It's very farm heavy for both sides. The kill opportunities for Shopify are a little bit bigger, again, with the potential of damage from the Batrider. And mid lane again, just every single time the stat blink is up, it's just never fun for Squadix. There's no two ways around that. Rune control doesn't look like either side particularly cares if the other one gets a bottle top up, which should be able to find her water rune. Support's not really leaving their lanes anytime soon. A little bit of a chase down up top, and you are having a pretty decent time here for Kiritich, all things considered. But you have to remember that Artesia on the Sven will outfarm anyway, just by virtue of the hero. So even a decent lane like this, Artesia is still going to be able to eclipse down the line with just some levels and perhaps the Mask of Madness coming in once that's up. But this kind of start for Kiritich might not amount to too much. Considering what we've seen from Lifestealers, they need like Armlet Radiance. It's going to be Armlet first for Kiritich this time, so early activity can't come out. See if they can make the connections later on. Because it doesn't feel like Squadix will be ready when that timing is up on the Lifestealer.
Bit of intent on to Notice. I don't believe they'll get away with this kill, but GH is really just applying so much pressure here with the Firefly. FNG top lane forced to back away as well in the Mirana, not feeling very healthy. DP trying their absolute best to slow down this Sven as much as humanly possible, but with the Batrider threat, it is certainly not looking too easy for them. Meanwhile, Samel slowly started to move his way down bottom, but it looks like he's just farming some camps in the Radiant jungle. Again, it does feel like the lanes have gone very well for Shopify so far. Props to VP, the lanes are a little bit more even than last game, I would argue. But still an outright win, it does seem like for Shopify, as even Kiritich top lane dropping very low, but the bushwhack, it is not going to land.
That does force out the Rage a little bit early. You have the salve ready for Kiritich to stay in that lane. With levels up, Saberlight is starting to do some damage. Again, there's not much synergy with Lifestealer Mirana, outside of maybe an Infest bombed at 6. So it's not something that you can fully shove away to Pango outside of just trying to run him down with right clicks. That does provide some room for rotation mid. Kitrak looking to connect onto Squadix.
Very nice flame break from GH. Knocked the Squadix back just so much damage, and now Kitrak comes in for a very nice bushwhack. Squadix is gone. GH will get... Oh, no, he will not. Oh, he does. The Fairy Fire coming in clutch from GH. They'll get away with murder. No problems here. Even Kitrak copping a bit of damage from FNG, but he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, they managed to get rune control on top of that. Sumail with haste, looking to make his way down bot. Not too much time left in that static link cooldown. Notice in danger.
Is Sumail moving in. Gets the plasma field off. They've got the stun, and Notice is gone. Just too easy here for Shopify Rebellion.
They're just working this movement across the map. VP, Shopify knows that movement lines up on mid, forces the movement out from FNG to walk down. And Antares can't really do much to help as he was already hanging mid. Another opening for Sumail. We talked about the timing on this Razor. If it pops off early, it is a massive threat. Arteezy is just camping for Notice to TP in. Jeez.
Yeah, he certainly is. Sumail's going to join in as well. They might fight over the Wisdom Runes here. Antares, he'll stick around and try to get the lift off in time, but Arteezy's got the Wisdom. You don't see that too often. But Sumail and Arteezy taking a Wisdom Rune for themselves. Sumail finding a killing spree now on the Razor. When's the last time you saw Arteezy run for the Wisdom Rune, John?
I don't think we've ever seen that. You don't tend to see that from your pause ones, but he has such a good read as to how far ahead they are. Look, he's going to go again. He's got the God Strand. He can pressure. He's just going to try to kill off Notice. Just a little bit. Not going to fully commit. Mail not ready for the dive back in. But everything lining up right now for Shopify. They are responding down bot, but you have a level 3 Rubik, a level 4 Mirana, still level 5 on your Centaur. Doesn't feel like you can really stop the Sven unless Arteezy just completely oversteps here.
Yeah, absolutely. A pretty rough time. And sadly, you don't have the level 6 on Notice, so no Stampede to follow up there onto the Sven. Bit of a rough time here for VP. They're trying to find the angles here, but with the Wisdom Runes both being taken, the supports are going to suffer quite a lot. Power Rune not even spawning down bottom, so Squadix has to go top, but Kitrak is there to make sure it does get denied off. Squadix does at least duke out the Bushwhack, but everything is being denied away from Virtus.pro. In fact, Kitrak is still sticking around with the illusion, trying to hand it to Sumail. Will have to take it himself, but it doesn't matter. It's all about denying it away from the Dire.
Again, they're making them focused on mid Squadix.
Okay. We'll connect with a couple. Sumail not going to go too much further. Meanwhile, Arteezy, though, bottom lane, does end up going down. VP able to take advantage of the fact that the mid lane was just complete chaos. They will find a very important kill onto the Sven.
And that's the slowdown they need here on VP, getting that punishment. Onto Arteezy, just playing a little bit too far forward. Got the level 6 up. Didn't even have to commit Stampede here unnoticed. Playing a little bit too on edge for Artur. Still 5-2 VP, despite all those losses, are with a slight advantage. Less than 1k going their way. That's mainly on Kiritic having such a free time up top. And Arteezy, despite those kills, not able to get as much farm as he'd want. He did miss out a few waves to make that move onto the Wisdom. They are starting to clump up bot again with a smoke out.
Here we go. Group up is there. Kiritic on the Twin Gate high ground. We'll move in onto Arteezy. They have not got much help around from Shopify. They're going to try and TP some heroes in to help Arteezy out. It's looking pretty rough for them, though. Sableye with the Rolling Thunder may have just saved the day, but no, the Stampede to wrap around the Tier 1 tower. They'll take down the Sven again. How can they punish you, Shopify? They'll try out the Notice, but now the stuns come out onto GH. So GH being stunned up. Kiritic dropping low. Sableye still trying to chase him down. Meanwhile, GH, he will drop, but they will take at least FNG with them. Thing is, Kiritic is fine. So is Notice. Kirak will even drop the Squadix across the map. A great fight for Virtus.pro.
What's unfortunate for Saberlight, the Rolling Thunder just not connecting to much at all until the end. Good dodges out from VP. Great timing with a Stampede. And the Infest Bomb to clean things up. They do have that sustain in them for Virtus.pro to make that play. Again, great read to make that move across the gate, even for Kiritic. Get some action going across the map. They even out the game. Again, they still maintain a slight net worth lead here on VP. They're buying space out for Squadix to build up on that TA. Dragonlance not too far off into that Blink Shard timing that we tend to see for this hero. So, all things considered, all these trades that Shopify have made aren't amounting to too much just yet. VP looking a lot more alive in this game than they did in the last one. And they are putting up a great fight early on, having that slight advantage lined up for themselves. And this timing, once it's online, is pretty scary. Like, Squadix can come in without too much cares. Sumail will always have to be on point with his targeting on the static link. They have to be able to chain stun as well to prevent the Stampede from getting a save here. And all of that's easier said than done if VP can find the angle in.
Absolutely. I mean, props to Squadix. After a very challenging lane against Sumail, he has caught up and is at the top of the net worth board now on the TA, and that's exactly what you needed to see for VP. Like they're going to have a much better mid game than last time around. Already a much better game as well. We're 6-5 with a 1k advantage VP's way. Of course, Kiritich has been very, very silent across the map, but he's been basically free farming on the Lifestealer. A great old time. There is going to be a two-man smoke being committed here by Shopify. Mel and GH will wrap through the mid lane. They'll ignore Kitrak for now. Head up north instead, see if they can find themselves an easy support pick-off. In fact, never mind that, they want Kiritich. Up towards the top lane they go. They will not find a Lifestealer yet, so back into the mid lane. Lasso available for GH, but he does not have a blink to try and initiate with. It seems like they'll just let the smoke down.
Smoke breaks right under the ward, so even FNG can make his way out. That does give the counter smoke here for VP.
He's just going to see it. He'll tank the gank for the team. In fact, he's going to Firefly and just try to run. Meanwhile, towards the left side, Kiritich is trying to fight Samel, but Samel's got the static link off. Still a lot of damage being dealt. Samel still trying to fight back, though. Is surviving. Kiritich, it's getting too close. He will survive. He will get the infest off on the Wild Wing Ripper as now he goes onto Arteezy, but he's still got no damage. Kiritich is literally tickling Arteezy. But they at least get the Razor. It's good enough.
That's a massive win, actually, for the side of VP. And using that smoke break under the vision to get a regroup, get that angle in, cutting off GH from helping out, and isolating the rest of Shopify in that fragmented fight is not the position they'd want to be in. Artur, and he's got the damage, he's got everything ready, but no one is there to support him. They need GH around with the threat of Lasso, with some of that repositioning that the Flame Break can provide. VP, though, not resting. They do have good aggressive wards watching that triangle. Can be a little bit hard to try to pin down Arteezy, but things are coming out for that top area.
Absolutely, they are certainly looking to try and shut down the map just a little bit here up against Shopify Rebellion. Start with the tier 1 top tower. I don't believe the defense is coming here from Shopify, though pings are coming out. GH has slowly started to rotate. They do have the opportunity if they wish to try and force a defense. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Noticed was being watched by Saberlight and Kidrak, but he is successfully going to be able to retreat. They do pop the Moonlight Shadow on top. That tier 1 top tower is officially now gone.
Yeah, so a little bit of a free siege coming out for VP. They take that opportunity to Moonlight out as well, GH.
Bit far forward. Nice pick up there from Montades with the stolen plasma field. Kidrak's going to move in. Does get the Acorn shot, but no Bushwhack to follow. But they will get themselves a consolation. They do find at least the Ruby, because now the Sharpshooter will be channeled, but does actually hits FNG. But it won't matter, he does TP up. Everyone else is out of there. It's just a 1-for-1 of the supports.
Yeah, they do manage to steal away the Wisdom Rune in that time anyway. So you are still fairly happy on VP making that sacrifice. Get that pickup for Kiritich. There's a little bit more to play with for the Lifestealer. Inching towards that Radiance timing now on that hero. And again, maintaining this 3k lead, you've got a healthy feed onto Squadix and Kiritich. To be fair to Shopify, they're not lagging too far behind on their individual cores, and their farm clump is fairly close together. Like, you still have this big spike for Arteezy into Echo Saber disassembly. Saberlight playing tag.
Playing with fire. He does have the Swash away, has the Rolling Thunder, and will use the Rolling Thunder. Continues chasing Kiritich after the rage. They do get the Bushwhack into the Sharpshooter, and Kiritich is down, but Saberlight will follow. Like, they even found Kidrak. Do you call that worth, John?
It's somewhat worthwhile. It forced out Stampede usage from Noticed as well. It is still a net worth win for VP overall, but you are putting a dent onto that Radiance timing that you're looking for in Kiritich. So it does help the cause a bit. It buys some space for Artur and Sumail. The siege is in full force now, though, for the side of VP. Mid is gone. Good scan to spot VP sneaking from the rear. Arteezy has the space to back off. The key thing for Shopify now is really just stalling out. Wait for this timing where Arteezy can go for the disassembly into BKB, get the blink up, and the Sven can start to play a lot better. You're also lining up for this blink timing on GH, which he is being given room to farm into. Once you've got these initiation tools on hand, it does make the game a little bit easier to play with, especially just having connections for Saberlight to actually connect with when he does want to commit with a Rolling Thunder. So far for Shopify, it has felt rather defensive. They just need time. VP need to keep applying that pressure. They are still strong with or without that Radiance timing. They'll go for a Moonlight play if the angle presents itself here.
Shall see. I think it's that Radiant Triangle. Samel is around the area, and so is Kidrak. They'd much rather the Razor if they can. They'll miss out. Instead, they'll head down straight towards Kiritich, who is taking the bottom tier 1 tower. GH, looking to TP away, will be just fine to do so. They'll give up the bottom tier 1, but obviously they understand with the spikes here for VP, they cannot really hope to fight the dire side. They'll just allow them to take the tier 1 for free. Instead, they'll look up top where Sableye could try to hunt Untardez. We'll try go for it, but it might be a bit of a bait play by the Rubik because he does lift up into the hoof stop. Notice is around. Sableye trying to TP, cannot do so. He will drop. Nice little bait play here from Untard.
Yeah, everyone are ready to back him up. Silverlight not able to go for the roll into TP as well. Does get punished for it, trying to greed out a little bit more. There is still that TP point in top tier 1. And it almost feels like the opposite of game 1, right? Now, it's Shopify this time that's not able to take any tier 1 just yet. Map control completely going the way of VP. Their timings are lining up. This TA is hitting its massive spike with Desolator up. Once you get this Deso TA, one team fight out, Roshan will just instantly melt towards VP, give them a massive advantage to start taking out these tier 2s. You're still a ways off from full BKB for Arteezy here. Does have the Echo Saber, so this assembly is ready, but does need more time. Sumail still gunning for that Manta. Recipe not too far off. And you've got the Blink for GH, but really wants the Force Staff to reposition on top of that. Not quite there, but they are ready with a smoke if they want to reveal that Blink. And the map is just so small for the side of Shopify. Their ward's a lot more defensive than last time as well, considering this game state. See if they try to force something out. Again, this Blink timing in GH is pretty big. Can catch someone off guard. Find a big kill onto someone like say, Squadix or even Kiritich if you can chain stun him. And things can start to turn around quite quickly here.
Things are out. They see Kiritich down to that bottom lane. Arteezy's going to run right into him. A lot of heroes around. Kiritich does need to run, but the lasso is there. GH will catch him. Kiritich, he still gets the rage off, trying for the TP play. There's no way he gets it. And he does not. A bit of a longer TP as well, unfortunately for Kiritich. He will go down. Kiritich, he's getting rather close to the Radiant, so it's a nice pickup here for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, nice pickup. Right target, pretty high net worth. Does equalize the game a little bit more. 800 gold swing the way of Shopify. And a little bit unfortunate. It almost felt a little bit messy from Shopify. They were trying to greed out, hope for the Rolling Thunder to land first before committing the Stormhammer. Almost would have been disaster if that TP was just a little bit quicker. But they do still manage to clean up, fortunately, with enough damage. GH is stealing some camps as well, getting that build-up you'd want for the Batrider to get into the Blink. And Virtus.pro, again, they've had a better time here than game 1. They've been in control. They need to start meeting these spikes. Once this Deso is up, they should be able to group up, take a fight, start to pressure onto Roche. That's where you start to feel comfy and should start to line into that Radiance timing as well that we're looking for from Kiritich. For now, a free push coming out from Squadix onto a tier 2. And it's not going to take too much more. A couple of right clicks away from just clearing this out, providing even more map control for VP. But they're lining up for Kiritich again.
Certainly are. Kiritich being targeted here by Arteezy, but Arteezy understanding he does have to retreat. The TPs were coming in from Notice. Yes, later timing as well now on Squadix. I believe it is on the Courier. The concerns once again for Shopify is the spikes just continuing from VP. Maybe a bit of a rotation from Shopify Rebellion. They are going to smoke up Az3 along with their Sven. Head up towards the top through the river. Sumail will join his team, it seems. In fact, never mind, he'll just farm the creep wave instead. They can find the TA, it'd be happy days, but keep in mind, again, she does have a lot of damage right now, but no BKB available, so if you get the initial lasso, chances are she's just going to die. Squadix, he's going to be fine to get away. GH jumping in, he does find Untardez. Not quite the target they wanted, but they'll take it.
And you take the freebie, get the tier 2 going as well. Let's clear out the map a little bit more. This does make it a little bit harder for the side of VP to try to leverage that early Deso at least, but not losing cores. We like to get them to reposition. Sumail?
Far forward. Still going to be okay to back his way out. Jump in from Notice though, he's going to find himself Kitrak, so Kitrak will be going down. Meanwhile, GH able to TP? No, he's not.
Ooh.
Squadix does have the damage output in time. A killing spree now for the TA. 2 for the price of 1 for VP. And VP still looking very, very strong for game 2.
But they're choosing their targets well, they're choosing their fights really well. They managed to build that lead back to 4K. Radiant's up and running now on Kiritich, and here's that Rosh timing we were looking for. One couple of pickoffs into Roshan, not going to take too long with a TA on hand. That's going to be a massive boon for VP to look for more of these tier 2s. Side of Shopify, again, next steps are some mobility item for Arteezy, the Blink or the Ags. Does look like he is still considering which one. Scan spots Roche, but it does go way too fast with a Deso. And you're going to have that safety net now for Squadix to play up front. But again, the lead it's not as big as you'd expect it to be. You still have some good spikes from VP. Shopify aren't too far behind. It's just down to execution. It does feel like VP's been on point with some punishment here.
Arteezy, he's very far forward. They're trying to get greedy for the tier 1 tower. Notice does not make the jump in. VP still look like they want to try and force the fight through the mid lane. They'll run up towards top. GH is showing himself in the creep wave right now, so they'll see if they can find themselves a cheeky Bat Rider kill. GH does have a TP available if he wants to commit it, as the chase is still ongoing. Oh, they found Saberlight, but it's not quick enough with the arrow. Just barely missing out.
Just some good space being made. Again, just allowing for this build-up to get into that point where you've got that blink on your Sven. You have your Force Staff up now on GH. Off the back of that, recipe is ready to ship out. So, again, the repositioning with Lasso going to be a lot easier as well to get that isolation. It's VP that's under some pressure to work the map, right? Like, they need to be able to keep Shopify in their side of the river. They need to be able to try to look for something to build into the tier 2 siege, maybe consider a high ground threat as well. GH
able to set up on Tantana. It's just he was still sticking around farming the area on the Bat Rider. So, Kiritich, he's going to show himself as well with the Moonlight Shadow. He'll find Kidrak. Kidrak trying to sharpshooter away. We'll go for the TP play out. Oh, he's not going to make it. Kiritich barely having enough damage. The 1-4 on the supports, but Shopify Rebellion, they seem a little bit more desperate for the kills. Like Arteezy, keeping right into where Kiritich has shown up. This may not be the idea. The stun, it will not land. The Rage was quick enough. Kiritich now just chasing him down. Hands already up. FNG to back him up. Arteezy's forced the BKB. Meanwhile, Squadix now being sapped away by Sumail. Has no damage available. Sablelight's going to jump in, taking no damage from the Meld Strike of the TA. But Shopify needs to run. Notice, he'll jump back in with the stun. Kiritich is on the chase here for Sumail, but everyone's getting away. Everyone is fine from Shopify Rebellion. But the push is ongoing. BP are not backing off. They've got an Aegis for the next 3 minutes on this TA. They want towers.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty big win for VP. They force out the first BKB usage of Arteezy for a retreat. Are still playing tag as well, but we'll find that tier 2. And now the high ground pressure can start to come in. They've got the output with Squadix. They've got great presence with Kiritich with that Radiance. They've got enough to kind of get things going. There is a lasso ready on GH. This is where the Bat Rider can shine on the high ground defense. Just need to somehow find an angle. And with Force Staff Blink, GH's game is simplified that much more. But the side of VP understand that. They've seen the Force Staff showing in the lane while farming. They will play it safe. And they have so much time on this Aegis. Pressure isn't that high. They could go for another tier 2 take relatively safely here.
They're going to try for it. Fine, not feeling very confident to defend. But Sumail will try to at least clear out the creep wave and does do a decent job of it. Find a position where they just need to find some more space for their cores to get that farm going. You kind of need to just wait out the storm as well with this TA, right? Like the TA is just hitting a bit too hard at the moment. Obviously, there is still some scaling to go as Squadix doesn't even have a BKB up yet. You're going for the Daedalus first, but nevertheless, you've got to just ride out the storm if you are Shopify. Top lane Arteezy, sticking around for the farm, can get punished. Gets the BKB off in time, will go for a bit of a run with the War Cry. Kiritich on the chase, the TP away should be fine as Arteezy cannot be stopped. Hitrak trying to juke his own way out with a TP, but no, he does get caught. At least they get their POS 1 out of it.
They bail out Artur. That's another BKB charge going down though. They still spot him out. FNG's tracking. No one to follow through though. They know where this guy's farming up. They are rushing down, but Squadix could make this happen if you're not too careful here on Artur.
Spidey senses were tingling though. Arteezy able to blink away, realizing they probably weren't coming. Notice, gets lassoed in the mid lane. Sumel's going to try and get the damage up, but this is a very tanky Centaur at the moment with the Crimson Guard, and Sumel just gets completely annihilated. The Saberlight, he's going to try to move in, still trying for the Centaur, but again, they don't have the follow-up damage. Saberlight just needs to roll his way out. It is just not safe enough.
That was rough to watch. They commit a lot with Lasso and Static Link, but Centaur is just way too durable. Has the Crimson Guard along with Plate Mail. So much damage reduction on hand. High-ground siege can begin in earnest. Only a few seconds left on the Aegis, but it's just a free reset for Squadix, and the tier 3 will fall. Shopify. They blew everything. They don't have roll, they don't have Lasso.
Caught for a moment, a nice pushback though from Kidrak, setting up perfectly, but again, the follow-up is just not going to be there. At least the Aegis does now expire on Squadix. There is an opening for Shopify to try to abuse. VP, they will play it safely back out of there, not feeling safe. In fact, they saw RTC farming the top lane, so they'll try and maybe go for a chase onto the Sven. Antares doesn't see him. Noticed he might have a look. RTC, he's got his BKB TP ready to go whenever though. He'll blink away. No BKB TP this time. Not yet anyway. Notice still having a look around with his life stealer, but RTZ is fine. Counter smoke now. Shopify Rebellion back into the Radiant Triangle.
I fear nothing that moves.
Lacking a bit of vision around the area though. It's kind of hard to know exactly where VP are. VP, in fact, running right into them. FNG trying for a Wisdom Rune, may pay for it with his life. Still, they have found Saberlight. The Pango's already down. Kidrak's the next target. Kidrak having a lot of trouble surviving through this. Meanwhile, Sumel trying to stand behind and protect Arteezy. Can they actually turn this team fight? The answer is no. They've got to back away again. VP, they'll get away with a 2-for-1 trade. And I mean, FNG literally donated his life that time around.
Yeah, and they still had to throw out the Lasso to get that done. Just not the proper position for Saberlight. Good punishment out from VP, and again, opening up this high ground. Racks are not going to last too long with the damage they have here. No Lasso threat for a while. No Pango roll. It's not a defense I see can come out. We'll lose the mid. At least bot and top are still relatively safe. VP not under pressure to really push the envelope too hard, but their timings are online. Shopify. They need to reach this point where Sumail has like the refresh. It's got to be the double Eye of the Storm, double Static Link that saves him here with the double BKB. But we're still a ways off from that full farm here for the Razor. VP just been able to dance around, not exposing their front line at all. And even when they do, like Notice is just too tanky to pin down. Kittitich is very, very hard to hold as well. And Sumail always has to Static Link the TA. Like, it can't even be the Life Stealer because Squadix burst damage is just way too high to allow a free game. So he's always holding on to Static Link to try to pin down the TA now in these fights. And Squadix has just been really patient, just not showing up at all. Waits for the cleanup, allows the Lifestealer and the Centaur to just do that work up front. Try to bait out Sumail, put him out of position, and just clean up afterwards.
Oh, Squadix has still got a BKB to farm up. Yes, it hasn't really peaked yet for Squadix. Not even close. He's just a glass cannon at the moment. Only one death on the TA, and that was a lot earlier on, I do believe. Here we go again, Shopify Rebellion having to find a way to defend their tier 3 towers. They're only one racks down so far, 30 minutes into the game. Saberlight, Rolling Thunder is going to be committed. He'll make the jump in. Problem is GH does get caught mid-blink, and he is just going to go down immediately. No Batrider available, and I think Saberlight has to leave once again. Defense does continue. Problem is the T3 tower goes down very quick. The Sound Notice jumps in right onto Saberlight. That'll be a Pangolier going down very quickly here to Virtus.pro as they find Sumail as well. Sumail able to BKB and run, but without GH and Saberlight, they've just got no team fight.
No, there's no saving this. They really needed the last one to go off. Only one set of racks holding back VP, and they're not stopping. They know how strong they are. The output of Arteezy is just not there. He needs that full Daedalus, but still lacking the gold, that Demon Edge. It has to be something cheeky with GH. He needs to find that lasso to open up this fight.
It's proven to be very challenging with Antares just standing behind with lift ready whenever. He'll get jumped. Arteezy though immediately stunned, and Arteezy's gone. Completely destroyed here by the TA. There goes Kidrak as well. There's no buybacks available on Shopify, and they call it. They have seen enough. Because you saw how fast the spin just got bursted. Squadix, I mean, my goodness. He finally pops a PKB as the game's in.
Yeah, it's a spectacular performance out from VP. They play through the timings really well. They come out with a draft that's much more aggressive this time around. They have this good win condition for Squadix from the mid, and he just scales up from there. It looked really good for Shopify, right? Like the shift out for Razor mid to slow down Squadix felt really nice, but the side lanes just weren't getting enough this time. In particular, Saberlight, I think, on the Pangolier was just having a little bit too rough of time up against Kiritic. Like, they get a better mid matchup for a big sacrifice in the offlane, and we always talk about this with Shopify. It feels like Saberlight does kind of set that tempo for this team. He didn't have that high tempo this time. He still had a decent timing on the defusal, but it just didn't feel like it tied in all too well. And the playmaking pressure was on Saberlight and GH. We just saw how aware VP was. Like that last fight, arrow into the tree line. GH couldn't even arrow, and Arteezy just deleted.
So definitely fantastic gameplay here from Virtus.pro. We're going to see a couple highlights here. Just an attempt onto the Centaur. This one was just no good. The Crimson Guard was up. Notice was taking no damage. And he's just able to get away as GH is forced to run for his damn life. Saberlight, I mean, there's just so many fights where Saberlight was trying his absolute hardest to find an opportunity for his team. But it was just proving to be way too challenging, because even this fight, they find FNG freely, but then Saberlight just gets blown up by Notice with the stun in, and everyone else just has to run. The angle was just never there. Virtus.pro just showing absolutely zero weakness here in this game too. And this is what we wanted to see from Virtus.pro. A much closer series already. We're going to a Game 3 here between Shopify and Virtus.pro. I could only imagine what Game 3 has in store for them.
Yeah, I don't see Shopify going away from this Pango opening. I still think the theory behind it works, but I feel like they need to think really hard when they flex that onto Saberlight, because it's not that Saberlight did bad, but again, you're sacrificing a lot of what he could do with other heroes on the offlane that are more popular. It's like his Enigma last game, or even something like the Centaur option, which Virtus.pro picked up this time. And because they open with a Pango, again, you're leaving those options open. You can't ban out that Centaur. You have no room to first phase ban the Lifestealer, because you're protecting for the Pangolier. It just makes it a little bit harder now that Virtus.pro understand it, know what to expect in the draft. It feels like they can adjust and start to play their own game. Let's see what the change up for Shopify is. Virtus.pro, though, again, forcing us to Game 3. Great news for them to stay into keep their chances alive here in Wallachia. And again, it's an outstanding performance from all of them. Just, I want to say Squadix did a lot of that work, though. Like, this TA was just active so early on. It worked the matchup against Razor pretty well, considering how badly that went, and just scaled on from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just a very confident game here from VP. Squadix certainly just playing a perfect TA game is I think, the way to put it. Just waiting out the PKP till the last moments of the game, just did not care whatsoever for that immunity. And I mean, props to Virtus.pro at the very least on we get a game number 3, which is exactly what we wanted to see. I kind of wonder now what Shopify Rebellion are intending to do to try and give themselves a decent shot at pulling off this series win up against Virtus.pro, because Virtus.pro seems like they've figured things out. Right? We were talking about a mental reset as well after that game 1. They should be feeling pretty mentally good right now after this game 2. Who's the MVP? It is going to be Mr. Squadix. Of course it is.
Yeah, again, he did such great work in a very unfavorable matchup for his mid. Does manage to bounce back quite well. It felt like Shopify had a good understanding how to slow down that TA. Again, just Razor last pick, flexing into that mid lane. They block off the Ancient very early on to stop stacks. It's just not enough. And again, he had such a great read in what he had to do. The entire team just worked as a unit really well this time. And you were mentioning in draft, they look a little bit defeated, but they were all just locked in. They're just ready to play their game.
Well, I love to see it, Jonathan. Of course, we do have to head off to a short break, but right after that break, we can be back with game number 3 between Shopify Rebellion and Virtus.pro. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are into game 3 here between Virtus.pro and Shopify Rebellion, and it is MLP.on.X5. Jonathan, we do have a draft underway. Surprise, surprise, they have already taken the first pick, Pango. However, the change-up is, John, they ban out TA this time, so they are respecting
Shopify
the Squad X
Rebellion's
TA.
turn
That
to
did
ban.
allow Bane, but Bane now does get banned out because Virtus.pro prioritized DK instead. But they do get away with the Pango, and they still get the pans they wanted.
Yeah, I like the DK opener for VP. I feel like it's just as flexible as the Pangolier. You can still run DK versus Pango, and that's a lane that is boring.
10 seconds
It just stays alive. No one's going to be dying. No one's going to be under too much pressure. So I like this
5
from
seconds
VP, just
remaining.
kind of trying to match what Shopify might try to do. I am interested in what the idea for Shopify now is with a Pangolier pick. How do they back that up? What are they going to build off of it? Are they going to try to flex it again? Because, again, I don't think there's too much pressure to put Sumail off of the Pangolier this time. And you can give Saberlight something else that can kind of give you more teamfight control. Because it did feel lacking. They were kind of relying a lot on just Lasso and the Rolling Thunder out from Saberlight last time. And maybe the Stormhammer from Arteezy. It didn't feel like Sumail could really do anything to start these fights by himself. So I'd like to see him, and he could play making the Pango. I think that's the idea I'm trying to get to here. Let's see what else they do decide to take out on the side of VP. They've already respect banned again the Naga
10
from
seconds
Arteezy.
remaining.
Maybe something like the CK could be a priority ban now, considering that it did
5
work out
seconds
fairly nicely
remaining.
last time, but it does feel like you might want to take care of some big supports. Hoodwink could be annoying for DK, purely because it has its own break mechanic, so the durability of your DK will disappear for a few moments there, if you were concerned about that at all.
Absolutely. We'll see. Virtus.pro, they'll get rid of the enchant. Not willing to give that away. Right into the Shadow Demon, which again has been an extremely popular support as of late. Shopify Rebellion, we'll see what they look to follow up with. Of course, now that the Shadow Demon's out, you're going to be maybe worried about that offlane Centaur. That could come out as well because you have great setup. See stacks to be made. Shopify, they are going right back to the support duo that worked in game 1. Get the Tusk, get the Hoodwink, even the Pango. It's literally the same draft.
That it is, and I like seeing this coming out from Shopify. They could set up for something like the
10
Enigma once
seconds
more,
remaining.
if they want to close out this phase of picks. Of course, VP can set up for
5
it. They could go
seconds
for their
remaining.
own, say, Rubik pickup to just prevent it to be a really comfy game for Saberlight. Apply some pressure there if they need to. Wouldn't mind that at all for the side of VP. They have a lot of time to think through this one. And they can also consider, again, the flex on this DK doesn't have to just be Squadix down mid. It could just be Notice on the offlane. Heck, even a safe lane for Kiritich doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world. But again, you're picking up this DK for the Pango matchup. I do like DK Shadow Demon for push as well, especially once the Ags is up. 3 illusions to just shove in a lane to pressure a tower quite nicely. Even early on, like that early level 6 for DK, connect with the Shadow Demon, free siege on the mid tier 1. So there's some really good potential to keep a steady tempo here for VP already with this opener.
It's not broken, you don't fix it, that's for sure here. We'll see what Virtus.pro do want to follow up with. Again, I would not blame them for just going for that Centaur pickup here. Of course, with the stacks to be made, carries like Luna look very good. Then again, though, Luna, it's a bit hit and miss right now, but it's still very, very potent in the current meta. And Virtus.pro, they will have a bit of a think about this third pickup. And I imagine the DK is not going to be flexing to the offlane, and they're going to go for the Rubik for now. So just going for the safety and the support. And in fact, they're going to go for a MOUZ pickup. So the classic Rubik MOUZ combination.
Yeah, it does come out. Again, last time I saw Notice play the Mars, there were a couple of big spears in that Team Spirit match that
10
didn't connect, but that was also down to like song timing and just BKB usage from the
5
enemy team, from Team Spirit. So maybe not as much of a worry for Notice. He has had a day to kind of look back and improve as well. And again, you have this steady lane of Mars Rubik. And again, the Rubik pickup kind of makes it harder to justify a Saberlight Enigma pickup. So it can be that much more challenging. You've got the Mars who can help clear Eidolons as well if a push comes in. You have some solutions. You could go for a lane swap if it's that bad for VP this time around. So I like this from VP. Just covers their bases. Good tanky heroes up front. Shopify will go straight into the Lesh, so there is still that flex. You could run Saberlight offlane Lesh, but the likelihood now is you run the Sumail Lesh rack, you go back to Saberlight on the Pangolier. And I like this Lesh rack for the mid. Again, mid lane against the TK is very good. A lot of magic damage to take care of the Dragon's Blood. You're not going to care for that armor coming out here. Along with the fact that This is a mid that can still play make for Sumail. It's not like the Razor,
10
where it's just
seconds
lane dominant. He can dictate the game on his own. It gives you some good push potential from
5 seconds
Shopify.
remaining.
It helps clear out some of the illusions the Shadow Demon will try to build up as well. So I like these solutions coming up from Shopify. I think this flex this time is a lot stronger for them.
Yeah, you love seeing Sumail playing the Leshrac, obviously one of his specialties coming out. It's generally an NA special, I want to say, the Leshrac, a very, very popular hero in the mid lane. Still, Sniper being banned out from Shopify, not wanting the flex here against DK. Virtus.pro, looking for position 1 bans here up against Arteezy. They'll get rid of the CK that you brought up earlier. You still got heroes like the Sven if you want to try that again. Wouldn't really recommend it against the MOUZ DK, to be fair.
Ten seconds remaining.
There are still some options like Lifestealer left in the
5
pool
seconds
here
remaining.
for Shopify if it's not banned out. VP's going to have to think hard about this last ban. I mean, there's the Luna again that you mentioned earlier on there, Mike. Lifestealer, which works well against these 2 strength cores already on hand. I would have said, if not the Leshrac pick earlier on for Shopify as well, felt like a Timbersaw could have been really good. Run the Pango mid still, and run with like a Timbersaw for Saberlight up against Mars DK. And the Illusions of Shadow Demon could have been one way, but the Leshrac,
Shopify Rebellion.
it does provide that pressure. There's the Lifestealer ban for VP, understanding that that's probably one of the safest bets for Shopify here. Shopify looking like they're expecting a little bit of a weird last pick. Maybe flex for Kiritich onto DK with that Sniper ban out. What else can you kind of do? I mean, you could, again, run DK safe. You still end up with the DK Pango lane, which is
5
still
seconds
rather
remaining.
passive, all things considered. But like Pango Hoodwink, Pango Tusk is still pretty good as well for Shopify.
Well, have a think about it. The final ban is here from Shopify Rebellion. Still seemingly looking for the safe lane here for Virtus.pro. I mean, I appreciate when Sniper is banned out every single time. You know, I hate seeing that hero so damn much.
Hey, if it works, you know. What can you do?
So you're having a think. You do have heroes like the Void as well. Faces Void has been popping up quite often from the games we've been casting.
Shopify Rebellion.
Haven't seen if this series
Virtus
quite yet.
Pros.
So get rid of the Morphling instead. And Shopify Rebellion right into the Terrorblade.
You don't have the biggest magical nukes on VP, so this is a very well protected Terrorblade. You've got the Leshrac on your side here for Shopify. Ensure that you have a good game. I like the tempo that you can provide with this as well.
10
Just a fast 6 or
seconds
7 with maybe a Dragonlance. Terrorblade can kind of join in for a quick siege, go
5
back to farming,
seconds
cut
remaining.
waves, play with illusions, as we know Arteezy likes to do, so you can work the map to its fullest. The one awkward thing about Terrorblade into Mars is, again, metamorphosis into that does feel awkward. They will go with a Zeus on VP, so we will get the Kiritich DK, and that's your magic damage solution now for VP to kind of have a handle on this Terrorblade of Arteezy. You do have some burst on hand. Your mid lane matchup as well for Zeus versus Lesh isn't too bad for either side. You can play. Both of you have good wave clear. You have the bailout for Zeus, which might be the upper side, but the Leshrac has the kill threat with a stun. And the push threat as well. I think that's the one thing the Zeus kind of lacks. He can shove the wave, but tower pressure is there in Sumail. So it's going to be interesting with lots of emphasis on water runes now. I wouldn't be too surprised if both sides tried to deny it from each other early on at, say, the 4-minute mark, a little bit earlier than what we've seen in the series, into the 6-minute mark, of course, for the power runes. But this high draft, this should be our most competitive game so far. I feel like the draft is very even across both ends.
I really hope so, because Game 1 and Game 2 are both kind of stompy from both sides. All we want at this point is a close game. We don't really mind who wins the game, Jonathan. We just want to see an exciting game between these two teams, and this could be the two drafts that make that happen. Did you have a preferred draft, Jonathan? Does one draft look a little bit better than the other?
I would say the scaling of Shopify is a little bit better. Like their damage output is much more consistent with the Terrorblade and the Leshrac. I think your scaling on VP is maybe a little bit less so. Not to underestimate the DK with the Ags timing down the line, but you know it's a Terrorblade. It's going to scale a lot harder. It's going to deal a lot more damage. The ace in the hole here for VP is arena use. Right? It's all down to that. If you can block Arteezy off, it becomes pretty awkward for a Terrorblade, even with BKB, to try to get hits across the arena. and lacking that DPS on Shopify's end could be a big boon for VP. That's a deal breaker here for the side of Shopify. And their team fight is a little bit tighter in terms of area control for Shopify Rebellion. Now their hard hold is not quite there. Maybe a good snowball with a split Earth, and then you can kind of set up for the Rolling Thunder from Saberlight. But just compare that to an Arena to Dragon Tail, it's much quicker for VP to kind of get things going on their end.
The level 1 team fight already. GH getting some vision down. Trying to get out any rotations to come in.
And died with honor.
Be able to back off here, Virtus.pro. They won't try to make their move through the north. Virtus.pro pretty split up, not looking for a level 1 team fight, I do not believe.
30 seconds.
The Shopify's draft does seem much more suited for a big level 1 team fight. But Virtus.pro will not give them that angle and opportunity. See, noticed already at the top lane, just clearing out the tree line, just ensuring it makes it a little bit harder for these bushwhacks to land from Kid Rack. One way to kind of deal with it. Go. Bounty runes to spawn. The Shopify, they are just going to set up the top ones. Saberlight, of course, not going to bother trying to contest the bottom ones on his own, so it will be a pretty easy 2-for-2 trade on those bounties. And we can start with the mid lane as usual. I mean, Samel's going to be up against Squadix once again. Of course, the Zeus versus the Leshrac matchup. How do you think this one should go?
I would say you have a little bit of an advantage on the Leshrac. You can right-click a little bit more, so you're not as reliant on just spamming out your spells. It is still fairly reliant on Lightning Storm, but when it comes down to it, there's a little bit more economy for Sumail to land some good right-clicks with his added range. Mind you, it's not as much damage as Squadix would do with his own right-clicks, but then range advantage is the real difference maker there. So Sumail should have a good time in the first 2 levels. By level 3, you get the value point and heavily jump. It shouldn't be as deadly for Squadix. Rune control against the big aspect here. Just whoever gets to control Bounty and Water Rune, I want to say, for both sides, does tend to have a better time. It's about just economy with a bottle. If you can get ahead on either side, get some good movement from the sports, just deny the opposing Water Rune, you're pretty happy on either mid.
Absolutely. Of course, you have those side lanes as well down at the bottom lane, Saberlight and Kitrack against FNG and Heritage. I feel like it could be a very kind of passive lane. Of course, the Dragon Knight does not make it easy to take him out with that Dragon Blood. Still could see some kills popping up here onto FNG, but apart from that, I fully expect the bottom lane to be a little bit more quiet.
And it should be. Again, you end up with a Pango DK lane, which was one of our expectations early in the draft for the mid. Same thing kind of applies here. Maybe a little bit more kill threat coming out from Shopify, just because you are a little bit more aggressive with the Hoodwink, but overall it shouldn't be a massive issue for Heritage at all. Don't you see how much... Oh.
Nice spear out. Arteezy looking like first blood as Antares is able to secure the kill. GH could do nothing about it at the level 1 mark, and it's the scary thing about a MOUZ Rubik lane. They've just got the easiest setup for the spear combination, and sadly for Arteezy, he does get caught.
Yeah, it's the one thing to watch out for. Again, there is some magical output here in this lane. You don't have the highest HP despite having a lot of armor, so slowly whittling away does work out up against this Terrorblade. Mind you, he still has Metamorphosis. They have Tag Team ready on GH. They could try to make a play off the back of that. See that opportunity presents itself so far. A little bit slower for the Terrorblade in comparison to what you're getting out here for the side of Virtus.pro. And notice, off to a great start, just finding that isolation. Really a simple combination as well. You don't have counterplay until you have a save on GH, which is still a ways off.
Nice shards out from GH. With the Metamorphosis, Antares is having a very difficult time getting away, so a great setup here from the Tusk onto the Rubik. Meanwhile, down at bottom lane, there is a bit of a chase here for Kitrack. FNG also being chased down by Saberlight, but both sides are going to have to allow those supports to leave. The bottom lane, even though we assumed it would have been a little bit more boring, turns out there is some action happening.
Yeah, it does force the salve out from Kitrack. Does lose that region on hand, so FNG has a little bit more to play with. Again, for the DK, it's very hard to shut him out with 2. Ooh.
Yeah, GH again, setting up perfectly here on the Tusk. Just off the back of that Metamorphosis about to wear off, he found the shards into the snowball on the tag team, and GH making magic happen on this support Tusk.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting that good punishment this time onto Notice. The bigger kill that you'd want. This is downtime now for the Terrorblade, though. Without Metamorphosis up, that threat isn't there. This is the opening for VP despite that death. They should look to try to maximize if they can, but at this point Shopify should look to play that lane a little bit slower. Taking a look at the mid, you are getting a lot more again for Sumail. There's just not as much the Zeus can do. With all of the harassment coming out from Sumail, no one's denying off the water runes either, and no one's denying off the bounty rune. It's in fact movement out from Kitrak tried to clear out the bounty rune earlier on there as well. And to move in for the water rune. So they're the ones choking out Squadix. No bottle refill, no bounty rune to fall back to. Sumail is just going to take control at this point.
Yeah, it's one of the positives as well about having a Pango down at the off lane is Sableye can always just get away with the swashbuckle, just never really feeling like he's in any big danger. In fact, speaking of Sableye, he's still playing with fire here against Kiritich and FNG. But it does allow Kitrak to just kind of rotate across the map and ensure that Sumail does dominate that mid lane. Just make life very, very challenging here for Squadix. And even harder is the fact that none of his supports are dying, so nobody's going to be able to bottle refill for the Zeus anytime soon, sadly. And well, the Zeus's life is only set to get harder as Sumail is well and truly taking over this mid matchup.
The levels are maybe a little bit easier on... Actually, no. There was a slight advantage for Squadix earlier, but Sumail does manage to equalize. Again, I like this emphasis coming out from Shopify to control that mid. If the Zeus falls behind a little bit, he always has Thunder God's Rat presence early on to play around, but you're slowing down that Manta timing, you're slowing down the Phylactery and the Shard, which is when the Zeus really gets out of control. You're finding that early tempo coming out from Shopify. Your laning phase, again, is going pretty well for the side of Shopify, but it's not too bad for VP. Like, Kiritich is getting the free lane you'd expect the DK to, and he's going to have a good time. Can't be shoved away with double Bracer. See, power runes coming in. Again, it's Shopify that's kind of lining up here.
Squadix gets the bushwhack. He just used that heavenly jump to try and relocate himself. Squadix in huge trouble on a perfect setup from Kitrak. No wards to see the rotation incoming. FNG did try to rotate to help out, but now he's in trouble. Kitrak has a bushwhack in one. Of course, Wool landed very, very easily. And Sumail should have another kill on his hands. Two will go down now. Virtus.pro giving a double kill away to Sumail. Mid matchup, it just keeps getting worse here for Squadix.
It's not getting any easier. Just no way to bring Antares in early enough. There were wards watching earlier, but just fades away at this timer. Power rune goes the way of GH as well. Not going to be able to top up to Mail, but should allow him to make another play. He's sneaking up top. They don't have Metamorphosis for that long, so no real kill opportunity coming in. It's going to be even harder to give away this Tusk. Again, a strong start for Shopify in the laning phase, 1-4. Everything lining up their way. This early tempo that Sumail will get off of this is going to be massive. The quick Kaya makes short work of the buildings and the heroes once that is set up. And Saberlight, again, even though Kiritich is finding farm, it is a DK. You're not being stopped here either on the Pango. Diffusal timing might not be the same that you'd expect, from mid lane, but it is going to line up close enough. They were forcing a lot of heroes to come in to just secure Wisdom Rune as well, with Arteezy trying to micro-deny.
Very close steal from GH as well. He's still going to be able to TP away just fine. Wisdom Runes will go 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Notice being chased by Arteezy. Reflection will give the vision. Kitrak's looking for a bushwhack opportunity. Notice he's going to try to get towards the team gates, but the bushwhack is going to lock him down. Here comes Sumail as well with the stun available. Notice is not going to be able to get through the gate. He'll try once again, but it's just no good. Sumail will find his third kill of the game. 1-5 already. Shopify Rebellion looking a lot better here in this game 3.
That they are a massive net worth advantage being formed here on Sumail, and he's leveraging that. Looking at bot.
Bottom, yeah, they've got the Dragon Knight now. Sumail is just not slowing down. Oh boy, oh boy. I mean, you get it. You give a good start to this man's Leshrac, and he just takes over.
That he does. He's got the level 3 Edict ready to try to melt towers, force out the Fortify earlier on. He's not stopping to push, though. He's just going for more.
Why not? GH is ready to set up. Squadix, he's been caught again. He does have the Heavenly Jump at the very least, and FNG, he's the one that's set to tank the gank here against Kitrak and Sumail. The runaway is there, but they've got the Lightning Storm. In fact, Sumail may not even need it. Eventually does pop it. FNG, he will go down. Kiritich, he's going to rotate along with a couple, but can they get a stun off? GH, he will finally get stunned up, gets the snowball off. He'll buy a bit more time, but GH should surely just be going down, but no! Oh, they lift him up and finally take him out. It just looked a little bit too hard.
That has way more effort than you'd want for a cleanup kill. Does allow some presence here for the mid siege with Kirtic showing up as well. But it just takes so much for them to find that. It frees up this top lane for farm. You're getting some good chip damage onto Kirtic anyway. The tower will still be set to fall. Oh, they do clean up Kitrak. That's a little bit of a bonus.
Meanwhile, FNG will go down a Saberlight down a bottom lane. Saberlight able to find a solo pick off for himself. The mid tier 1 tower is now gone, but can Squadix get his way out? He does have the heavenly jump. He'll be alright. Able to really lock him down. The VP, I mean, they've been having a bit of a tough time in the kills department, but they do find a very important mid tier 1 tower.
Opens up the map a little bit more. Dragon form has faded. Saberlight is forward. He was spotted out.
Thunder's back up though. Can go whenever. The Shopify Rebellion want to try and set up for that mid-tier 1 tower themselves now with the max Diabolic Edict available. Here comes GH from the side. He's already found Antares. Still FNG back to nice arena. Notice he'll find the Pangolier. He's even trapped in Samel. Samel's gonna have to try and fight back on his own, but it's just no good. 5 heroes from VP to ensure that they defend that mid-tier 1 tower. And that net worth lead that Shopify had, it does go right back the other way.
That's a huge loss. Losing Sumail like that. Great angle found there by Notice to just get that arena off. A little bit too far forward from the side of Shopify, especially without Kitrak around. He had no TP. He was hanging around on that bot jungle further out. Couldn't find the angle in. And missed that timing. They need that Hoodwink to break up these fights with a Bushwhack. Help to provide some more setup as well for Sumail to play around. That does equalize the game quite nicely for VP. Mind you, again, Shopify are getting a lot in terms of just allowing RTZ to farm.
Bottom lane, Saberlight has found himself an opportunity. Does get stunned up, has a swash, but does not end up connecting. Heritage with a nice little juke. Will be able to TP out just fine.
Still farm denial though for Heritage. That is the dragon form with half duration to the left, not able to just clear out the camps. Inside of VP though, trying to line up top, at least get some shoving of their own with a siege creep up. Only Artur to kind of defend that by his lonesome. Again, the Terrorblade has been farming quite nicely, and the pacing for Arteezy, playing with the Conjure images, is going to hit this timing on the Manta sooner rather than later. A smoke out from Shopify, looking to go on the hunt again with Sumail and GH here.
They are. Up towards the top lane they go. They want to see if they can hunt down Notice, but Notice seems to notice something is wrong. GH still hanging around. There are a few heroes who'll just get some wards down and get some vision for his side. Smoke will be broken, but Samel is still behind him. They could try to use the Tusk as bait. Seems though Virtus.pro are very well aware that something is a little bit awry, and they do actually find the Observer Ward thanks to Squadix. So no gank to come here from Shopify.
That is forcing the clump up out from VP though. Hugging up top, the side of Shopify already split up. Saberlight has free reign on that bot jungle to farm. Arteezy still protected by the tier 1 to play his own farm game up top. Has the Yasha flying out, and Manta not too far off. Smoke out now from VP though. They've got Arena back up unnoticed, need to land on the target.
Yeah, trying on FNG. Samel will be there to back him up, but they've got help incoming. Notice he's coming in from the side. FNG, he sets up a perfect team fight for the side of Virtus.pro. Samel is down. GH trying to back his way up, but it's no good. Even his courier will go with him. And it's all for a Shadow Demon. Certainly not worth it if you are Shopify.
What a great read with that smoke out from VP. Knowing that the side of Shopify was going to try to do something, and they get the punishment. Mind you, again, for Shopify, you could consider this space out for Arteezy. He is still free farming. You've got room for Saberlight. He's got the full diffusal flying out. You should expect the Pangolier to start to take more activity in this game, rather than just the supports plus Sumail. See if that's going to be the difference maker for Shopify as it goes on. But again, the game equalizes for VP. You're getting that build-up you'd want to see on Kirtic. Blink Dagger not too far off now for the DK. Massive stacks being cleared out here for Squadix. Has the damage, of course, with the Arc Lightning to take care of this. Has the Phylactery up as well. So a huge nuking potential on Squadix. Going for the Shard next before the Manta, which I do like, honestly. Like, the Manta is great, but Manta without Shard anyway is still kind of lackluster. You don't really need the Dispel on this game. So Shard first to have more impact up front. The haste in that farming phase is always nice. And their timings will line up there for VP. Props to Notice again for doing great work this time on that Mars. Just understanding what he can do. And that's him without the blink. Only about 300 gold away for him to have that connecting nicely with the timing of Kiritich, which is flying out now. VP should be able to ramp up this aggression and maybe start to find that hunt onto Arteezy, who again has been left alone for a long time. They need to clear the top tier 1 from VP. That's the one objective they really need to get a handle on, just because while that stands, Arteezy is just going to farm top all the time.
Yeah. Here we go. Virtus.pro. They move up through the mid lane. No targets really around them. Only Samel hanging by the tier 2 mid tower. They could think to blow him up though. Kiritich does have the blink to initiate, but of course the TP rotations could be rather quick from Shopify. Top lane perhaps. Good look for Saberlight. Saberlight going for the Rolling Thunder, but the Dragon Tail is there in time. Kidrak is channeling a sharpshooter to try and help out. Meanwhile, GH going right after Squadix, trying to find the Zeus here in the backside. He'll lock him down. Notice though, a nice arena with the Thunder from Arteezy, not allowing him to go down. Arteezy's still low, but he's still fighting it out. Meanwhile, Samel dropping low himself, but he's still going. Is now Kiritich. He does get caught by the Leshrac Samel. He will eventually drop. Arteezy now forced to run away. Squadix is having a look around, seeing if he can find the TP. Run west, try to get in that tree line. Link is up on Kiritich. Not committing quite yet, and Arteezy looks like he should be okay. Now GH coming back in, but will go down. So will Saberlight by the looks of it, or maybe not. FNG dropping low, but no, Saberlight's gone. They'll try to reinitiate, but it will not work out in their favor. VP will win another big team fight.
That was a huge play coming out from VP. It looked dicey for Kiritich up front, but Antares comes in with a save. The Stolen Sunder, keeping that DK alive long enough to get the cleanup done with the rest of his team. A little bit of a mess for Shopify. They get this good angle in down south with a Rolling Thunder from Saberlight, but with the arena up, it already splits that fight up in a direction that Shopify does not want to take it. Again, we were talking about this with a terribly pick into Mars. The arena can cut off your DPS by a huge margin. And sure, you had this decent position for Arteezy, but stuck inside the arena with everyone else outside, you're just not doing damage in that window. On the side of VP, gonna be very pleased with themselves off the back of that fight. And props to Antares. What a sicko. Stealing the Sunder to save up his DK and just giving them that opening. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely saving the day here is Antares. Virtus.pro looking to really press the advantage. Will head up north once again, understanding they are the stronger team at the moment. The net worth lead is still only just 1k Virtus.pro's way, but they're going to jump in again. They'll find Kidrak here in the mid lane thanks to Notice, and Kidrak will be going down. Not the biggest kill, but it kind of sets a precedence here as VP are just not intending on slowing down.
No, they just need to keep that pace up. This is their timing. The scaling for Shopify, if it does kick in, can be a little bit harder. Again, if Arteezy does manage to get everything online, this Terrorblade can be the be-all, end-all up until you reach something like your Ags plus maybe a AC up for Kiritich. That's when things can start to go smoothly, or just the Ags alone with a Mage Slayer could be enough. A little ways off until that level 18 anyhow, but no pressure on the Ags timing there. Sumail does finally manage to get his full Kaya. Did go back for the Eternal Shroud first, so it should be a lot harder to burst down. I wonder if he's going to go back for the Bloodstone, which feels necessary for him to tank up front. Or that, or the BKB to just survive through from the control. Either one can really provide some openings for Shopify, but both of that is a long ways off in farm. VP, they've got some beautiful wards to just keep this aggressive play. A good ward watching the top lane, into the mid, all across into the river. Just a good diagonal to play from. One ward is taken out, but no big deal for the side of VP. They try to force something out.
See FNG, yeah, he's just thinking about it. Bushrack will be there, but Squadix is around to help. FNG blown up already, but here comes Kiritich. Onto the tusk they don't. Still GH able to walk away. Samel now being caught out by Notice, or rather Notice being caught out by him. Notice going a bit too far. He will drop as a secondary, and now Shopify Rebellion trying to really take the advantage. They'll find a third, and Virtus.pro will find nothing.
That is just... That's a massive mistake out from VP. Streaming in one by one. Trying to take that area. They just saw their ward get taken out there too. Like, it was right there. They were de-warding. They had the vision. They choose to force it out in a pretty scattered manner. And it just gets wanked out by the side of Shopify, opening up this opportunity for mid. Going to equalize a little bit on map control here for the side of Shopify, and they even out the game. 11-14, less than 1k lead coming back to Shopify Rebellion side. You can't underestimate just how much damage to Mail does. That and forcing a fight without the arena, it's just not the way to go. That's been the one thing that really cuts off Shopify, that split these fights into two fronts, that takes care of the output from Arteezy when Metamorphosis is up. There's that barrier with no solution. It is back up now, though, for the arena on VP, and Metamorphosis is down. Again, they still have these good forward wards. They could force something out here again.
Now running north again into that dive triangle, or excuse me, rather the dive jungle. Notice is around. They won't see anyone here from Shopify. The kit rack will now show on division. Pings out immediately. They might give it a crack. Pretty easy kill if you do find the hoodwink, and there you go. Notice, no messing around, just drops the arena immediately. We'll take him down. I'll tell you what, you just saw the win probability as well. It's 51 to 49%. This is a very close match between these two teams.
That it is. It can still go either way. It's really just down to how well does VP play around the arena and how well the Shopify use these windows of opportunity for themselves. Like, they know arena's down for a little bit longer. That's when they've been finding most of their success and jumping notice and taking up the follow-up fight. But they are pretty far from the action at the moment. They do manage to de-ward, at the very least, in that top jungle area near the cliff by the tier 2. They are protected in that sense. You still have a lot of room to grow anyway. Arteezy still saving up for the Scotty. You've got the Bloodstone that Sumail is going back for, just to sustain up front. You've already got the Ags up on Saberlight, going for the Shard next for a little bit more of a nuisance with a roll-up. The side of VP. I mean, you're going to hit this timing now as well on the DK, right? Like, Manta's going to be coming up next for Kiritich, working on to level 18. The Ags becomes a very distinct possibility as well. FNG.
Oh, they just couldn't let him go. They could not let him go. I think these damn core players, they never care. They never care.
You want your Shard, you die first. At least he finds it. You know, Demonic Purge, Demonic Cleanse is pretty big. He just had to die for it, but it's a worthwhile trade.
Yeah, I guess. Except he's probably going to be saving his teammate. Let's be fair. You know what I mean? You might not want to do that anymore. Anyway, moving on. Shopify Rebellion looking for perhaps a Roshan attempt. Virtus.pro nowhere nearby to try and contest this Roshan. No real vision to scout this out either. Thunder God's Wrath, though, will give the information they require if they do wish to contest Roshan. It might be a little bit too challenging to actually get in position, considering their position on the map right now. Seems like they are just going to allow Roshan to go the way of Shopify for free.
Yeah, they do have forward vision here as well from Shopify to protect any flank from the Radiant side. They should just have that confidence to clean up, and they will. Aegis goes the way of Sumail. Leshrac, one of the best Aegis carriers, maximizes that mana pool quite nicely on the reset. Instantly TPs onto the mid. If they find an angle out, see if they can start to make use of this Aegis. Pressure onto the tier 2s. Tier 1 up top, still standing as well, is a bit of an issue. That is allowing VP to play forward into that top jungle. They aren't quite making their way there just yet. You have some good spikes, though. Like, now, the steady push can come out from Squadix. He's got his Manta along with a Shard. Even the Shadow Demon illusions can just cut through these creep waves quite nicely with that lightning hands on hand. And they can play the stall game despite being behind on the Aegis. You spot noticed under the ward, but it's only Saberlight around. No punishment to come in. And still an even game state despite Aegis. 12-14, 1k lead going out to VP. As this game scales on, it's really this level 18 timing that I'm keen to see for Kiritich, whether or not that lines up with a pretty decent Ags timing, considering the state of the game. Because it's that DK Ags that can really catch you off guard. And you've got the Mage Slayer. Like, magically bursting down Kiritich is not an option anymore. He gets a right click off onto Sumail. That's a lot of DPS you're losing in the middle of these fights for Shopify.
Yeah, Dota Plus tends to agree with you on that, John. 58% still sitting the way of Virtus.pro. With the win probability right now, so even with the Aegis up on Shopify, it doesn't really give them the advantage here in this game number 3, apparently. Still a very, very close matchup again. Yeah, it does all pan out, of course. Can they really take advantage with this Aegis? For now, they are just using it to farm up. Obviously, a lot of time available on the Aegis here for Sumail to try and find an opening with his team. Down bottom, there is a bit of a group up. Noticed is still farming underneath a creep wave. Shopify is slowly inching their way forward towards the MOUZ, but with great hesitation. There is some vision towards the west, as you just saw. Meanwhile, by the Twin Gates, Notice is going to try and come in and help out Antares, who was caught there for a moment. Problem is, Arteezy is here as well. Notice is going to BKB and try to TP out, and he will be just fine to do so. They will lose Antares nonetheless. Saberlight, he'll take the kill they can.
Not the big one they're hunting for, but that still provides an opportunity to take this top tier one. Again, cutting off a little bit of that top lane access that VP has been playing around with very nicely here. And maybe even start to set up onto that triangle, plant some more forward wards for Shopify to start to open up the map more. They still have Aegis for 2.5 minutes, could lead into a tier 2 siege as well. See if that's something they really want to fully pressure out. And Arteezy will. Commits to the Metamorphosis, starts a bit of a siege, forces out the Fortify before the second wave comes in. And it shouldn't take too long for this to melt. We've got the output, full Scotty up on Arteezy. And along with Sumail, of course, with that Diabolic Edict. He won't set up. Again, you are doing a great job of just playing with DK illusions in Dragon form, with Zeus illusions as well, to constantly shove out here on the side of Virtus.pro, so none of the other tier 2s are under threat. And of course, it's a little bit early for high ground for Shopify. It does feel like that's the most they'll get out of this movement right now. And all things considered, VP are still managing this game. Octarine being built up by Squadix, which you do like to see. More uptime for all of your spells, kind of coincides nicely with your phylactery usage as well. You've got the Ags now being farmed up by Kirtic, who's about to hit level 18. So you've got this massive Black Dragon form that will change the state of the game. Just more utility to come through. You've got the BKB for Notice as well, still on 8 seconds. Smoke out for Notice and Antares here on the hunt.
They saw Saberlight in the mid lane, but Saberlight has left the building. He'll just hang by the tier 2 mid tower. Pro hoping he shows back up, but Saberlight instead going back towards the triangle. Hanging around. Thunderclap Wrath will give the information now. Saberlight, he does eventually get caught. The vision is all they required here from Squadix. Meanwhile, Sumail is further south, being caught by Kirtic now with the Dragon Tail stun. Sumail trying to find a way out of this. He's got help on the way. He's going to try and go on to Notice with the MOUZ. MOUZ still being just fine to survive with the BKB, as Sumail is still taking through all this damage output. Still going, but the Aegis, it will eventually be taken. That'll be the first life for Sumail. Shopify, they still want to fight. Still moving on to Kirtic. But they really don't have much lockdown here against Virtus.pro. So there's no real target they can secure. Virtus.pro, they will get away with the Saberlight kill.
It's a pretty big one to find. Again, playing into the Aegis, taking care of the Aegis as well. That should hold back on any further tier 2 pressure coming out here. And then just allows this ramp up for Kirtic to work onto that Ags of his own. Still, they are lining up bot. Creep Wave has shoved in. The Zeus solutions are making short work of that. And that's the challenge now for Shopify. Getting the creep waves into the position where they can siege is not that easy when you're dealing with Zeus shards, when you're dealing with a DK with Manta, with the Ags eventually coming in. It will slow the pace down.
Top lane, Saberlight's trying to get a bit of revenge here on the MOUZ. It's knocked him down for a while. Notice, I can't imagine gets out of this one, though he is trying. The shard's actually locking out Saberlight. Oh, that's a great snowball dodge on the spear as well from GH. Completely outplaying Notice there, and Saberlight does get his sweet, sweet revenge. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Kidrak, he'll find an extra. The Rubik now, Antares copying the sharpshooter. Sumail trying to move in, but they are out of range to really be able to secure the kill. They'll let the Rubik go. Now Shopify starting to feel themselves a little bit.
Yeah, they're getting the openings they want. They're evening out the game. And they're still trying to slowly pressure on bot, but creeps just die way too fast to all of these Zeus illusions coming in. And it is stalling out progress. In a stalled match, again, you're pretty happy on VP. Just keep that farm game up, try to scale up, try to hit these timings on your DK and your Zeus. But that does mean Arteezy gets bigger and bigger. He's going to have his own BKB up. He's not going to be concerned too much about the control coming out, especially the damage coming in here from Squadix will be mitigated almost entirely by Arteezy having that BKB. They just need to kind of ride it out. Next Roche is the next big play anyway for both sides, particularly Shopify considering this game state. If they can find themselves a team fight into that Roche in the next minute 10 into, 3 minutes for the respawn, They could find themselves in position to take all these outer towers into the high ground. Smoke out early, though, from Shopify.
Again, they are feeling confident here. Summel and GH once again going to smoke up together. Kitrak will join his team. His VP is grouped up, and they're going to go for a 4-man smoke of their own. Octarine Core has been built up on Squadix. A 5-man smoke, in fact. Through the mid lane they go. They'll try to enter that Radiant jungle. Or Shopify as 5. They really want this big team fight. Antares, he'll break the smoke onto Summel, but it seems as though VP do not want to initiate from the low ground. Being very cautious not to give the opening away to Shopify Rebellion quite yet. They'll wrap around the long way, try to come from the south. They'll see Arteezy down that bottom wave. This could be a big pick-off if they can catch Arteezy without the BKB up. Arteezy, he'll see Squadix first. Squadix trying to bait him forward. Arteezy still playing with fire. Will pop the Metaphor, send the BKB now. Notice looking for an arena. Does drop one, catching 3 in there. Summel, he'll be stunned up. It's still looking pretty good for Shopify, though. They'll go right after FNG. They'll take down the Shadow Demon. The arena does nothing as there was just no follow-up to it. At least the rest of the Virtus.pro squad is able to get out, apart from perhaps Notice down at that bottom lane, who has been caught by Kitrak. Meanwhile, Antares still trying to fight this one out, is going to go down. Summel will take that one. Seems though Notice at least does manage to run away from Kitrak, but it's still a 2-for-0 trade the way of Shopify.
It's a pretty big win for Shopify. Mind you, that does cost them the BKB, and you are seeing the awkwardness of Terrorblade into Mars. You pop BKB, you're still in the arena. Guess what? Your hits still aren't going outside of the arena. You have to manually walk out, which sometimes you can't quite do in a certain position, and it makes it a little bit rougher for Arteezy. So it's 1 BKB charge down on the Terrorblade. Or a tier 2, not too bad. Opens up this possibility for Roche in a minute and a half. And that's going to have to be the play to secure the rest of these objectives that Shopify will want to find. They do get a 6k lead on top of just killing those supports. Win probability suddenly swings to Shopify's way, 60-40, but still relatively close of a match. I will say, you do hit that critical timing now. Kiritic does have the full Ags. He's got the Black Dragon form. It can make a massive difference here in these fights. Needs a little bit more damage on top, and this is a big fight to break out. To Minotaur Roche. Either one wins, Roshan is theirs.
Absolutely, Summel going to reveal his position. He's out the creep wave. Virtus.pro not jumping yet. They do not see the rest of Shopify. Roshan going to be a very, very big deal here in this game 3. Scouting out with some Dragon Knight illusions. Right, this with the creep wave once again. Roshan's still 30 seconds away. Arteezy actually farming across the map, but he does have a TP point available down at that bottom tier 1 tower. So no need to rush back towards his team quite yet. Meanwhile, a smoke now, a 4-man smoke in fact from Shopify Rebellion. They'll head around that bottom lane. Into the Radiant jungle they go. They've got vision around this area on Virtus.pro's side. Of course, they will not see through the smoke. Arteezy has now joined his team. A 5-man smoke now from Shopify, but they do get scanned out. Virtus.pro very well aware that they are coming. Sableye looking for a big initiation. Not going to find any targets quite yet.
They've got that sneaky ward in the cliff. Have some info where they are. A little bit, but not enough to really make that play off of. And Roche is still open. Side of VP's all the way across now. This is the opening for Shopify to just take this objective for free. Look into the tier 2 mid, into the high ground. Yeah, VP just give up the position a little bit too quick.
There's Roshan. No chance really of contesting it now. They could get the info with the roar out, but it won't matter at all. They are nowhere near being able to contest this Roshan. So instead, Virtus.pro, they'll deal with the top wave. They'll deal with the mid wave. They'll just try to strip push everything while they still can. Shopify very, very happy to trade those waves away for that Aegis up on Arteezy now. Or even the tier 2 tower being sieged by the Dragon Knight illusion. What Shopify do with this Aegis? I mean, they can still sit back and relax for a little bit, wait up perhaps the silver edge of Arteezy before they get going.
Yeah, not under too much pressure here in Shopify. Still have a lot of time on that Aegis. They've got the Roche banner as well to help siege, just dropping it in front of their tier 3, just to help the creep wave constantly shove out. They will need that. It's a huge boon, actually, in this game, that Roche banner when you're...
FNG, not again. He's going to disrupt. Poor old FNG. Just can't catch a break. This time he will make it.
Yeah, it was FNG and Antares that were in the firing line. They wanted to kill both the supports.
My goodness.
And they need to pay the tax. You want your shard to die for it. Either one. Still, the side of Shopify again. This Roche banner drop in mid, I think, is actually pretty impactful. Just to stall out with these illusions. It's not going to be as quick. And they've got the Roche banner buff. To be fair, the Zeus illusions are still clearing it out. So I don't know how much of a difference that really makes. Which means maybe Roche banner needs a buff. Perchance.
I would agree with that sentiment, John. I think the item could use a buff, as we are going to see a Thunder God's Wrath right through the smoke, so they are going to be very well aware of the smoke that was incoming from Shopify. Shopify still happy to head down towards the bottom lane. Antares is currently around the area, but will blink towards safety once again. If you are Shopify, though, maybe you just try to force high ground without a pick. I mean, you do still have the Aegis available here on Arteezy. They will play it safer, though, and look towards the mid-tier 2 tower. Sumel to get within range from the Diabolic Edict of that tier 2. No jump in from Virtus.pro, of course. Looking to delay this game as much as possible so they can wait out the Aegis of Arteezy. They'll just creep skip the mid lane with their Dragon Knight. Notice will take care of the top wave as well. So really no extra waves coming in. I think Shopify, though, is still pretty happy to just control the map. There's no real rush.
No. That Roche banner literally does nothing for these creep waves. Like, I was watching the DK illusions just shred it through. And even take the banner away, that's plus 200 gold for Kiritich off the back of the enemy Roshan, which is pretty hilarious to get gold for that. So, freebie for the DK. Yeah, that definitely needs buff.
This is being chased down here by GH. Still having a look around. They are going to find him. The Pangolier with the swashbuckle does connect. Notice he took out the Arteezy courier, but it is going to cost him his own life. A heavy cost for the MOUZ.
Nice pickup as well. Moving that threat of Arena, if they were closer to the high ground, would have been a prime time to try to force out a buyback. Still, again, it's really awkward to try to siege when you've got DK and Zeus illusions all over the place. Like, it is actually a pain for the side of Shopify to equalize the map. And again, the stall game works in favor of VP to just try to get this build up. You're going for a right-click Zeus. You've got the Parasma lined up for Squadix, which makes me so excited. And then maybe sometime down the line, we get Moonshard Zeus. And everything's perfected. It's perfection.
I would love to see it. I mean, VP are doing a very good job of just dragging the game out. We are only 36.5 minutes in, to be absolutely fair, but they've certainly given no opportunities for Shopify to try for high ground with this Aegis. So a minute 20 left on that Aegis, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be anywhere near getting to a high ground attempt. They'll just have to use it as a farming Aegis. They have extended the net worth lead to 6k now on Shopify Rebellion's end of things, but win probability is still 35 to 65%. It's still a very close game. Once that Aegis does wear out, chances are the probability goes up a little bit more for VP.
Yeah, should be able to equalize. Again, there's been no progress on high ground. No actual hits onto the high ground. It's the solution spam. This is one of the reasons why it's just so hellish to play against DK and the Zeus Shard. It just stalls out games indefinitely. I mean, there's no threat from the team fights. It's just, you find a kill, your waves are shoved out, you need to repair. You go back in, guess what? More illusions coming out. Got the Shadow Demon illusions on top. Like, you can't really do much on Shopify, but just try to look for that opening. The information that you're getting out from Squadix as well with Thunder God's Wrath. With the Octarine, it's a free scouting tool. Every 90 seconds, basically a free super scan. Every 90 seconds, which is just infuriating to try to make your movements around here for Shopify. VP, not like they can find their own opportunity here, to be fair. They are at the point where Notice is going for a Scotty into a Divine. So that's exciting if the game drags on. That's a very distinct possibility.
I love it. My kind of game. Damage Amp Room has been found here by Kidrak. They'll hold that one for Arteezy, of course. He doesn't have the Aegis anymore. In fact, they might give it to Sumel. Give the bottle to Arteezy. Arteezy will take the amp damage rune. No Aegis available though, so we'll see if they do get an opportunity to actually abuse it. Actually, they might get it right now. There's a 5-man smoke coming in from Virtus.pro. Not going to be able to find anyone quite yet here on the side of VP. Shopify Rebellion seemingly understanding they might be coming. They do get scanned out here in the mid lane. Shopify still perfectly fine to just farm up their own dire triangle. The God's Wrath again give plenty of information to the side of Virtus.pro, but they're unable to really abuse that information at the moment. Shopify continuing to just stick as a unit by the tier 2 bottom tower, not giving the opening away here for Virtus.pro. Instead, Shopify happily will just go after the Dire Tormentor now. Even the Satanic being completed on Arteezy.
Does manage to get it up. I think the one beautiful thing, again, when you have Thunder God's Wrath, if your smoke doesn't line up, guess what? Thunder God's Wrath, and they can't smoke either. And it just leads to stall. That's basically this game. It's stall gaming. Just get that build up, slow down the game, wait for next Roshan, try again, see if the smoke lines up. I don't know if there's any items that simplify this for Shopify. Like, they've got the side of Vice and Sumail. That's pretty big. Into Kai Sanj. Arteezy's pretty much fully slotted up. Double damage does pop, so we'll put the Satanic back in. Roshan timer 1 minute away till we see the respawn. Could be nice if it's a quicker run for Shopify. But VP trying again with a smoke here. See if they find anything. Their map is somewhat dark. Inside of Shopify isn't walking under their vision. They have a rough clue that they could be grouping up for daytime Roche.
VP still hanging around the mid lane. Still just dealing with these creep waves, trying to force Shopify back to defend. I think it's going to be an early respawn timer here for the Roshan. I mean, Shopify would love one. The VP, not so much. So I say that they are still successfully just pushing out all the mid and top lane right now with all these DK illusions. Someone will need to address this eventually. Shopify, they have smoked up as 5. They do not want to see this happening to their mid-tier 3 tower, but the Thunder God's Wrath will give their position away once again. We'll see if they can still find a way to initiate here against VP, but VP certainly has all the information they need to get the hell out of it.
And they're out. Half a minute until Roshan. And this is the infuriating thing about just
they got to do the tower.
It's those illusions, man. It's just a lot. Too many. They all do good damage. Like, you have to respect that. Let's see if Shopify can do something. They're still smoked up, but not too much longer. We'll try to make their way into Rush through the gate, but VP this time is ready to contest with their own smoke.
Roshan's up in 5 seconds. It's anyone's game. This Roshan is just too damn important to give up. Arteezy, he's very far forward, but they don't see him yet. He'll just jump FNG immediately, but the Glimmer Cape from FNG will allow him a way out, at least for now, but perhaps not for long. He'll disrupt himself, but he is almost certainly just dead. Saberlight looking for a little bit more, but everyone else will retreat back towards the Radiant base. So Shopify, if they so wish, it is time for Roshan.
And it is. Has the refresh on hand now. You should be able to, I don't know, maybe save that for Arteezy, double BKB, double Metamorphosis on a second life after Aegis. Provides a lot more for Shopify to kind of start to take some risks. However, while they do, Roche, look what's happening mid. DK illusions to shove in with no tier 3. Racks are actually a possibility for... With the Zeus solution, it's like, this is so crazy. This gameplay, this is peak gameplay right here. Look at that.
Oh, you love to see it. Dragon Knight. Yeah, illusions is the thing. Meanwhile, top lane. Twin Gate usage was there from Shopify Rebellion, but again, the Thunder God's Wrath is just constantly being spammed out by Scottix. He is not allowing anyone from Shopify to get any kind of surprise initiations off on anyone. So Shopify, they're still in this kind of stalemate situation with Virtus.pro. It's like you really can't do too much. You've almost got to hope Virtus.pro come to you.
Yeah, but Virtus.pro are also playing so cautiously. They know they don't need to go out. They know they can just play with these solutions. Heritage is going for his Octarine, so more uptime for the Elder Dragon. They are smoked, but they're not looking to hunt. They're just looking to push out these waves. And Shopify, well, they're starting to get some distance in. Arteezy, Saberlight on the hunt here.
They could Antares though in the tree line, but Sableye, oh, he realizes he might be there. He'll check the tree line. Antares will try to blink away, does actually get away for now, looking for the TP and actually makes it. Well, that's a beautiful escape from Antares. The VP are literally denying them everything.
Yeah, they're denying them any sort of gameplay. Just you take Roche, you farm, that's all you can do. You try to shove out your wave, guess what? Zeus illusions, DK illusions slow that down. They will get the opportunity for high ground, but Arena is ready. Notice is coming back. It's a little bit of a risk if they overcommit on the side of Shopify.
They will give it a crack. I mean, at some point, you've got to try. A lot of chip damage being dealt to that T3 tower, but Shopify Rebellion not willing to risk it, will back their way out. Mind you, you do have the Ags on GH, so you do have the nice kickback setup from GH if he does find a straggler, so he's the one currently being hunted right now by Notice. Gets caught in the arena by the spear, still alive for a little bit longer. The Bushwhack, it's going to buy him a little bit of time. Oh, Kidrak, he may have set up a great team fight for Shopify Rebellion. There's now Virtus.pro, they need a way out of there. Notice, he'll pop the BKB and run. Sableye trying to find some stunts on anybody. Antares and FNG both dropping low, and now the double stun out from Sableye, catching Notice, catching Antares, all off the back of a Bushwhack from Kidrak. Oh, that slight second extra they had. It makes all the difference from Shopify Rebellion. Can they go high ground off the back of this?
This is the opening. Arena's down. It will be up in the respawn, but the buyback won't have it at the very least. They still have Aegis running. No metamorphosis, but almost doesn't matter at this point. Heads up play from GH2. He had his courier coming in when he knew he was in trouble. Instantly grabs the gem back. And they don't find anything. You get the kill, but you don't even get the gem.
Wow. High level plays here from GH. Rack a cheeky sharpshooter there onto the Zeus. Try for that tier 3 mid tower. They desperately want some objectives here, Shopify Rebellion. FNG will slow it down as best as possible with these illusions of the TB, but the tier 3 tower is gone. Jamel jumping in, he's found himself a Zeus, a very aggressive play, but maybe they've got him, and they do. Squadix is down, no buyback available. Shopify may have done it. They've got the MOUZ back up in 20, and he does have buyback, but without your Zeus, this could be a very, very challenging team fight to hope for Virtus.pro. Shopify going for the secondary lane of Rax will have no problems taking it out. And it seems like they want to commit all the way for the Megas now. Why the hell not? They've seen what happens if you wait. And in fact, it's happening right now. Kiritich is trying to split push the bottom lane, but there is a creep wave coming in through the mid lane for Shopify that is not going to work. They have to fight. Virtus.pro have no choice in this matter. Fighting without the Zeus, though, it could be a little bit problematic.
Got the arena at the very least ready on Notice, but he's just taking care of Bob.
Now, he's jumped in again. They found Antares. The disruption, it will only save for so long. Antares is down. It's a 5v3 scenario now for Shopify Rebellion. Mega creeps incoming. T4 towers under siege. Virtus.pro still not willing to go for the fight. Just not confident they can actually take the fight. But their T4 towers are going down. It seems like they'll wait for the backdoor to kick in, and it doesn't back kick in. So Shopify Rebellion, they cannot finish the game quite yet. They need a creep wave.
They're going back to escort that mid. No one there to cut. That opportunity should present itself again. Again, Notice does have the arena ready, and they've got Squadix back. He's got the Parasma with the Zeus. There is some good damage. You just need to find a way to step right in. Not by playing a little bit more cautiously, though. They know this is a risk. They've got the Megas. There's no reason to force too hard unless an opportunity presents itself here.
Notice. Go for a second there, but doesn't immediately blink out. I mean, the double arena is available whenever here for Notice, but he's got to make it perfect. It really does have to be a perfect initiation here from the MOUZ to give them a chance to push out these lanes once again. Here comes Shopify Rebellion. They are not willing to wait. The Mega Creeps are here. Tier 4 towers under siege. Jamel, he'll frontline Notice. He'll miss out on the Spirit. Quick blink out. He'll save the life of the Lesh. Here we go again. Sableye looking for a Rolling Thunder. Kiritich, he's trying to man up here up against GH with the Snowball. It's going to be there into the kickback. The Dragon Knight in the middle of nowhere. Meanwhile, Notice dropping another arena, trying to go onto the Hoodwink. He might at least have Kidrak towards the south, though. Sableye, he's been caught out, but Arteezy, he's going to be around to help out. They're onto Kiritich. Now Kiritich has got no hope of survival. He'll still be disrupted. They'll save him a little bit longer. He's still going, but not for long. But Arteezy is down. Maybe the fight can continue here from VP. Notice dropping lower. Summel, he'll take him out. Can they keep the fight going? They can. They'll buy back on the Dragon Knight. And they will defend the base here on the side of Virtus.pro. However, Squadix does get caught. FNG gets caught. They're both down. It's a 5v2 situation and GG has been called. Shopify Rebellion, they managed to make it work. Virtus.pro, sadly, will be dropping game number 3. But Shopify should be very happy with the way this series has ended.
What a game coming out from Shopify. A lot of back and forth coming out here. Great ideas coming out from Virtus.pro. The stall game was fantastic, of course, with all of the illusions they were sending, with how they controlled the map from a position that was a little bit behind here in comparison to what Shopify was getting done. But eventually the patience does pay off from Shopify. Virtus.pro, it was just such a tough game to bounce back from. This early momentum you had with Shopify, this Leshrac Terrorblade that had a lot of opportunities for push early on that they did maximize quite well. And then having GH back in the Tusk, I think, just gave so much play back to Shopify, so many more options to dictate how this game goes on. It just made it so much different in comparison to Game 2. I think Virtus.pro, that was a great showing. Again, considering the game state, to be able to take a tier 3 with just the illusions, to stall out that long, to force 2 more Roshans when you're behind, is pretty massive. It's just not enough to win the game.
Absolutely. We get to see some nice highlights here from this game number 3. Of course, an action-packed game. This earlier team fight here from GH setting up a beautiful pushback hit rack, making it a little bit harder, but VP, I mean, for most of the game, it felt like VP were doing a fantastic job of just dominating the game, and the split pushing must have been getting ultra frustrating for Shopify Rebellion to try and deal with. Eventually, the patience, of course, did end up paying off, but my goodness, what a back-and-forth Game 3 between these two teams.
Really was. It looked a little bit rocky for VP in Game 1, right? Like 3-3. It felt like that's the kind of loss that could really just tilt the team out. They recovered quite well in Game 2, and they keep that sort of flat state into Game 3 where there's so much play between both teams. But just these small openings, like in this moment, right? The bushwhack leading to that kickback, leading to GH getting a reposition. It just made it so much tougher for the side of VP to clean up. And unfortunately for VP, that does mean they are 0-2 on the Swiss group stage right now. 1 strike away from elimination. Shopify extending that lifeline 1-1. They've got a clear shot at getting the 3 wins that they'd want to find now. But it's not the clear yet. There's still things to work on. I think, again, the pacing in Game 3 was a lot tougher. There's a lot to pick up on just how to identify these states in the game. There's just so much information coming out from VP there as well, right? Like the Octarine build in Squadix, the Constant Thunder God's Wrath. All the information it gave just made it so hard for Shopify to try to leverage their advantage early.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic performance here for both sides, but Shopify Rebellion with the patience to make this game work, and they will pull off the victory. Of course, there was a bit of chatter going on, I think, between Arteezy and Summel at the end of that game. I'm not sure if you caught it. It looks like there was maybe a slight disagreement, perhaps. What I'm assuming, obviously a frustrating game. Jonathan, I would have been very frustrated if I have to play against this DK and Zeus. But again, they do make it work, and Shopify Rebellion going to be feeling a lot better as you see Summel ending up with an ultra kill, and Shopify Rebellion probably feeling very relieved to have this 2-1 victory. Jonathan, MVP-wise, do you have a candidate that you think deserves it after this game?
So hard to say. I feel like Summel did a ton of work on the Lesh. Saberlight's Pango was doing so much. Maybe, it's hard to say. It's either Summel, Saberlight, or possibly just GH for me. I think they all did equal parts into kind of setting up this match. Even Hitrek, like, it's such a team effort. I know who would I toss. Who'd you toss it?
I mean, I kind of lean towards Summel. I think Summel did a fantastic job here on the Leshrac. You'd love to see it. We'll see who the MVP is going to be, and it is indeed Summel. Of course, he does deserve it. Jonathan, he was playing fantastic.
That he was. Like, again, the Lesh matchup up against Zeus, crushing that hard is not something I expected to that extent.
Yeah.
Just absolutely crushed that lane from Squadix, and Squadix just went off to a slower start. But a great showing out here from the side of Shopify. Again, going 1-1 on Swiss, they do get to stay alive longer in that stage. BP in the firing line, 0-2, 1 strike away, unfortunately for them. We'll see if they can recover.
Of course, with that, Jonathan, we have more Dota coming up. Don't go anywhere. We are going to head to a short break, but right after that break, we'll be back with a brand new set of casters, being OD, Pixel, and Purge. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGL Wallachia Season 1 group stage coverage. I'm OD Pixel here with Purge, and we're just getting ourselves ready to take you through the second half of day 2 of the groups. Purge, how you doing?
Doing great. Been great games so far. Love watching this format so far. We've already had some pretty crazy upsets, so it's been good Dota so far.
No, absolutely, yeah. We have indeed, that last game going quite the distance, but indeed, at the end of it all, Shopify Rebellion able to get that win. In fact, talking about the results, just in case some of you ladies and gentlemen are only just tuning in now, we'll be able to bring up on the screen what's gone on so far today. We started off with Azure Ray versus MOUZ. MOUZ able to get the win 2-0, and yeah, that last series ending up going a bit closer in the overall result, but Shopify Rebellion able to come out on top of Virtus.pro. Looking at the results here, Purge, any sort of surprises, would you say?
For this stream, I mean, MOUZ going, I believe, 2-0, if I'm not mistaken. Or Azure Ray went 0-2, which was surprising so far. MOUZ winning that series is a little bit of an upset, but I think the craziest one is Aurora is currently sitting 2-0 in the overall standings. So they're off to a really good start. They beat MOUZ, and then they 2-0'd BetBoom, not a team that I expected to 2-0'd.
Yeah.
Not that Aurora is a bad team. If you guys remember, that's the Talon team from the previous year with some very slight roster swaps. So they're very good players, but to see them kind of just fail to qualify for a bunch of tournaments and show up and win 2-0 so far in this one is great, because they just need a third round win, I believe, for themselves to be out of this round or this Swiss format, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe so, right? I think 3 wins means you're guaranteed the top, you will be in the top 8 of the 16 teams, so you're going to make it through to the next round. So yeah, they're very close to being safe. Yeah. The 2 teams that we're about to see, they're going in the wrong direction. We'll be able to show you some of the intros here coming into now, because this series that we've got coming up, Heroic versus Boom, Purge, both teams so far, they're yet to win a game, both going 0-2.
In their defense, though, they've only played one best of 3 each. It's the Swiss format leads to less matches played per team, but still leads to really good outcomes. And both teams are really solid. I think Heroic is probably a little bit better at the moment. They've had a really good showing above what we expected at the last couple tournaments that they performed at. But got to panel with Analog at the last tournament. He was great. Divide Llama recently hit 12K. Had really gained a lot from NADPC. Schofield, excellent player as well with K1, and then KJ here playing their 5 positions. So Heroic, very high MMR squad, very talented players. Definitely on the up and up. Definitely a team that you guys should not be ignoring. You should pay attention to them at least a little bit, because pretty soon here they're going to have a breakthrough tournament, I feel like, and get a top 4 finish and just show everybody that they're really solid.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see it happening. And then the first round as well, the loss that they had, because the seeding, it was a tough matchup. They did have to, of course, go up against Team Falcons, and at the end of the day, most of the teams here are probably going to get 2-0'd or at least lose a series to Team Falcons. So nothing for Heroic to be too upset about. And of course, Heroic, they're going to be going up against Boom. Boom also on their first round, they had a tough opponent. They went up against Xtreme Gaming, weren't able to get a win against them. But again, no reason to count these guys out, right? Purge, some big names here.
Yeah, they're really solid. Pakaz, obviously, very clear Sacred. You'll recognize him from previous Beast Coast. But yeah, Pakaz and Panda on the old EG team that was so good in the last year. They kind of fell off a bit towards the end, but they had a great 2022 end of that year and great 2023 at the first half of the year. So very talented players, definitely have a lot of stuff going for them. But yeah, playing against Xtreme Gaming, it's going to be a hard one. I mean, in their first match of that series, Jinkyu went 13-3-14 on support Marcy. So it was like kind of just a bonkers game for them.
Yeah. But this, as you say, I think overall you probably would, because of the fact that Heroic had that recent LAN experience at Birmingham, and they did, pretty impressively, that Heroic are coming in as the favourites of this one. Thinking back to sort of what we saw from Heroic, what do you think just worked really well for this team, and do you feel is probably something that Boom's going to be coming into this matchup anticipating from them?
Well, like any Schofield plus K1 squad, their playstyle is a little bit unique. It's a little bit chaotic. The plays that Schofield makes across the map are confusing and befuddling to watch, but sometimes it also does the same thing to your opponents. It puts them on the back foot and puts them in a weird position where they're like, here's Schofield doing something kind of silly again, probably doing something dumb, and then his team's behind him. Sometimes that happens, and it kind of leads to these nice, really, really nice game outcomes. But a lot of the matches that I caught of theirs at Birmingham were really against some of the better teams because they did make it out of groups, and they I think won one of their series, I believe, in the lower brackets. So I mostly watched them play against really good teams, and they seemed a little bit outclassed there. But to get to that point alone takes a lot of talent and skill and organization, and that's something that they've been working towards. So I have a lot of hopes for them. That's definitely a team that's on my radar that I want to keep an eye on in the next couple months.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think Davai Lama, he's been on a few of these sort of squads all around the world, really, different regions, lots of different players that he's played with. And definitely seems to be a passionate lad. We see him, we hear him a lot as well. I think sometimes when we're doing like the groups at event, you can hear him start like a bit of a yell, a pre-game yell to kind of hype up and amp up the teammates. A very vocal player.
If you worked NADPC, you had to be subjected to his throat singing video almost every single broadcast day because that was part of the intro. But yeah, he used to play NADPC, and everyone saw him as like, he's a decent player, he's doing okay. But then within like 2 years, he gained like 3,000 MMR, and now he's a 12k MMR player, and you're like, oh shit,
that's
I have
pretty
to pay
crazy,
attention. So he just really climbed a lot in the last 2 years to really improve himself. We did one content piece with him as well at Birmingham. And it was a content piece where we had to like say out the skill names, but something was slightly wrong. It was something like, Lich's Frost Shield blocks all damage. But it wasn't obvious. I didn't say all damage. It said blocks damage by, and he caught that shit every single time within like 5 to 10 seconds. Like, dude knows his tooltips, his mechanics, everything.
Okay.
He's on top of it, really paying attention. So expect to see the same thing in his games because pretty consistently he does fine in his lanes. So that's the player that I want to watch on Heroic for sure. Definitely excited by him, but as a whole, their squad is very fun. And as is Boom's, they have a lot of really talented players as well. Pakaz was seen as definitely a top 5 carry when their teams were doing amazing in the previous years. Maybe it's not quite the feeling right now, but there's still a lot of talent potential for them over there.
10 seconds.
Let's see what we got coming out from these two then in the drafts. I mean, so far, bans coming out from Boom. Nothing too crazy with that one. Maybe things a bit more specific, though, from the side of Heroic. We're getting some respect here with bands such as the Grimstroke, really, in particular. Not really a support that I feel we're seeing being banned or drafted around that much. So definitely, I've only got to imagine a targeted thing against Boom's lineup.
Yeah, most likely. I don't know if they picked it. I'm poking over the games now. Yeah, I don't think they picked it in either of their games. Boom did ban it first phase in their first match against Xtreme Gaming. So it's probably just like a scrim thing that they have from research, is what I would expect. And on the other side, Analog was gushing about Caudle during the Grand Finals panel. So that is just another hero that you just have to move up to the first phase ban. It's just one of his best heroes. So makes sense to get that out of there.
Let's see what they're going to decide to follow this up with. I mean, do you like this this sort of opening? Do you feel Bane's pretty solid right now? You don't mind him being slapped out at the first pick?
I think it's fine. Some teams are picking him. Xtreme Gaming, in fact, did play him against Boom. But it's not really seen as the best support, but it kind of covers a lot of bases. It kind of protects you against the Pango is one of the main things. Being able to Fiend's Grip Pango roll, sometimes, even if it's only like 2 seconds, sometimes can be enough to help your team reposition a little. It was being flirted with as a Pango counter a couple of years ago when Pango started getting really good. Since then, Pango continued to be really good, so it's still on the table as an option. But I think it's just a safe opening as a 5 if you don't want to show anything else and you want to open with the support, and most of the best ones are gone.
First pick here for Boom. It's going to be sticking with the Primal. So obviously a very, very strong hero. Kind of interesting because I imagine, they obviously picked into the Bane, but Bane can be kind of nice against the Primal, right? He wants to have sort of the freedom to roam around the fights, and suddenly he's caught in a nightmare or a grip.
It's a little worrisome at times, yeah, because stuns are the best way to limit Primal's damage, because then he's not doing trample stuff. And Feeble's kind of good against him too, because it's lowering his damage a little bit. I might be wrong on the mechanics on that because I think it's based on your base damage, not your green damage. I can't recall exactly how it works. But yeah, disabling Primal is definitely good, but the same thing goes the opposite. Cool grip off where you're far away from the enemy squad. That guy can reach you no matter what and interrupt your ulti. So that part's kind of a problem. He probably can also even interrupt like your Ags if you have that going too. Because he has so many huge AoE stuns. I bet if he like grabs and grips some guy in the fight, there's a pretty good chance he interrupts them as well.
No, that's very true. Yeah, I think probably completely sort of writes off the potential of Ags being something that the Spain's going to want to go for down the line, or at least if they do, they've got to pretty much solely use that in the Primal, because it's a crazy amount of AoE interruption that this hero can offer. Boom. Let's see if they want to continue down the support line here. They ban out the Disruptor. Let's see if there's anything else they want to take out that could disrupt this potential from the Primal Beast.
Radiant team.
I'm actually just going to take out the strong carrier, the patch, get rid of the life stealer, and they'll get themselves the gyro. I mean, obviously yesterday we saw Secret try some support gyro, but I'd imagine with Boom, this is probably just going to be Picas's, right?
I assume so, but obviously the flex potential is still there. Gyro carry against Bane is not the worst because if you, as long as you turn on flat cannon as you get gripped, it's not that dangerous because your Ags is going to be attacking 2 people per second. And then once the grip does end, you've still got the flak ready to splash out a huge amount of damage. So I think it's a fine response. The life stealer ban I think is kind of necessary when you're playing these really tanky heroes like Primal Beast. It's going to help guarantee that even if you put Primal in the off lane, that your matchup there is still okay. So it just gives them better flex potential there. And then the Rubik Steel on the other side, Bane spells are very fantastic for Rubik to have. Fiend's Grip is ultra easy to steal. Obviously, stealing Nightmare is great because that extra cast range from Rubik means placing those spells in the fight just are easy. And here's the benefits of the Bane first pick, is that it helps encourage that they get the Pangolier, and then they snag it up here in this second phase.
Absolutely, and this is something that I believe Hero can run either on the mid or the off lane. Good flexibility as well with that.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see Pango shift in that way to be popular in the off lane again, but it makes sense. When Pango is strong, you can get away with stuff. And pairing him now with the Dark Willow, excellent target for Bedlam when you initiate. Just tons more single target magic. Well, it's technically single target, but way more magic damage for Pango when he goes in. Sometimes he struggles a little bit in getting a solo kill, but having Bedlam on top of his Rolling Thunder is just going to really up his chance of blowing up supports.
Yeah, and this is definitely one of those supports that is an issue for Primal Beast. You get the Brambles down, Curse Crown, you're going to be buying Yules or something down the line. Lots of ways to sort of throw the Beast around the fight or stop him from being able to throw himself around a team fight. So some great control.
That's a really good point because the disables from Dark Willow are abundant and they're not very expensive. Like an expensive disable is something like Primal Roar. It's a really long cooldown. It mostly only hits one guy. And once you use it, it's pretty committed. But if you put down a Bramble Maze, you got 3 to 5 attempts at just rooting the Primal, not to mention the Curse Crown, not to mention you happen to catch him in his Terrorize that hits also some other guy. So if there's a disable that you should be worrying about as Primal, it definitely is Dark Willow.
Boom. Going right into the reserve time on this one. Only down to 30 seconds left here. There's still got many picks to go. So thinking very hard about what they want to drop through next on the draft. And you imagine with the way things have gone, they're going to need to start getting out some of these supports. So,
most likely here. Yeah, there's the most contested heroes of the tournament. Chen is actually not banned in this game, which is valid and worth pointing out. We're not going to see Heroic picking up the hero, actually. And a little surprised it wasn't banned out, but just got paper in his mouth. He must have bit his lip or something like that.
5 seconds remaining.
You ever bite your lip too hard when you're gaming, Owen?
Wait, that paper's... He had more in his mouth earlier. It's disappearing. He's eating it.
I think he ripped the stuff that wasn't in his mouth off.
Oh, I hope so.
I think he legit bit his lip. Probably was ultra sleepy, jet lagged.
Soaking up the blood. I get you.
Yep, soaking the blood. He's probably jet lagged. They just woke up. I saw some yawning earlier. Got me real good. They ate breakfast rapidly so that they could be on time like good boys. And the man bit his lip. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, that's fair. Now, I sometimes bite accidentally like the inside of my cheek. That's the bit that sometimes gets me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I've never accidentally bit my lip.
Yeah, I don't know if I have either actually. Yeah, the cheek ones are a bummer. That one takes a while to heal. Then you have to like chew your food on the other side of the mouth for the whole week.
Yeah.
Huge bummer. All right, their support duo probably going to be the Techies and the Tiny. It doesn't have to be. Sacred did play Tiny once already this tournament. He played it off lane, so they still have crazy flex potential. In fact, it could be carry gyro. It doesn't have to be. It could be Tiny 3. It could be Tiny mid. It could be Primal mid. It could be Primal off lane. The only thing that's pretty solidified is Techies is definitely support. That man's asleep. He's not even here. That's Schofield. He was the one I saw yawning earlier.
Well, they're saying good.
Yep, he passed.
Now maybe he's just sort of getting in the zone. You know, it's just sort of a bit of pre-game meditation.
It could be.
I mean,
I just saw a deep yawn.
I mean, is he okay?
10 seconds remaining.
He's not moving. Let's hope he wakes up for the game. Yeah, can we get it? Yeah, can someone go and check on him? No, I think he's just in the zone. He's getting in the zone. He knows he's leaving the draft up to his teammates. He knows whatever gets picked, he's good to play. We'll see. Well, we'll have to check his cam when the game starts to make sure he's actually moving. Then.
Like, what? I'm playing gyro support. What happened? I thought the draft was going good. The Faces Voiders solidifying some of these important kills. He doesn't have to worry as either because he can just get away from him using Time Walk. Time Dilation against some of their other heroes is pretty nice too. Against Tiny, against Techies, very spammable spells that they want to use multiple times in a team fight. And another place to pair with Dark Willow Bedlam. So I like it. Gives them a really good team fight in this game so far. It doesn't have to worry that much about getting Tiny tossed back either. Especially once he hits BKB timing. Then he's like, okay, I just BKB Time Walk. The fight won't go catastrophic.
Last ban now from Heroic. Looking to probably take something away from... Yeah, they reckon the offlane. They reckon what the Primal's going to be mid. It's fair bet. Or maybe even the Tiny. Who knows? Let's see. Let's see what they suspect. They're going to ban out another offlaner. Get rid of that Night Stalker.
Those are really good last phase bans. Those two heroes, the Enigma and the Night Stalker, would have been really dangerous against their cores. That's one thing that their draft is missing pretty bad on the Heroic side is they don't really have the best frontliners. Once Pen goes rolling, obviously, it's fine. But generally, you kind of want somebody tanky to be up in front and to spot enemies. Something that Falcons has really been popularizing. Just picking like 3 extremely tanky cores, whether it's Kunkka or Razor or Viper or some Gyro or Sven. They're going to end up going for an Underlord. I'm a big fan of this hero. Ooh. I'm into it. Okay. Is it good this game? It's okay. I mean, it does percentage-based damage, and there's a Primal Beast and a Tiny on the other squad, so it does a lot there. It's going to be reducing Gyro's damage as well, so in terms of last hitting, you're going to be decent against it. Gyro's base damage is quite crap at the start, so decreasing his damage, giving yourself a damage advantage, you should be able to kind of dumpster him in last hitting. And it might... I mean, if it's like a Gyro... It is a Gyro carry. Who's a support? Techies. Tiny probably.
Tiny. Yeah, I think so.
So Techies has got to try to kick Divide Llama out of this lane, but it might be a little bit hard. So if Schofield goes 1-1 against the Techies, and then Divide Llama just gets to like outlast hit Pakaz, it could really limit Pakaz's game a bit. I mean, they're gonna have flak damage and stuff, which is good, but I like the lane at least for Underlord is excellent. The later game impact is pretty good too. You've got Pit of Malice to interrupt the charge through by Primal Beast. It could interrupt the techie's suicide as well. It's going to make like initiating or escaping afterwards by Tiny a little harder as well. So, and it definitely gives them that tanky frontliner that they need. Underlord's one of the best for that. He's going to buy all these items that make sure that his Void or his Pango don't get bursted at the start of the fight. So I'm kind of into the pick. I like it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it could cause some issues. And I do also like the last pick coming in on the other side of things. You know, Darkseer. I think we've seen yesterday, right, a lot of teams just sort of banning this hero out and not letting teams to be able to finish the lineup with it. And it's a pretty nice one. I think it's pretty good offlane to sort of have in the lane against the Void. You know, keep this sort of just sustained pressure on with the Iron Shells that, you know, it's not sort of this burst element of damage in the lane that the Void can very simply time walk off. He has to be a bit sort of smarter how he plays the lane. And there's a lot of offensive combos, especially with the two supports once they start making rotations. So a lot of chance for Boom to kill early, but I do sort of agree that overall this Underlord, Davai Lama, if he can have just sort of a decent start to the game, the mid-game fights where he's turning up, he can heavily reduce the damage output of Boom and make sure that the game gets to a point where K1's just able to carry it on his Void.
I could definitely see it because while the Darkseer does good in the Void in the laning stage due to the chip damage that's constantly there, I'm not entirely sure that the Darkseer usually is in a lot of cases a counter against the enemy carry. Making an illusion that faces Void is not that strong. You can get away from it easily. You can easily get out of the wall of replica. And he has kill potential the other way against them and his teammates. But they did need a hero for Sacred here. This is definitely one of his most played. He's ranked 30 on it, so this makes sense. It's more of a comfort thing than a hard counter of the game type thing. But it'll be good against the enemy supports is one really good upside. Like vac walling a Bane or a Dark Willow is going to feel really annoying for those heroes if they do get caught. And making auras of Underlord won't be bad either because he's going to have aura items to pair with his really nice atrophy aura. So it's not a terrible pick on the Darkseer. The lane's good. Some of the impacts will be good, but I just feel like the carry of the game is definitely going to be Faceless Void.
Oh, let's have a look. Let's see how much Sacred could do. Did get the chance to get it in last pick, and as you can see, he's got the Grandmaster tier on it. So if there's a man who knows how to really mess with a Void, especially in that laning stage, it's going to be Sacred on his Darkseer.
And he's got the Crimson head too. So I mean,
he does. That's true.
This is his hero. Definitely his hero.
Right, looking forward to see what Sacred's able to pull off this game. It should be a fun one here. Boom versus Heroic. As we're saying, ladies and gentlemen, both these teams, they lost their first series in the Swiss group stage. So now we're going to see which one's going to be able to break away from that start. They climb towards the top half of the groups. One, he's not going to want to be a part of this.
Bad jump to start things off.
That was a little scary there. Didn't make it up the cliff. He's fine. Have a walk away.
It'll be just fine. So lanes as we expected so far. Yep, looks normal. As expected by the end of the draft. Pakaw's actually going to lane with a triple Ironwood branch and a Blades of Attack. Something that some carries do need to do if they are up against a huge amount of damage from the enemy offlaner, which in this case is what he's dealing with. And also that plus damage from Blades of Attack won't be reduced by Atrophy Aura.
We'll see how well they can handle it. I mean, they've got to do their best to try and bully the Underlord on the sort of really level 1 or such before it gets too tricky. See this mid lane matchup, Slatum on his Primal against Analog's Pango. Two very active mid heroes. You can definitely come in with some early rotations, these two.
So far going really good for Sacred. He's got 4 last hits. He pushed enemy creep wave under tower, and Hector's struggling to last hit right now. I've watched him miss at least 3 under tower that were kind of difficult to hit. So good start here for Sacred and Boom.
It's just quite an annoying lane for K1. As you say, not just because of the push under the tower, but also the fact that Tiny just able to swipe away a few creeps with easy denies with the tree grab. K1, it's got to be careful. Each and every time walk usage is going to be very important in this lane. If you miss time walks, they'll get straight on top of them.
It's a little dangerous that they're being the Tiny since you got that double Iron Shell. Definitely a little spooky for either one of these heroes if they get out of position. Bane's the main one that might die, of course, but... And back on the off lane, Divine Llama finally hits level 2 here. He's been using Firestorm level 1 to try to contest a little bit, but he's really getting beat up by all the flat cannon and the techies right clicks. So far, game's going pretty good for Pakaz, but I keep looking at the last hit, try to look at that. 12 last hits now for Sacred on the Darkseer. No wonder they picked it.
Yeah, he's just been able to shove every way perfectly. Bottom lane, Panda, nice dukes there around the brambles. Divine Llama also living on the edge of his life. They've got a fair bit of regen though already in this lane. Both heroes, the Underlord and the Willow, having about 3 tangos each. So they're prepared for this sort of harassment early on.
Nice deny there by Schofield. Trying to limit that gyro farm by a little bit. But so far, great laning stage for Boom. I mean, they're basically winning 2 lanes right now. In the mid lane, Slotum's 5 and 7. Not doing so great for his last hits, but he's doing great in denies.
Nice play there as well. Sacred taking the Nightmare off so Knight could get the Avalanche down and make sure that they can interrupt that attempt for the Lotus.
That's 2 Bramble Mazes, though, that haven't done any damage from Schofield, though. They're just pumping all the tangos into Gyro to keep him full, and Divine Llama does have his first bracer, but haven't felt his impact quite as much yet.
Yeah, I'd imagine maybe sort of now that he's got like the level 3 with the 2 points and the atrophy, now he should be in a bit of a better shape to get denies in, but they're going to go straight on top of him. Very good aggressive play, and that may just secure them first blood. Divine Llama trying to hide around the tree line, but Pakaz, he'll find him. Shadow Realm back up in time, but the mine is going to get dodged. Panda's trying to see if he can get the last few right clicks in, but won't be able to bring down Schofield. Doesn't matter though. Boom, they got exactly what they wanted. I mean, they're playing this early. You sort of a couple of levels down here perfectly to ensure that Divine Llama doesn't get the chance to just take over this lane against Pakaz.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's just too much harass coming into the Underlord, I felt like, the first minute, maybe. When Schofield was busy trying to block and unblock camps, felt like Divine Llama lost too much. And so his last hits are they're actually a bit away, a bit behind now. He's now 7 last hits behind where the gyro is. So, hopefully it doesn't catapult any harder than this, but he's got a big damage advantage now. He's hitting for about 100 damage, and Gyrocopter is hitting for like the mid-60s. So he should be able to power deny him a lot now and make up some of this difference that he lost due to that kill.
We're going to see, from Boom's side of things, though, they just want to keep aggressive. Try and get in and try and threaten Divine Llama. And they may just have the damage to do so. Again, they've got him. This time, they'll get the both of them, and Pakaz, he'll live. Once again, only just, but really nice stuff here from Boom. Pakaz and Panda, they just know how to play this lane against this sort of Underlord Willow combo perfectly. They're dealing with it in the exact manner that's necessary.
And they were close to killing Pakaz for sure. Underlord just needed like 1 or 2 more right clicks and he would have had it, but he's going to have to change his style now because now the lane is pretty lost, I think, after this double kill. The only upside is that Pakaz is, there's the rotation from Analog hoping for a free kill. The only upside is that Pakaz's HP is so low that he can't actually just continue farming. So he will lose a little bit of gold advantage right now as he either heals, brings out a salve, or begins jungling. And it is going to be a salve. Here it comes.
Divine Llama straight back to the lane to try and do what he can whilst he gets a bit of freedom and space to play. Well, we'll be able to deny his ward. See around the mid, 6-minute power rune. It's going to be up top. KJ comes in with the rotation. Make sure that Slutum's not able to pick that up. We've got another missile heading the way of Divine Llama, but this time it's a little too far away for Pakaz to go on. Still though, Boom able to continue to zone this Underlord away from the creep wave. Top. Sacred still getting away with this top CS. Very, very solid start from him here. Hard for them to go for the kills though. Bottom lane, I mean, they're seeing if they can go for Divine Llama. It's just a bit of harassment again. They'll get the mine connection onto him. Tower having the creeps underneath it as well, so Because he'll focus on just bringing in and pulling back, then holding the next wave in a position to allow him to get the 6. Once they got the 6 online, definite kill potential is going to be there once more for Boom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gyro, another salve here, healing back up to full. His net worth is sitting just slightly top of the charts. It's about like 200 gold ahead of every other core. Divine Llama is pretty suppressed though. Sitting about 800 gold behind. He's getting gone on again.
They're going to go for him again. TP's coming in this time. See if they can bail Divine Llama out of this, and they can. Analog turns up, and he's got the Rolling Thunder. They'll be able to punish Panda. He's going to see if he can make his way over towards Bakaz, potentially to Slatum. Also come in with the TP. Slatum trying to get round to the back lines to find Divine Llama. He will not be able to get in on top of it. Look for Schofield instead. The Shadow Realm's up, doesn't matter. Slatum just tramples him through it. We'll be able to get the pickup onto the Willows. Rotation from both of the mids down bottom keeps Divine Llama safe, but doesn't allow them to punish Bakaz, as Bakaz will survive.
Yeah, he just got a little bit too far away there. King Jungle moving across the river, thinking this is a good moment to get that dewarding done, but a little spooky. Yep, gets exploded. The trample just doing so good against these two supports.
They want to try and punish Slatum, but Slatum's he's got the back of a Knight. So Knight's going to be here, ready to help out. Schofield will manage to snipe Panda. The Avalanche and Toss is there to hold Schofield back. Slatum, this time, who will manage to get the bottle up of the rune. It's going to be an arcane, and at the same time, down bottom, Bakaz with the 6. He's able to make the solo play. Takes out Divine Llama. I mean, this opening game for the Gyro couldn't really be any better. 3-0-2 for Bakaz, and now picking up solo kills.
Amazing. Really well done for him. Yeah, with the Treads Falcon Blade Wand, I mean, he just has everything he needs in the level advantage. I mean, he's got 2 levels over the Gyro, or over the Underlord. So as long as he does the call down from Fog and lands like 2 of those missiles, I mean, that's 500 magic damage. The Rocket Barrage is like another 600 or something like that. So it's just too much heat for Divine Llama. Unfortunately, he's going to go for he's going into Arcane Boots, and then he's going to go for a Greaves build, which is like your generic solid item to have on Underlord. It's one of the AoE armor items that didn't get nerfed. Vlad's did get nerfed, so Greaves is still pretty good right now. It'll help protect his team against Flat Cannon, but he's just playing from behind here due to the rough laning stage in the first 3 minutes. So this is not what they expected out of this hero. It definitely can recover, but yeah, tough one.
On top, they want to try and set up on a Sacred, but Sacred's got backup. They jump forward, and immediately K1's deleted. They'll lose KJ as well. Alo's coming in with the Rolling Thunder, may at least get Panda, but at the same time, no, he's got a TP out. He cannot stick around. A bit of an awkward move there from Hero. They sort of had the setup with the Nightmare. I think they were maybe considering Chronosphering, but I feel like they realized themselves they wouldn't have even had enough damage if they did, and they just end up getting counter-ganked by Boom. And Boom get huge kills. You know, K1 getting knocked out of the game, and definitely going to start setting him apart from the lead that Bakaz is getting on the other side of the map with Gyro. Now around the mid, Bakaz, he's looking for Schofield. I mean, I think he's pretty much going to get this. The Shadow Realm buys a little bit of time for Schofield, but as soon as he's out of it, he's gone. Bakaz now dominating as he just continues to pick up kill after kill after kill.
Yep, standard Bakaz stuff, just fantastic carry. But while Bakaz's game is going amazing, I think the player of the game so far has got to be Slatum. He's kind of the one that's been turning some of these side lanes a little bit harder. Not that they weren't already winning the safe lane on the Boom side, but he's the one that messed up that whole combo top. You know, it was a little bit of a bait. They let them set up the vac wall into Primal Beast charge. It's not always easy to kill Faceless Void, but they killed him without even having to use the ulti. Primal Beast didn't have to put his stinky hands on anybody.
And this top area of the map is very, very scary. They get the opening up onto Schofield. He's out. And this tower, they've got the fortification, but unlikely that Heroic's going to want to put any other heroes up here for a bit. And they're going to have to let this tower go. Boom's starting to get a really good lead here in the mid. They'll look for Panda, Heroic. If Panda's able to make the jump away in time, he is. He's out. Not able to put a stop to it. I don't know if Nightmare was maybe not in range or something, but yeah, I mean, Panda knows as well. He throws a tip back the way of KJ. I think KJ might have been able to have him, but missed the opportunity, and Panda, he gets away with continuing to just being able to farm up the mid lane.
I mean, this is hard for KJ here because he's 0-2-1. His lane didn't go so great. They didn't get any kills. Well, they got 1 assist on somewhere, but he hasn't 6 yet, and we're 11.5 minutes into the game. very painful stuff. I didn't check to see who got the wisdom runes because, you know, I struggle to remember 7 is important when I play my own pub games. But yeah, not being 6 by 11.5 minutes really impacts your timing and your rotation. The fact that both supports are having rough games just makes all the moves that Heroic want to make so much harder.
See around the river. Maybe this time they can get Panda jumping in. They'll find him this time. Schofield able to get him with the Shadow Realm hit. And of course, KJ, after receiving a tip previously around the mid, will make sure to drop the voice line here as Panda goes down.
Very necessary here. Well, Gyro's got his Crystallis now after his Falcon Blade, so he's sitting so good. His Flak Cannon is maxed out. He didn't max out his Rocket Barrage quite all the way. Didn't really need to. And that means he's now going to start working on his Ags at 12 minutes. Very, very good trajectory here for him. But you know who else is on top is Darkseer.
Yeah.
The unsung hero. I mean, he had such a good start of the laning stage, but it's continued. He's at 112 last hits. It's crazy. He's like 25 ahead of the next closest. And it's probably because of Iron Shell on Tiny type stuff. Like, for example, right now he's doing a pull while Tiny pushes the creep wave and Iron Shell kills the wave. He's also going to die himself. So many last hits were had here. But this is the kind of stuff that's accelerating the Darkseer. He's still alive.
How is he still? I mean, he's walking away from this. They've got to drop a chrono. I mean, that's one of those chronos that doesn't feel too great. You know, you've already used the Fiend Script as a team. You have to chrono the Tiny as well to actually finish off the kill. He's going to try and look for Panda, but Mana looks sort of stuck, and that's going to be the Panda can walk this off. Damai Llama, he's got to try and get his way back through the gate to get out of there, but the vacuum's up. He's going to be able to stop him from getting back through it. And he just joins the fight to die.
Unfortunate. I mean, you do want to show up to fights like this. He has an impact item with the mech, but man, it's just so much magic damage. And he instantly queues up a pipe. He's like, okay. He pays for Dota Plus, I'm sure, and he looks up there and he says, oh, 80% of the damage I'm taking is magic.
Look at this mid as well. Start up. And he doesn't manage to jump up to the high ground. A few mistakes all round coming out here from Heroic, and boom, they're punishing them hard. 12-4 now, 4K lead. Looking very, very good here in this first game so far.
Man, this is such a fast Greaves on Darkseer. Like, imagine trying to kill people.
I mean, how do you fight into that? Yeah.
It's so hard. They're gonna, if they drop below 25%, they just get, what, 8 armor? It's a pretty good amount. 14.5 health regen too. People getting low does not necessarily mean they're easy to kill, and it's only gonna get worse when Slotum finishes his Eternal Shroud. The one of the most common items for tanky heroes. It gives you magic resistance, like a lot of it, and it gives you a lot of HP. Just so good for making the game hard for your opponents. Like, how are they ever going to kill Primal Beast? I'm not really sure. A Face's Void's going to take a while to have the damage to do so. Underlord percentage damage, I guess. I don't know. It's hard.
No, this is not an easy lineup, it feels like, from Heroic to play from behind. They had such a tough time here out off the back of the early game. Yeah, just so many problems arising here from the side of Boom. You know, Picard's massive. Sacred, as you say, he's also huge. And yeah, this Eternal Shroud's going to come out on Slotum. Just so many problems that Heroic just don't really have the answer to right now. I mean, Void, he needs a lot of time, K1. Maybe they can get a pick off here and there. They're going to look for Knight, and they should get him. It's nothing crazy. Again, having to use the Fiend Script, having to bring the 4 of them over really to get this kill. It's a lot of resources just for the support.
Well, it was a little bit more efficient because they used Fiendscape. That part makes it better.
Sure, I guess they can split back up, yeah.
Yep, it's a lot easier to get in and out. Everyone gets their little support experience.
On the mid. They'll be able to find Panda. So get themselves a second support. Sacred is turning up to the fight, though. He's ready to start to get some revenge as he gets the vacuum in onto Schofield. Chasing him down here with the surge. They'll find and kill in return, Boom. So making sure that they don't allow Heroic to start to slow them down too much. We'll see with the Invis rune, KJ is counting things out. Doesn't have Fiend Script, of course, still on cooldown for a long time, 70 seconds. Just getting some information here.
It was a really good nightmare, though. That could have been way worse, considering that they're behind and they traded 1-for-1 support. Definitely a good situation to be in. In fact, King Jungle is going to spot out Slotum. They're going to look at his items and be like, he's got a 12 stick, a Tango, and an Eternal Shroud. I just don't think we can kill this guy. And a full bottle. Like, this guy's effectively got like 5,000 HP.
Yeah, you can't do much about him. Just put him in, yeah, sleep him and walk away. That's the best approach right now when you look at this Primal Beast.
But they're not too phased. No TPs happen. They kind of anticipate. They're like they can't kill this guy unless the whole team shows up, and that's just like grief in the game if that doesn't work. So there's just no way that they go for that attempt. And the other downside for Heroic is that Knight just finishes Blink Dagger. This is the crucial item for Tiny to change the game in a big way. So the tossbacks are about to happen.
Yeah, they can get some crazy combos. And they will absolutely have the damage themselves on Boom to follow it up. Yeah, because this timing, 17 minutes in, Crystalis Ags complete. Some crazy timings this game on the gyro.
Yeah, that is so fast. Amazing timing.
Let's see if they can set for something down bottom. Hour's gone. See how much more they want to push for. If they can get some sort of initiation with Knight, should be an easy kill. See how careful Heroic play here. That's Boom. Making the way across. Heroic seem to be pretty aware though. Knight still find a catch though. He's in onto Schofield. Now Schofield, no shadow round to protect him from that. Slams him down straight through it. Damage from that onslaught.
Well, not too bad.
Across the map.
Just another Schofield death. He breaks it, kind of gets exploded, but as long as Analog doesn't get caught. All right, they do force out the Rolling Thunder, maybe overstaying a little bit, but they're going to go spread out across the map a little bit. Push other lanes, farm other lanes. They just know they can't fight for a bit. Bags on Gyrocopter is just frankly too scary to fight head-to-head. Faces Void's going to go after Maelstrom here. Push side lanes a little bit, give him a little bit of stats and attack speed. I don't know. He doesn't have that much single target damage though. Skipped Master Madness this game for whatever reason. Maybe a little bit worried about flak damage or something. Every Void build is a little bit different, it seems. But Manta will be good for like tricking your opponents, you know, dodging a potential spell before they come out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Heroic's just got to try and take this late because fighting against the Greaves and the Pipe on Sacred, they're just not going to have damage in these team fights. It feels like. Boom. They're going to have Knight jump forward, look for the opening. He's going to get the toss back onto KJ. They'll start things off by looking for the Bane. The Fear will push back Panda. Trying to bring down Knight. They should get the Tiny. They will. They'll be able to take down Knight. But now Divine at the front of the fight. Chrono's there. The KJ, K1, he's dying. He has to time walk away. He cannot stand underneath Bakars with the Rocket Barrage. Just completely battering him. K1, he's got to be careful. He's going to look back at Sluttum. Bakars and Sacred are also moving forward. They're going to use the buyback to try and tackle this fight here around the Tier 2 tower. Analog getting the Rolling Thunder connection again onto Sluttum. Bakars heading up to the high ground.
Wow.
Careful now that he's lost his Primal Beast. He can stand his ground against K1. K1 will up towards Sacred. Sacred caught underneath the Tier 2 tower. Big kills to be found here by Heroic and maybe more. Schofield is in on top of Bakars. The Bramble's there. K1's closing in. Bakars, he will be able to get the kill and he's got the back of the Knight. As they turn, they look towards the Void. They'll get him, but Bakars will fall. So a messy fight, but Heroic, they'll certainly take this, all things considered, as they're able to shake up the game a bit. Pick out a few kills, maybe even more here with the Fiend's Gate laid down by Divine Llama, but no, Knight, he's already out with the blink. He'll get out of there.
Pretty good fight for Heroic, all things considered. The Primal Beast is vulnerable to physical damage still. He's only got phase boots to give himself armor. So despite all this HP, once Face's Void started hitting him, I was like, oh, I can actually kill this guy, you know? I've got some damage. Just some magic components, but still, like he got him. They eventually got him low and they pick him off. Sad that Face's Void had to die to set up the gyro kill. If he was alive for that gyro kill, would have been incredibly powerful for their levels and their game trajectory, but things are looking decent. In fact, cool item build on Bakars. He felt so far ahead that he's like, I'm just going to finish my deadlift
oh, damn.
before I make PKP. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah, which is probably why the Face's Void was melting into the Chronosphere. Yeah, I don't know if he had Daedalus at that exact point, but I wouldn't be too surprised considering that Crystallis to Daedalus is really not that much gold, just simple 3,000. So it's a rush, but it's a cool build. When you're this far ahead, why not?
Yeah, and they can get him the Aegis here if they want to pop it on the gyro. Allow Picasso to be safe in the next fight with this offensive build. But now a very terrifying team fight that they can try and throw at them again. I mean, Heroic, they do manage to get some more items themselves online. Divine Llama, he's now got the full pipe completed, ready for the next fight. But of course, that's not going to do much against this crazy amount of damage that the gyro is going to be kicking out with the flat cannon. That is the real threat right now in the team fights.
Yeah, the mech will do a little bit against that, but it's definitely still going to be a huge amount of damage. But being able to pipe everyone on your squad when there's like ion shells and techies and things like that is going to go a long way. It's just, pipe is still a really good item. It's just it's a little bit limited what heroes buy it. You know, your Primal Beast, they just have so much HP, it just always feels better to go to Eternal Shroud. But if you're aura stacking or if you're like a tanky 5 strength hero, then the pipe is fantastic as well. They're fishing.
Around this tier 2 bottom, trying to set up here Knight and Slaughter in case anybody from Heroic steps out. Do a hit scan as well. They know that someone's around here. At the same time, K1 cutting the creep waves in the mid lane and pressure being put onto the top tier 1. So Heroic trying to make sure as a team that Boom don't have the chance to just group up and go down a lane too easily. I'm going to try with the smoke to try and catch K1. See if they can get this void. K1 has got Schofield by his side. He's making his way back. Kind of need Knight to be the one to go in first to start the combo. They've been spotted. They'll have to set off the Schofield. They quickly take him out. K1. He's got to get out of it. Time walk to the side. He'll use the chrono properly defensively. Indeed, he'll catch the 3 of them and he'll continue to run. He's thinking about going back in. His analog will get him with a rolling thunder, but the damage probably not going to be there from Heroic. Can Heroic fight this with Divine Llama? He's headed into the fight. It feels that there is a chance of them trying to get something out of this one, but I think they need to continue to run. Divine Llama, he's got no part in this fight as he's dead. KJ going down underneath the tower. I mean, it looked like a case where they probably should have just tried to get out of their purge, but they sort of half-heartedly tried to stay and tried to fight back.
I mean, it sort of looked okay because maybe the Pango was going to get a kill, but then Sacred just pressed his buttons. He was like, pipe. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, this Techies that's supposed to have 1,200 HP now has like 1,600. And he's got a Glimmer Cape, so that's another 300. This Techie's had 1,900 HP in that engagement, and that's without using Greaves, which would be another 350 health. So, like, you just can't casually commit to these kills, even though it looked kind of okay when K1 Chronosphered him, and then it looked kind of okay when he hits him with the first roll. They just baited themselves into these aura items. That's the worst thing you can do, because that's all aura items. That's what these things do. They just help people survive the AoE damage. And it certainly was an overcommittal there and led to extra deaths that didn't happen.
Yeah, and the next team fight, on top of this Aegis that he's still got for about 2 minutes because he's pretty much got the money to get that BKB sent out to him. Got Knight and Slaughter, they found K1. They've got the lockdown. The 2 of them, they're able to do it between them.
Nicely done. Avalanche full stun duration into toss, into charge, into ulti, and at that point, he goes down, wasn't on strength treads, didn't get a chance to press his BKB or his wand. That was a big mistake there for K1. But this is kind of like that Schofield-like play that Knight is... Played by Knight so far, 2, 3, and 6. Having a really good impact on the game.
We should be able to finish off this tier 2 top. Knight bringing it round. Picard's ready to go towards the Satanic next. Make sure that he's even more unkillable on this gyro. Only going down the once this game. Let's see what Heroic want to do. They want to try and fight. They want to do something aggressive. They've gone with the 4-man smoke. See if they can do this. They have got Chronosphere, but K1 not with the team. Has got TP available. They're going to go for Panda first. They'll use the Fiend script. They're going with the Rolling Thunder. They will kill the Techies. Can they look for more? Because down the cooldown, K1's in with the BKBs, trying to go for Slot and first. No, he's going to turn for Knight instead. Heads up towards the Tiny, but the Greaves are there and forced beside Knight. Should eventually get him, but it's taking a lot of effort. They have to use the Chrono. Does catch on to Pakaz as well, but they're questioning whether they can actually go for the kill onto Pakaz. Gyro, he's got this Aegis for 2 more seconds. The Aegis about to expire. K1, they'll opt for Sacred instead. The buyback coming out from Schofield. They'll bring down the Darks here with the bashes. Double kill for K1. Pakaz goes for the BKB TP out. He'll make it out of there. Not going to be quite as lucky by the looks of it. Good control here with the pit. They'll surround him, and Heroic should be able to take down the Primal as well. So another fight that ends up getting a bit messy for Boom as Heroic get a little bit of a cleanup.
Yeah, they just made good decisions. They said, okay, there's the techies, we're losing, let's kill any hero we can. They committed the grip onto him. They put Glimmer and some auras to try to save him, but the techies died pretty cleanly there. I didn't actually catch the Chronosphere. Did you see that part?
Yeah, he just dropped it onto the Tiny and the Gyro. And they let them kill the Tiny, but they couldn't quite kill Pakaz because he still had the Aegis for a little bit. They sort of held back, so Pakaz was able to get out.
But these longer fights tend to favor Heroic pretty well. I mean, obviously, their teamfight ultimates are big deal. Oh, they're going to fight Pakaz.
And this is going to be that point where BKB's still on cooldown. That's a huge kill to be found there by Heroic. I mean, now over towards the mid, they're going to try for more as Analog, but the remainder of the Rolling Thunder is able to close in on tonight. I mean, these kills, they're really starting to shut down that lead that Boom's had pretty much the entirety of this game. Panda's going to jump in, get the vacuum out. Knight turns with the Avalanche onto the 2, and then with the grips back up on towards Panda. Knight goes down. Now the 4 of them, they can turn over towards the techies as well. The Brambles catch onto him. I mean, the lead that Boom's had the whole game is pretty much entirely gone now. Heroic, they're taking over.
Man, that one cliff ward that they placed that's about to die near K1, that ward placed so long ago ends up paying off big time. When the Aegis is gone on the gyrocopter, they just run him down and the kills aren't stopping.
I just keep going. They've got Sacred as well. Oh, this has got to hurt for Boom. I think they'll be kind of kicking themselves a bit, considering how well their early game went. And the fact these last couple of fights just weren't clean enough. And Heroic, they may have been a bit shaky at the start of this game, but now teaming up and just outplaying and breaking down Boom. Boom making some mistakes here, getting caught one by one.
Pretty huge mistakes. I mean, they had a 5k advantage. They're outside the base. They're just too spread out a little bit. The start of the fight near the Dire Jungle went a little bit too good for Heroic, and then the cascading kills with that buyback there was just big. And the fact that they had a ward, which frankly was shocking to me when I saw the Gyro die, I bet they just thought like, oh, that was just like a lucky smoke gank, you know? They just like smoked looking for Gyro, and he was at the tri-camp, you know, that's where you expect him to be. But it was the ward that spotted him, and that ward also got them that Darkseer follow-up kill, which just led, things just fell apart there in that moment. And now Boom's gonna have to play a whole game from even, which is gonna be fine. Like, they still are really well positioned for it. The Satanic is coming in 1700 gold, but it's getting a little scary because Void is such a good late game carry, and he's buying the Scotty, the anti-carry perfect item that limits your healing, and it lowers your movement speed by a gigantic amount. So if he gets on top of Gyrocopter, Gyro is not running away from this fight.
Looking at K1, see if Knight can get in for a play. Ooh! They get him with the jump. They've got the grab. Have they got the damage? No, they haven't. K1's able to pop the BKB, and he's able to jump away. He's going to be able to walk away from this one. Slaughter, they'll turn over towards the supports instead, and they'll get the 2. KJ and Schofield picked off. So K1 to live. Knight with the toss back onto Davai Lama. Boom. Try for the underlord kill. There's going to be the buyback starting to come out. Buyback comes out from KJ. Davai Lama surviving under the tower. A bit too tanky for them to take out immediately. Analog looking to get the control on tonight with the Rolling Thunder. Knight doing his best to juke it. Gets an avalanche out. He's still alive here, but finally falls as Analog comes crashing back across. Let's see if they can get Sacred or and potentially the Chrono's there from K1. He's trying to deal with the easier heroes. Go for the squishies. Go for the techies. He'll get Panda. Slaughter, he's got the grab onto K1, but again, they don't have the damage to really finish off this Void. K1's just able to turn back towards Sladam, get a double kill, And maybe even more here as Boom, they're on full retreat right now. Sacred surges out to the side. K1, he's able to get in on top of Picard. He's kiting him up with the time dilation. Picard does have the Satanic, so Picard, he's holding his ground a bit, maybe seeing if he can outplay them, but there's 3 heroes to deal with. He'll try for a TP, but it's immediately put to stop by the root. Picard's dead as well. And now at this point, with that fight in the bag here for Heroic, I think Boom, they're going to be feeling a bit all over the place now. I don't know how they take control of this game. This has got to feel rough.
Yeah, it's getting hard. They just don't have very good solutions against Faceless Void at this point, it feels like. Like, it's difficult for them to layer their stuns and kill him. When they hard commit, he's probably going to press Manta or BKB. And when he doesn't have those up, they're going to have to layer, like, Tiny combo, maybe a Techie's stun, Primal Beast combo, full combo against him. Like, it takes a lot to kill Faceless Void this game. Najara just doesn't match up as well against it because the mobility is all in Faceless Void. He can choose when to go in or when to go out. And look at this talent, he got a 15. This is one that's been ignored by almost all pros for the longest time. This time dilation slow per cooldown, he put that on Pakaz, and he was slowing his movement and attack speed by 44% just for 2 spells. Like, it just makes that problem even worse. It's like, okay, Pakaz, you can't commit to killing me because I'm just always going to time walk away, but I'm also not letting you leave, and eventually my team's going to kill you. So it's just puts him in a really good spot to be able to time dilate repeatedly. That skill is still really fantastic.
Very nice. Picard was in a very tough spot there. Because, I mean, he did have, like, the Satanic, but it's one of those things where if you pop the Satanic for the Dispel to remove the time dilation, then the Void just kind of follows you down anyway and is ready to jump in after the Satanic buff's gone and knows that you can't stand your ground against him because you're not going to have that active heal. Tough spot for him to play his way out. Smoke on smoke now. Panda, he's going to be the one to head in first. It's the Rolling Thunder. It's going to catch onto Panda. Comes crashing across onto both Picard and Slalom. K1 able to take down Panda. Panda bites back immediately here to try and save this fight. They've got the grip onto Slalom. K1 looks to get in with the damage. It's 3-man vacuum. Picard's trying to come in with the follow-up. The Rocket Barrage will take out KJ. And Missile going the way of K1. K1 keeps his distance for now. Boom, they're going to try and chase this a little bit, see what they can find here on the side. They will find Schofield. Can they find any of the cores, though? Into the trees, looking for K1, but K1's able to time walk out in time. He does have Chronosphere if he sees a chance to turn. Analog, wants his position here with the roller. Divine Llama and K1, though, they're on full retreat. They'll leave Analog behind here. So Analog will get taken out. This time, Boom, they're able to succeed and take the team fight.
All right, decent escape there. Yeah, not perfect for Heroic, obviously. Kind of just running for their lives, despite having a little bit better vision in the fight, but didn't work out for him. Nice fight for Boom. They're going to turn this into a Roshan afterwards as well. The beautiful Roche's banner is their reward. But another Aegis on Gyrocopter just with really, really aggressive up on the front line.
Crazy stuff this game, and 30-24, 3k lead still for Heroic, but yeah, with very much the vibe that this could go back and forth. A lot of pressure on both teams' cores, and the carries in particular. A huge amount of the damage output at this stage of the game. K1 and Picard, if one of those goes down at the start of the fight, it's going to be tough for the rest of the team to carry it through.
It's been pretty hard for King Jungle to play these fights as well in the Bane. It just feels like he gets like one Nightmare opportunity off, and then it's kind of like someone's going to run him down to kill him. The Bane just doesn't have that much survivability. He's just the Glimmer Cape right now. It helps, but it doesn't accomplish everything. And that Observer ward they had set up here almost gets some Knight. Ooh, really close. Schofield was so close to getting that grab. Kind of cool that they managed to keep that on the field. They're saving their Wisdom Rune. Looks like they're going to back up and take their own Tormentor. Give themselves a little extra oomph here. Bane would definitely like that. Being able to AoE Brain Sap with lower cooldown would maybe keep him alive in one of these fights. Oh, and a Crimson Guard purchase on Underlord. Perfect item this game, actually. This item's a little bit underbought by pros, in my opinion, just because damage block. But like, with the nerf to Vlad's giving less armor to your teammates, it's more difficult to do AoE damage mitigation, and thus Crimson Guard's a little bit more valuable, especially because it does scale based on how much strength you have. So right now, it's blocking about 130 physical damage. So when these flak cannons fly out for about 250, almost 300 damage. Blocking like a third of that before armor is taken into account is definitely going to make a big difference. And in fact, it's going to be better than that because he's got Atrophy. It's not bad. Crimson's going to nullify like a good 50% of this flak damage, which is going to make Gyro feel way worse.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I think if we could get some of the actives off in the fight, it's K1 already with the time walks. This Void is very hard to kill. I think it's, K1's going to have to make some pretty big mistakes in these team fights to actually die. At this point, he's very, very powerful. Soon to be hitting the 25 as well if he wants to hit that backtrack talent. And then just at that point, I feel like it's kind of K1's game to win or to lose, really. He's definitely going to be in charge. I mean, the closest thing they can get to sort of matching that sort of power level of the Void is going to be getting this Rapier on Picard's, which he is close to. Very much close to having the money for that one. So we're very likely to get to see that in play. And we'll see how much that sort of changes the dynamic of the fights when this Gyro is coming in with a full Rapier.
It'll definitely change the Crimson Guard and Atrophiora aspect, because Atrophiora does not apply to Divine Rapier. So it will really help him cut through his opponents and give him much better kill opportunity against the Faceless Void. If Faceless Void commits at the wrong time, gets shredded by some Rapier damage, yeah, it could really change things. But
there it is.
Okay. I'm into this. It's an Aegis timing. Game's getting a little out of hand.
Yep.
Best Rapier carrier in the game, pretty much. So, yeah, give it a shot. I like this. They see it. Mouse back.
Ooh, they do indeed. They get the touch back off Schofield. He's able to get the Shadow Realm off. As soon as he comes out of it, has he got any other way to get away from this Gyro? He's got the Yule Scepter buying some time, but rebound to Picard. Taken off. He's just standing his ground at the top. K1 trying to see if he can jump down towards the back lines. He'll find an initial target, so he'll turn back towards Picard. Picard's being kept alive, and with the Aviana's feather getting over towards the high ground, K1's going to jump the back lines. He gets the catch onto Panda, he gets the catch onto Sacred. They've taken the Aegis out of the hands of Picard. Sacred turns, will get the punch off. He's going to try and run. He's keeping his distance. Sacred's actually able to get away. Picard on the second life, of course, will immediately pop the BKB. Start to sort of reassess the situation. Schofield, he's trying to stay on top of Picard, buy time for the rest of the team to connect, because they know if they can kill him, they're going to get a lot. Picard, of course, immediately kills Schofield with his insane damage that he has with the Rapier. Bailam and KJ, can they play around with this Gyrocopter? Same time, you have the chase down continue, and they do succeed in taking out Sacred. Now Picard, he needs help. We see, Slalom's trying to connect over towards him. And that looks to be enough. Heroic, they're being very cautious about how they approach this Gyro, and Picard, he's going to be able to get out.
He must have been sweating bullets there. Holy crap. And if I'm Divine Llama, I'm a little frustrated that they went after killing Darkseer, because Darkseer is a lot of network. But that was a Rapier Gyro who was definitely dead. He didn't have BKB. He was disabled over by the Tri-Camp. They had 2 heroes on him, but they just weren't able to finalize the kill. So with Schofield going down there, he died a little bit faster than he expected. He probably got like crit from the Rapier. They did defend. Their tower took only half damage, so it wasn't that bad for them. They would have loved to get that Rapier kill.
They're going to be able to get the push getting going regardless. Down the mid, they'll take the tier 2 tower. K1, he's ready to go straight up towards the high ground. He's still got his BKB ready to press. He feels threatened. And very difficult to step up on this one. K1, he's happily able to dive towers here. The fortification comes out. I'll hold back for now.
Yeah, back in the replay, here's Gyro finally getting away with his BKB. K1 chasing after the Tiny and Slaughter. Everyone was just so low. They just maybe needed to communicate a bit better. They should have just stitched completely as soon as they saw the Gyro was caught. Like right now, maybe. It's hard to say because Sacred looks so easy. He's like, well, he's on the way to where the Gyro is, so we might as well kill him before we get to the Gyro. It's really hard. Sometimes you just lose those opportunities due to how the team fights flow.
I'm actually going to see as well Picard go for some late game invis. He'll get the Shadow Blade sent out.
I'm kind of into that. Based on how the last fight went, it would give him better disengage. Being able to break the Underlord would be excellent too, to limit his Atrophiora when you are trying to kill him. kind of into that. But most importantly, once he's actually out on the map and he gets time dilated or something, being able to go invisible and run a little bit faster is going to make rearranging his hero positioning a lot safer.
Which team's able to force back the other first? Both of them trying to get the push going up to the base. K1, he's going to be straight onto the tier 3. See what sort of a response they get out of Heroic. Actually, Heroic's got to start the TPs back. Oh, sorry, Boom. Boom's got to start the TPs back. Well, get back, and then already though K1 pretty much doing 80% of the damage there to that tower, so a heavy hit. Boom having to play very much responsive right now to the moves of Heroic. Just push and hit a little bit harder and a little bit easier. Much safer for K1 to be hitting the high ground than obviously for Picard's on the other side of things with that rapier. He's got to be much more careful. Panda.
Catches him.
Get this quick catch outside of the base. They're going to jump in with the combo from Knight. They can do it here, but K1's in with the damage, so Panda is absolutely dead. And K1 may even be able to look to try and chase him for more. They're looking beyond the tier 2 tower. He'll drop the Chronos. Only going to catch on tonight. Which will, of course, be a guaranteed kill. This is if they can actually turn for any of these cores instead. There's going to be the buyback from Knight. Schofield dead beyond the tier 2. Because the Slarm have to chase it. They're looking for Davai Lama.
Oh, nice Lincolns from Analog. Slaps that one down at the exact time he gets grabbed.
Oh, and KJ actually having to TP out as well. They nearly found him. They catch him with the dust, but in the trees, TP's out in time.
It's very hard for both sides to get exactly what they want, which is forcing committals. But considering they killed the Tiny, they didn't have to worry about. I mean, that's one of the main stun threats to Face's Void, frankly. Just killing him in the team fight should make everything a lot easier for his supports and his hero. The buyback comes out, they disengage, and now they're just looking for more. And they are finally compounding some nice gold advantage. 8,000 advantage here. Another Wisdom Rune being stolen. In case Face's Void needed to hit level 28 anytime soon. And I just want to say, there's been a lot of kills in this game. We're at 60 kills in 43 minutes. That's why the levels are so high. So it's been a fun one so far.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, and still definitely the potential for things to turn around again. You know, obviously, whilst at the moment it looks like Heroic should have the stronger hold with how large K1 is and how far ahead he sort of is in terms of carry-to-carry matchup. Also, the fact that he's going to have an amplified damage rune for the next fight. You're never right at the high ground potential of a team with a gyro, with a rapier. Boom, definitely with a solid shot, holding the base, holding the defense. I'm looking for Roche. Well, this is not going to be easy for Boom to take. Heroic, they're making their way over. And Boom, they're being careful. They know that this sort of play is going to be coming in. We'll see here. I'm trying to set up, at least they've put the gates on the high ground by the twin gate. They're looking for the jump in. Straight away, they'll lose Schofield. They'll have the buyback at the ready. Analog gets the Rolling Thunder up, and Picard damage from the Rapier. He's able to just destroy him through it with the crits coming in. Vacuum as well onto KJ. It's going to be another one here for Boom. Maybe they can even get K1. They've got the opening here with the grab. K1, he's got a Chronosphere. He's only going to catch Slarm on it. He's going to try and run Schofield. He fought back for this. The toss back. They'll send K1 back underneath Picard. He's able to get another time walk off. But they're in with the chase. They're looking to follow down this Void. K1, he'll pop another time walk. He's got the Chrono up the second one there with a refresher. Having to use both here to try and save himself. Time walk back up in a second, but the Avalanche gets in the toss as well. The vacuum, the control, and the damage from Picard. It's there. K1 is out. Boom. They've managed to shut down the lead that Heroic were building up. And they're not even done yet. They're going to find Davai Lama in the trees as well. As this game, it really just, it goes to, it's anyone's game right now, Kev. It's back and forth.
Just amazing team fight there by Boom, and that's basically Picaz's Silver Edge is what gives it to him. He gets Iron Shelled, he gets Surged, he's running through Invis with a Rapier and a Daedalus, and he finds the perfect target. It's Analog. He attacks him from Invis, breaking his blink, and at that point, Analog's like committed. He's like, oh, I can't get away from this, and he just gets shredded by overwhelming physical damage. And on top of that, Schofield got exploded at the start of the fight again. He's up to his 14th death now, just being targeted every single time by Slotham on the Primal Beast. His Primal can do almost all of his damage to him, regardless of whether or not he's in Shadow Realm. So that blows up the game. They easily clear the bot racks here.
I mean, they're going to get so much out of this. Because, I mean, even if they buy back on K1, he hasn't got either of his Chronospheres to use. The second set of racks is gone. I mean, Divine Llama will buy back. But without the Void, without the Chronos, very difficult for them to try and start a fight. And Picard, he's eaten the Ags. He's picked up a Butterfly as well now on top of everything else. But this push ain't stopping anytime soon because seems to take the tier 3. I mean, on the back lines, Schofield's tried to get round, and I don't know what the plan was there, but it didn't seem like there was any at all. He's dead. No buyback on him. Maybe just trying to draw them away from the barracks and give a little bit of space, which I guess does work, as Boom will back off. So no Mega Creeps yet. The Heroic will still have a bit of the base to defend.
He was just hoping for a last-ditch defense and having a good angle to cast his spells effectively, I think. But gets caught before that. It's going to lead now into a Roshan and an Aegis. And it's going to be a push then, knowing that Gyrocopter's got Aegis on top of his other defense. So Refresher Shard for somebody probably goes on Darkseer, I would guess.
That would be nice.
The double wall. Yeah. Oh man, the game has been so back and forth.
Yeah, this is a crazy one. This is one of the closer games we've seen in a while, I feel. And you know, whilst they've now got back to the 12k lead for Boom, they're ready to push with this Aegis. Of course, from the side of Heroic, K1 has got the Refresher in 10 seconds back off cooldown, so we'll have the double Chronos for the high ground defense.
It's good because the last two were not so good.
No, had to Chrono and run. Oh, Cars. That's just got to stand his ground here. K1's going to try and trade back with him. Got the BKB, but they've got the grab through it. I mean, K1's got to be careful. There's the Chrono. Onto the two of them, but the damage, it just doesn't seem like it's there. He's going to pop the Refresher. He's going to have a second Chrono ready to go in a second. He's looking for the chance to drop it just onto the Squishy. He goes from Panda on the Techies. They'll get the Techies, but can they get the cores? He's going to get dragged back by the vacuum. K1 will manage to time walk back up to the high ground. The buyback comes out from Panda. He wants to keep this fight going. And of course, Boom, they've already done the damage. They get the Mega Creeps as they finish off the barracks. Tying out the Gyro for now. Outside of the base, KJ gets caught. He has got buyback available. K1 and Schofield trying to get Slatum. Ramp up in the air for now with the Yules. Jump to the side. Now over towards Knight. Knight able to toss K1 back over towards the base. Blink away from Slatum. He's on the retreat. Picasso turns for him. The route onto him, but K1's getting caught in the combo. K1's going to be caught by the stun. The crit. K1's gone. Has to buy back immediately here. Cannot afford to be dead for 100 seconds. Davai Lama dead inside the base. He does not have buyback available. It's going to be down to the final four of them to try and hold against this push from Boom. They'll get Sacred. A Sacred, he has buyback. KJ goes for the grip on towards Picard. One jump out for the time. Straight back underneath the tier 4s. Has 3 versus 5 here. They're being a bit cautious though. Picard is getting a little bit low. Slatum as well. Slatum, he's out. K1 gets the double. He's also going to buy back a third buyback here expended by the side of Boom to try and keep this fight going. Picard still has to be so careful. I mean, obviously his BKB and cooldown. He's going to be able to heal up a bit with the Satanic. But Heroic somehow have managed to push Boom back, despite that being a fight and an effort where Boom, they used 3 buybacks to try and keep the momentum going, but they're still not quite able to close this game up.
Yeah, once again, holding the game very, very close. I think the crucial thing in most of the fight was the nullifier from Divai Lama. He was putting that on consistently, and that's basically guaranteeing that he can't get any lifesteal on a Satanic. He pops it and it gets instantly dispelled. Definitely helps ensure that they had kill windows. Normally, the time you commit to Gyro, you get him to 25%. He pops Satanic, you're like, okay, that was all of our oomph, but taking that item away from him did a lot.
Jumping on to Picard. Picard's got BKB back within 5 seconds. Picard, he's considering ending the game. He's taken out the tier 4s. K1, he's got Chrono back up in 8 seconds. Got to be a bit careful here, Boom. As I say, they use buybacks. So if they start losing heroes here, the game could turn again. Get the jump on towards Analog outside the base, but Analog has got buyback available. 15 seconds to put Davai Lama's back. Get him with the opening on towards K1. K1, he has the Chrono ready to go. Comes over towards Picard. He's just trying to end the game. Chrono's going to be popped here. K1's going to be able to hold down Picard and Sacred. K1 turns over all Sacred. The Yules is there in time. The Bill will push back Picard. Punch back on K1 over the ground as well. K1's out of the game. That should do it here as Boom are able to look back over towards the Ancient. No buybacks to be had here from the side of Heroic as Boom will take this game 1.
What a fight. Oh my gosh. 46 kills there on the Boom side by the time things ended. And man, what a successful Divine Rapier. Like, he bought that thing like 20 minutes ago, I feel like. And it just never went away, just kept it alive. Maybe the mistake for Heroic to not punish it effectively. But it felt like they took that Rapier to like 8 close fights and it never hit the ground. So great plays by Fakaz. Amazing laning stage for a lot of the Boom players. Great comeback by Heroic players. Crazy fights, but ultimately Boom takes the win in game number 1. Great game.
Nah, it really was, yeah. And I think it's, as you say, yeah, Picard on his gyro, top stuff from the way they played the lane. I mean, just already just the way they started things between the two of them, him and Panda, they knew exactly what to do to make sure that Divine Llama didn't get an easy start. Yeah, kudos to Heroic for coming back in that mid game and giving us quite an exciting match out of it all. But yeah, the carry performance, 17, 3, and 13 from Picard. And yeah, a perfect Rapier pickup. That from that point onwards, he did not make a single mistake as he was able to lead his team to victory. Some of these later moments again here, where there was a bit of back and forth, and yeah, Heroic trying their best, K1 as well, dancing around the fights. But at the end of the day, even though he was incredibly farmed, just came down really to the fact that, you know, he was a carry without a Rapier, and he was against the carry that did have a Rapier. You know, the damage was not quite there on the side of Heroic when it came to those sort of late game skirmishes.
Needs all these utility items to deal with the gyrocopter. It's what they had to play against. They bought the Scotty for it. They bought the Nullify for it to try to beat him, but their damage was just a little bit low, like you said. I mean, they just didn't have that much. The Pango doesn't transition super well into single target damage. Face's Void does pretty good there, but with all the utility items, they just didn't have enough to blow up the gyro, unfortunately. And some of these fights just went kind of catastrophic. This one especially, Schofield exploding instantly on the top. The Pangolier got found by the gyrocopter, and he just got killed by physical damage from full to nothing. So this fight just started off really bad. And this was kind of the beginning of the end for Heroic here. They took buybacks. Hector did his double Chronosphere to try to survive here. It was not enough for him. They were just completely surrounded by enemy heroes in every single direction.
Yeah, just very, very good composure from Boom to bring things back like that after having a few rough team fights in the mid game. And yeah, we see on the stats here, very, very close, really, 31 to 46. But yeah, that's just the overall way that Boom can play around the gyro. And one of the reasons why we do see, I imagine, a team like Boom draft the gyro rather early on in their lineups. They just feel very solid with how they play it around Picard. And you're seeing that here in these games where they can make the call to get the Rapier at a pretty earlier time, not saving it until super late. Knowing that it was necessary, and yeah, it absolutely was. He doesn't go for the Rapier at that point of the game, this game. I think this game would have almost certainly been a loss. So yeah, just top stuff, top carry stuff here from Picard today.
Yeah, he played so good. Started off like 502. So excellent laning stage, great transition. And I would have lost that Rapier like 15 times if that was me that bought it. I can't believe he never lost it.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, especially when you consider like just how many heroes could get on top of this gyro, right? Yeah, like there was double Chronos in the team fights. There was a Pango with a Blink and a Rolling Thunder. But regardless, the way that they pushed things out, used each and every one of the Aegises to start to really kind of advance towards the end, was just very impressive stuff, really, from Boom. So the question is if we're going to be able to see them do it a second time round here in this best of 3. But a crazy game one here for both the teams. An absolute joy to watch. Cannot wait to see what happens in game 2. But as for now, it will be Boom taking game 1 of this best of 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGL Wallachia Season 1 group stages. I'm Odie Pixel here with Purge, and we're just about to get ready. In fact, it's already ready for you. We have Game 2 draft coming up here between Heroic and Boom. Boom, able to take the first game. Was a pretty fun match, Purge. I can't wait to see what these teams are able to bring us in this game too.
Yeah, me too. Definitely very chaotic, a lot of run at you stuff, but very patient play for some of the players as well. So nice mix of strategies that we got to see during the first game. But game 2, I expect it'll be something a little different. There's Schofield still yawning. I expect he will take another... Oh, there, he's ready.
He's taking another pre-game nap, yeah.
He knows he's got priorities. Like, okay, died 16 times last game. Let's keep that a little lower. Gonna take a little nap.
Let's have a look. See what. I mean, even though Boom got that win, I think there's a chance that they may look towards some of the stuff that Heroic were playing last game and maybe take some away some of those heroes. Seeing at least this time around with the draft, Grim's been ignored, and yeah, Boom, they feel good with it. I mean, Picard's, you know, understandably as well, right? You pull off a game 1 like that, you're like, bro, let's even bump it up further in the priority and just get it first pick.
Yeah, I mean, it seems fine. If it's really, really bad, they can always roll swap it if they really want to. It's not ideal, I guess. But if they feel like it's a mostly uncounterable hero, then it kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Pick it up first.
And just to give some context there, he's not drooling. He's got like, is it some sort of like, you know, like one of those gels, isn't it? I think he's put on his lip.
Okay.
Yeah. So definitely had a lip bite situation earlier. And trying to deal with that.
Dire team ban.
Looks very cool right now. That's the upside. That's how you get actual lip fillers, right? You just swell up your lips by biting them.
Wait, really?
No.
That sounds like terrible advice.
10 seconds.
It was terrible advice. Lifestealer didn't. He bit his lip too much. Take a look at that.
Oh, he did. Yeah, something went horribly wrong with his one. But great hero. Win rate's not crazy, but to be fair, we don't get to see it that much because it gets banned out so many times. Was banned out last game. So again, you know, and they've seen their likely carry matchup with the Gyro first pick. So yeah, no hesitation. Just going for the lifestealer first themselves.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's particularly terrible for either of the two heroes. Gyrocopter has way better single target damage at most stages of the game, especially with the range advantage. And Lifestealer doesn't have to worry about the magic damage. He can also hide when things get bad by infesting an ally or a creep if they're still alive from the flak cannon. So it just allows them to be safer against the possible offlane matchup stuff. Much like how Gyro feels pretty solid against a lot of offlaners due to the rocket barrage damage, Lifestealer just beats it. He's got one eye open, man.
Radiant team pick.
Okay.
It's early, you know. It's only nearly 5 p.m. over there, you know. Basically, likely to be the jet lag.
But if they did come, I don't know exactly where they're boot camping, but if they came from the Americas, either south or north, then
that's a long travel.
It's what, almost 10 a.m. on East Coast right now, so very easy for them to be jet lagged at this point of the tournament for sure. So understandable. Second phase bans, we got the Zeus knocked out, and the Enigma and the Kunkka. Basically heroes that would lane well against Lifestealer.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very true. Clock's going to be taken up here. Always nice one to have against the Gyro getting on top of him. Always good to combo up with the Lifestealer. Have a bit of a way of entering into the fight with the Infest. And the hook shot.
5 seconds remaining.
And they can do a bomb. Yeah, that's what you said, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Get straight in.
It's a fun thing to do.
See if they want to keep things similar on Boom or if they're going to change things. You know, so they did win that last game, so maybe some temptations to just kind of keep things similar.
I mean, the techies seems fine. Like it's a great 4 and 3, or 4 and 5 as needed. I think Panda played it excellent. They definitely won the laning stage. One cool thing about Sticky Bomb actually with Gyro is that it provides a huge amount of slow duration. because it slows while the bomb is on them, and then it explodes and slows them more after that. So it's like the amount of slow that skill provides is gigantic while still dealing good damage, and all of that slow is going to make Rocket Barrage so much better, because then you're getting Rocket Barrage and right clicks in while Gyro's chasing people down. So it's kind of a cool combo in that way. Not very good for stopping your allies from dying, I suppose, but the damage paired with I mean, it's really just the munitions lane, really. Rockets and bombs and things like that. Just synergistic in lots of ways.
Talking about synergistic, we're getting some good combos here. Io and the Slardar. So, you know, getting this Io into the draft and having not one but just two great targets to tether up to.
Feels great. And Slardar's main benefit is amping the damage that Gyrocopter does physically. So in terms of the carry-to-carry matchup, Gyro's going to feel really safe with it now, because any of the armor items that Lifestealer builds are going to be offset by that ulti. So he should have like a 15 to 20 armor advantage if he tries to fight the Lifestealer to the death. So looking good for them. IO can lane in either spot. Panda is a very, very experienced IO player. They used to play this on EG pretty consistently as well. So it's a comfort pick, and it fits their heroes. Looks great. If he gets caught by Clockwork, I actually don't know. If you get battery salted and cogged, can you tether out, or do you get re-stunned on the way? I'm not sure. Or do you get cog push? I'm not quite sure. But having the high movement speed and the high attack speed should be a good solution against Cog anyways, because you're going to be able to break the cogs really quickly on any of your cores. So they end up snagging the Primal Beast themselves this game. That will, I'm guessing, be their mid hero. It doesn't have to be, though. I mean, Pango is still in the pool. Oh, no, sorry, no, it's not. Excuse me, got banned.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I guess, yeah, it could still be Davai Llama taking it offlane.
Yeah, very, very possible. I don't know if I like Primal that much against Gyro. It's a little bit spooky, especially against an IO. I feel like they will just always out DPS you, since your damage is a little bit limited. Like there's like a set amount of trample damage you can do basically in there. I feel like they're gonna out heal it and out damage you in that moment, but I could be wrong. And it could be Primal Mid. I guess I like Primal Mid a little bit better, because I feel like Primal Mid rotating to a side lane to gank a Gyro IO sounds really strong and hard to stop in the opposite way. But if you're laning against him, I think it's fine. But if he's ganking as mid with like 2 to 3 levels over you, I feel like someone's dying when he does that gank.
The Prophet coming in. What do you think sort of about Prophet right now? I mean, it feels like a hero that got nerfed so much that a lot of teams just completely ignore him. Do you think he still can be all right in certain situations?
He can be all right. I mean, he's still very good. You TP to lanes and you go impact fights and get kills. You have a high farm impact as a support, which can be nice as well. It's in some ways less good because, yeah, you can TP, but so can they. And it's also like, okay, well, they can TP, so can you. You know, it goes both ways, I guess. That they should be able to maneuver against their opponents pretty decently as a whole. Puck is kind of interesting. They don't have great disables on the heroic side, so very difficult for Puck to die in this game. Him ulting your Prophets or Clockworks or Primal Beast should make it a little easier for Boom to dish out the damage between the Slardar and the Gyro. But they're mid solidified already. That means they're going to have to ban Sniper now with their last ban, most likely, on the Boom side.
10 seconds remaining.
So for Heroic. Still looking probably to ban out that second support. Unless we do see some crazy switch around. But I imagine at the moment there's no reason to not keep this Gyro's carry, right? It's not a bad Gyro game.
Yeah.
But they're thinking that they're banning out carries. So they think that Boom aren't going to play the Gyro carry.
Support. Okay.
But yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't do it. Why would they not do Gyro carry?
I mean, I guess
good,
Morphling would be pretty sick. There's really low disables, so he could kind of just blow up the entire game. Really, if he gets on top of a Prophet, he's going to kill him in like 5 seconds at the mid to late game. He has 0 threat against the Clockwork. Primal Beast is not scary either because he's just going to be morphing or waveforming. Like, and Lifestealer is the same. Like, what does Lifestealer do against a Morphling? Morphling chooses whether to kill you or not, you know? So they're just worried about these other matchup disadvantages. that they would have to deal with. Troll could also beat a Lifestealer. So I think they feel comfortable beating Gyro Carry.
Okay.
But they don't feel comfortable playing against these other carriers that are like the same benefit but more.
10 seconds remaining.
And thus they're like, okay, if that's who you want to carry with, that's fine. But whoever you pick for support, we don't care. It can be a Hoodwink. It could be
but do
a
you
Tiny.
think for Boom, they're now going to be like, well, yeah, indeed, we're not doing the Gyro Carry. We are going to pick something as carry? Or do you think they will just do Gyro Carry here and pick support?
They're going to do Gyro Carry with this Razor Band. I think that seems obvious to me. Because that's like the only other hero that would really undercut what it does. Because if you have an IO pairing, the IO is about making your carry good. Well, if you just suck the damage out of the carry, then your IO is like, okay, I'm making you attack really fast for 100 damage per attack. You know, who cares? I think, and especially because they first picked it, if they pivoted it,
5 seconds
I just don't believe in it. And frankly, Gyro support is fine, but it is not good at top pro level, in my opinion, compared to your Hoodwink type heroes. It just like, it has some good things, but that shit falls off at some point. And then you're just like, man, I wish I didn't have a Gyro Carry. I wish I had a Hoodwink or a Disruptor or something else.
And there we go, yeah. Bane's just going to be the last pick. I mean, I said, I understand what you're saying, that they felt that they needed to go for those carry bans to end things up heroic. But, yeah, I don't think it was ever not going to be the Gyro. But as you also did mention, you know, Boom, they did not ban that sniper that you felt that they should have as that last ban, and therefore heroic, they're going to get that sniper last pick through.
Yeah, I mean, if you just watch almost any tournament recently and a team picks a puck, they ban sniper afterwards because they're like, hey, this matchup sucks. And I actually played it in a pub a little bit after that, and I was like blown away. It is really good. You just turn on headshot, you use take aim, and then all of a sudden you just start shooting this puck, and he loses like 60% of his HP. If he ever orbs for a last hit and he's within take aim range, he loses 60% of his HP. It is wild how you have very little armor as puck. You absolutely cannot trade back. It's not easy to dodge the auto attacks with phase shift. So there's just like not a good solution. You basically need to like orb the waves or save orb until he uses take aim and then get out. So it's a tough matchup for Slaughter. If he has a good lane here, I would be surprised. This is the hard counter. If Analog doesn't like crush this lane and transition into a good game, I'd be a little surprised. It's not a perfect sniper game because he's got to deal with the dives of Sacred, the Slardar. He's got to deal with Puck and IO. Like Puck could simply do like Dream Coil with a relocate, and Sniper's in a bad time. Like I think Sniper has to get a BKB this game, for example. He's going to need his grenade shard, but he should smash his lane. If he smashes his lane, he's already going a long way towards accomplishing what they need in this game. And them having 2 semi-carries, I think, will be nice. Or 2 carries.
See if they can do that, because obviously with last game, the lanes was where Heroic kind of suffered. You know, Boom were able to get a pretty early advantage. So we'll find out coming into this game too, ladies and gentlemen, if Heroic can get a bit of a hotter start this time. As you say, they've certainly got some of the setups and lane matchups to potentially do so in as we get into this one. But I mean, overall, do you sort of have a vibe that you're preferring from either of the teams with these drafts?
I mean, the Gyro looked kind of unstoppable last game, but they don't necessarily have great heroes against it, frankly. I mean, the concussive grenade disarming is kind of good, I guess, but I'm not quite sold on. I don't know if they really addressed the Gyrocopter well enough. They got heroes they wanted. They ensured K1's lane is going to be good by having the good Lifestealer versus offlane matchups. But I think I want to see Heroic win their lanes, basically, because as they basically picked for their lanes. If they don't win their lanes, then I'm not feeling as good about their picks. If Boom gets out of the game with a good start on Slaughter and gets a Blink Dagger on Sacred and starts running around setting up kills with Bane and IO relocate, then I'm feeling really good about Boom's chances.
Schofield getting a good bit of damage done here towards Knight. I mean, KJ's going to come up with the TP. Sacred holds them back with the crush, but the blood grenade and a right click from KJ will get them first blood.
There's the Schofield magic that does happen. Great run down there. They had to use 2 blood grenades, actually, to get that first blood, but putting it on Prophet is quite good, I would say. Let me see what items he's buying as a result. A Tango and a Sentry. Not exactly the best, but it's all right. Kills are still kills. They did get that with that early ward, by the way. King Jungle did teleport near the enemy tri-camp to plant that ward. That's how he spotted this opportunity. So good teamwork there to set that up for them.
Looking at these lanes. So you imagine what this top lane for Davai Lama, we saw last game on the Underlord. He actually had a bit of a tough time early against Pakaz's Gyro. Should he do better this game on the Primal?
I would assume so. He's got pretty good armor here. His ability to last a little stronger. He can get out if things go bad using Onslaught. He can initiate a little bit easier. It's like easier for Primal to contribute to kills early. Underlord is kind of just like a bot, you know? You limit their damage, you do some Firestorm nukes, but you're going to end up taking more and not threatening as much, even if your mid-game impact is kind of good. So I think it'll go fine for him. The downside is that King Jungle is going to leave this lane sometimes and go TP to other lanes. So Divine might be a little bit more 1v2, which is not great. But as long as he rotates a bit with his levels or gets kills occasionally, then I'm pretty happy for him.
In mid already, just how easily Analog's able to trade with Slutums. A lot of damage from this sniper, even early on, and the puck to have to deal with.
I'm sure he's played the matchup if they're more concerned about the gyro counter, which is true. I mean, if they ended with a Razor pick and they did like a super suck on gyro every fight, the game gets really, really hard for Boom. They would have been limited on damage for sure.
This bottom lane. They come over the TP, try and help Schofield out. And nice little move there. Actually, yeah, that's kind of pushing him out of his own cog, so keeps him safe, allows him to reset. And KJ's able to finish off the kill, take out Knight.
That was a genuinely amazing Sprout. It gave them everything they want. Schofield's trapped in with two heroes that are overcharged. I'm like, this is not looking good. But all of a sudden, keeping the IO separated from everybody. The Slardar couldn't right-click anymore. The Lifestealer couldn't, but they were getting Prophet right-clicks, and he was still taking battery cell damage. Just so perfect. So nice little rotation. That's the stuff they needed to help win their lanes a little. Divine Llama going to pull creep waves now, knowing Prophet isn't going to be here for a while. While this happens, probably looks maybe close to death. But King Jungle does get a double stack off in the meantime, which is good. Not something that Lifestealer will probably take advantage of, but Sniper probably, if he eventually goes back into some shrapnel points. And the mid lane is going well. He's about 6 last hits ahead of the Puck right now. Puck is going to get a bounty rune at 3 minutes to refill his bottle. That pretty much only happens when you're getting out-harassed in your lane and you're like, well, this is better than standing here for the next 20 seconds and getting peeped. So, as expected, an advantage for Analog.
See, KJ's probably just going to get another stack going. I mean, you might need to help up top because Divine Llama is going to get gone upon. And Boom will be able to punish the fact that he's been left on his own for now in the off lane.
It's a bit unfortunate for Heroic. Divine Llama's a solid player, but giving Pakaz these like 2v1 advantages is already just asking for trouble since Pakaz is so talented. So I get that they wanted to help win the other lanes, and I'm sure King Jungle got some stuff done, but it's been a while since he got back top here. I assume, yeah, he helped contest Water Rune as well. He was looking for opportunities to TP, I'm sure, but just wasn't quite there. In fact, Divine Llama did have to walk back to lane. Unfortunately, he must have teleported earlier when he was very low.
Yeah, when they were chasing him up beyond the tier 1, when he went for that little bit of a dive where they didn't quite kill him. He had to do the TP over.
At least Prophet was there for experience. That goes a ways. And this large camp isn't blocked, so it's not absolutely catastrophic for Heroic. But with that said, Prophet's again going to ditch and go stack camps because he's like, well, you don't really need me here. You're fine, you're fine.
It's definitely going to be a bit of a concern, as you say. The fact that Pakaz is going to get such a free start when we already saw what he was able to do with that last game. And like sort of looking at the other heroes, I mean, what your mid's a sniper, your carries the Lifestealer. I mean, where does the sort of pressure come from Heroic's lineup that's going to be slowing down Pakaz's game this game?
It's a really good point. It's going to have to be Clockwork and Prophet, I guess, and it's working good. They just
the bottom lane,
this IO.
You know, they're really doing a number against the two of them down here. At least, you know, they're killing off Knight every single time. Obviously, it's just the IO each time they're getting.
For better or worse, though, all the profits or all the kills are going to King Jungle on the Nature's Prophet, which kind of is decent in this game because of his fast earn here. A little damage and disable here against Divine Llama, but he gets away just enough here to last hit another day. But yeah, all this gold going to Nature's Prophet. He's leading this into stacks. If these stacks get cleared by somebody, Sniper does have 2 points in Shrapnel, by the way, so he will be the one most likely jungling. Love this rune contest here. Let's see if they get lucky. They lost the rune trade, but King Jungle, with all of this great stacking that leads to runes, you stack and you grab the runes, and now no more advantage for Puck. Divine Llama is managing not to feed, which is honestly
question marks.
a little. That's a valid question mark because this man has been playing Dota like it's 2013, and it is not. You don't do this 1v2 thing anymore because it leads to deaths. Not so much for Divine. The fact he's only died once, excellent. Considering the game outcomes.
I mean, that's
the stacks.
They're going to bring some TPs in. I mean, Slotums, he's going to get a beautiful Dream Coil. That's Divine Llama dead. And Schofield, he'll have the TP at the ready, so he'll make it out. Yeah, I mean, I always appreciate a good old chat question mark, but I feel like that one was a bit premature. You know, I feel it's a bit too early to drop the question mark in this situation because it's like, sure, he's not dying that much. I mean, he obviously did die afterwards because Panda, yeah, there we go, sends the tip back to Divine Llama. And like they're not pressuring the gyro. Like Pakar's in this lane, he is getting complete and utter free farm.
Yeah, he's got the last hits right. It's 48 here. Highest net worth by far, by about 600 gold right now. So yeah, he's happy, but I think both players can respect what they did. Slotum very wisely contesting these stacks now. Look at this damage he's taken from the peeps. 4 attacks goes down to half HP. And they're going to TP for him.
And they've got him. Assassinate comes in from Analog. And the kill will be found.
Making another stack for him by letting Puck bait into it. Nice little kill stack here.
It's really sort of the case of the Nature's Prophet and whether this is going to work in the overall outcome of the game, right? Yeah, KJ, he's helping out the mid, he's helping out the bottom, but just wasn't able to, as the nature of the hero, just not able to put pressure on top and really do anything about the safe lane of Boom. Well, we'll see if that sort of comes back to bite Heroic in the later stages of the game, or the fact that he's enabling his sniper and his lifestealer as much as he is, that this sniper and lifestealer are just going to be able to out-carry the gyro.
I think the early game for the supports on the heroic side has been like near perfect, frankly. Like with the Llama not mega feeding, I think it's been near perfect because the amount of stacks that we have is ridiculous. I love how they're splitting this up. Basically, one of the supports sits mid while Analog works on these jungle stacks, which naturally gives Golden experience to Prophet as well, who's now almost level 5. Considering how much he's basically been off the map, his leveling is not terrible. So again, as long as they keep their heroes alive, this isn't all the worst. They do snipe K1's courier. He was looking to pick up probably his talisman of evasion here, but it'll be okay. His net worth is not as good as Slardar's. This isn't the best matchup here, certainly, but it could be worse. Just gonna find Io, give him a couple butt slaps here.
Let's see if they want to. I mean, Analog's probably not going to look to leave this mid area for a while. Just continue to free farm, get these jungle stacks. Just Slatum's got a bit of a catch-up game to do. Definitely sort of drew the short straw with the matchup that he had to play into. You see Heroic trying to take away some of the farm from Boom as well. And Boom are going to head over with the smoke on the two of them, Panda and Slatum. Put their eyes on Schofield, but Analog's got the high ground, turning towards Panda. Panda is going to get assassinated here. Oh, no, he's actually able to stop it. Sacred got him with the stun, and Analog, he's in trouble. I guess they sort of tunnel vision, sort of like I did for Panda, and it left the sniper vulnerable. Analog just gets run down, and they're even going to see if they can maybe close in on some more. See the retreat here from Schofield. Should be fine.
I've never seen a faster pig in my whole life.
They're zooming out there.
Yeah, great job to cover that. They steal the stack, but losing Analog is not fun. That was their high net worth, and that's going to really help catch up the Puck a little bit. In fact, the Io got the last hit on that one. not exactly intentional, but that means they're close to a mech, and when they go for these death fights later, someone's going to be alive because of it.
Schofield, seeing if you can maybe get in onto Sacred, but it's tough now. Level 7 on Sacred. I mean, Knight very close to having the 6 as well, so can have the relocate play available. Oh yeah, this top lane, I mean, Gyro, you know, Picard, he's not only getting kind of the free farm, he's also getting the solo XP now. It's going to be incredibly well leveled. I mean, just sort of look at the level difference, right? I mean, Picard, he's level 10, and on the other side of the map, K1's level 7.
Yeah. I mean, the big difference is that K1 has not been able to free farm, and Picard certainly has, and he's got 2 kills, so not perfect for K1, of course. But if they can get some ganks onto Picard, it's fine. But they did sacrifice some of their rotation potential by picking the counter to puck mid. So that's their trade-offs, basically. That killing Picard at this phase of the game is just going to be harder with the heroes they're dealing with. They're going to want to basically just AFK farm Lifestealer for a while here so that he can finish his Radiance and then begin really farming. And Sniper's been spending lots of time going mid and then doing jungle camps that King Jungle has stacked. But that's the one upside. Look at King Jungle's net worth and the profit. It's significantly higher than all the other supports in this game because of the rotations he's done.
Gonna fly Schofield. Quickly with the grip.
Righty.
And the backup comes in, but backup with that assassinate hit over towards Panda is also there. Schofield does still die. I mean, Sacred is very hard to fight right now as they're able to push forward Boom and maybe even get some more cleanup. They get KJ. K1 left a bit vulnerable. Analog trying to shoot back and find something in return. They bring in Sacred and Slaughter's low, but Sacred's able to kite it out. Finally, it'll fall. Slaughter's also in trouble here, but Picard, he's getting the ultimate cleanup. He gets the double. It's Divine Llama, and is the only one left alive on Heroic, and Slaughter's, he was able to jump across them and get out of the fight at the end of it all. So the fight continues to, just to favor Boom. The fact that Picard was able to get involved and turn up, I mean, it means he's going to be very close, especially with this stack. He's going to have level 12 minutes in.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, they got like 2,600 experience in that fight. Heroic only got 700, and they got 4 times the gold that Heroic did in that fight as well. Like, K1 just stayed way too late. Him jumping into the fight was fine, but as soon as the Bane survived, he needed to leave, and he just stayed. And eventually he's like, oh, I'm going to infest the Prophet, and he did, but it's like, but man, that's only 400 HP. The Prophet still dies afterwards, and they missed a lot of their key kills. The Puck was an inch away from dying. He didn't die, as was the Bane. And the whole time, Slaughter is in there slapping people, getting bashes in, and Gyrocopter doing the same thing, just doing exactly what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
So that was a big experience moment for sure for the Boom side.
I mean, this has just not got to feel good for Heroic. I feel like after that last game, you just sort of got beaten by this Gyro that was having this perfect game. And now he's having an even more perfect game. And he did it with this hero being thrown out as the first pick. I mean, this game, pre-14 minutes, he's got the Ags and Crystals. I think it's pretty much 3 minutes faster than game 1.
Yeah, you could criticize Heroic and say that what they accomplished in the early game was they got a lot of things done on paper for sure. They got some hero kill rotations to kill the IO multiple times. They stacked a crap load of camps, which was good, but then they farmed those camps to set up gold for more farming, basically. And that was, I think, where they've kind of went wrong a little bit. And that's just the nature of their heroes. It's like, okay, well, you got Sniper some items now, but what else does this accomplish? And the answer is probably not enough. So they're going to now have to be looking for kills with their limited teamfight impact. I mean, Shrapnel is slowing down pushes, which is good. But they can also just power heal Gyrocopter, so there's basically no threat. This tower's gone.
This Gyro's just insane. This has got to be some of the faster timings we've seen on this hero in the carry position. I mean...
Oh my god, he already has Ags?
Yeah. Dude, he got Ags Crystallis at 13 minutes and 40 seconds. This is sad.
Last game, he was like starting
17
at 13.
Yeah, it's that much faster. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, how do they let this guy get away with it? This is wild.
And they first picked it, right? They're like, all right,
they first picked it. Yeah. And he's got to do this. You know, something's got to have gone wrong in the planning if you're Heroic. I mean, this can't be the plan if you're Heroic. letting the Gyro get away with this amount of farm.
And that's why that's why I'm a little confused by the Prophet's play. Again, he got tons of stuff done. Amazing amount of stacks, got lots of kills. Wasn't so greedy that he got Spirit Vessel ultra fast and then used that for kills, for example. But like, maybe it would have been better if he stayed in lane more, you know, and then helped Divide Llama do a 2v2, and then they kill Gyro a little bit. Scofield's gonna die again.
Yeah, Boom at this point, they have no struggle getting the kills. He's down bottom. I mean, Picard, they will TP over. They get the Vessel in on top of him, but he just does so much damage here. Can they really threaten the Gyro? Picard, he's going to live. He's going to get the cleanup. Assassinate is coming in. It's not enough to kill him. Picard is able to survive. His game just only continues to get better and better. And he's in on top of Analog. Picard is moving over. They'll even do a little cheeky relocate to get him in on top of it. I mean, they've got such a massive Gyro problem right now. Like, one of the biggest Gyro problems I've seen. You know, Picard, he had this amazing game 1, and he's just outdoing himself here in game 2.
Man, they really needed that kill. It would have been so good, but they've got the full mech. He's got the Ags finished. The Spirit Vessel was great. The Blade Mail was great for the circumstances, but they just needed one more hero to be in that fight. Schofield had gotten caught top right before that happened.
I guess caught again.
Been really nice.
We'll try and make them work for it. Does at least have KJ coming in to help out, but Schofield's gone. So if KJ and K1 could get something in return, they're looking over towards Sludums, but the orb's going to be back up, so Sludums can continue to jump around. Perfectly fine here. Yeah, KJ's dead. Sludums able to stand. They're bringing in extra numbers. They will get Panda at least with Divide Llama. But there's no way they're getting this puck. Slardum's perfectly fine. Same as we said with Sacred. And Sacred, he's got the blink, and they've got the follow-up silence. They get the Waning Rift into this Orchid silence from Sacred that he's got picked up. And K1's just straight up dead. I mean, we're already at the point where 17 minutes in. In terms of the carry-to-carry matchup, Picard has pretty much got double the net worth of K1. Again, these times continue to be insane. It's going to be 18 minutes. He's going to have Satanic Aghanims Crystallis.
What?
Like, what do you do?
What? That is like by far the most farm Gyro I've ever seen in my whole life.
It has.
It's gotta
that's
be
what I'm
breaking
saying. This has got to be some kind of record-breaking stuff. Like,
this is disgusting. 18 minutes with an IO as well. He's not even by himself. He's like, oh, it's a stronger
How
Gyro.
does this happen after game 1? I don't know. You know? Surely the plan going into game 2 can't have been, well, let's ignore the Gyro a bit more than we did in game 1. That's not working out.
Look, Owen, when you got a player called King Jungle on your team, that man is going to stack camps, okay? And he did. He stacked his camps. They cleared them efficiently. That net worth went to Sniper. And that was
I mean, this is getting rough.
And then
This is getting so rough.
They ignored the top lane, which led to a 2v1 where, frankly, Divide Llama didn't die that much. He did a decent job considering the circumstances. But at no point did they ever address the Gyro. They haven't killed the man yet. The Spirit Vessel Rust that would have been like God tier didn't quite come fast enough for them to like really meaningfully go for him. And then they just never killed him. And now he's just out of these items. Goodbye.
And I mean, at this point, you know, Boom's just killing heroes as a team without the need of Picard to turn up with the damage. Like, the rest of them are also having a crazy game. And indeed, a bit of all chat comes out from Panda. I think, you know, earlier on, I don't think you question mark when you do if you're Divide Llama. That was not a good question mark.
Yeah. You will learn after this one. I mean,
I think so, yeah.
Look, I don't really blame Divide Llama here. And again, I think Heroic did a lot of the things they wanted to do early game, but they just didn't do the right things. That makes sense. That's not more critical than I mean it to be. But they just needed to limit what happened. Go top of the smoke. And they needed to bring, like, surprisingly, in any of the early game movements, and they needed to, like, 3 or 4 men gank kill Picaz or something. At least 3 men. They needed to blow him up. Get some gold spent. Or they needed to do it to Slardar. They didn't do it to either. So basically they just kept losing 2 lanes. They lost 2 lanes. Even though Sniper was able to catch, like, Sniper won mid and he jungled a lot. But it's like Sniper's not going to transition your game towards a gyrocopter when he's got to deal with a puck and a Slardar. Those heroes are going to jump on him later. almost a catch mid here.
Slaughter. Maybe in a bit of trouble this time. No, he's going to have phase shift up if it's necessary. He's going to be okay. Sacred's jumped in on towards Analog. They completely get on top of the sniper. As Analog's got another Fiend Script onto K1. Will get put to a stop as Davai Lam's able to come in with the grab over towards Panda. But Picard's is turning up. He's going to be ready to clean up. Heroic. They've lost the 3 of them. They're going to lose KJ and Schofield likely as well, as it looks to be a team-wide double kill for Picard. Schofield trying to run, but Picard, he's closing in on him. It is indeed slowly but surely going to be a team-wide triple kill, godlike on Picard. This game feels pretty over, Purge.
It does, yeah, especially with that that fast Satanic that he got. Because identifying perfectly, he's like, they've got a Blade Mail, they've got 2 tanky heroes. I'm just gonna get a Satanic, and then with the IO on top, I literally can't die. He's like, I don't need more damage. I'm not worried about that. I just need to die 0 times. They're never gonna get this experience bounty from me, and that's what we're looking at. His Daedalus is now finished by the Rapier. Let me see the 6-slotted gyro
Get the Rapier.
25 minutes. You know,
that would be the ultimate boss move here, indeed. If Picard just picks up a Rapier next, we'll see if he wants to do so. I mean, he absolutely could. He 100% gets away with it. You know, if he wasn't dying with a Rapier last game, he's not dying with it this time. But he's playing safe. He's queuing up a Hurricane Pike.
That's very safe. I was thinking Butterfly just because of the right click from Lifestealer and Sniper, but being able to get away out of Hook Shot or Primal Beast combo stuff is just going to be safer and better.
Yeah, it's like at the end of the day, you want to have an item in your inventory as well that's going to be able to break you out of Sprout. You know, that's why he's still got this Quelling, right? So at least with this, he can swap out the Quelling for an item that gives him a bit of stats, gives him a bit of something else, and still get out the Sprout.
For that damage, man.
That's why the ultimate move would to be actually just buy a Battle Fury. That's the ultimate BM move. Get that Quelling Blade upgraded. That's what I would do, and then I would lose the game.
Do you see how farmed Io is? I was a little surprised that shard went to Puck, and I was like, who has their shard? And it's Io. Io has a mech Holy Locket shard at 22 minutes. He's so farmed that he's like, yeah, I've got 1,400 gold laying around. I'm going to give a 30% slow resistance to my carry and 10% spell lifesteal. It's crazy.
Having a wonderful game here, Boom. Wonderful series, really. And as I was saying, I think if anything, just a bit underwhelming from Heroic. I expected a bit more from them coming into this series, but Boom are just showing up much more than they are today in this series.
I mean, I think they played pretty good game 1 with some laning mistakes, but yeah, game 2 really shows that they're having some laning problems, without a doubt. They had some decent things. They had some decent things in mind with the draft. They got the obvious hero counter stuff, but in some ways, maybe Boom trapped them in this. They're like, okay, we're going to pick Puck. We're not going to ban Sniper. Then you're going to pick Sniper, and then you're going to realize that Sniper was not the pick. It's like, okay, you won the lane by a little bit, but your game tempo is going to be atrocious, and you're not going to address our gyro. You're not going to be able to gank our gyro because we're going to win safe lane and off lane, which they did.
They can just take what they want here, really. Boom. Onto the tier 2 mid. Creeps coming in, and indeed Picard's making sure he gets the 4-staff out first, out of the components of the Hurricane Pike, so he can stay safe. Tier 2 gone. Oh, okay, Fortification. I mean, I doubt they want to try any sort of fight outside of the base, Heroic. They've just got to wait. I mean, K1's trying to find farm outside of the base, but Panda's in with a Fiend's Grip. See KJ try and come over to help out, but Picard's, he's in with a relocate from Knight, and he cleans up in an instant.
It's such a good draft on Boom side. Like, their pieces fit together so great. Grip and Nightmare with relocate, amazing. Divai not typing question marks right now.
No, I don't think it will be any more of this series. I mean, Boom could dive the base. I mean, they could absolutely just walk in on this with Picard having the Aegis and a Satanic. They're tempted. I mean, if they had Dream Coil up, they 100% would be going for it there. Cars will hold his position. The flak attacks nearly killing off Analog.
It was that triple missile. He ate all 3. They're 550 damage each. Guy's got powerful missiles and rockets.
Full Hurricane Pike as well now. Still with 3 minutes left to play on this Aegis, Picard. Smoke up on Heroic, but I just don't know how they're going to go about entering into these fights. They're so far behind right now.
You know, I think Analog actually went the wrong item build. I think he needed to play like XM this game. And go like an Axe or something.
So more utility, or I mean, because we still don't have the shard yet as well that you wanted to see.
Yeah, that's like he bought this whole Hurricane Pike. I think he just goes like Axe shard. It would have been better. Much cheaper, more impact. They didn't need another farmer, you know? Like, the Wraith Bands and the Treads were fine, but I think he should have gone Axe shard instead. Would have been better.
I mean, they're ready to try and close it. That's because he's going up towards the tier 4s. Doing a fair damage, but yeah, with the tether up from Knight, you're just not touching this Gyrocopter. He's going to get the triple kill. I mean, he'd love to get the Rampage. We'll see if he gets the chance. I think he's going to get brought over towards the side. There's the Ultra. Just got to get K1. They've got to dive for it. You've got to dive for the Rampage. GG has been called, but let's see if he can get a Rampage to finish it up. Oh, Slum's going to be the one to get it. But the win, it's there. GG is called. What a game and a good series here. Boom, they're able to take the victory 2-0. And I think, yeah, for Heroic, it's going to be a lot of things to talk about between them after this series, and especially this game, Purge.
Yeah, they're going to have to watch over the replay, I think, and just realize what went wrong, because their laning stage was not catastrophic, but what they did after that 6-minute period was the wrong choices. They did good things after 6 minutes, but they weren't the things they needed to do to win this game, I think was the problem. And then they got to a stagnant mid-game. Congrats to Boom for winning this, but unfortunately for them, the consequences of this are going to be Gyro banned in the first phase of the rest of their series.
You'd imagine so, right? Yeah, Picard's making a, as we've seen in the past, of course, from him on his Gyro, but just giving us a bit of a refresher of just how insane of a game he can have on it, especially if he just gets given a free lane, gets given free farm. That in particular, I can't imagine is something that any teams are going to be allowing him to have if they do let the Gyro through the draft.
Yeah. In his defense, he created the space in game 1. He definitely made himself a good lane. But game 2 was definitely a little different here. Just great plays. Okay, I caught Sacred getting gripped here. This is the time that they almost killed the Gyro bot lane. This is really close.
It was, yeah, coming in with the Vessel, stopping some of the sort of sustain coming in. Just not enough. Maybe if they kill him there, indeed, it sort of lead to a similar situation as game 1 where we saw Heroic able to punch back a bit. But yeah, losing out on that kill, it pretty much sort of sealed the outcome of this game. From this point there on out, Picard's already at this point double the net worth of K1 on the other side as the carry. You're just not winning these kind of games if you're Heroic. You're too far behind at that point.
Yeah, especially with the matchup differences. The sniper sounded great on paper, but like every fight he just gets dived by Slardar, and there's no winning that trade. It's just not possible without a shard. Yeah, again, maybe different itemization. If he goes in Ags, it's the same cost as a Hurricane Pike, more or less, but it would allow him to apply a stun from range. It would allow him to stop a Fiend's Grip pretty much anywhere in the fight. Those are really advantageous things. And even if like a starter goes on you, you can turn and shoot him, and that gives you a 1-second stun to get out of there. That paired with Shard, maybe enough disengage potential and enough semi-carry energy, and enough like he could actually be like, I don't think I saw him anywhere but the mid lane or his jungle this whole game. It felt like that was the only place he was, and you are not putting pressure on the game as a sniper that way, and you have to do that when you have a regular hard carry, and your off lane gets sacrificed for the benefit of the stacking that leads to you having it. Like they just didn't play the game right, unfortunately.
A tough one indeed, a tough series here today for Heroic, because that does mean for them in this group stage, that's the second one they've lost. For Boom, after losing their first series, they will get the win here, so put them in a much better chance of being able to play towards that top half of the groups. Yeah, we see on the results here, Picard's 15-0-5, not a single death here in game 2. Game 1 was impressive, but game 2 sent the warm-up. And just sort of outside of obviously Picard's popping off, other things went fantastic as well. Sacred obviously on the off lane, fantastic time on Slardar. He was completely destroying people up and down the map. But yeah, I think definitely for sort of the timings that Picard's hit this game, he's got to be the one worth mentioning here. So I'm not sure on the stats, but if he wasn't breaking records with some of these timings, he was definitely very close to, Purge.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, just impeccable Gyro games, and I love how both of them were just a little bit different. Game 1 was like the I'm high net worth perfect rapier performance in game 2 was like, I'm showing you the peak of gyrocopter, basically. You've never seen a more farm gyrocopter in your life, and it's not gonna slow down. Just a very good performance from him. But as a whole, his team played really good. Game 2 especially, just perfect execution. They pressured their opponents when they had advantage. They laned excellently. They drafted extremely cohesively. Big draft. I think they had without a doubt, draft advantage today in both of their games. So
Absolutely.
Good for them.
No, yeah, really hot stuff, and good to see from Boom. Very impressive play. 2-0. They'll take the series against Heroic. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's more Dota 2 to come, of course, here. PGL Wallachia Season 1 in this group stage today. We've got one more series coming up for you after this break, so don't go anywhere, as myself and Purge will be back with G2IG versus Secret. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another series here in the group stage of PGL Wallachia Season 1. I'm Odie Pixel here with Purge, and we're getting ready for our last series of the day. It is between G2IG and Team Secret. Both teams at the moment did suffer a loss yesterday. We had Secret going 0-2 against Gaimin Gladiators, and G2IG went 0-2 against Liquid. So both yet to be able to win a single game in either of those series. Let's see how they do when they go head-to-head here. I mean, Purge, from what we've seen yesterday, what are you expecting from these teams? And do you feel like we saw something a bit better from one or the other? You know, which one are you more concerned of going into this matchup?
I mean, they both had difficult opponents. Gaimin Gladiators and Team Liquid are both fantastic. Team Secret had a weaker performance, without a doubt. I thought they just seemed very outmatched by the Gladiators. Whereas G2IG had some moments of strength for sure. But you never really know. It's very possible that one team is better at fixing their problems than the other and comes out a little bit stronger today. So it's going to come down to drafting and gameplay, certainly. But probably gameplay more specifically for Secret. I think that was the place that they had the biggest weakness in.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm interested if they want to do some sort of owner with the carry. Obviously, Monkey King got banned out. So I guess if the Monkey King gets banned out, they don't really want to pick any other carry first. So they'll go with the Bane first pick here. The Secret, it's the standard response to any team that wants to go with the first pick Pango.
Yeah, it's just not very fun to play against. You have to worry if they pair it with some high physical damage carry. Getting gripped while you're rolling is kind of catastrophic for your team fight because your whole goal is to just be magic immune, stunning people, dealing damage, kind of a thing. That Bane win rate 71%. Woo! Pretty good.
Crazy.
What, five or six wins?
Wild.
5 wins? Probably 5 wins.
Let's see what from the banning perspective. I mean, obviously G2IG, they're very much respected the carry picks that Chris feels comfortable with. Monkey King raised, Bloodseeker taken out. Now they turn towards potential off lanes or mids. The primals removed.
Radiant team.
Yeah, most of the best supports are still in the pool, though. Those are the most obvious things. The disruptor type heroes.
Yeah, that's true.
Since there were so many cores banned in the first phase, those ones are living large at the moment.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like it for both squads.
5 seconds remaining.
Gives you potential against Pango. Yeah, and that too. It's just solid. The shard build is great for counter pushing lanes and things like that. Keeper of the Light, no, that's not a support. Bane is up there, actually. Chen is the most picked support, but Bane is actually second in terms of total contest. But Hoodwink, Shadow Demon, Clockwork, then Bane, then Techies, then Enchant are the most picked supports right now. And all those heroes are just in the pool, except for the Bane, obviously, and the Chen. And the Mirana.
Dire team pick.
I mean, there's the other one as well. Clock. Also been seeing a lot of play. I'll be able to get that. So, Secret, they'll keep it pretty simple with their opening. Disruptor. I feel like it's always going to be taken here. One of the ones that I feel gets banned the most. Didn't get banned this series. And there's the Enchantress that you mentioned. So, quick stuff there from both teams. And both teams very clearly showing their support. So, nothing too crazy about the openings. You know, not really keeping much hidden with the openings of both drafts.
10 seconds remaining.
So with that said, should be easier to play the carry matchups against them.
5 seconds remaining.
Some kind of BKB carry might be nice against Disruptor, or you could just have somebody with some built-in disjoint.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just go Lifestealer, right?
This is the first Disruptor game? Is that real?
I mean, dude, he gets banned out so much. Yeah, but dude, look, 31 banned. They ban it every game. I mean, so it could. We'll see if it ends up being a bit of an oversight that they didn't ban it this game.
Gosh, it really hasn't been picked yet. It's been banned 30 games.
It's literally just banned all the time. Yeah.
And it is 100% contest rate. It's been banned every time. Single game.
So that's a pretty bold move, right? When you come into a draft and you're like, well, there's this hero that every other team is banning out every single time, and then you let it get through. You know, you let it get through that. If you're able to beat it, then kudos to you. But if you don't beat it, then you're going to feel kind of bad because you're like, well, maybe we should have just banned out that hero that everybody else is banning out every single time.
Yeah, generally that would be the normal thought plan for sure. He's gonna have to deal with the clockwork though, which is not the worst, I don't think. For the clock, you can force glimpses out. You can definitely win the 1v1 trade. If you catch him, you can force him to glimpse you rather than somebody else in the fight. That part looks good, and they are all ranged people. Projectiles only for the Team Secret lineup. It actually looks kind of good, frankly, because look, if you're playing a sniper and you're dealing with a disruptor, it's not usually that dangerous, right? Because it's not like you're moving that far as you're fighting. Melee heroes have to like engage, go somewhere to get a fight, and then they disengage. Snipers like so far back when you glimpse him, you're like, well, he's like 900 units away from me. Like he's not necessarily glimpsing back into your team. If they pair it with Rolling Thunder, it's obviously good. Rolling Thunder, run into the enemy squad, everyone runs away from Team Secret, then you glimpse somebody back. That part's good. But if you're having this like 10-second fight, Sniper's kind of like if they're on top of me, he dies anyways. You know, it's not like the glimpse is going to make that much of a difference.
Yeah, sure. I mean, but this...
and they also have low armor. Is the other thing I was going to point out. So they're very vulnerable to the right clicks from Clinks and Sniper between the Enchantress and the Disruptor, and frankly, the Pango as well. Remember I talked about grip plus physical damage? There it is. They got it. And they've got cogs, so they've addressed the shit out of this Pango, I feel like.
Oh, G2IG. Now that they know with the Sniper and Clinks shown, they know that 100% the Sniper is going to be going mid. So it's just a question of whether they want to keep the Pango mid in that matchup or they want to move it to the offlane and get something else. But probably, they'll commit to the Pango going mid then with this brew being shown. So they get themselves the offlaner, save their own carry pick to close up the draft from their side of things. But yeah, do you like this and you think this is fine? You know, as I say, they've seen that the Sniper's obviously going to be mid and they say, well, we're going to keep the Pango mid against that. Do you think Pango still does fine there?
It could be either. You're probably...
I mean, I guess you're right, sure. They could always do a brew mid. This is definitely not out of the question, yeah.
Oh, I was talking the other way. I was thinking maybe Sniper switches up his lanes. I
feel
like
the Sniper.
Sniper mid, but...
Yeah.
Anyways, I really like the brew pick. I think it's excellent in this game circumstance because it basically gives them another hero that's good at running at their opponents. You use brew split and everybody on Secret's like, oh shit, well, okay, run away. Which then makes Glimpse better, which pairs with what Pango wants to do. And no matter what his core matchup is, once he hits 6, that person has to leave the lane or they die. Sniper especially, Clinks a little bit less so because he can use Death Pact to get some raw HP, of course. But in either one of these spots, I think Brew is very, very, very happy with this game position with his pick here. Pick up a Radiance or give a mischance on all these guys. Maybe at some point you have to worry about like Burning Barrage, killing your little pandas a little bit too fast. But I'm pretty happy if I'm Brew here, as long as you get out of your laning stage, okay.
And what do you reckon? So for these last picks, what Secret was still looking for Boom's hero really on the off lane, and G2IG, we still need to see which carry they want to go with. Was the ban going the way of CK? I believe that was what G2IG, right? It was them, right? That tried the CK yesterday, I think.
I believe so, yeah. Maybe there was 2 teams, I can't remember. But I think a Centaur for Secret looks kind of good. It's not great against Glimpse, obviously, but against everybody else, it looks fantastic to allow them to disengage this Clinks and the Sniper when things go badly. So probably Centaur is what I'm thinking. Mars would have been good too, though. Gives them some nice disable lockdown against the Pango type heroes or the supports. And then for G2IG, they need a hard carry that's going to be good against these ranged, slightly squishy ranged heroes. CK would have definitely been fantastic. He splits, he reality rifts, and somebody becomes a pile of bones on the ground, whether it's Sniper or Clinks, I don't know. And yeah, Void, another diving, guarantee kill the squishy hero carries would have been really good too. I like that idea.
Okay, so they'll ban the Enigma out. So yeah, that option of the Centaur will be there for Secret. G2IG, their carry, it's going to be the Luna.
Okay, I like it. It's not the best at gap closing, but once it gets, if you can get in melee range with like Eclipse on against Clinks and Sniper, you can definitely out DPS them. If you get in melee range, you're definitely killing them. So I could definitely see the Luno picking up maybe a Blink Dagger at some point in this game. kind of makes sense to me.
5 seconds remaining.
Just to get the Eclipse and the nuke damage. And obviously, once you get Conda, you can definitely go pretty equal in terms of range damage. I like the G2IG draft. I think it covers what it wants to do. They have a lot of good heroes in the patch, even though there's some counters on the enemy squad.
And they have very good heroes, yeah.
If they make this chaotic for Secret, I feel like they're just going to run them down and glimpse them back and split them apart, kind of a thing.
Let's see what Secret's got with this last pick. Is there anything else other than the Centaur that you think could be solid?
I mean, you could hypothetically choose a Market Lord type hero. Doom
They go with the Doom.
Too. It gives them some counterplay, basically. They can, if they Doom Brewmaster, the fight gets a lot easier. If you Doom Pango, the fight gets a lot easier. So Doom one of those 2 core heroes to make the fight more straightforward. It gives them another way to initiate. They were going to get a tanky frontliner no matter what happened, but I think Doom fits pretty good. He could also get the Wildkin creep, much like we saw 3-3 do, to try to help offset those early skirmishes. I think could be decent. Save some of his squishy cores in their moments of terror. I think would go a long way. Theolacor on the Bane is playing 4 this game. Hopefully he has a good lane against Xnova, the Disruptor. Should be good, though.
I mean, that's going to be sort of the main thing, really. Is this Disruptor, is it just going to look fantastic? Because, yeah, everyone is banning this hero. It's evidently the most contested support of the patch right now. And Secret, they've gone ahead and they've let G2IG get it picked up against them. And outside of that, as you mentioned, basically the entirety of G2IG's lineup, I feel, is really kind of all heroes that are pretty much top of their roles right now. It's a very, very stacked draft from G2IG. Secret's, of course, also very solid, but I feel definitely could have a bit more, a few more vulnerabilities. When you look at things like having the fact that you have a sniper mid and also Clinks in the safe lane, you know, sort of 2 of these range heroes that are going to really rely on a lot of heavy carrying from Puppy on the clock and Boom on the Doom to get in on the fights and start things off on the front lines, because otherwise they could struggle in those earlier points.
Yeah, they definitely could. I mean, I really liked the first 4 heroes that Secret had against the first 3 of G2IG, so that looks great on paper. And the Brew is scary. Doom addresses it a little bit. I think their carry matchups against Luna are going to be fine. As long as they keep some separation from Luna, if they kill Brewmaster early in the team fights, I think they're sitting pretty happy. But then that comes down to execution. Is Brewmaster going to get doomed before he gets his ulti off? Probably not. I mean, sometimes it'll probably happen, but consistently enough to give them a gold advantage, that's going to be a little bit hard, I think, because Luna's pretty consistently going to have a lot of net worth. So, one other thing for Secret, at least they can take towers real easy. If Crystallis gets his 6 at a decent timing and goes around taking tier 1 towers and opens the map up, the game definitely does get easier for Team Secret. It'll be easier for them to find kills and setups. But, I mean, they're relying on... They don't have much mobility on their team either. It's the other thing they're missing. They've got Hookshot, I guess. They've got Invis on Clinks. And Bane hopefully will have a Blink Dagger at a reasonable time, or Nathalins. But might be a little... It just feels a little bit hard for Secret. I think they're going to struggle to execute team fights perfectly because it's just not easy. Like Doom in the Brew is going to be hard. But they're going to have to do it to win this game.
Let's see. Getting into the action here, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of G2IG versus Secret. Both teams, as I say, have met down here because they did lose their first series in the first round of this group stage. Let's see which of the teams is able to sort of kick down the other one.
Kick them down to the dumps.
Absolutely, yeah. Because I think what you said, but if you lose to 2 series, you might be able to recover. But if you lose 3 series, you're kind of out of the competition. So.
Usually that's how it works, yeah. And the teams that end up playing the most are the teams that win some and lose some. If you win 3 series, you're just done, and you're like, sick, we made it through. Yeah. If you lose 3, you're like, oh, sick, we're done, and then you get on the airplane. But if you go in the middle somewhere, you end up playing 5 total series while everybody watches you. Makes it a little bit harder to get out of playoffs afterwards because everybody has more data on your hero, on your team. And that's why IG picked all the best heroes of the patch, because it's just like, okay, well, they're just playing the patch.
Yeah, no sort of surprises being thrown out by them this game, absolutely. They don't really, not showing anything crazy here. They definitely
knowing what heroes they value still matters.
Yeah. I guess. But I mean, you're right that like there's definitely going to be other teams in this tournament that would happily play the exact same draft that G2IG has this game. It's a very comfortable draft.
Pretty good Puppy start.
I mean, this lane, they could see if there's chance. I mean, yeah, Puppy's got to be careful, I feel like, because Baboka and JT could turn on him. I guess if Puppy's ever able to get on top of JT, maybe him and Chrysalis can try and find something, but I think it's a bit easier for G2IG to get kills down here.
Yeah, probably the case, yeah. I mean, they're just comboing Battery Assault with a little bit of Tar Bomb stuff right now, and on the G2IG side, Cinevru and Enchant gives them really good right click, so if Puppy gets really out of position, yeah, they're going to have a strong rundown. Curious how the Sniper does mid against Pango. Feel like there's counterplay potential both sides. Got to be a little careful about getting out harassed or killed once the Pango hits 6.
And then up on the top lane, I mean, is this just an easier lane for the Mono on the Luna or Boom on the Doom? You know, who's having the better time up here?
Have a fine time just because Bane is such a good lane trader. I mean, he's got a huge damage advantage over Disruptor. His mana pool is better, and his spell gives him health in addition. And I cursed him here.
Yeah.
Really gave him the
he got unlucky there. Well, he got caught right when they hit the level 2s. So they were just able to instantly go on in Monet and X-Nova. So, yeah, level 2s hit, and they go straight for the kill.
Yep, nicely done with the Blood Grenade, obviously making that really solidified. But typically Bane, I mean, prior to that moment of him dying, he was doing a great job bodying and zoning those 2 heroes, which gives Doom some nice gold advantage. Translates into a Bracer, which helps him last hit against the Luna. Looks like he's probably going to go for the fast fail. We saw 3-3 go yesterday on his Doom, just to increase their ability to get kills. And now with Bane hitting level 2 himself, he's going to be able to protect himself next time that happens.
So far, CS in that lane, yeah, pretty even. The mid lane matchup, Corden 16-4 against the 9-0. So pretty good lead here on the first few waves for Sniper. Nothing to say, getting in the face of Corden, but yeah, as it comes to the CS, Corden's going to have that little bit of an edge for now.
Nicely done by the Sniper to get some distance here. He's got the double Wraith Band now, so you know, the physical damage from the shield crash, the physical from the swashbuckle is actually not going to be the worst for this hero because he wanted Wraith Bands anyways, you know? So he gets his trade in. It's going to reduce that damage. He's probably going to have to keep bringing himself tangos because it's not exactly hard for Pangolier to get the harass in, but I think all things considered, it's not the worst for the Sniper.
I mean, living on the edge there, yeah, Corden has to pull back quite a bit there. That's nothing to say. Did have the cooldowns coming back online, so could have maybe threatened, but Corden's playing it safe.
Not for long though, Baboka's here. Shrapnel stack in the large camp, very nicely done. Prepping that for later, of course. Baboka's going to grab water runes, guarantees nothing to say. He's got a bottle refill. That slightly zones Corden.
Puppy's going to turn up as well, but won't be able to do much more than chase him down a bit with the battery assault. And if anything, yeah, I mean, nothing to say here. He's not going to waste time on that. Puppy's full HP. Nothing to say, wanting to make sure that he doesn't lose out on getting what he can out of this lane. He's already is, of course, having this bit of a tough time.
He's got a level 3 headshot here. Means he's doing about double damage every time that he procs this. It's a huge amount for the Pango here, who is still decently healthy. No runes for a while though, so that could hurt him. Some slow down on Chrysalis. This is also a big worry for this hero.
Yeah, I mean, they're straight in on top of him. TPs are coming in. Puppy, he's able to hold them back with the cogs and keep Chrysalis safe. Chrysalis will turn and punch back a bit of JT with a couple of arrows, but they won't be able to threaten the kill. At least for Secret, Puppy turning up just in time. Make sure that Chrysalis doesn't get taken out.
Yeah, that was really close. I mean, this hero's so slow and relatively low HP early. He relies almost entirely on Death Pack to stay alive, giving him health. He was inching his way towards that small camp there to try to get a little heal, and he managed, but it was very close. If he has a bad game, I just feel like they need both the sniper and the Clinks to have decent games to take it to Luna, because just one of them having a good game is not going to be enough to beat Luna, you know, one of the top meta carries. Oh shit, he hit him with the tornado.
Oh.
Not even worth it. It just times out eventually. Okay. I don't think I haven't casted that spell since it was a channel.
Yeah, that's true. It used to be you had to stand there waving your arms around.
The old stack camps and then tornado them strategy. Kind of miss it a little bit.
Oh, yeah,
you don't get the armor aura anymore. It's a bummer. Poor Doom.
I mean, deserved. You know. Doom's good enough right now. He doesn't need to be any stronger. Well, Monet, you're gonna get in on top of him. I mean, X-Nova, can he do anything to help him? He's got the glimpse onto the Doom. It doesn't matter. Thielecourt finds the last right click to take Monet down.
Nicely done. Doom would have liked that one. That's fine. He's got Devour. He'll catch up later. Don't need to worry about it.
This lane's going to start getting pretty hard for Mono to turn up to, especially once Boom's hit the 6, which he's closing in on. He's going to get it off the next wave or so. So between that and the Veil, they can just dive this Luna pretty soon.
Yeah, easily. I mean, it's such an easy kill. He's a full level behind now on the Doom. It's a big difference. With him having Veil, he's going to have boots coming out any second. Like, Puppey even rotates. He's like, okay, this is the easiest place to get a kill by far. Monet has already rotated out to go jungle, but like, it kind of sucks to leave this early on a Luna. He's gonna jungle fine. He's a great jungling hero, but like, man, you wish it's like level 5, level 7, somewhere in that range instead.
Puppey's seeing if he can find Monet or at least mess with him whilst he's jungling up here. X-Nova just hovering in the trees, trying to get some XP, get that level 6 on the creep wave pushing in, but it's giving the chance for Secret to really hit into this tier 1 tower top. Definitely a little bit of a stronger start across the board for Secret with the way the lanes have gone for all their 3 cores.
Yeah, it's looking good. Crystallis did awesome bottom. He's got second highest net worth, 54 last hits. It's the advantage of being ranged, I guess. Stack stealing here from G2 IG. Or is it theirs? Yeah, it was actually a mix of both. 1 Clockwork, 1 Enchantress stacks. So fine for Pinklier.
Yeah, I mean, both teams really can look to try and dive in around their level 6s on the offlaners, right? You know, JT, he's ready to charge him with Split. Top lane Boom's ready to go in with Doom. So both tier 1's a bit of a scary place for each team right now if they show up on the defensive. X-Nova.
Ooh,
is he through in time?
It's really hard. And then Crystallis is like, I'll get that one, no problem.
I mean, but there's a lot of heroes here. Crystallis, he can't finish off the kill on X-Nova, and now he's in a whole lot of trouble himself. Nothing to say. Also coming in with the rotation. Does get knocked down to the low ground, but he's still gone. They'll get the kill. The rotation works out for G2IG. And look to get back to taking the tower. Same time, though, Boom did find the Doom down onto Monet. So both teams, they make the play. They get the carries.
Yeah, they ping the ward exactly where it is. Monet's death a little bit more frustrating in some ways because he didn't even have a chance to get a kill. Not that Blink succeeded, but he was almost there. The pressure, I felt the pressure. It was good. They actually don't manage to get the tower though. Weaker physical damage output against the tower, but both teams kind of playing similar, like you pointed out, looking for that tower or that carry to kill. Both successful enough. Thielecourt stayed way too long.
He did. He stuck around trying to hit the tower, and if anything, maybe also Boom could be in trouble. I mean, he tried to come back over to help out. I guess he's pretty speedy, and they don't have any further control, so he will be okay. But yeah, Thielecourt just trying to get some unnecessary hits onto the tower there. It cost him his life.
Yeah, I get it. It's kind of frustrating when you get a successful kill and you want to take the tower, but he should be setting up for the next kill, not hitting the building as Bane, most likely. Okay.
We'll see around the mid.
Sitting around mid.
Puppey should be pretty dead with the control that they have between the kinetic field And a glimpse if necessary. There it is. Drags him back in. Puppy's gone. Xnova does have a static storm as well if they see a chance to go for more. And in the river, I mean, Corden stepped down, but that means it is in a perfect spot for nothing to say to just chain control him with the Rolling Thunder. I mean, Boom's walking in, but he's going to walk straight through the static storm. He's now going to get controlled as well by the kinetic field, as he will not find anything in return for the team Secret losing their mid, losing Corden on the sniper there in a very awkward spot in the river.
Yeah, it's so hard to find the river against a Pangolier for that reason. His bounces are just going to be perfect, and they were playing down there. So Corden dies for his first time. He's going for a Treads Dragonlance build, pretty standard here. Not the XM build necessarily, but... Or does XM go Dragonlance and Nags? I can't remember, but... But I mean, I feel like both their cores are doing good. This game is even. If you take a look at the net worth, they're all just flat. So the game is fine. Dire supports are a little bit more farmed. Doom is a tiny bit more farmed than everyone else. But very even game. So execution is certainly what's going to matter as this continues.
Some big timings, I guess, being close upon by JT's making good progress on his relic. The Radiant's got 2,700 gold on the offlane brute. We'll see what Boom goes for next. Yet to queue up what he wants to find. The supports they've found, the 6 on Theolocore. Puppy still got a bit of ways to go on that, just level 4 on the clock. Top lane, they're looking towards Boom, but they won't commit for him. JT holding back on the split, as the Boom's just a bit too tough of a target for the two of them to take out right now. Smoke's going to come in for the Secret. I do have the Fiend's grip. We'll see if Theolocore can set anything up around the mid, around this top jungle, or maybe at least look to try and get a D-ward down if he feels they've got some vision around. Looks like ideally it's trying to find something with the setup to allow Boom to walk in and drop down a Doom.
Picks up the haste rune and his diffusal blade, so Pango's very ready to do a lot of damage.
Theolocore. He's going to be a lot of trouble. He walks into the smoke that catches him by surprise. He'll turn with a brain sap. I mean, maybe, okay, they're actually scared themselves. Theolocore's actually able to walk away because of the fact that it was getting too close to tier 1 of Secret, and maybe G2IG felt that there was going to be more backup coming in. Meanwhile, over in the mid, Puppy getting dove by Nothing to Say with this diffusal blade.
All right, spread the pressure out. Not bad. Kind of just poking and prodding and looking for the safe kill. They don't want to overfeed, lose their Pangolier when they're the tiniest bit ahead. Taking the tier 1, it gets defended though. So hard to push into a sniper at this phase of the game. Like one shrapnel just kind of clears the whole creep wave unless you have a creep ready to go. Boboka's creep was not there at the time, so no forcing to be done, unfortunately. Or you need like Luna to show up with her high physical damage, but she's got better stuff to do. Just got to collect these items.
That's what Secret's next move is going to be. And they did try and go for something with their ults. Maybe once they have the 6 on Puppy, they'll look to go again. He's back to the mid, picking up that XP. And the creep wave's coming in. I'm just trying to hold this area safe so Crystallis can get the space to get that Maelstrom out. It's just 100 gold away. Monet, Xnova, and Boboka in the neighborhood though.
Theolocore sitting to break smokes at least, which is going to put them in a good position if he can. Checking for rune. Ooh, yeah, it's not worth dying for that one. As soon as he saw 2, that was over. Well read, in the right place at the right time. But it doesn't work.
Okay, rune's super nice for Nothing to Say. Once again, this mid area around the river, not a good place for Secret to be right now. Got to be careful of this Pangolier. Very, very strong. See Boom. Next time pickup was indeed the Blink Dagger. So much easier for him to follow up and get that Doom drop down onto some of these key targets, as you mentioned, like JT at the start of a fight.
If it's not him that goes first, then it's got to be, what, Bane setup or hookshot, I guess. And so far, it seems very clear that Secret is fine just farming. I think they just feel confident because they've got 2 hard carries, basically. Not that Sniper's always in this mold, but this game it makes sense to do it. Unlike we saw earlier with the mid sniper against the Slardar, that's scary because Slardar's just going to blink on you, and pretty much at all phases of the game, he's going to out DPS. You just can't win that trade. Maybe on Baboka.
Baboka, he commits for the tower. He gets the job done, but indeed, he will pay for it. Same time, though, a bit of a distraction maybe because G2IG, they're looking for a bigger kill, and they might just find it. They get Chrysalis. They walk in with the smoke. It gets dispelled. They drop down the detection. They'll kill off the Clinks. So if they can get anything more, Theolik will go for the TP out. He's away just in time. But it definitely felt like Baboka just went all in on the mid there to try and just create a bit of focus away from the fact that the rest of the team, they're looking to hunt down Chrysalis.
Yeah, I think this is fine. Give them a nice little tower advantage. It's going to be harder for the secret heroes to respond to farming heroes mid or to get kills or ganks on the map. So all good for them. They finished the Radiance on the Brewmaster as well, so JT's farm is going to accelerate here. Pressure.
They're going to try and tackle Boom. They've got the Static Storm, the Kinetic Field, and also the Split. They'll bring him back into the Static Storm for that extra bit of damage. They have the stun. Do they have enough to quite finish him? He's trying to run, but they've got him. Boom will fall. Chrysalis turns up, but he's immediately going to get thrown up into the air. Secret, they're bringing in Theolik as well. They should be able to have a chance of punishing JT here. They've caught him with the Nightmare. They have a Fiend's Grip if it's necessary. They'll catch him in the cogs. Baboka's going to turn up. JT trying to run, but the hook shot's in. JT will fall. Nothing to say. Rolling Thunder comes in, but the grip's ready for him. Immediately puts a stop there by Monet with that Lucent Beam. Nothing to say, getting the angle, but has to keep his distance from Chrysalis and Corden. As Corden, he's able to just snipe him down with the right clicks. Double kill for Corden. Let's see if they can push him for more. They've got the Shrapnel. Chrysalis himself, they're very low. So they won't be able to enter back into Monet and Baboka. Yeah, they were tempted. But a good fight and a great turn up there from Corden, getting some big cleanups. Double kill for him. One of them being that one of taking out Nothing to Say's Pango.
Yeah, and in that fight we saw another reason they picked Clinks, which was the Death Pact against the Enchantress is so good. Because Enchantress doesn't get more than one creep, so if she tries to rotate in to take towers early, Chrysalis can just instantly eat the creep while invis and stay invis. And he just gets HP and damage and gold and everything. It's just a really easy way to shut down that super high armor, tanky creep. So in that fight, he just gets to do tons and tons of damage. Great do.
There's any way they can save him? No, absolutely not when he gets hit like that. Hook shot and an assassinate coming in from a distance. Corden getting these last hits on them. This is just a lot of money being fueled into the sniper. Secret, they're going to be very happy with this. Tier 1 tower taken down in the mid as well.
Yep, and there's all that damage on the towers that we were expecting here. Little Royal Jelly Clarity back to jungle for him. And once he finishes the Gleipnir, a little bit easier for him to secure kills on these supports when he so wishes. Boom getting ran down though.
It's kind of hard for them to go on Boom. We saw before, sure they can get him if they drop like these kind of two ultimates, but it doesn't happen quickly. It takes a lot of time, and that sort of time will always give Secret the chance to turn up and fight back, as they've done a pretty good job of in those last few moments, just reacting to G2IG.
Yeah, it's very important that they do that, because if they don't, then this whole we'll just be kind of passive and I'll farm you thing, it's just not going to work, because they'll be too far behind in net worth, and it won't matter that they have two right clickers, ranged heroes. They're trying to collect their ranged tokens this game, They've got a lot coming for them. But they need their net worth to be comparable to Luna, so that they can keep some separation between them and Luna, and they can just plink her down, ideally. Force a good team fight. She is going to go for a butterfly pretty quick here at the 19-minute mark. She's going to start working towards it. Great game for it, since they do have so many right clickers. They do both have Maelstroms though, so they've kind of anticipated the evasion counter, at least the light one.
Secret. And Corner's moving down to the bottom lane because maybe Theolik can get a setup for him. They've got eyes on JT, but JT's got backup. Thunder Strike thrown down onto Theolik. Secret, they're going to bring more numbers in on this. The Fiend's Grip immediately going to get put to a stop, but JT's able to put the split and go straight over towards the Bane. Boom. He's also turned up. They've got the Static Storm in onto Corden. Monet's coming in with the Eclipse. He's in on top of the Sniper. He's going to be able to find it. Oh, wait, okay. Corden will die, but not before he's able to bring down Monet with him. Boom's going to get dropped down onto nothing to say, but he's already out with the Rolling Thunder. Gets a beautiful angle, and JT is just getting a big old cleanup. Triple kill for him. They end up getting the team wipe.
It's a hard fight for Doom there. He is coming from the side, and he felt like, okay, this is going to be worth it, but Bane kind of dies as the sacrificial lamb there, beginning the fight. He gets ran down and blown up, and unfortunately for Doom, he got thunderstruck, I think, by the Disruptor as he was running in, so he didn't get to blink jump Doom a guy that he wanted to. He eventually dooms the Pango, who's already rolling, but the impact there is too little too late. That needed to hit on somebody else before they used their spells. Luna kind of died as she deserved, and that was all they got. So 5 heroes dead there. Misexecuted team fight, so big advantage for G2IG, who's currently hitting creeps in the time period that Secret's now getting back on the map.
A massive fight. And a fight that could have maybe even gone even better. I think Monet sort of pulled back from getting that last hit onto Corden, which did sort of allow Corden to live long enough to bring down Monet with him. The overall G2IG will be happy with, very, very happy with the outcome of that. The items from Secret will now be finished. At least progress has been made from Chrysalis of things. He's got that full Gleipnir. You know, we see again just such a brilliant cleanup and frustrations here for Secret. That was a rough team fight to take.
Did you see Puppy's item?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you about that. Do you like this one? We sort of see, you know, on these clockwork some sort of greedy item rushes this time. This time, yeah, the Orchid Rush.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good. The Clockwork Orchid here, great against the Brewmaster, good against the supports as well. If he hook shots into Disruptor, you can Orchid him, stops the Glimpse coming out for the first couple seconds. Disruptor does have a Force Staff already to protect himself, but still, yeah, I think the Orchid is really solid this game. It's now forcing Brewmaster to build a Manta, which is great if that's your 5-position hero that's setting that up for you, you know? Can use it very effectively against Pango as well. They are hunting, though. Puppy is going to spot him.
He's ready to go. With the hook shot, Silence and the pushback onto nothing to say. They have the Nightmare as well into the Doom. And there's the Fiend's Grip. Everything being thrown out onto nothing to say. He is incredibly dead. Monet's in with the Eclipse. Boom. He tries to TP out, but he's dead. The BKB didn't last long enough. They're able to put an end to his escape. And Secret, I mean, they end up losing 2 heroes for that effort. They had to use a lot of ultimates as well just to get nothing to say. Quite an expensive move from them there that gets punished.
I'm a little surprised he didn't type 3 ults lol in all chat. The pub classic when you commit that hard on one hero, but
yeah, they really wanted him.
I mean, they were so deep that when you're going that deep for a kill, you have to like pick that guy off and get out immediately. So I didn't really like the Nightmare that they used on Pango. That kind of bought him a fraction of a second because he was Orchided, I believe. I think they did the Nightmare to like ensure that they could catch up and get on top of him.
Get the Doom in.
Yeah, there was like a slight worry that after the Cog pushback that he'd run to the north or something, so maybe the Nightmare was needed, but ultimately they just killed him a little bit slow, not necessarily because of misexecution, and G2IG gets responses, another gold advantage, and now they're going to set up for Roche.
Should be easy Roshan. Secret not in a position to head over anytime soon. They're just going to split up the map, try and get the way towards their next items to their BKBs that both Crystalis and Corden have got queued up next on Sniper and Clinks. 17-9. 5k lead, but G2IG also having the Aegis in a really good position to push for more, take some of these tier 2s away from Secret. It's Crystalis. Uh-oh. He's going to get caught by the Glimpse. They use the fortification as well to make sure that JT's able to boost and travel over to the creep. Crystalis gets caught out, trying to push out that top wave.
Rough one. Yeah, I mean, if we look at the scoreboard really quick, they don't have that many kills on the Secret side, but their net worth is like relatively close. It's just very clear that they're spending a lot of effort on farming and hitting creeps. They are going for some ganks though. It's not like they're doing nothing on the map. It's just a lot of force being applied towards them getting last hits. But it's going to come to a head soon because now G2IG has the items that they want to make stuff happen. They've got BKB and Aegis on Luna. They've got Radiance and Manta Style and Brewmaster, so he can't really die anymore. No worries for him. And the supports, Disruptor's got levels, he's got a 4-staff, he's happy. Buoka's got some damage items and some HP. Like, they're super ready to death push. And the problem is that I don't know if Secret's timings are going to line up here. They're still kind of in farm mode, and the only BKB they have is on Doom. JK, they have one on Sniper. They have 2 BKBs. They maybe can't take a fight.
So if they go for it around the tier 2s, or if it's going to have to be somewhere else on the map, this top tower is definitely not looking like they're putting a defense together for it. As G2IG, top tier 2. Going to swing over towards the mid. They get the glimpse back onto Boom. Teasing around with him right now.
I can't believe you lost a valid voice line right there. Truly a gamble not to press the BKB.
Puppey.
But it's not like there's an instant stun that's going to come other than like Pango roll, so.
Puppey's going to try and go in on this. And he's gone. I mean, Boom will get the Doom drop down here onto nothing to say, but JT's coming in from the side. Christmas is just getting destroyed here by Monet. JT's able to run down Boom. Boom's going to try for the TP out, but the damage from JT's too much. He dies through the BKB. Is 3 dead. Corden, oh, they're going to get him. The BKB comes to an end. They get the glimpse in. They bring him back. They get themselves a 4th kill here, G2IG.
Well, they forced a fight. It just wasn't really a great one. I mean, Puppey got like a 3-man Cogs, but like they don't really have AoE spells, so Cogs combos are not really the best. Unfortunate for them. They just kind of got smashed. I didn't see who got doomed. It was probably Pango, based on him not having his roll on cooldown, so that's good. But they just didn't have enough oomph after that.
Yeah, we'll see it again here, as you say. I mean, Puppey was sort of in an awkward spot where he was sort of forced to go in because they had the vision on him. Like, they were going to go on him anyway with the Thunderstruck, the Glimpse. I guess sort of the place where it really went wrong for Secret was the fact that they just tried to do something with the fact that Puppey went in. The rest of them trying to take this fight, and I couldn't really have gone much worse. Losing hero after hero, core after core, despite these BKB usages, it just didn't change the tide of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they had to commit the Clinks to secure the kill on the Pango. If they doom a guy and either Clinks or Sniper isn't hitting him, that guy's going to live most likely. So they committed those just to kill the Pango, and then Doom got killed by crits while he was BKB TPing out at the end. So just unfortunate circumstance for them. They needed BKB on Clinks probably for this to be viable, because right now he's sitting 5,000 gold behind where Luna is. 0-5.
Having a very slow game, yeah.
So like the obvious thing that I would say is, okay, you picked Clinks to counter the Enchantress rotations and to give you some tower pressure, which you kind of did. But I just feel like I keep seeing Clinkses, I just don't have enough damage, and they don't have a BKB. So I'm just not, I don't know if I'm a fan of the Gleipnir build. I'll say it again, every pro buys it, so I'm probably wrong. But they want both disable, they want lockdown, so Burning Barrage does good, and they want farm potential. You know what it's time for? It's time for the Diffusal Clinks to come back. I'm the only person that buys it, I swear to God. Alright, it's not good anymore because you don't get Burning Barrage built in. But once you get Burning Barrage, it's kind of cool.
Oh, look at this. No messing around by X-Nova. The other course walking up towards the Twin Gate. He just slams down the Static Storm on him.
Diffusal's not the build. It's popping up.
Puppey. Ooh, he's trying to step up to here, but again, they've got the high ground advantage. He's going to get glimpsed over into the Eclipse of Monet. And G2IG, they know at this point with the lead they have, they're happy to drop these ults ready for the supports because they know with the items and the farm advantage at this stage, they can get kills, they can push for objectives, even if they don't have the ultimates available.
Yeah.
And a very comfortable spot here. 24-11, 13k lead, and just massive heroes. JT, he's ready to throw down some splits here with the Xtreme picked up to just get the push going.
Yeah, it just feels like they're picking apart their food a little bit. Like, wait till they're spread out, commit a little ultimate here, commit a little ultimate there. Gives them more and more gold advantage. Butterfly's now up for Luna, so killing him is going to be really, really hard for the Radiant squad.
It's getting rough. I mean, one more bad fight really for Secret, and we might be in a position where, you know, Chrysalis, he's going to fall behind Farmer, Baboka's Enchantress. That's, you know, not where you want to be as a Clinks. It's not going to feel very good. Secret, they're going to come out with the smoke. if this one goes rough, the game is going to fall into a pretty tough spot to try and rectify. They'll go for the pickup here, as they know that they've been seen. And with that, not really likely to get a surprise jump onto G2IG. They're fully prepared for this.
I see it on there. By the Disruptor, that was X-Nova. Planting that one on top of the Amplify rune that they just couldn't help but grab. It wasn't worth it for Crystallis to grab it, though, in some ways. I mean, maybe G2IG knew that they were smoking, but it guaranteed proved that they were smoking, you know?
Yeah, it's kind of a rough call to make, whether you grab it or not, yeah. Because, as soon as you pick it up, you're not going to do anything with the smoke. Let the smoke's wasted.
The smoke's done, guaranteed. If you just leave it there, though, and maybe you hit a support, maybe that's worth it. They do spot Sniper. They don't have... Yeah, they got to get Pango up here. Oh, we missed.
And there's the opening, but BKB's out. So Corden will live. They couldn't quite get him with the jump stun of the Rolling Thunder.
They just weren't going to get him, honestly. It was a good try. Even if they hit him with the first Rolling Thunder, he's going to be able to press BKB on the second one. So unless they did like Eclipse, Loosen Beam with that one stun duration, got him to like 20% HP, the kill was unlikely. But the pressure is still good. This is forcing Sniper back into his base. He's like forced to wait for a creep wave every 30 seconds. And in the meantime, Monet's just like knife carving through the butter that is the Radiant jungle side. They're going to take the Tormentor now. They just have really excellent map control. They've got to be happy with their game position.
I see if they want to settle back for Roshan. See how long the respawn is going to be on that one. It's going to be a relatively short one. Only 30 more seconds to go, and that will be there for G2IG to likely take. Feels like Secret, they're definitely going to want to set up around here. I don't think they can sort of allow this Roshan to be taken.
I'm not sure if they can do anything about it, though. Brewmaster just pops Split to do, 600, 800 damage to a tier 3 tower, knowing that his game position is very safe. He's got Octarine, so it's going to come off relatively off cooldown relatively soon, but they just feel so far ahead right now that they're comfortable burning their ultimates for marginal advantages.
Secret, they're trying to get in position. Maybe one for G2IG pulling away from the pit and pushing forward, but G2IG, they are definitely in the superior position with their setup. Very hard for Secret to sort of break into this. Let's see who gets the jump. Baboka standing on the high ground here, giving a lot of information. I mean, Boom's going to try with the walk up. Not really going to happen. Secret getting sort of pushed back. It's just super hard for Secret to enter into this fight. I mean, they're in that comfortable of a spot. They can not only hold this area, but also start to go for him. Secret really wanting to do something soon, but it's so hard. See what they can find. I mean, to start things off, Puppey, he's going to get caught first. Nothing to say. In with the Rolling Thunder. Puppey's gone. And with that, Secret, they've just got to run. Let their supports die. I mean, Puppey's going to buy back. They may just choose to try and put everything into this fight. They'll get the jump over towards X-Nova, but X-Nova's going to get the Static Storm down, the Assassinate, and Crystallis will finish him off. Doom down onto Monet. It's going to get reflected back over to Boom. So Boom himself's also going to have to step out of the fight. Puppey's trying to stay in on top of Monet to finish off this Luna. Back in the middle of the fight, though, JT's in on top of Corden. Baboka's finishing him off with the impetuses. And Monet, he didn't die. Puppey wasn't able to finish off the job. X-Nova and Monet turn back over towards Puppey. It's going to be a die back on the clockwork. And JT, he's not done with the chase yet. Continues to stay in on top of Theo Lecor. Swashbuckle from Nothing to Say catches on to him. They're going to find the four of them. Sure, they'll lose Baboka, but it's absolutely, once again, a fight that G2IG are going to be over the moon with. They can go back into the Roshan, get themselves the Aegis, and continue to look to step towards solidifying the victory here.
Just way too hard for them to win a fight now on the Secret side. The tankiness, the run-at-you advantage that IG have from their cores is overwhelming. Great Linken's or Lotus Reflection from the Doom. I don't know if that was Enchantress or Pango that casted it, but that's a great way to limit the damage that comes out of Doom. Because like Doom's ulti damage is it's significant. It's pure damage, and at level 3 it does 70 damage per second for 16. But it also is like you get hit with the Infernal Blade immediately after the Doom. So if you dooms himself and now he can't cast Infernal Blade, just Scorched Earth alone is truly just not going to be enough damage impact. So the Lotus really does a lot to solve that over what a Linken's could do, if you anticipate when it's about to come out of this. So great fight there for G2IG. Their net worth advantage is massive at this point, and they continue to layer Aegises on top of that to just make the fights even more unstoppable.
And very close to having even more push potential on JT's. Very close to having the goal for the AC. It's insane amount of siege potential. They're very close to just being sort of able to A-click down a lane. See Boom. And he's going to have to BKB TP here. Cannot risk dancing around with Monet next to him. Monet incredibly stacked, nearly 25k net worth. Both him and JT just having an incredible game in regards to their farm. And they're up to the high ground.
ADA is so good. 10, 1, and 11 from our Brewmaster. It was one of the later picks in the game, and he really played his role correctly. They are peeping the Luna a little bit. They've got Silver Edge on Sniper, so they can limit some of his damage output here.
They got a connection onto Baboka, but he's easily able to break out of it. Get back, heal up. And G2IG, they'll definitely be ready to just sort of charge into the base. And here it is, JT. Up in the split. The Thunderstrike onto Corden. They're just going to focus up the barracks, completely clean up the set, and the Corden nearly dying here to the drag back of G2IG. JT getting that control onto him. And they can just move over to the mid set. Tier 3 tower, it's gone. The barracks exposed. They're going to get the drag back onto Christmas. He's got a BKB and try and keep his distance. They get the hook shot in over towards Monet, but the BKB's popped. Boom tries to jump in to find a Doom target. He has to settle for dropping it onto Baboka. And Monet's just cleaning up the rest of Secret's team. It's an ultra kill for Monet. It is absolutely game over. I mean, it definitely felt like it was 10, 15 minutes ago, this one. G2IG, fantastic game from them here. And Secret definitely having their struggles in this game one, Purge.
Yeah, it's a little reminiscent of the previous game that we watched, Heroic play. They played mid-sniper, they had another hard carry, and they kind of just hit a lot of creeps. Secret did a better job of looking for kills this game, but the Bane felt underwhelming to me, even though it was good in the game. It just kind of felt like they got outmaneuvered routinely. Lost kill advantage. When they did go for little ganks and fights, they almost always lost more heroes than they got in terms of offense. So, yeah, too much heat brought back to them towards from G2IG.
Yeah, crazy stuff. And I feel like sort of hard to, I'd say, to just go for an MVP on this one, because it would either be sort of JT, because he just had an insane game on the Brew, but I feel like there's also an argument to just give it to Xnova on his Disruptor, because I feel like we're probably never going to see any other game get the chance for a Disruptor to be MVP, because I think this hero's going to just go back to just not being allowed through any draft. We absolutely saw its strengths here, the control that it offers. There's a reason why you don't let this hero through, Purge.
Yeah, the Thunderstrike in lane is more than good. Glimpse back is so good if your opponents make mistakes, and Secret did make mistakes this game. And even the ultimate was instrumental to securing some kills here and there, to really start tempo for their allies. So yeah, Xnova played great, had a 4-staff at an excellent time, so he didn't really have to worry about dying anymore. And if somebody gets doomed, he can save them. It's just layers upon layers of them being prepared for what they're up against this game.
Secret. I mean, it felt like they were maybe going to have a bit of a chance to start because of the fact that they were doing as well as they were with the lanes. You know, all 3 cores off to a pretty solid start in the first 10 minutes of play, but when it came to kind of movements around the map, they just never really could kind of sort of sync up in the way that they needed to against G2IG. G2IG as a team just playing a whole lot better here with this game 1 performance. And yeah, doing it on heroes that are very much the flavor of this meta. I think, you know, Secret, they're going to look back on this one and kind of wonder how it ended up that G2IG got the lineup that they did here.
Yeah, I mean, they made their decisions to get what they wanted. They had some counters, I guess, but we just didn't see that much impact from Sniper. He didn't have as many counters this game, but it just takes more for Sniper to feel valuable, I guess. I think it's just, I genuinely think it's one of those cases where some teams made the hero look good and other teams aren't quite playing it right. Like, because when XM started picking it for Xtreme Gaming, nobody else was touching that hero. And he was building Ags right away, which everybody thought was like a meme build, but it genuinely had some impact. You contributed a lot more without having to commit to right-clicking a lot. And right-clicking is still part of the hero, but it shouldn't be like probably... You can't aim for this like Dragonlance Maelstrom and expect to have like a good mid-game impact. That's what seems clear to me watching these two games. Unless your team's already smashing. Yeah. So... the one disruptor we'll see this tournament.
Exactly. We're never going to get to see Disruptor on the screen again this tournament, so why not put him there? And, you know, Xnova, I mean, ended, 5-3-21. He did have, obviously, 26 kill involvement, which I believe was, it was level with JT. Both him and Xnova and JT were involved in 26 of the kills, so even amount of action being provided by the two of them. So great stuff. And just I'm making a case for this hero to not be let through in any of the other drafts this tournament. Which, as we saw at the start, what was it, like 30 bans? Literally every game. That stat will now be ruined. Because I imagine there's no other hero that's banned out every draft, so that was probably the only hero that was holding that kind of coveted spot. That's now been ruined because it's been let through once. But yeah, probably won't be let through again. But hey, who knows? Maybe we'll see it get through in the second game, and then we'll be like, what is going on? We never know.
Yeah. It's possible, yeah. It's just very important that your team has the ability to pick those top heroes and win with them, and G2IG showed that to us today.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was only game one. We'll see if Secret are going to be able to step it up coming into game two, because as it stands, this first game's performance, it was all going the way of G2IG. G2IG get game one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGL Wallachia Season 1 Group Stage. I'm ODPixel here with Purge, and we're currently enjoying some Team Secret versus G2IG. Just had Game 1, G2IG looking a whole lot hotter. It was a tough one for Secret. Pretty one-sided affair this game. We'll see if they can change things up. Going into Game 2, Purge, we have the drafts on the screen, and we'll see obviously with G2IG side of things, they know not to let the Disruptor through. They will ban that. So we're not going to see any Disruptor gameplay. Secret, their approach this time, they're opening up with the Cottle first pick.
They do need a mid that's going to be setting tempo. And the game was a little bit one-sided, but I think Secret kept it slightly even throughout the laning stage. That part was okay.
Sure, yeah, that's true.
So it was an improvement over the previous series that Team Secret had played yesterday, I believe. Cottle is going to be a better opening, most likely, because it's going to guarantee that they have a safe mid laner. It doesn't really feel that counterable. And then on the other side, you can also ensure that you're going to be able to pressure side lanes and get things done there. G2IG is going to respond with a Doom. They're not going for the MOUZ response that we saw yesterday from two of the teams go for. But Doom and Cottle is also fantastic for impacting the team fights. And it's also just a really safe opener for G2IG.
Radiant team
Secret.
ban.
Bans aren't going to be touching any of the heroes, at least any further the heroes that were brought through by G2IG last game. They'll throw out the ban on the Hoodwink.
That's a hero that we haven't seen that much today, surprisingly. Whereas we saw every single game that we covered yesterday.
That is true. Yeah, we had a lot yesterday.
It's good. I mean, it's still a really strong support. I like it with Doom especially. It's some nice disable, some nice slow to help guarantee some kills there. As the game continues, some nice break to kind of layer the Doom with basically shutting down a carry in all ways instead of just part ways. Last ban here from Secret is going to have to you're probably going to address either a hero that's good against Cottle, that isn't an offlane hero, or something that's good against whatever hero you're about to follow up with. Or maybe like whatever carry you're trying to stick to.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, there's a lot of strong support still left and right, where your Bane, your Ench, your Clock, we're still in here.
That's true. I think if I was Secret right now, I would be aiming to pick a Medusa maybe. With the heroes we currently see, Medusa makes the most sense.
Ooh, yeah, I like that.
Getting doomed, you can Chakra Magic it, so you could hypothetically ban some hero that's good against Medusa right now if you're planning ahead. It's not Timbersaw. Timbersaw is not particularly good against Medusa necessarily. But Timber does become very hard to kill. That one's a little surprising to me because you're already going to have a Spirit Vessel guaranteed if you're playing Cottle.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe it has issues at later stages, but
5 seconds remaining.
It's like, because, like, sure, you could obviously, with the Doom dropped out already in the draft, it's like they're banning out a mid Timber. And whilst that can happen, I feel like that, yeah, it surprises me that that's sort of at the top of the list of things that they're worried about.
Me too, a little bit.
Bans from G2IG, much more expected. I feel like, yeah, getting rid of the Clockwork. This hero was seeing a lot of good play right now. See what they want to go for with their picks. Still got a lot of support options.
The support has definitely leveled up in my mind since Birmingham, where it was kind of like an occasional thought, but now it's kind of becoming just a fair staple. The 5 o'clock or even the 4 o'clock just feels solid.
Radiant team pick. Enchantress.
Feels solid. We'll see if Secret goes back to the Lynx after seeing the Enchantress. Getting doomed on Lynx isn't great, but it's not maybe the worst, depending on where you're standing in the fight.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm just a little surprised that Secret let this Enchantress through. I feel like that Hoodwink or Timber could have been the Ench ban. You know, but Baboka had such a good game last game, and I feel like he always does on his Enchantress. I feel like this is one of the heroes that you've really got to respect the most when you go against G2IG, but yeah, they get the chance to pick it. Secret, they're going to go with the Bat. We saw them, I believe, they tried it both games yesterday. I think once they had it on Theolicor, the other one they had it on Puppey. Neither of them worked out, but evidently seems to be something that they've clearly practiced, and they They feel that they want to, that it can be strong and they want to make work. And also a Treant, definitely not a support that we're seeing from a lot of other teams. So Secret very much still trying to come in with their own style.
Which I like. I'm happy when teams like doing their own thing. So I'm excited to see how the tree works out. The one thing I was thinking about Enchantress is that I feel like Caudle's pretty darn good against Enchantress. Is probably why they didn't ban it. Because they're like, look, we're going to have a Spirit Vessel at like 12 minutes. We have huge Magic Burst, and we can limit your healing. So we just go to a lane. We hit you with the... Oh my god, I forgot the name of the spell again. Solar Bind. We hit you with a Solar Bind. Yeah, that's one. We're going to hit you with 2 Illuminates and a Spirit Vessel, and Enchantress is dead. Pretty much no matter what. So, and if she tries to push towers, we've also got Illuminate. So maybe that's what they're thinking with the Enchantress not being that much of a worry. Pair that with Tree Armor on a tower. Maybe getting kills is not very viable. The downside to Tree, though, obviously, is there's a Doom. Doom's going to stop some guy from healing, so the heals that Tree provides are weaker. But it is a hero that has more base damage than Doom, so when they start punching each other in the face repeatedly, maybe Tree can win.
This Void pick. I think it seems pretty strong. Time dilation definitely going to be very nice against the old Cottle, and also just have the Chrono. You know, the Cottle will die if you can lock him down. Chrono's a very reliable way to do so. And yeah, not a lot of ways to stop this Void from time walking about. They're going to follow things up and get themselves the Willow. So 2 very strong offensive and very scalable supports, really. I mean, the whole lineup of G2IG definitely feels set to scale when you consider sort of this Doom, Ench, Void, Dark Willow.
Yeah, it looks very similar to one of the drafts that Boom did earlier today. Was it Boom or was it Heroic? Might have been Heroic that played it. I think it was Heroic that played it. The Void plus the Willow. You got your tanky offlaner, pair it with another support. Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of synergy there with the Bedlam damage. Time Dilation is fantastic against Bat and against Caudle. Caudle has so many spells due to his Solar Bind when he ulti transforms. So, and I think it's even better. I think it's something like, I can't remember exactly, but I know you get extra spells, obviously, when you use your ulti. So there's just a lot of things on cooldown when you're playing Caudle, which make Time Dilation fantastic. They do end up grabbing the Dusa after all at the end of the second phase here, and now they're going to ban to protect it with the Anti-Mage.
Okay. Yeah, respecting the potential of the offlane anti-mage that we've seen.
Or the mid anti-mage.
Or the mid anti-mage.
Mid-doom and the offlane anti-mage. It would have been a weird pick.
It would, but there's it's like, you know, Falcons and stuff. Like teams have shown us like they will find a way to slip an anti-mage in if there's a Medusa on the other team, just because it's that good that you can kind of disrupt the rest of your draft to get it in. So
yeah,
fair play. You know, you do still have to ban it, I think. If you're Secret. And this means they get to kind of do what you were feeling that they might have been going down the direction of anyway. How does sort of the state of the game and the state of the draft look for a Medusa at this stage? Does it look pretty good?
It looks fine to me. They have a decent amount of damage. Doom is not very good against Medusa. And Faceless Void is not a typical Diffusal builder because he doesn't really need disables. He's got Chronosphere and Time Dilation and lots of mobility. What he needs is raw damage, and Diffusal is not a raw damage item. So I think the game position looks great to pick Medusa where they did. I think it was wise of them to wait. If they'd picked it earlier, then their opponents pick some carry that buys Diffusal Blade and is happy about it. And then they're like, oh, this kind of sucks. He's just going to fit that into his item build naturally. Now they're going to have to work for it to have a counter. The other downside, though, is that Treant with Medusa is garbage. It's just not good. You're not going to heal Medusa.
All right.
Because she's got full HP. And the armor you give her doesn't do shit because 2% of the damage you deal to Medusa goes towards her physical damage. So tree armor should be going on everybody except for Medusa. And Leech Seed is basically worthless as a defensive skill. So that's the anti-synergy they've got. But
with that in mind, with the fact, as you say, they like Secret probably planning to do this Medusa. When you look back at this tree pick, what do you think from Secret's perspective? Like, what do they potentially see in the tree that makes them want to have a tree when they go for this sort of strat?
It's got to be the defend the towers. It's literally defense of the towers.
Keep the game going. Yeah.
You are going to Nature's Grasp the creep waves that are pushing onto your tier 1 towers, and you are going to armor your towers and keep them alive. I assume he'll probably skill a Leech Seed because it's still probably worth getting in the laning stage, but I would be really surprised if he got more than 2. And I feel like if he did, that would be a mistake because I feel like the goal of the tree here is to armor trees, towers, and his cores, and maybe his Batrider. And to he's going to offset chrono damage a little bit, which will be nice. Not that he knew there was going to be a Faceless Void then, but Living Armor is still a really good skill. It's just not maxed out very much early, and there's probably some viability towards doing that in the right circumstances. If they can just keep the towers alive, their game's going to be at points. Here's another great Doom counter with a Centaur. This is like the most countered Doom game I've seen in a long time. Well, maybe not. That's not true. If Tree was like a Shadow Demon or something, I don't know. But Centaur's great here too. Get him away from the darn Doom.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see what's I mean, last pick of G2IG, obviously with their bans, I think Secret kind of expecting maybe the Doom to go mid and the offlane to come out as this last pick of G2IG. And talking about the mid laners in terms of burning the mana, is there a reason why, is Invoker just not a very good hero nowadays? Because I feel like if Invoker was decent, this is a pretty good draft to have Invoker in. Or is there a reason not to?
I mean, it looks okay. You'll have lots of AoE abilities. You can do Cataclysm with Void. I think you're onto something. The Cataclysm with Void looks fantastic. It's not... I don't see it in pro games very often. I see it occasionally.
No, it's not popular, yeah.
But I could see it. I think you're making a really good point. With the Void, I'm into it. Tornado into like Bramble setups would be good. The only downside is your lane rotations are not very strong. They're going to end up going probably... It's Carry Weaver.
It's a mid-faceless Void. Oh, shit. That's kind of hype. I mean... I guess the idea is, right, Corden on the Kotl, he illuminates, you time walk, you hit the creep. I mean, could they be onto something here with this mid-void, or is this a bit too crazy?
The mid-void is a bit crazy, but a bit crazy, the Weaver is good. He's got a mana break talent at 20. He can definitely buy Diffusal Blade to do some serious mana burn. He could even upgrade that into a Disperser and save it for when he gets Overgrowth. You know, he's got Time Lapse and Dispels to deal with the annoying but dispellable strong disables that the Secret Squad is throwing out. But what does Void do mid is the real question. What items is he going to buy? I have a pub friend that plays mid and core Void all the time. I don't think it's in a great place right now compared to where it used to be before they nerfed Time Dilation a bunch. But maybe he does some weird stuff. Maybe he gets a Meteor Hammer. My friend buys Meteor Hammer.
Meteor Hammer?
I genuinely think there's some potential for it here. You chrono them, you stop attacking, and then you channel Meteor Hammer.
No, he's not fighting Meteor Hammer.
The Meteor Hammer kills the building zone. If they're struggling killing buildings, Meteor Hammer...
I mean, it's true, they don't hit buildings.
Terrible item right now would kill buildings. Yeah, the Weaver will kill buildings as well. That was the other thing.
I guess, yeah, sure.
So they're solving the Medusa problem with the Weaver pick, and they're solving the tower hitting problem with the Weaver pick. But now they have a mid-void, and who freaking knows how that's going to work. I cannot wait to see what items he builds, because it's going to determine the game a lot.
I feel like you just go standard items. You still go like Mask of Madness, Maelstrom. I don't know what else you do on this hero. At least that I've tried mid-void in the past, and that's what I do. I just build the standard stuff.
And that probably works in a pub game. But in a pro game, we're going to be sitting there like, man, why didn't this sniper go Ags instead of Maelstrom? And that we can't have that happen here. He's queuing up the treads, the Wraith, and the Orb of Venom. The Orb of Venom is not standard. I'll let you.
And that's true. The Orb of Venom is absolutely not standard. Yeah, you're correct with that. To the point where I'll be surprised if he gets that. I mean, sure, if nothing saying wants to get like Orb of Venom and get Orb of Corrosion so he can kind of gank a bit and slow and bash people, but I don't know if he'll settle on that as a good investment because it's quite expensive.
I think all inning on the Orb of Corrosion is almost certainly a mistake, I think, because again, they're already slowed when you Chronosphere them, they're already slowed when you Time Walk them, and if they get away from you, you can always catch up with Time Walk. So like slows and bash type things on Faces Void are just not.
He's changing it. He's list. Oh no, he's not. He's added it again. He removed it and then he added it back.
He's queuing up a Blood Grenade and an Orb of Venom. So this guy is
he
like,
wants
I want
to
kill
slow
supports. He might just max Time Dilation, genuinely.
I mean,
and use this to gank side lanes. It's a real possibility.
I think you kind of have to.
Need.
Yeah.
You need to impact, and that's what my friend does typically when he does do Void Core, is you need to impact with your skills. When you're not playing a hard carry, it's not about aiming for the late game. You're like, okay, I want to impact now. And this is one way to do it, and there are good targets for it. So it's a possibility. But he might just Like, there's a lot of different ways to do this, and there's going to be a lot of arguments about what's the best way to do it when you have a Weaver carry as well. But I don't fault them for switching it up, considering the draft circumstance they got put in.
Yeah. As you said, it's all about getting that chance to get the Weaver into the draft so you can have that good matchup against Medusa. So we'll see if that's sort of the strengths of Monet on the Weaver are going to outdo maybe some of the lackings that a Faceless Void mid has.
It appears that he's just going to max time walk, and he's going to try to time walk the impet or the blast damage from Corden's Caudal is most likely what's going to happen. I don't know if he's going to have the cooldown to sustain as much as
first 2 levels are going to be rough. It's way too long, the cooldown. Like, Corden will easily get damage in on him.
The upside, though, is he does 14 more damage than Keeper of the Light does. So outside of Illuminate blasting, denies are not hard for nothing to say here.
Well, how sort of the state of the lanes ended up on the side lanes? Is there any sort of really strong duos we've got starting off here?
Yeah, Centaur plus Bat looks pretty good for kill potential. I don't really see them killing Weaver, because Weaver is frankly just going to go invis and run away. They're just not going to be able to catch him. But killing Enchantress is certainly a possibility. But if Xnova, once he gets level 2 and he skills heal, which he now has, if he just pops heal when he gets gone on, he's probably going to be fine. So I don't necessarily expect to see any kills here. Maybe we'll see Batrider get ran down. On the other safe lane, we've got a Medusa plus Tree versus Dark Willow Doom. They could get a kill. I mean, it comes down to like how good do you bounce your snakes off the creep waves to get some really good damage in, but might be a low kill amount on the side lanes, honestly.
I guess we'll sort of focus on the mid, see how this matchup goes in terms of farm. So far, I think Nothing to Say is doing pretty well here. I think if he can get through the first few levels, and once he has got for sure when he's got the 3rd point in Time Walk, then he should be very safe in this matchup. It's just the early levels where he's got to be careful.
I mean, even Time Dilation alone is not that bad to use on Caudal here. Because once he uses Chakra Magic and Illuminate, you're just lowering the reset of that. So you're just going to get way less farm. Maybe not way less farm, but less farm as the Caudal. But yeah, he's going to have to keep bringing himself tangos like this. This is going to be his suffering that he must endure. And sometimes it's just what you do. You're like, okay, my lane's not going to be good. I'm just going to buy 1 or 2 extra sets of tangos. In my laning stage, my network will be a little bit lower, and that's just how it works.
I've got to check, actually. I'm interested to see how many pro games Nothing to Say has on Faceless Void. Because it can't be a lot, right?
Yeah, it cannot be a lot.
Let's have a look. Faceless Void.
Did he ever play carry at some point? I feel like he probably did.
Oh, no, apparently we missed it because we weren't watching the games, but he played it yesterday.
Oh, okay. Really?
Yeah. He played it yesterday.
Really? Oh, shit.
It says a day ago. Oh, wait, maybe this was his pub games. Maybe he did it in a pub. Let me try and find out. It was in a pub. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. He's tried it 2 times in a pub. But wait, was he actually playing safe lane in that game? He wasn't. He was doing it mid. So he tried it mid in a pub yesterday. He went 1-4-7 and lost in 24 minutes.
What items did he pull?
He went Null Talisman Wand, Treads Manta.
Okay. So it's like a low damage but high survivability build with some like Ember Spirit-like build.
And
well, look,
but to be fair to him, he did it 3 days beforehand, and he smashed the game. He went 11-3-20. So it's one of those things he tried in a pub. He had an amazing game with it. Then he tried it again. It did not work out again. And that's the only record we've had of him playing it in pubs in the last... the games before that was back in 2021. So in the last 3 years, he's tried it twice. It worked once, and it really didn't work the other time.
Okay. Well, look, I'm just glad for his sake that he's played it recently, because that means he's got a little bit of pub history. Look at this rotation coming in, by the way. If they just run directly at the call.
They want him dead. And look at the time dilation in. Eepies are going to be coming over. But Corden, I don't know if there's any saving him. I mean, Nothing to Say. He's actually going to die first. So Corden will get the first blood, despite the heavy effort there from G2IG to kill him off in the mid lane. So Corden, he's not going to be too sad about that at all.
The bright side is that Coddle did die, but it's better for the supports than the other stuff. Who got the last hit? Xnova did.
I mean, Secret might get something else out of this. Trying to chase down Baboka, but nothing to say. He's back in play, and he's got the time dilation onto the two of them. I mean, he might die again, though. The blaster's hit, and he had to use the time walk aggressively to get in on this. This is going to be a death back-to-back for him.
Oh, that's hard. He does hit level 5 at least before he goes down, but he doesn't have boots yet. Kind of understandable because he's like, I just want to maximize what I've got right now. But oh, does that sentry catch it? It does. The sentry that Corden just put down spots the observer ward as well. So he'll push this out and get a ton of experience.
Oh, no.
Oh! He didn't know Bobok was there. That's the worst feeling, I gotta say. Good deny by Xnova. Look, IG is recognizing the weird situation they're in, and they're like, look, we need a gank for this Faceless Void, because if we do not, this game's going to be bad.
Yeah, it's going to be...
What an easy kill.
It's going to be tough. I mean, this
Corden
could start getting out of control pretty quickly, because he's going to get good timing on the Vessel, and there isn't any way that a mid-Void is going to be able to react and do anything about these sort of plays. Corden gets the kill onto Monet. This could get pretty crazy. I mean, G2IG, they obviously went all in on getting this Weaver in, but Monet getting picked off like that, like, is it really worth it to sacrifice sort of the mid position and force something very awkward there with this mid Void to just get a hero that you feel is going to have a good time against the Medusa? Because so far, it's looking like the answer might be no.
Yeah, it's kind of spooky right now for sure. Especially for a hero like Coddle, who's like the tempo setter of the patch. It's not like you're just giving them some like free, hey, they're playing sniper mid this game and whatever, we'll solve it later. It's like, Coddle is going to be probably a monster. If Corden's familiar with this hero, the pressure on the side lanes, it's spilling out from Void having a bad game to like our side lanes are dying too.
Yep.
He does have level 3 time dilation though. Look at the slow on the Coddle here. The damage is a little underwhelming.
It is a lot. Yeah, the damage is like nothing.
So I think the way that it works is that if your Illuminate's on cooldown, it's technically on cooldown for yourself and your Spirit form.
Yeah, I think it's twice.
So it counts as 2 abilities.
It does,
That's why he was triggering for 4. So Void on paper, kind of good against Coddle.
On top lane, Monet dead again. The Chronosphere.
He's got him.
They've got the
Give
damage here with the team. And he still has to be careful enough to say he's ticking down pretty low to the Spirit Vessel. But yeah, they kill the call. Mission success there.
Look, I'm a big fan of weird stuff, so I'm rooting so hard for nothing to save this game.
Dude, I hope to see mid-Void work.
It's not likely gonna... There's no way this game is over and you're like, man, that mid-Void is so good. But they might win with it, okay? That's all I'm saying. I hope they do. Good little skirmish. I mean, they didn't lose out too much. Doom does not secure the kill on Batrider, unfortunately. But the fact that Nothing to Say got the kill on the Coddle is sitting good to me.
Yeah, he needed that.
And what he needs to do is pop out for these kills, be successful on them, and then he needs to go back to hitting lane creeps because he can't jungle fast. He hasn't skilled Time Lock yet. Time Lock, sorry. He's all about time dilating these heroes. And that's about it. And then he goes back to hitting lane creeps. He's a hero that needs items to farm jungle camps well, and usually you get those as a carry once you get Treads, Mask of Madness, or you get a Maelstrom. But he's not going to have those this game. He is queuing up his Manta, which frankly is fine this game. It's going to increase his survivability. He can get out of the Spirit Vessel. He can get out of the Overgrowth.
Yeah, so looking at the game that he had, the pub game where he did really well, his build was Manta, into Gleipnir, into BKB, into Skadi.
Sounds fine. Not very good damage-wise for a normal Faceless Void, but if he's not the carry, it just doesn't matter. He's playing utility to disrupt fights. Gleipnir is going to do better at that than a Maelstrom or a Mjolnir would. So yeah, he just wants to get tanky, be annoying. It is literally a Ember Spirit-like gameplay. That's what he's aiming for.
Mid lane. I think I can find Theo Lacour here, but not quite able to finish him. He's up to the high ground. Top lane, this tier 1 tower should go. Boom, Corden and Puppey, they've sort of been sat up here, just pushing in and making sure that Monet can't turn up to the lane. And yeah, that'll allow them to take the tier 1.
got the amplified damage rune.
Oh, here we go.
Time dilation is going to do 80% more. Watch out. Wait, it's only 15.
No, I was going to say 80% on spells. Let's not make it that broke.
Yeah, imagine grabbing that in the like Zeus
Like,
thing.
exactly, yeah. Maybe next patch.
good.
Who knows? I mean, he's got the Chrono. He could go straight for the Chrono kill on Theolicor if he wants to, I feel. Just... I mean, I guess, yeah, if it was obviously with Cordons there at the start, he would literally, if he time walks in and Chronos, he's just going to get destroyed by the damage of this Kotl.
And he might not even kill him because for all he knows, he's got blinding light.
Yeah.
He doesn't, but he could have it. Well, once again, G2IG is going to collapse around mid looking for a little gank. They're kind of making the gank obvious, though, because they drew this catapult all the way through, which is currently scouting them, scouting the crap out of them. Although this did reveal that there was a ward there, because the catapult should have de-aggroed, so slightly helpful. Thank you, catapult, for your friend. Or for your help friend. We'll see where this goes now. This catapult's on dude.
I mean, they're going to try and make the gank top here with the smoke. Maybe with... I mean, with Baboka and the 6 as well, it's a lot of control. The Chrono into the fear. But is it enough to kill Boom?
Courier. Oh, come on. I mean, Courier gank was the best thing that could go. Oh, all right. If they get this.
All right, with Monet, I mean, it's not going to be clear if they get this, and indeed they don't. They don't have the damage for this one. Nothing to say. He's kind of dying. He's got the time warp back up, but they try and go for it. But even with the 3 of them, it's just not. You're not going to kill a center in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good try. The downside is there was a creep wave. It basically nullifies the Bedlam damage. Face's Void alone wasn't going to do almost anything. It's doing 94 right-click with the Power Treads. So, yeah, killing Boom. Not very viable. They also couldn't get Weaver in to, like, at least Sukuchi the creep wave to lower their HP. So, yeah, hard one there. Puppy does end up denying the mid tower. He's got 3 points leech seed, no living armor yet, so... Remains to be seen what they're aiming for with the tree, other than just having like a strong laner to body for the Dusa is probably what they were aiming for.
I mean, Chrysalis has been set up for a great time. Free farm right now on the Medusa. Very little attention has been brought by G2IG down towards this bottom area. All the space in the world for Chrysalis. Maybe even a chance to get a kill going here as Puppy and Theolicor.
They scan the rotate.
Yeah, unlikely to be caught here. JT pulling the wave back under the tier 1. Continue to head up into the triangle, but there's quite a few G2IG around. So not easy for Secret to get a kill. And down bottom, Monet. He's got eyes on Chrysalis. Chrysalis has to stone gaze and run. He starts to fall a bit low on the mana. Should give them the space to take this tier 1 tower here, G2IG. So Secret are bringing some TPs over. Cordon's here is ready to help out, so maybe Secret can find a fight out of this.
I mean, they're kind of disjointed a little bit. Theolicor's prepping for a rune.
So they can go for JT. The Bear's out onto the 2 of them. They get the combo onto JT. JT's able to get the Doom down onto Boom. JT trying to keep his distance from the Centaur. And, oh, he's into the trees. He's got the stick charge and he's going to be fine. JT lives. Boom goes down, and Secret, they don't get anything out of that. They lose 2 heroes, and they're not able to find anyone in return.
Man, and Theolicor TP'd away from the Wisdom Rune that he was set up for before it came, because he's like, well, I have to go. So now he loses both. He had used the end of the smoke to smoke all the way. He was standing on the Wisdom Rune, working on the Ancient stack a little. But that's unfortunate. I mean, they're even on net worth, so it's not the end of the world, but considering that they were ahead and should be ahead against a mid-void, not exactly a great spot.
No, absolutely, yeah. The fact that it's even and you're in a game against a team with a mid-void, yeah, that doesn't feel too great for Secret right now. The fact that G2IG is kind of getting away with this draft. I mean, if Nothing to Say gets his items, you're going to eventually have this problem where you're playing up against 2 very stacked carries. The scaling potential of G2IGs, I mean, before we saw that it was a mid-void, it was already very apparent. Now that they ended with a mid-void, if they get away with this, if they can keep this game going, they're going to all scale, and that's not going to be something that Secret's 5 heroes can keep up with. Chrono's dropped, they get the kill onto Cordon. Definitely a few concerns starting to pop up here for Secret.
This is where the Void looks okay, like the max out time dilation. I wonder if he's going to get the talent for damage or pick up his first time lock point at 10. Could you check that pub data? Was he against a Caudle in the game that he played Faces Void?
Oh yeah, let me see. Yeah, that's a good idea what he picked it against. He did. Indeed, the game that he won, he did pick it up against a mid Caudle. And the game that he lost, he also picked it up against the mid. So definitely 100% it's his sort of idea of what he wants to do against mid Caudle. He wants to try it against that.
Well, in that circumstance, it looked like it worked quite well because I mean it's a lot of slow. He hit him with like a 40% slow for 11 seconds, which is an insane duration for that level of slow. And Caudle's a really quick hero, so applying slow to this hero is a great way to catch her or to catch him. Catch his old wrinkly butt.
Oh damn!
Like a Radiant Spring.
I'm checking the. I had to check the chat of the sort of the pub where Nothing to Say picked Void mid and he lost, just to see if there's any spicy all chat. And he did get called a budget Thompson at the end.
Was that the game he lost or won?
That was the game he lost. The game he won. Yeah, let's see if anyone gave him some praise in the game he won. Because the game he won, he went 11-3-20.
Okay.
And indeed, okay, the only thing that was chatted that game against him was WTF and AFK. So he impressed one of the players on the enemy team in that game.
I think that's what that means. Or it's more like they're frustrated, like how the hell did we lose to a mid Faces Void?
To a mid Void, I think so. Which could be how Secret might end up feeling this game. I mean, it's slowing down, and I think that's only to benefit of G2IG right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking all right. I think he's picking up this orb. He's just maxing out time lock here, which makes sense.
He might be dead here, though. Oh, good snake. I mean, if
Really
that snake
close.
wasn't there, he would have been able to time walk, so Chrysalis was able to secure the kill.
He was like 50 HP from living there, genuinely.
Yeah.
Really, really close. Yeah, the Orb of Venom, I think, makes sense in the it's not good with Chronosphere, obviously, but if he doesn't have Chronosphere, it's pretty solid time dilation. It's like a rundown Caudle type item. And it's not that expensive, it's 250 gold. It's just an easy thing to buy early to make himself useful in between Chronospheres.
Secret, they want to go again around the mid. Couple of seconds until Void's back up. X-Nova is going to get gone upon first. I mean, they do have Chronosphere up. Nothing to say he's in. He's thinking about a Chrono. Well, they've lost a couple of them. Monet is able to clean up Cordon. They'll kite out the Stone Gaze, and now Nothing to Say he's in. He gets the Chrono onto the two of them. Going to try and take out the Dialocor, looking for those bashes. He's going to have the kill. Bat's gone. If he can get back in to help the rest of the team, because Chrysalis, he's doing quite a bit of a cleanup as he finishes JT. And forward here with the Who Stomp onto Nothing to Say. He has Time Walk at the ready. Monet sweeping back in onto the fight with the Shikuchi. And he's poking at Puppey, but the dust is available. He's got to be a bit careful because he's got no time lapse. Just have that Arcane Rune going, so Shikuchi's back up in time for him to get away.
That's nice. Perma Sakuchi, basically. Great fight for Team Secret there. Dive under the tower. G2IG was not ready for that one. The Enchantress dies, basically doing nothing. Just one enchant, maybe one right click. And Void did his best. In fact, he did 1,700 damage with 2 time dilations and some right clicks. Not too bad. That spell's underrated. Time dilation is definitely underrated. Like, Nothing to Say knows, okay? I'm not saying mid Void is good. I'm just saying that spell is subtly strong at times.
It's true. And I'm saying mid Void is good. I'm queuing up right after this game. Let's go.
That
Any
does sound like
excuse
your
to
thing.
take this mid, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to be the budget Thompson. On the bottom, they get the jump. The lasso, and they've got him. The chain combo's there. Not a chance for Monet to get out of that one. And out of Secret, they're going to see if they can turn it into anything more. Nothing to Say. Oh, jump forward aggressively here. Put the impetus onto Boom. That's the overgrowth onto Nothing to Say. Is there any further stun? There isn't, so Nothing to Say is fine. Puppey, he's the one in trouble. They drop down the sentry. They're going to be able to kill off the tree and protect it. Jump forward for Nothing to Say. That was a bit of a greedy one. Jumps in, gets immediately comboed by Boom with the Who Stomp. But it is buying time for the rest of G2IG to bring in JT as well, who finishes off Boom. He has got a Doom ready to drop down if he finds a target. X-Nova having to kite away right now as the Spirit Vessel brings him down low. Dialocor tries to enter in, but doesn't respect the fact that JT's got the Doom ready to drop onto him. Dialocor absolutely dead, as it's a double kill for JT. His Curse Crown to hold back Chrysalis, and they'll likely back off out of this one and not look for more? Happy with the 3 kills that they got, G2IG?
Yeah, I mean, if they're going even, I'm happy with their lineup. Even like nothing to say dying there. There's the thought that it's like, oh, that's my mid hero. That's bad that he's dying, but I'm also like, he's playing a very greedy mid hero, and he got a kill before he died. So if he just goes even with the enemy cores, I'm not too upset. Caudle is kind of getting way ahead, and Dusa is super ahead, so it might become one of those like Pakaz type situations where the enemy carry is just way giga farmed and it doesn't matter. And Weaver also is not even remotely touching a diffusal blade. He finished Gleipnir, he's queuing up BKB items that he needs. No diffusal yet, but at level 15 he does get a 20 mana break.
Nothing to say. This time he's out of it.
Close. Very important Manta there. Barely gets away from the hoof stomp in time. Definitely needs to stay alive here. Weaver split pushing the side lane with help from the Enchantress, which is great. These little skelly dudes, JK, the glyph one-shots it. But looks like they're thinking about grouping again. They've got Chronosphere ready to go. He is queuing up a Maelstrom on Nothing to Say, so he's ready to transition a bit. Which I think is fine in this case because he just simply cannot keep his net worth up without a farming item. It's just not possible.
Well, they've already looked for fights though. I mean, they've got the Chrono up. See if they can find a big target. Puppy at the moment on the front lines here for Secret. They want to try and get behind him and look for something bigger.
Puppy would be a good grab if they can get him. But it's so hard. They have Dust on the wrong heroes though. Yeah, they thought he was to the north, he was to the south, so they lose it. But not the worst. I mean, they could go through the portal potentially and take Roche maybe, but I just don't know if they have the damage for it. That's all. I guess with Weaver they would. But they'll just hang out top for a little bit first before they commit to this side, this tactical move.
I mean, they know the Puppy's still around it. As he tries to clear the way with the Nature's Grasp. Puppy has the backup of Boom. Very hard for them to start a fight.
Nicely done. It's a really good shard game. Sproink or Bramble stuff is excellent. He's already got level 3 Curse Crown. Good skill building from Boboka here, in my opinion. Maxed out the Bramble, 3 Curse Crown at this point with Shard. Just excellent impact. No 10 talent, you don't need it.
Crystallis. As you say, top farm Disperser and going in for the Butterfly next. It's going to have very good item timings.
Yep, this is the good stuff. He's got 2 ways to remove time dilation. He can remove Bramble mazes from himself as well. He could Manta style run those into the Brambles. The Brambles are going to be a big pain, kind of, to deal with like the high speed between Disperser and the Stampede. But yeah, this build is just so good because by the time you get the Butterfly, you just have a huge amount of agility on Medusa, and your attack speed just jumps a gigantic amount. And Scotty's just a great survivability item, anti-healing, very good against Void, against the Enchantress as well. They are sitting around Dusa, so if a fight happens here, it's going to be execution on who wins. Puppy trying to break smokes as they set up for Roche, but he may be out of position unknowingly here.
So he gets the jump first. Puppy. You get the protection out onto him. At the same time, X-Nova's getting gone upon by Boom. But not back with the flame break. Jump forward. Chrono's going to be put down, but not really a lot to be done with it. At least to give them the time to pick off the supports to the side as it holds Boom and Crystallis in place. Now Nothing to Say tries to jump forward. We'll get the time dilation onto Crystallis. Crystallis more than fine, though, between the Manta and Disperser capabilities. And they get the 2-for-1.
All right, not much.
Yeah. That's all that's going to go down here for now. Roshan's going to shift himself up towards the top side of the map.
I mean, Puppey breaks his smoke basically, but without a Blink Dagger, he's kind of screwed. Not much he can do in that game circumstance. And he hasn't had that much time to hit creeps here. Between the Dusa, the Centaur, the Coddle, there's so much lane push here. So it's not like there's some lane that Puppey gets to just live in, except for right now. It's going to go Lotus Orb. Very needed against the time dilation issues and can reflect to Doom.
Secret really don't want to give this Aegis away to G2IG. They're up to the top corner. Doom at the ready. Obviously the long cooldown being that Cronus, but not there for 80 seconds. Gonna get the jumping onto Boom. They're gonna drop the Doom down onto him. Boom caught by the Doom, and he is very, very dead.
Nice one. The counter to Doom is the Centaur, so you Doom the Centaur.
Now
I think this stays like, I'm gonna time dilate one of these guys.
But the last one to X-Nova, they'll kill him. I was set up there for Chrysalis to get the finishing touch on that.
I like the Coddle against the Enchantress. It's very proven how effective it is here. You like don't care about her ulti in the slightest because you're just nuking her. And the Vessel limits Nature's Attendance by so much. It looks good. And you're not really in danger that much because you're poking her from so far away with the hero. Corden definitely knows his Coddle mid, that's for sure.
Things have started to split away from the Roshan now again. He's giving time for Nothing to Say. Yeah, Maelstrom done. He's got the money ready for... Sorry, the cooldown ready for Chrono in 10 seconds.
I think one good thing going for G2IG, though, is that their net worths have really caught up quite a lot. The Faceless Void is ahead of the Centaur, the enemy mid, and Weaver is approaching the rest of the pack. He's not really falling behind like he kind of was before. Yeah, Medusa is really farmed, and yeah, Medusa is going to be very difficult to kill, but they'll have a lot of farmed heroes that can potentially deal with her later. Just, it won't be Doom, unfortunately, but at least Doom will be able to be strong against the rest of the squads.
And they're heading towards the Roshan, but they don't have Nothing to Say with them, so they're doing this without their mid-void. Puppey with the Overgrowth is only going to catch onto Baboka, Stampede as well, but Puppey's gone. They've got the support for support trade. Doom dropped down onto Theolacore. Mono's able to push forward with the BKB, finish off the second support kill. The buyback comes out from Theolacore. So has brought enough time as well on the side of G2IG for Nothing to Say to head over and join the fight. Secret, they've got to be a bit careful. Chrysalis, of course, still feels pretty untouchable. They get the jump, they get the lasso up onto X-Nova. Fear's going to push the back jump for Nothing to Say. Looking for the Chrono opportunity. He's going to get it down onto two of them. It allows us to finish off Theolacore. Can they threaten Chrysalis? They can. Chrysalis, he's out of mana. He's gone. Double kill for JT. A disaster of a fight here for Secret. Can they Boom even find Baboka? He will, but at the cost of his own life as well. JT with the triple kill. And that kind of fight is the fight that hurts the most here for Secret. Losing the team fight, losing their Medusa, Chrysalis going down, and now losing the Roshan as well.
I mean, JT just had an incredible fight performance, and before that engagement, that was him dooming the Centaur. Then they get set up for Roche. Then he gets a great Shiva's Guard caught on multiple people. He finds Puppey, forces Overgrowth. The second Overgrowth hits him, he dispels it with his Purge ability that he grabs. So just like basically giving them all the offense they want without being a vulnerability. He doesn't even have BKB. He knows they don't need it. Like what does he need a BKB for? The only thing that stops basically is like Centaur Hoof Stomp. That's it. Lasso would catch him. Overgrowth would catch him. Deuce ulti, he doesn't need it. He's literally this creep that he's grabbed, the Purge creep, the best creep of course. He basically counters everything that the enemy does. And this gives him the ability to have this fast Shiva's Octarine core, and that allows him setup in these fights, which he's really accomplished in a big way.
The efforts there for Secret just not enough. JT, an absolute beast in both of these games. And the fact that, yeah, with each and every lost team fight from Secret side of things, it's just allowing G2IG to get away with this greedy lineup. Nothing to Say eventually will be that additional carry. I'm sure he's definitely going to be telling, he's getting ready to tell his teammates, look, I told you, mid-void, it's a thing. He's ready to make a statement for himself here.
If I could interview him, like my question is, did they know this when they picked Void? Or was this like just something they had in their pocket? That's my question. Because obviously, I feel like it's got to be something, like he was definitely pushing for it, without a doubt. If he played it in pubs,
he was,
thought of a Caudle solution, and Caudle is like one of the most picked mids right now. You know, finding solutions for it are needed.
So they can kill him. But the lasso and with the overgrowth, they'll definitely take him out there.
He almost needs the Lincolns, because that's like the same way he keeps dying is lasso into Cliff Stomp and Magic Burst.
Chrysalis, gotta be careful, he's losing mana pretty quickly here. He'll get the Stone Gaze off. And Chrysalis could still be in trouble. The Doom's gonna get dropped down, he's got a little bit of mana to play around with as he's on the escape, but JT's in with the jump, he's in on top of them. You'll get buffed up here by Corden. Corden able to also have some mana with the Chakra Magic. They lost the core. Boom, trying to look towards Charges, but Xnova's jumping away. He'll stun with the slow, but the blast will get him. Bit of a route onto Monet, but no further stun as of yet. Shikuchi's back in a second. Boom tries to close the gap with the Blink Hoof Stomp, but won't manage to get immediately on top of the Weaver. So Monet should be able to continue his escape. A bit of a strike back there from Secret. They're able to get the advantage in the fight, and this time can keep Chrysalis alive.
You know, and all from Faceless Void dying first. That's simple. Once he gets Scotty, you could look at it as another way to survive this combo, because he just needs to have a little bit too much HP for it to be fine. Survive, get Time Walk off, you've got a real fight going for you. But yeah, if he dies first like that, no Chrono, no Gleipnir, no Manta, yeah, his impact is not going to be good. He did not go for the time dilation DPS per cooldown talent at 10. I'm a little surprised about that. Walk backtrack duration. Surely this is the game that you would get it. Obviously he got it like probably at level 16 or something, so maybe it didn't feel that worth it, but
I feel
it does
just
jump the
because
damage.
that number's so low. It's like it's just such a weak talent, I feel. Like that like +7 DPS. Like +7. Let's show you multiple spells, but it becomes such a tiny number. Meanwhile, down bottom, Boom's gonna be dropped down onto Boom. Nothing stays in position, and yeah, Boom's out of it. He's gone. And they can look to maybe try and chase for more as the Chronosphere is there.
Yeah, I think you're right. The other issue is that by the time he finally gets it at like level 16, that's like prime BKB territory for Caudle.
Yeah.
And that's the one hero that'd be really good against because he's getting 4+ stacks of time dilation regularly. So with the BKB up, it's just not probably worth it. It's just better to have higher potential to survive, which is his goal. He is the Ember Spirit. He buys a gem, or Boboko buys him a gem, and he takes credit for it, of course. Good for Boboko, though. He'll get some nice gold from this.
Close game on the numbers, 20-22, but
yeah,
I really feel that's not a comfortable spot for Secret to be in. They, you know, if anything, I think they would have hoped to sort of dominate a bit harder when they have heroes like this Keeper of the Light in the mid. You know, to the end of the day, this is G2IG getting away with this mid void. They're absolutely getting away with it.
And with the MKB on Weaver right now, he doesn't have to worry about the evasion that was the prior problem on Medusa. So he can definitely just put himself on top of Medusa and score kills there. If the opportunity presents itself, he's going to go Satanic afterwards to give him some longevity in these team fights and a Dispel against the Overgrowth. Another great thing for Monet here. But Faceless Void building the same things. Anything else new? JT's finishing a Refresher. That will be great. He's got BKB as well. He's very, very farm too.
Boom. Look at the setup onto him into the lasso. JT's able to get the BKB off, but the Overgrowth there. They've got him. Nothing to say. Jumps forward. Maybe see if we can make something happen out of this in turn. He'll get the Gleipnir control onto Theo Lacour, but he's forced up to the high ground, and nothing to say doesn't want to blindly chase that. So he'll retreat.
That's kind of Puppy winning that fight for them a little bit because he got BKB off at like, what, 40% HP, but his Doom got reflected from Centaur back onto himself. So when he got Overgrowth afterwards, he can't just Dispel it. So he was just stuck at that point. Great snipe here. That was JT's Refresher. 3 minutes cooldown for that now.
Oh, he's thinking about dropping a Chrono, but the Stone Gaze is already out from Chrysalis, so they'll have to wait that out at the least. Onto the side, they've killed off Boboko and Xnova, the two supports of G2IG. get completely smashed there. Maybe even more. Yeah, Monet and nothing to say. They've got to be careful to get back from this one. Boom. Not able to get in on top of Monet, so the retreat will occur here for the two of them, with the tier 2 tower in trouble. Secret pushing on, and they can also look to push for the Tormentor.
Yeah, this is a decent halfway point to go while they wait for the glyph to come back, but Caudle will heal that up easily. Tier 2 is dead. I guess they'll probably be back from this. Roche may respawn 125 from now, so they've got some time. Nice little advantage. Keep an eye on that glyph timer. Maybe they can pressure out mid tower as well. But Void is still burstable. He hasn't been able to work towards his Scotty just yet. They're going to mass TP mid though. Nothing to say knows that if he shows here, there's a good chance they go on him. So they're trying to be set up in case they do. Sentries down to help spot enemy heroes.
Back in action here. Not able to find the fight. Secret able to split back up. Just continue to keep Crystallis in this very, very solid partner spot. Now with the full Ags. 28k net worth. Crystallis very, very farmed. We'll jump out the boom. Great who's stomp here onto the two of them. That's going to be nothing to say. Amber Boca gone. Not quite sure what the plan was from the two of them there, but boom, put a shot down to whatever it was.
Again, those are pretty crucial deaths from Nothing to Say there. He thinks he's pretty survivable, but Secret happens to have all the heroes in place repeatedly here. So they're getting these kills. I don't even know how they got that one without Lasso. It must have been Mystic Snake or something? I'm not quite sure. Because something got him the second time after the Manta.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was the snake connection that gave that extra second or so.
And if so, that's huge. Because he keeps thinking, like, it's all right. For them to kill me, they need Centaur and Batrider and Caudle, basically. At least. That's 3 heroes. That's normally very difficult to do. But when they find him, they keep having these 3 heroes and they keep killing him. So very punishing deaths. If they don't kill him, obviously the game's great. But because they did, it just gives them this compounding net worth advantage. And now they, once again, have their Dusa way on top. They still haven't really addressed her that much in terms of items, other than the MKB. No Diffusal Blade. It's probably too late to build it at this point. So Dusa is just going to be the monster.
We've got the Ags on Sensor picked up now.
Okay, I like that. Warhorse. Grab the Medusa and drag her through the fight.
I think so, yeah, just sort of give her that mobility.
If she's dying.
Smoke play coming in.
Lasso somebody, Workhorse the Batrider, run them away.
I mean, that's very true, yeah. You can get them just miles away from the fight, yeah. They want to try and get this Chrono opportunity. I mean, G2IG. Boom's going to go for the jump first. But the stays in with the jump.
Oh, the reflect.
Chrono onto Crystallis, but the Stone Gaze was already out. I mean, he goes straight over to the back of the fight trying to find Corden. Not really able to do a huge amount with that. The Doom gets dropped down onto Boom. He's still able to find the Stampede. Doesn't finish off Xnova though. That is Boom gone first. Monet makes his way over towards Corden. Trying to stay in on top of the Keep with the Light. They turn for the silence on the Monet, but he's still able to get the time lapse off in time. The overgrowth's there though. Monet, he's locked down, caught out. They've killed off the Weaver, and Corden, he survives. The final few impetuses though, they'll seal the deal here as Xnova's able to find the kill on Corden. It's 2 for 2. Xnova still watching from the side. I'm seeing if he can go back in for more, but it's hard, especially with Crystallis, full HP, full mana. Can't really tackle this Medusa right now.
I'm surprised that went so good for G2IG. I thought it was going to go kind of catastrophic with the Doom getting reflected, but they spread the fight out nicely. Centaur not being able to stun takes a lot of their needed disable out of the fight. And they kind of just picked off the heroes that they wanted to really focus on. Losing Weaver is a bummer, though. And them getting Aegis is also unfortunate. But they've just been amazing about reflecting Dooms. Every single fight, JT has been nailing himself, even with good initiations.
Oh, the Aegis on Crystallis. Secret They can look to try and take this game to the next step. Try for some of these pushes. Nothing to say, it's been a long time that he's sort of been working on his next item. 4,000 gold or so towards the Skadi. Let's see if he does commit and spend up for that. He does, okay, he's getting the recipe out, so he's going to do his best job to get that item at least completed before the next fight occurs.
Yeah, he's missed out because he's been trying to save for buyback here, unfortunately. But he's going to get there eventually. It's just, we're not going to probably see him as like an ultra late hard carry because he's too off the tempo at this point. Needed like at least one more item right now to cascade into that. But I mean, look at Medusa. She's run out of slots. It's just very different story here.
Yeah, Chrysalis is
even the Weaver
huge.
Like she's got 50. Medusa has 50% more net worth than the next carry on the enemy team. It's tough. She's in buildings.
Let's see what they can do about this. Okay, Xnova just died.
God.
He was not ready for that one. We see the Chronosphere coming on to the field of core bat and Boom Centaur, but not really any way to get any damage in onto these two heroes on the back lines. Now with the Silence and nothing to say, he's got to jump out. He'll be able to get out in time before the Overgrowth catches him. They'll put the Stampede in an effort to chase him. But another Time Walk in a second, but the Yule setup into the Stomp. It'll do it. Nothing to say is out.
He's been dying to so few disables, and this definitely doesn't happen in his pub games when he plays this. Just amazing play by Secret to secure those kills. And the mistake that Xnova made, I'm sure, was he didn't expect to get stunned by the snakes. He used to enchant. Well, that stuns him a second time.
Monet.
JT getting a solo kill on the back lane. Really nicely done. Trying so hard to carry his team here.
I mean, does this just sort of surprise you as well? I mean, Monet obviously goes for the Satanic, but isn't Satanic kind of a bad item against Medusa?
Against Medusa, yes. But he wants lifesteal against other heroes. There's a lot of damage flying around, and he needs another Dispel. If he gets Overgrowth, then he's already used BKB.
That's true.
He's
yeah,
free.
yeah. That's fair,
If he's Overgrowth in a casual manner and he doesn't want to use BKB, then Satanic is perfect. It's kind of necessary for him to have it.
Yeah, I guess it just sort of feels bad to have to buy it though, right? Because it just doesn't sort of advance your gameplay in terms of the matchup against the Medusa. But then again, you know, Monet, he's probably looking over towards his mid void and he's like, you know, what can I do? We got a mid void.
Yeah. Not my fault.
Yeah, not my fault.
Like, we picked mid void so we could kill Coddle twice in the mid game. Like, could have been any other hero. That's probably what he's thinking. But if Nothing to Say just died, like, I'll say 3 less times to these like strong magic combos, I think the pick would have looked okay. But because he was dying to them, and I think it just looks underwhelming without a doubt. Oh, trying to go mid. We snaked himself.
He's still trying to get out of it. He's falling pretty low. He's having to put the BKB. With the fear to push back the two of them. Money's going to put the BKB. He's ready to try and get in on this. They're looking for Puppy. That will get him, but it's going to cost potentially JT's life. JT's out. Immediate buybacks coming out for the two of them. Nothing to say. It's a 3-man chrono. Pretty solid one. Let's take up the Illicorn. The damage is coming in from Xnova. They killed off the two of them. Nothing to say. Jumps out again with the Time Warp, but the Overgrowth catches him. They have enough damage coming in from Corden. It's not going to be enough. Nothing to say. He's able to live. No, Boom's ready and waiting on the high ground with the Who Stomp. Another Time Walk available in a second. They're going to try for the chase hit. See if they can finish him off. Time Walk up in 1 second for Nothing to Say. But he's got to be careful. He's not able to get it off. Boom gets him.
He was doing the right thing. He needed to time dilate Centaur, because if he doesn't, Centaur's just going to blink after he time walks that time, because his blink was coming off cooldown. So he did need to wait to cast time dilate before he time walked, but it looked cool. Oh my god, Weaver just dies to the snakes.
I mean, Monet's trying to stand his ground with the Satanic, but it's just not doing anything, because you're only taking away the mana, you're not taking away the HP. So he has to buy back. And now they might have a chance of getting Chrysalis here on the second time. Now Manta's helped disperse as well. He's down to the low ground. JT trying to commit him with the BKB to down top of Puppy. Won't get it as Chrysalis, he kills off for Boca. Triple kill for him. And moving over, Chrysalis, he's ready to jump in aggressively onto the high ground, but is he? He's going to get caught by the Doom. Can they actually finish this Medusa off? I mean, Monet and Xnova, they're so scared right now because of how low they themselves are. Nothing to Say drawing the attention off the side, and Boom is chasing him down here with the cart. He's in on top of him. Who stomps there? The Hex and the Blast. Nothing that stays out. They don't have buybacks.
Oh, wait, look at his items. Look at Void's items, dude. His recipe, his Scotty recipe has been there
Never
for
got
like
further
20
than the recipe.
minutes. 20 minutes it's been in there.
It's rough.
Oh my gosh.
It's rough. See,
all right, put it in the bin. It's over.
Okay.
It's not good. It's cool in theory. Time dilation, great against Coddle. The rest of it, not so good.
Secret, they're ready to finish this one off. They're in with the jump onto X-Nova. They get the Hex onto Monet. That's the time lapse and a BKB, but that's all said and done here. GG is called. Secret will take this game 2 and will draw this series to a game 3.
It's a good try.
It's a good try.
Some interesting theory.
Yes.
But it was too much of a detriment. And as a result, it's going to draw 1-1, and G2IG is got a chance to lose this series now. After watching game 1, frankly, Owen, I was like, all right, this is going to be a 2-0, most likely.
I thought so as well.
And I think that Void was a little too cheeky, and it gave Secret away, and frankly, Secret played excellent. They executed their combos, their ganks so good. They got a bunch of freebie kills. The Lotus Orb usage in this game was godlike. It was so good. I was like seeing these Lotus Orbs come out when JT tries to do it. It's like they had global cast range Lotus Orbs. Just an amazing game.
Yeah. No, very well played by Secret. And yeah, Chrysalis ends up 13-1-13. And Corden 11-5-21 from the mid Cottle. Getting the Cottle and being able to wrap it up with the Medusa 4th pick, it certainly worked to plan for them. The sort of slow stage at the early start, it just didn't matter with how far ahead Chrysalis was at the end of the day. G2IG, yeah, they looked like there was potential. And if I was this mid-void, I'd be telling my team, look, there was potential here. Because there was potential, but potential doesn't win you every game. And it certainly didn't win them this one.
Is my favorite argument in when I theory craft as well. When I say the potential of Diffusal Clinks is there, but the reality is that in Dota, you always have to do what is best if you want to win, because it will up your chances of winning, and that potential is not worth playing around with. And you could just pick a good hero that maybe doesn't hard counter the Coddle in some small ways. You could just pick a tempo hero. It could be like a Void Spirit or something, you know? And then you're just like, okay, well, I'm just going to jump on the Coddle and disable him, you know? And then if that doesn't work, you're like, okay, well, I could do this to literally any other hero, which Void cannot do, you know? Then Void's like, well, my time dilation, guys, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. You gotta pick them. I wish it worked more often, but these days it's tough. Everyone is so good at Dota. There's so little room for error. But honestly, props to Secret for chain killing Void so many times in the mid game when it looked like he was about to get ahead. Theolacor's lasso and Boom's centaur stomp combos, like plus the Coddle being there, they executed those perfectly. They didn't mess up, and it was really important for their game to go on the path that it did, to get those like 2 or 3 crucial kills on Faceless Void.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Secret. Well, as we see on the KDAs, as I said, great stuff from Chrysalis. 13-1-13, played the carry perfectly this time round. And yeah, an experiment that didn't quite work out here. But hey, you know, he did it twice in pubs. He won one and he lost one. He's done it once here. He lost it. Maybe that means the next one's going to be a win purge.
Yeah, I think so. I think they should again pick it.
Do it again.
And make it work this time. I think that's the way to go.
I hope so. I hope this is not the end of the road for mid-Faceless Void, but it may be. It may be. We'll see. We're going to get another draft, obviously, coming up with Game 3. Of course, I think shout out to Puppy. I mean, you were sort of praising the Lotus plays, and this was the man with the Lotus.
He did great. Yeah, didn't actually armor towers that much, so I was wrong on that call. But the power of Overgrowth forced his opponents into some itemization that maybe wasn't ideal. They were worried about getting Overgrowth over dealing with Medusa, and it ended up being very effective. So he had a great game. That fast Lotus Orb, so good, made their team fights easier, because then JT couldn't just pop off with all this insane net worth that he had. So it was very needed, definitely.
No, that really was. Well, yeah, good stuff from Team Secret and a rough one from G2IG will lead us towards that Game 3. Very excited to see what we have come out for these teams, whether we get some more kind of crazy drafts coming into play, or if G2IG are able to get themselves something along the lines of that Game 1 draft, which was very, very kind of cookie cutter, very meta. We'll have to look forward and wait and see on that one. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. The series now stands 1-1 between Secret and G2IG. We'll be back very shortly with Game 3 of the series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGL Wallachia Season 1. I'm ODPixel here with Purge, and we're enjoying ourselves from group stage action as we get into what will be the final game of the final series today, at least on this stream. It's Game 3 here between Team Secret and G2IG. A series where Game 1, G2IG, pretty convincing win. Secret had a bit of a strong time in the lanes, but other than that, it was all G2IG. Game 2, of course, you missed it. It was quite an entertaining one. G2IG, Purge, they tried this mid void. I think it's going to be one of those ones that's sort of back to the drawing board with that strat.
I'm surprised they didn't ban in the first phase. I mean, why would you?
That would have been the ultimate sort of move, yeah. Just
to really just shut down any disagreement from nothing, to say like, no, we're not doing it. It's banned. Sorry, man. We banned it first phase. But they end up banning the coddle to getting that out of there, so they just don't have to deal with it. Their one attempt at a solution didn't work. Instead, they ban, and they will deal with other things. IO for Team Seeker will give them lots of good IO combos. Monkey King did still get banned in the first phase, as did Disruptor. So a little different than before, but G2IG will open with Kunkka, one of the better core role swapping heroes. Either mid or off lane is what you got to deal with. And against an IO, it's a great pick because you can deal with relocation problems.
Yeah, fantastic pick, especially for a team like this as well. They can do it easily on JT or nothing to say. And yeah, I like this for Secret this time. They do give some more respect to the Enchantress. I feel like G2IG is definitely one of the teams that uses it best on both supports, Boca and X-Nova. So I like the Secrets bump that up in priority. I think that's definitely deserved.
Yeah, if you don't have a coddle, I think it's too annoying to deal with because it's there's not a lot of other heroes that kill it. Maybe something like a Void Spirit that has both initiation, damage, and jump.
5 seconds
could be an option, but it's just easier to ban it because you have to worry about the tower pressure. The gank that comes is always annoying. It's just a lot of beef to deal with. Those creeps are tanky boys.
Time for the final ban before the pick and phase here from G2IG. They'll ban out the Marcy. Let's see the IO and decide that that's the IO combo that they fear the most.
Yeah, that one's really scary. I haven't played it before, but I mean, you're basically tethered to a Marcy. Team Liquid is one team that runs it semi-consistently if they get the chance. And then the sidekick lifesteal that you get heals the IO, which when IO gets healed, you get healed. So you're just getting healed for like double the lifesteal from sidekick that you should be. So it just provides like a stupid amount of regen. If you don't break it in the laning stage, it's just freaking bonkers. You can't play against it. So get it out of there. It's not worth messing with.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
They end up grabbing the Shadow Demon here. Just a safe hero to have. The disable against the carry or whoever that the IO is linked with is always going to be useful. And just generically, like, this is a safe support to grab at this phase when you're not entirely sure what your opponents have yet.
Secret.
No, go ahead. It's your turn.
Well, what have we got? No, you go for it, Pudge.
Okay. I was gonna say Team Secret grabbed SD in their second pick when they're against Gaimin Gladiators, but it hasn't really been touched much in this series. Actually, this is the first time that it's been picked or banned. Just other heroes have been priorities instead. So kind of cool to see the difference.
What would you say is sort of like the strong IO combos that are good right now? DK?
Luna's good. DK, it can be fine, but it's not exactly the most straightforward one. DK doesn't really need the regen as much, and he's like tanky enough that the extra survivability is like fine, but it's not like you die in 3 seconds as DK usually. But I think it's a nice opening to not reveal what your strat is going to be. This is really smart because this is going to force G2IG to pick 2 heroes afterwards. And then Team Secret says, okay, this is our real IO pairing. So, and the G2IG doesn't get any opportunities to anticipate what it's going to be. So I would assume it's going to be something like a Luna or a Gyrocopter would be pretty obvious ones. Razor's banned. Sometimes Razor can be good too. So my guess is one of those.
I mean, if you're G2IG, when you've got sort of this setup as well, do you think you can still go for the Luna yourself, or the fact that the enemy's got like a Rubik who's going to be stealing disruption and then can use that against your Luna? Is that enough of a turn-off that you don't want to run Luna SD?
Yeah, that's a good point about stealing it. I mean, I feel like they might as well, based on the fact that they have the SD on their team. Or do you prefer to grab... like the argument is that like if they get Luna, you're still fine with SD because you can disrupt them. And the Luna's going to be paired to an IO, so there's definitely going to be Glaive bounces ready to go. But they could also just take it themselves and be really happy with the combo they're working with. But maybe it's a little scary because they might not have as good of DK solutions. Maybe they're worried about DK illusions because Luna, I feel like, needs some time to like Conda to be comfortable dealing with them because your attack range is kind of weak. So maybe that's one of the things they're thinking about, but they'll grab the gyro themselves. I assume that's going to be their carry.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, there we go. Must be. Yeah.
So they're just not that concerned about the Luna possibility. We'll see if Seeker grab it or if they grab somebody else. Let me take a look at some of their past carries. They did Monkey King one game. They did Luna with Shadow Demon in the first game against Gaimin Gladiators. And they did Adusa so far. But I mean, before that, their last matches, Team Secret's last matches on record, I think, are Elite League a month ago. So they haven't played that much Dota lately. Maybe they played some qualifiers or something that aren't showing that I'm missing, but I mean, the problem with Gyro, I feel like, is that he's going to be kind of separated from the Luna. Maybe I don't feel so good about Luna versus Gyro once he gets BKB and stuff. She's like very good at dealing damage with bouncing glaives and stuff, but against a single target, she's just going to underwhelm just a little bit, I think.
Radiant team back.
And they go for a life stealer pairing, which I guess is better against the Kunkka and stuff.
Yep.
And the
it gives you sort of a good chance against CM and to an extent against Gyro, at least in the earlier stages where he relies on his magic combo.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, definitely a good point. I feel like he's good against the four heroes he's up against. It's not a very typical IO combo. You can also, if you really want to have fun, you
some double invest relocate or something.
Exactly. You invest inside him and then he relocates and you're like, haha, it's just an IO, and then he pops out of nothing because IO is effectively nothing. You know, a really powerful combo and ability draft is tether and infest, actually. Because then you tether to a guy, you infest inside of him, and then the regen you get from infest will tether power, like heal them. So it's like a
that's pretty wild. Combo. Yeah.
Very, very broken combo and ability draft. Can't do it here though.
No,
thankfully.
Unfortunately not.
But I wonder if IO's tethered to you and you infest into him and you pop out, is the tether still on you? And if so, then you could heal yourself with infest, I bet. But I feel like that probably doesn't work because once you go inside somebody, maybe your body doesn't exist. I don't know. Who cares?
Yeah, I think it breaks the tether right when you infest something.
Definitely possible.
5 seconds. Team back.
So yeah, Mars ban here, Puck ban for the last ones. They're kind of banning all over. They're throwing the darts on the board. Puck would be annoying against CM and SD. Those heroes don't like being ran at. And Mars ulti would stop the flak cannon from Gyro, so it'd really limit the flak potential that Gyro impacts.
Remaining.
And on the other side, they banned TA. And one more, which is probably going to be the mid hero for G2IG. Maybe ban Faceless Void.
It's not a bad mid Void game.
Team pick.
That's what I'd be saying right now for G2IG. But if I was nothing to say, I'd be like, listen, last game didn't work out, but this game, trust me. I mean, what's going to catch him? Telekinesis and Dragon Tail. That's it, right? They won't let him do it again. But if, he could, I'm sure he's at least mentioned it once this draft. He's like, guys, let me try it once more.
OD, this looks greedy as hell to me.
5 seconds.
Oh, for a secret.
Yeah, look at their heroes. Their offlane is Dragonite. Their mid is Sniper. Their carry is Lifestealer. And they have a support IO.
Or
they have a support IO. Like they don't even have who's ganking this game?
It's literally Rubik Telekinesis and when they eventually have Blink on Dragonite,
which is not like even a traditional offlaner. And like it works, it is played that way, but it's not like the easiest way to do it. This just feels like game 1 draft to me. It's like too greedy with the sniper mid. I just feel like G2IG is gonna maybe slightly lose their lanes just a little bit, and then they're just gonna kind of like smash their opponents. That's what it feels like to me. I feel like Kunkka's gonna get some like Torrent Storm thing, and they're gonna run into Sniper and like murder him every single fight. They're gonna RP the Life Stealer. He's gonna dive and skewer back whoever the hell he wants. I like if G2IG was the worst team, I'd be like, okay, Secret's just gonna roll them. They're gonna win lanes so hard that it doesn't matter. But this just looks like an outdraft to me.
It does feel like we're going sort of back to the vibe of game 1 of this series, yeah, where draft-wise, G2IG have got some really good stuff going on. And yeah, Secret, I don't know if they're going to get away with it. I think anytime I sort of see indeed, I mean, I feel like Sniper just in general, he's not been having a great day, really. It's not seemed like this hero that looks to do anything crazy. And even just sort of in the matchup between what they've got going on in the mid lane and the safe lane, you know, just having a Sniper and a Life Stealer on your lineup, it just feels super, super slow. Like you've got to be allowed to get away with a lot to get away with it. And with G2IG's lineup, I don't think they're going to let Secret get away with anything.
Yeah, and much like game 1, Team Secret does have some lane advantages. You know, like Life Stealer versus Magnus is probably good. You're slapping him for a lot more damage than he's slapping you for. And when he tries to do a skewer, you press rage and you don't get knocked back. So there's advantages there, certainly. And IO is going to help guarantee that like DK, whoever does better in his lane. But I just assume that they're going to get to some mid-game point and they're going to be like, hey, we have 3 carries, basically. And it's hard for us to make moves. And the moves we do make get countered by RPs or reliable supports who are hitting us with Demonic Purge. So, but they do have 3 carries. So maybe they looked at the G2IG draft last game and they're like, yo, we want to do that too. And they overpicked carries again. But yeah, the snipers have been losing. They just keep losing all day.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we'll get a bit of a different approach with the build this game from him. You know, as you said yourself, you know, sometimes you're not a huge fan of some of the builds these snipers have been going for. So maybe you know, this game Corden's also on board with trying something a bit different. Because yeah, could be a tough one for Secret. And that last game definitely felt like they were given a bit of an advantage in the fact that G2IG obviously were trying something that, you know, people might consider not the best of things to try. The mid void didn't work out. Secret got the win, maybe partly because of that. Let's see if Secret can pull it out when G2IG's got a pretty serious, well-rounded draft here in this game 3.
I could see it. I mean, they've got a CM versus a DK and a Rubik. With the carry gyro, I feel like they're going to have decent harassment there. Tons of mana pumping into Monet. They're going to have Empower on the gyro later. If Monet has a good game, he's going to be overwhelmingly doing damage for sure. But the front line of G2IG is also pretty solid. Nothing to say. Mid is going to have a double bracer, probably an Ags at a good timing. He manages to get the Bloodstone build too. Not bad. He does need a Blink Dagger to dive and hit backlines, though, because the front line of Secret is pretty decent between the Life Stealer and the Dragon Knight. But I don't know. It's still going to come down to execution. Like, Secret could win, but for 2 equal teams, I think their drafts is just a lot harder to execute. And itemization is extremely key in games like this, where you have too many cores. Because there's always that balance of, like, should I get the items that make me better, or is it more important for me to have a Blink Dagger and to get something done, you know? A lot of times, that's one of the hardest decisions to make, or at least one of the most important.
I mean, one thing for sure about this top lane is that you've got to imagine this should be a lane where Monet is not able to farm easily at all, right? Between the damage reduction of Breathe Fire and Fade Bolt, you know, already on a gyro who's not got a lot to work with. This shouldn't be easy or fun for him at all.
Yeah, it's a really good point. It's going to kind of come down to harass, most likely. Because if you can flat cannon the damage out on these double heroes, then it can make a big impact. In fact, they do flak already. Yeah, you definitely read that correctly. Yeah, the minus damage from those two, it's going to be his flaks are doing 35 damage. Like, who cares?
Yeah, it's like they'll happily take that sort of bit of a tickle.
In some ways, way better than the Underlord, really, in what it accomplishes.
Yeah, I think so. I think so for sure. I think if Monet is somehow able to farm in this lane, then something's gone horribly wrong for Secret. Like these two heroes really should be able to stop a Gyro from having an easy start to the game. Looking at the other lanes, I think on the other side of things, Crystalis, he should have a pretty good time. I mean, he's got the IO, he's a life stealer, one of the heroes, one of the carries right now that just feels super nice in lane. You have so much self-sustain. So I think we should see quite a big carry difference at the start.
It's kind of a funny lane, though, because neither IO nor Lifestealer needs mana for a very long time in this game. Like, it's like two heroes, same lane, mana just not needed. You won't see any mangoes here. It's kind of funny.
We'll see from this mid lane. I mean, how do you imagine this matchup's going to go down? Is it sort of the range edge that Corden has on the sniper play to his advantage, or do you feel nothing to say should still be able to get good connections with the Torrents and Tidebringers?
I think nothing to say is going to have to buy a little bit more regen, which is annoying, but I think once he hits 6, which will eventually happen assuming he doesn't get super behind, once he hits 6, it gets really scary for Corden, because then you rotate 2 heroes and he just dies guaranteed. Like, there's going to be no saving him. I mean, IO can pump some heals into him, I guess, but I just assume that the X-Boat combo is going to be too much for him to handle, so very, very important that he's careful in addressing this. Great deny so far from Sniper. He's up to 8. Doing a great job here. But nothing to say, he's got his bottle, he's grabbing his Wisdom Rune, or his Water Rune, so he's fine.
I should be able to keep the wave shoved out with the Tidebringer. And eventually at the point, we should see both of these mids be able to capitalize on a bit of farming from the jungle camps as well, and the Tidebringers and the Shrapnel on either side of them. Top lane. Now that Boom's got the level 3, 2 points of the Dragon Blood, very difficult for G2IG to really go on the Dragon Knight at all. So Boom should be able to maintain pretty good control in this lane. I'm a little surprised he hasn't got a few more denies in as of yet. We might start to see that ramp up. He does have solid damage advantage against Monet, especially when the Breathe Fire and the Fade Bolts are out.
Rocket Barrage is definitely very good, but yeah. He's missing some last hits hard. DK 21 and 3, Gyro's at 14 and 2. So once again, Secret clearly drafting towards lanes. They learned the lesson from yesterday, which is like, hey, if we can't get out of the lanes good, we don't have a game to play. And they're really focusing on their lanes when they're picking their heroes. Maybe another reason they picked Sniper, it's like they just wanted to know that they picked Sniper blind. They didn't know what the enemy mid laner was going to be. And they kind of knew that no matter what happened, Sniper was going to do fine in the mid lane. Until he hits level 6, then it's scary. But at least before then, it's a little up in the air. Great deny by Corden again. Doing great.
Yeah, a very good showing. Yeah.
I was going to say Disruption, just not that good against this dual lane.
Yeah, can kind of just keep himself safe, use it defensively, but yeah, in terms of setting up anything on the offensive is hard. Unlikely to really be able to get the lane in a position either for JT to try for some sort of skewers under tower. They're playing it very safe here, Puppey and Crystalis.
It's just very hard for all the players involved to get kills here. But with this rotate from Boboka, this could be the option if they go on Theolacor here.
We can finish him off. We get a couple of stacks of poison. He does turn up to try and help out, and the tether should, Theolacor should be fine. Only 2 stacks that Boboka was able to find onto him. Not enough to threaten. I mean, Boom trying to step up quite aggressively on towards Monet. Puppey's got the tether back up though. Boom also perfectly fine, just very difficult for G2IG to find the damage early on to get any of these kills.
Just perfect rotation from Puppey at the best time. He read that one. or reacted perfectly. Either way, pumping the heals into either of these guys just makes them difficult to kill because they're just not really there yet in terms of kill potential. This could be.
Oh, they might get X-Nova. Telekinesis back, and that'll do it. First blood finally on the board here for Secret. Theolicor to be the one to grab that. And come in the mid though, there's the combo. 6 is hit. An immediate setup with the disruption. G2IG able to bring down Corden.
Yeah, not much you can do to that one. That's funny. They're both trying to deny those range creeps, and they miscommunicated, and then they got neither of them. Anyways, oh, what a nice mid player. He just gave that support a regen rune. I mean, that's very valuable now that Boboka doesn't have to go back to base or buy clarity or whatever. Very, very valuable. But yeah, that's just the easy rotation. Like, they could just kind of do this every time against Sniper, and look what he's doing here. Helping to contest the Wisdom rune.
Oh, he's going to die for this one though, Boboka.
Nice. Very worthy TP, and he, naturally instantly steals the Wisdom rune. Could have let the Rubik get that one, but that's okay.
Yeah, but there's difference between the mids there. One mid being like, oh, let me get the regen rune for you, sir, so you can take that. And the other one's like, Wisdom rune, that's mine.
Did you see they got both?
I'm definitely more of a Corden mid.
Chrysalis walked all the way to the dire side one, so they got both Wisdom runes. Take a quick look at the levels here. Shadow Demon's level 3.5, Crystal Maiden 4.5. Rubik's 4.5, IO's almost 5, so a little level advantage. Not that level 6 is that impactful for the IO necessarily, but it's a little annoying for sure. I'm sure Boboka would like to have a closer level 6. Oh, is that a Cliffed hero down there that we're looking at with no TP?
That's unfortunate. I mean, there's nothing to be done about this, is there? Oh, okay, very nice. Infest to get out.
Okay, I was also busy doing trying to give him a salve or something, like maybe this will keep you warm.
Hey, top lane though, with sort of the stuff going on down bottom, Boom's left on his own. So G2IG, they set up for the kill, and they'll also try and set up for a bit of a push maybe. What they can do against this tower. Fortifications up, but still quite a nice kill to find as Boom was looking to be pretty unkillable up there. They had to bring a lot in, the 4 of them, to take him out.
Yeah, nicely done. Magnus did have to RP, it looks like, to get Chrysalis up there. But considering that they got the Boom kill out of it, a little tower pressure, and now he goes back to clear his stacks. I mean, he's got Treads, double Wraithband. He's top last hits right now, and top net worth. So JT, he's having this is a great series for him. He has, good
all
every
3
single
games. Yeah, absolutely. Just his farm's been on point. He's been pretty much on the top every single time for his team.
He didn't advocate for playing mid Faces Void, or offlane Faces Void, rather. So he's good in my book.
Now, once he's got this blink, can really start making the moves. And as you say, with the progress he's having, he's going to have it so much quicker than his offlane counterpart on the other side. Boom, he's only 500 gold or so in towards his blink. So G2IG are going to be able to start to speed things up a bit sooner than Secret are at this pace.
The scouting Kobold.
Top lane. Go for the combo set up on the Boom. And between the sort of the boat and the cooldown, it's a lot of damage. But the Infest is in time. Chrysalis comes in, gives him that burst of HP. Boom is going to live. Monet's the one to die there. Chrysalis saving his teammates.
Man, that was so close. The Great Telekinesis really made a difference because they piled on top of Dragonite there. And it just layered too many stuns. And this is one of the downsides to Kunkka at this point, is that like his... Do they have him?
Oh, I don't know. Is that going to be enough? It's not going to be enough.
So the nice thing about Kunkka is that his catch is so amazing, but his damage at this level is just not that fantastic. He's got 400 from Ghost Ship. His Torrent does 80 damage. He's got like 1 Tidebringer. So he's not doing that much damage, but he does guarantee your team setup to get a kill. So the fact that they didn't have enough damage to kill him was just a bummer. Maybe if Rocket Barrage is level 4, or maybe if CM is level 6, they probably get that kill. So maybe the Wisdom Rune's impacting here. But JT's got his Blink. He's going to...
Oh, he's ready to go.
He's fishing.
They've hit this with the scan. They know where Corden is. Instant setup and catch. Corden, not a chance for him.
He killed Puppy's ward.
Wait, where was the ward? Was it?
It was right next to where he was. I don't know if he misclicked it or what. But it said that he killed Puppy's ward. Right? I might be wrong. Oh, maybe it's the sentry. I don't know. Not important. They killed that sniper. He's real dead.
No, you're right. He killed his observer ward, and they didn't put a sentry. I know. I guess he obviously. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, it got killed by him. Nice tower's going down in the mid now. G2IG, they can, as I say, with this good blink dagger timing on JT, really look to bring the action. Take some of these objectives. And sort of bring the fight to Secret in a moment where they may not be quite ready for it, Secret.
JT's hunting.
Dire's bottom tower is under
It's
attack.
an angry elephant.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Look how Corden has to play. Like this has literally been snipers all day. They're just having a bad time. They have a good laning stage, but then they have a bad time for like the next 40 minutes.
Imagine what the stats are on Sniper this tournament, but it can't be that good. Unless we're just getting very unlucky and we're just seeing all the games where Sniper loses.
I could see that based on the fact that teams have just been kind of picking him confidently. I mean, the one against the Puck earlier, that one is just like, okay, don't blame them at all for like trying that and losing. But we've seen like quite a few sniper games now where it just looked like an okay sniper game and it just didn't look that good. I think it's just like the generic, like they're picking it when they don't have last pick and they want to know that their lane isn't going to go terribly, which they haven't. But it's always after the laning stage part where Sniper is suffering, and they're going the same build. There it is again. Treads Dragonlance Maelstrom. Good luck, Corden. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, no, I brought it up as well. We're looking at the stats. So it's been played 6 times. Got 50% win rate.
I don't
right in the middle.
That's not what it feels like. We're seeing the losses, I think, is what's happening.
I think we are seeing all the losses, yeah, on our stream. Of course, talking about win rates as well, we did see it in the draft, but you know, Kunkka, he's been picked 4 times, yet to win a game. Hasn't managed to win a game here at PGL Wallachia. There's nothing they can break that.
It could just easily be that Kunkka is often like an early picked hero. His play style and his impact and his limits are very well understood right now. And BKB is kind of popular again, so Torrent Storm is not really like the godly spell that it was, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago, somewhere in there. So.
Oh, JT is quick to get in on that one. We'll still get the rage off. The X-Mark ready to drag him back in. He's got the armor toggle and he's got the Infest into Corden. Crystallis gets away from the efforts here of G2IG, and Bavoka, he's going to get left behind on this one. Secret, they'll kill the Shadow Demon. Keeping everyone alive. I mean, Boom's even seeing if he can turn it into more. He gets the jump in over towards Monet. But the relocate as well. They're going to see if they can get in on top of the gyrocopter. They certainly can. Christmas is in, gets the kill. Body blocks as well from Puppy onto the descent of his head. Tries to TP out. They're able to put a stop to it. As Boom's back in, gets the stun, and that's going to be 3 kills for Secret, double kill for Crystallis. That turned around very quickly.
This Lifestealer is just paying off so far. Like, I'm thinking about the Dragonite top lane that Crystallis jumps in and saves, and in this case, barely survives bottom by infesting into Corden the Sniper. Just really, really, really close. And if he doesn't have Armlet or a Bracer or finish his Magic Wand, if he just has a Magic Stick, I feel like he dies there. The Magic Burst is just not quite high enough for what they're trying to do here, and they've missed some crucial kills. Despite being on a great trajectory on IG, it's not the end of the world. They're still like even here. This is the jump, so close to getting that kill. But Boboka overstayed a little bit certainly, but he was hoping to pop the poison as the armlet turned off. Yeah, just a little hopeful. Not sure if he had his TP there or not, but they're still even though. Is the important part. Lifestealer is the most farmed hero in this game though. He opted for an armlet this game. Some players like going Radiance fast, but yeah, he's justifying it this game. There's a lot of physical damage to deal with. There's a lot of gank pressure. They've got RP that can kill him through magic immunity, so he needed a survivability item now. And it's paying off big time. He's got 3 kills, no deaths.
G2IG after that, they'll probably wait out until they have the next big eye, maybe at least for nothing to say, halfway on towards the Aghanims. Corden should have his next item done ready for the next fight on Sniper, so if it's not the life stealer that Puppey's going for with the tether, if he tethers up with Corden, Corden's going to start doing a lot of damage. I think going to be a lot of eyes sort of on JT to get that jump successfully. And once he has the Ags, at least he'll have a further way to sort of reach in and catch some of these heroes.
At least Boboka's got Blink, so their ability to catch and start fights is going to be a lot better here.
Bottom.
That's funny. He Uno'd him. That was a reverse card, dude. It was a little slow by Boboka, though, well, to his detriment. He blinked in and he didn't disrupt him right away, so Boom was just like, okay.
Easy stun,
no
yeah.
worries here. Blink, stun, you die.
That was a bit of an awkward one there. I mean, they're ready to go for more. Boom and Theo the court. See if they can catch on this. Smoke dispels, X-Nova. See him and Boom. He's in with the stun. Nothing to say, nothing to be done here to save his teammate as X-Nova's out. Corden, he'll borrow the kill.
It's a Maelstrom. All right, Sniper's getting farmed. He's got more net worth than the Gyro does.
It seems like it's working out for Secret. You know, they're getting away with having these sort of two cores farming away. Both Corden and Crystalis in a very good spot. The Radiance timing is going to be solid on this Lifestealer.
And the other thing to point out is that they really are doing some Falcons level drafts, like tanky cores. Obviously, it's not Sniper, but...
Oh, look at this as well. They
go for more.
Continue to make these aggressive moves very nicely as they get in on top of nothing to say. Both combo does get dropped down onto Corden, but the sustain's there. They've even got the X mark over towards Boboka. JT and X-Nova are here ready to help out. So Secret, they won't try and push for more. I say that Boom might still go for a jump on this. He's certainly thinking about it. It'll get salved up a bit. Dragon form back in a few seconds as well. And around the mid, the other course getting pretty deep. He's wrapping around. He's going to be able to make sure that Crystalis is able to get in on top of the two supports. Take out Boboka. Take out X-Nova. They've got the stun onto JT. JT, he's got nowhere to run. Secret making some fantastic moves here as they really start to just blow up the advantage.
Yeah, that was really sick by Theolacor. Wrapping around the side, getting the Fade Bolt onto and the Shockwave, stealing X, and then pulling back the JT on the Magnus, getting a third kill. Man, this game's changed in a big way. What I was saying before about the Falcons level strat, they really love this like multiple tanky core thing, and then like us saving support, and it really has paid off this game. Despite them being a little behind, they just kept their heroes alive, and now they're just going. They finally hit their timing. They're getting their blink stuns in with the Dragonite, and it's all working. You know, I was being a hater, but they're winning right now.
They absolutely are, yeah. They're making it absolutely, which as well with the timings of G2IG. I think I just expected a bit more for G2IG when they got this really fast blink dagger on JT. They just weren't able to do that much with it. It just really hurt them, that play when they tried to go for Crystalis. They didn't quite kill him. He turns around, gets the kills.
Yeah.
Now that really sort of got the ball rolling for Crystalis. 6-0-2. G2IG, they can't really afford to make any other sort of misplays. If they try and make a go and don't get the kill, it's going to hurt. This time, this is the Aghanims on both JT and on Nothing to Say. This has to work for them. If this doesn't work, they're going to be struggling big time against Secret.
Yeah, they're just lacking damage. In some ways, maybe Shadow Demon should have Disseminate over finishing Disruption maxing all the way, because it would amplify the damage you're doing by like 20%. I would like him to have at least 1 point in it, probably, when you have like a Kunkka. But they've got Torrent Storm now. Monet has his Ags finished. Their single target damage is a lot higher than it was a moment ago. It's definitely not over, and Magnus is the king of just getting pickoffs on the map, and they're definitely going to be able to do that against some of these heroes. Puppey is going to die. Never mind. He had a full Holy Locket. Interesting. Drum Holy Locket was his build here. And Puppey gets the shards, so some nice slow resistance and spell lifesteal for him and his allies. Yeah, they know the smoke is here, and they're just waiting. It's not worth running out.
Secret. They can just continue to sort of chill out themselves. Chrysalis and Corden continuing to farm up an absolute treat. And they know that the last 2 times that G2IG's tried to make a play on them, they've had no struggle turning it around. So Secret very much happy to sit back and play reactive.
Yeah, with their tanky heroes and their IO, it's definitely worth it. Wait for the right opportunities, save whoever gets gone on if you can, and then when you feel like being aggressive, then relocate into those fights, which is something that kind of makes Sniper better, really, because he's just been playing with IO this whole time. Most of the snipers we've watched have spent tons of time in the mid lane or their own jungles, but with the IO here, he's actually got some protection, right? He can be relocated, just be saved. He's much better at fighting to the death because of this huge survivability that Puppey gives him with the IO overcharge. His damage through his attack speed is just much higher as well, so it's kind of a cool way to make Sniper just better, because he's too slow and he loses all the death trades against most other heroes. So this kind of keeps his farm level up. He's second to the top. I didn't think I was going to say it, but IO kind of makes the Sniper look good.
Oh, Dragon Tail off the mark, but may not matter. Maybe it does matter, yeah. Baboka's actually able to juke through to tree lines. He's going to survive that initial attempt. Diolacore has got a follow-up Stolen Disruption on towards him, but the blink's out in time, and he's got backup. Nothing to say here, as well as JT. JT not able to get the skewer. In fact, Boom's going to be the one that jumps JT. JT in caught by the Dragon Tail. Chrysalis is here as well. Baboka's been found in the tree line. JT, he's going to go down as well. Double kill for Corden. It's getting pretty rough here for G2IG. They just can't seem to get the plays together.
Yeah, this feels rough. They're going to pressure forward now. Are they going to steal their Tormentor too? That'd be pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think there's definitely going to be appealing.
They're going to have a Glyph. The Glyph gets popped, they probably move immediately over to Tormentor. I just don't know how they fight through the front line right now. Dragonite with his Mage Slayer and his Yasha and his Blink and the Life Stealer, they're just way too much HP to deal with here. Diolacore now gets his shard. There's another save going towards one of the Team Secret heroes. Diolacore has not died yet. 2-0 and 11. Playing fantastic here.
Yeah, he's having fun. Yeah.
It looks so much like IG was going to be able to take control of this game from the draft with the X combos, but they just failed to get kills in the mid game. They had damage issues.
Yeah. I mean, they came in with such a great performance in game 1 of this series, but it's kind of been downhill from there for them. And Secret, they've just been warming up each and every time, and now they're at this point where it's just looking really clean from Secret. You know, this game definitely the cleanest play that we've seen from them so far in their showings. If they can keep this up, you know, this is sort of the potential that this squad can offer. There's definitely hope for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Secret's winning so much that all the cores ran out of the pit without taking Aegis because they're like, I don't need it. It's a good sign when like every single hero on your team is like, I don't need the Aegis. And Sniper's like, okay, I guess I'll take it. I like the BKB though on Sniper. This is the item he needs to protect himself against Magnus because he is one of the vulnerable heroes to getting skewered back. He needs to keep that finger on that button. Not that there's a lot of buttons to press on Sniper. Now he's got one important one. Don't get skewered back, don't get horn tossed, the game will be easier. Boom is doing his typical poke. This is totally fine to do, unless oh my god, Diolacore saves his ass.
He's able to stop him, grabs him mid-skewer. So Boom, he's perfectly fine.
Amazing play by Diolacore. Because I was really down with what Boom is doing. He's messing with his opponents, getting him to poke a little bit. They forced TPs, but getting skewered back was going to be a problem. He would have died there for sure. So great save by Diolacore to allow his pressure to pay off perfectly. And in the meantime, Corden's still hitting towers and getting farm and compounding net worth advantages.
Yeah, they can't step anywhere close to this tier 2. Secret, they're able to get it. G2IG really having to rethink about how they want to go about going for the next play. They've just not been able to make any sort of move against Secret for what feels like the last 10 minutes or so.
I mean, Lifestealer just killed a creep wave near where the tier 2 used to be. He's feeling so confident now. Even with the RP, like the RP's dangerous, but you know, his team needs to not fully show, and then it's fine for him to do these things. They don't completely know, is Rubik going to be there? Is the Dragonite going to be in the area? So that's why G2IG has to do these kind of weird movements now. Firm control for Secret. Only a 6k gold advantage though, which is not bad considering that G2IG has 12 less kills. They are farming pretty efficiently, and Gyrocopter's net worth is still staying up there a decent amount, and he's got Empower. So he's going to have an extra 40% damage than a normal Gyro. It's not the worst.
The question is if it's just going to be enough to cut through these tanky heroes. Might rely on JT sort of making some crazy sort of base skewer plays.
Yeah, that's definitely important. I mean, he's got lots of single target damage between Rocket Barrage and the right clicks. They are going to go for a smoke. CM's damage output, kind of mediocre. And kind of similar story for Shadow Demon in a lot of cases. So it is very much on Gyro. The fact that Secret managed to win the lanes, and they just have way more cores than their opponents, and that they're holding things together just makes the game seem one-sided. So this continues on this trajectory. Looks so good for Secret.
Yeah, I mean, JT shows himself there, trying to clear the wave, smoke dispels. Unlikely now that they get anything with this move, so it's just, at least on the plus side for them, it doesn't end up in any of G2IG dying, but it's still just sort of time spent where they're not really doing anything to succeed at slowing down Secret's gameplay.
But at least they're not like so stupidly far ahead that it's game over. They definitely still have some tools, but like we said, the ultra late spooky with just Gyro. When Sniper's got more net worth than you and outranges you, that's where things get scary. Looking for anything kind of interesting here, talent or item-wise, but everything looks pretty standard. The Blink Manta style for Dragonite, he's going to go Ags next. Wanted to get Manta first, probably. The map.
Not a chance there for poor old X-Nova.
It's kind of surprising that it took this long for them to find a hero, so it's just G2IG doing a good job eliminating those deaths. And when they show bottom like this, they're going to quickly invade in these parts of the map, get a little bit of farm, look for opportunities. They don't have a gem of their own yet, though. Oh,
Baboka, he just got a free gem. He's able to kill Puppy's courier. That's a free gem for Baboka.
That feels great. Gems are a big deal in games like this, because if Secret just ensures that there's no vision for G2IG, their game just gets so simple. But IG basically has to play safe way more often than normal, which means that they just get really far behind in terms of net worth. He's trying to spot, yeah, he does have a ward on the cliff, they've confirmed now. He needed that gem in his inventory when they invaded, when he walked in there the first time. If they had that, that's dewarded, they feel comfortable playing in this area. Now they just have to play scared, because they have very little vision. They just have one ward on the south side of the map. Okay, they're gonna X-cheese it. That works. They just don't know where the enemy heroes are. There's like 4 different pockets of Secret hitting creeps at the moment. So this gem could be a big deal, but it's gonna take a little time to deward. And until then, they need to play together. That way if a fight starts, they can cover each other.
Just staying safely around Monet, making sure that the farm can continue to roll in for the Gyro. As I believe that was, full Daedalus now, so Monet certainly getting the right click ready. He's going to be packing quite the punch in the fight if they can set things up for him. He's going to rely on JT and Nothing to Say to get that opening with the RPs and the torrents. Secret, just not given those opportunities for G2IG to take. Boom. Very close to having his completed Aghanims. We saw, pick up from Chrysalis. He's got down the BKB on top of the S&Y Radiance. outsiders for the right click of the gyrocopter. Not really many ways that G2IG can take this lifestealer down in a team fight.
They just haven't even tried in a long time because it's just too hard. Way, way too hard. Now he jungles with his creep. On the ball lane.
Been nice and efficient running around, zooming around the map.
Zooming around Satyr Tormentor, infested with a Radiance. Just love a good neutral creep with a Radiance. Very farmed.
Yeah. Like, even if they catch and kill this Satyr, it doesn't matter. They can't take him out. Unless they kind of go for it with a full 5 and then they get an RP, but even then, they got to hope that kind of the crits roll out from Monet, because without a good few crits, the damage is just not going to be done.
Yeah. I mean, he's really fast doing this. That's kind of the cool part about it. Just zooting around.
Catches the bottom lane, catches the mid lane. And he's going to find himself an amplified damage. Here, Crystallis ready for the next fight.
Grab it as a Satyr from himself. Aww. I don't think you can grab it as a creep, right? So.
No, unfortunately not. It would be cool if you could. It would also be pretty terrible if you could, because you wouldn't want to get it on whilst you're in the Satyr. But get that double, that 15% damage on the Mind Blast or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Woo. That's like 135 damage instead of 120 or something. Magnus trying to play the top sides of the map here to get some farm. In the meantime, you just want to play the opposite side of the map from where Team Secret is. Help avoid dying there. And he gets a creep wave on the tier 1 tower, so probably will be a little bit of gold coming IG's way. In fact, they've been able to make up the gold difference a little bit here. They've been doing a good job here, catching up, but they're finally feeling forced to fight. There's the Roshan. They're going to be late, though.
Super easy one for Secret. Who do they give it to? I mean, I don't think Crystallis needs it. Yeah, it looks like they're going to give it to Gordon. And the sniper.
Definitely the way to go. Maybe JT staying too long. Were they waiting for him? I'm not quite sure. He got the tier 1 tower killed, but yeah, a little bit of a bummer. He's pulling the collapse here, buying the Lincolns on Magnus so that he can stop the Rubik lift from catching him. But wisely, he also has BKB.
No, he's prepping for that high ground defense. It's definitely going to be. I mean, wait, that doesn't work. Wait, you can still free BKB, can't you?
But if you have Lincolns, it would block it.
Oh, true. Okay, they got no other spell to pop it.
But you could probably break Lincolns with Fade Bolt, even if you have BKB on, I'm guessing. Now that spells go through BKB, or at least part of them.
Wait, Pudge, you're confusing me. We're in 2024.
I'm just trying to talk it out with my co-caster, that's all.
He's testing me.
The Lincolns does protect him from ganks. You know, there's going to be some instant DK stuns and some instant Rubik lifts that he wouldn't be able to react to otherwise.
Yeah, for sure.
At least you'll have the time of Fade Bolt into telekinesis, which is not much. JT continuing to play the top half of the map, or the left side of the map, that is. Pushing out that wave, getting this ancient camp. He's keeping his net worth pretty competitive. And there is a Tormentor over here if they want to take it. But man, Secret really wants to force a high ground here. Dragon Knight's going to go a long ways towards that, though. Just pushes out these lanes easily. And gets vision.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to imagine that Secret's kind of getting this feeling that, you know, that lead that they had, it is slipping a bit, because as you say, how well G2IG are doing what they can, getting what they can from the map, despite Secret having this lead. We got the Tormentor. It's a good one here for Crystallis. I guess the thing is that the high ground push is scary. A pretty scary high ground push against this Magnus.
You know, he's actually quite strong in this Granite Golem because you can't skewer it, huh? You can RP it, but you can't skewer it back because you're a creep.
Oh?
You can kill it, but outside of Gyro, nobody can really kill it that easy. So he like protects himself just by being in a creep that close to the enemy base. Oh, they're going for this?
I mean, they want to get X Nova.
okay, yeah. Just forgot what heroes are on which team. There hasn't been anything happening.
I was going to say, it's slowed down for the last 5 minutes. Not lots going on. Apart from Xnova almost...
Breaking juke
I mean, the shard...
13 seconds.
The
Just
crystal
13
clone
seconds,
helped
Owen.
a little bit. He's dead.
He knows where the vision is. All right, just a simple 14 kill deficit for 8k gold, which is not bad. And the team that's winning has Dragonite, so he will be chipping towers for close to free.
No, that's true. The illusions are going to slowly make some progress here for Secret, but I feel if this progress is too slow, Secret may sort of suffer sort of the consequences of G2IG being able to kind of farm their way back into this game. It's definitely, you know, the Secret, I don't think they can sit back too much.
I don't know. With 3 cores, they might be okay. Genuinely. I mean, Sniper's got this homie owner.
I mean,
he's about to get a Daedalus.
Sure, it's a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, though, there's a Gyrocopter on the other side, right? You've got the superior Rapier carrier on G2IG. Monet's got it queued up.
Until all of your heroes on Secret have Rapiers themselves. Then it's different.
I mean, maybe. But I don't. If Monet's able to farm this Satanic Rapier, and then, because at that point, just the high ground sieging for Secret, it's going to be that much harder for them if this Gyro has serious damage.
And this Gearback is always going to be an X Factor as well. That's the big one. Because if they can get them in base and pick them off like one at a time, then even killing one of those cores would drastically change things. But it's going to be hard. They've got an AC now in Lifestealer. If you have this many cores, AC is like the best item because you're giving attack speed and armor reduction to all of your allies. So that aspect is good. Dragonite can focus more on utility this game with his Octarine core. Doesn't have to worry too much about dealing damage. Little telescope there for Io. He's got a Vlad's as well. I mean, they got great auras on Team Secret. JT's hunting. Oh, it gets one.
He'll settle for it. He'll go straight for that one, get the catch onto Theo Lecourt. Boom. Get on in on this. Get the Dragon Tail onto Mono. I mean, Crystallis is trying to go for JT. He's going to just continue to run at them. Monet, he may be left behind on this one. Crystallis turns over towards him instead. They've got the boat coming out. Monet, can he get away from this? He's up to the high ground. Monet, he's on the retreat. The Aviana Feather getting up to the high ground, but the Assassinate finishes him off there from Gordon. Another Assassinate ready to follow up now over towards Xnova and Secret. They will manage to punish both of them. As G2IG, they went super aggressively for that kill attempt, only onto a Rubik. And it leaves them pretty vulnerable. It ends up costing them not just Xnova, but Monet as well. And now this pushing can come in from Secret. So I guess this was the plan from Secret. They're like, we'll just wait until G2IG tries to come and kill us, to do something crazy. And that's what happened.
I wish Monet didn't go. He gets X back. Keyword back. It's pretty good. Sending back again. They're taking a lot of damage though.
Oh no. I mean, they're just both dead. They've just got to stop making plays, G2IG, it seems, because every time they do, it ends up disastrously.
Yeah. That was a rough one. Gyro basically tried to defend his support, and as a result, he got slowed by Sniper. He popped his Satanic in that mid-fight, like way back in the mid lane. He popped Satanic to get away from the headshot slow. And then when the Lifestealer got on top of him, he just didn't have Satanic anymore. So he's like, oh shit, I gotta really run. Just took too much damage, got ran down, no buyback because he just bought Satanic, and now the cracks finally happened.
I mean, maybe
Kinda
even more.
anticlimactic, but
I mean, it really was. Yeah, Secret, all they had to do was just hit creeps and wait for G2IG to make a mistake. And it happened perfectly to Secret's plan. They're 21-4 now, 22k up, 2 sets of barracks. They're in a beautiful position. Let's see if they can get more. Up to the tier 3, I think they're going to realize, you know, JT, he just does not have buyback on this Magnus. Yeah, this bottom rat going down. They get the stun in onto Monet. Torrance will catch onto Crystallis. He's just going to try. He tries to stand his ground to finish with the racks. Won't be able to do so immediately. Corden Puts the BKB. He's going to get taken out of the fight for now. Just down to the side here by Puppey. Keep his distance. Monet. And a BKB. Jump forward from Boom. He's in with a Dragon Tail. Monet's dead. No buyback on him. The racks are taken out. I mean, they don't have Monet once again for 80 seconds. It's just the 4 of them up. Secret, they've got the Mega Creeps. They can look to push on towards the Tier 4s. G2IG can get anything done here. They do have RPs, they have skewers, but what does it matter at this point? The Tier 4s are falling. Ancient exposed. I mean, they could just hit to look to end this one. Jump forward from Boom. They'll add some more kills for the scoreboard as they look towards Baboka. Nothing to say. He's getting gone on as well. Completely destroyed. GG is called. Secret will get this game 3, and with that, the series, it's theirs, Purge.
Wow. I mean, they fought very hard for this, without a doubt. Game 3, they played great. Their greedy drafting, it did work out.
It really did.
I had doubts, but it was greedy, but it also had solid lanes. They picked the lifesteal right away to guarantee that it lanes well against offlane heroes, which are all melee and tanky, typically. They picked the sniper blind, not knowing what a matchup was, knowing that the matchup was probably going to be fine for sniper, which it was. Their offlane went great, and then they just survived enough of the ganks in the early mid that IG kind of ran out of steam, and IO relocate not only saved people from the ganks, but it made it so that if IG did try to get a gank, the punish was going to be swift. So then they just hit creeps. A little bit of a slow way to win the game, but it definitely worked. And for a crucial game 3, by all means, Team Secret.
Yep. Rough one for G2IG. That's going to be their second series loss. It's going to put them in a very dangerous spot there. I believe they need that win to come in on the third series that they'll be playing, I guess, sometime tomorrow probably, or the day after. Otherwise, things are not going to look too great for them at all. Just sort of a turnaround of a series, really. It started off game 1. G2IG looking fantastic. Honestly, everything sort of just went downhill after the mid-void, really, Purge.
Yeah. I really genuinely thought that they were going to 2-0 this game. And that even with the mid-void, that it was going to be weird and not very good. But I thought they were going to be able to pull out the win that game. And it just was not the case. Team Secret 100% leveled up this series.
They did, yeah.
They had a rough game 1. Game 2, it was not looking so perfect, but they deserved the win here. In game 3, I think IG just kind of got a little bit behind and weren't able to recover. They tried to play a standard draft, and Team Secret just did what makes sense to them, and it was the right thing.
No, absolutely. Solid stuff around from Team Secret. It's sort of hard to sort of shout out one of their players in particular. I mean, Chrysalis, obviously great carry stuff, I feel. Last game on the Medusa, he only died the once. This game, he doesn't die at all. But a lot of that down to both times, it feels like to Puppey. This game ends on the IO 0017. They were never able to kill off this IO. He never ended up going down. Huh? Yeah, 0017 indeed. The new agent in town here from Puppey. But yeah, solid stuff. They get this sort of pick early on in the draft. Obviously, for the IO and G2IG, they just weren't able to deal with it whatsoever. They didn't have a terrible start in the lanes, but I don't know. It just really felt like G2IG this game. They tried so many times to make moves, make plays, and pretty much none of them ever worked out this game.
Yeah, they didn't quite work out. I think that was a lot of Chrysalis as well. He had 2 great saves with Infest. One for himself when he got gone on, and the other one was to save Boom right when G2IG was about to set good tempo by taking nothing to say from out of his mid lane to go gank the Dragonite top. They barely didn't kill Dragonite due to the Infest. And that was really like one of the 2 clinchers, and Chrysalis was impactful for both of those. So,
yeah.
But still, they all played so good. I just feel like Chrysalis was like the clincher there. His net worth was great. He went fast armlet. He was 3-0-0 at the start of the game, which was great to get out of the laning stage like that. Like, he played fantastic. But they all played good. The Old Core had an excellent game. Really well played by Secret as a whole. They're going to feel great about that win. It's going to be way less stressful. Starting the third day with 2 losses, like, that's depression mode. That's where you're like tilted for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah,
it's hard to get out of.
No, absolutely. Yeah, they needed to turn it around this series, and it really was a fantastic turnaround. Looking forward to see what they are able to do as they go on in this tournament. But as it is today, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for all the games, at least on our stream, and I believe maybe even on the other stream as well. Don't quote me on that. Go and check on. It's okay, so I've just heard there's good news going on if you want to watch more Dota 2, because there are still games going on over on the mainstream. So be sure to go and head over and check that one out, because we're all done here today on this row of games. We, of course, will be back tomorrow. And once again, you'll be starting off with MLP and John X Fire. And then myself and Purge will once again join you for the second half of the day. So we very much look forward to seeing you then. Thank you very much for hanging out with us today. Hope you enjoyed the casting and you enjoyed the action. We'll see you all soon tomorrow. Have a beautiful rest of the day and go and enjoy the mainstream here at PGL Wallachia Season 1.